Anybody out there?
Hey, what's up, Julius?
Going on?
What's going on?
Going on? I just got on my headset. I was running to Walmart. I got to get some distilled vinegar for my distiller thing. My water distiller thing. Clean it out.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some recipes. I jumped on it.
Yeah.
It was on here. I've been,
Yeah, I was.
dude.
Hey,
I'm down.
what?
I'm down a rabbit hole of recipes right now. There's so much.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, really, it's strange too because you don't really know how much you can actually get out of like this diet, but it's extremely versatile. Like eggs are like an amazing like superfood, and they're also like extremely versatile. So I didn't know how versatile until I started looking at all these recipes, and like you could transform like egg whites into almost anything, like pasta noodles, like freaking just about. I saw this recipe, real simple one. It's beef gelatin and egg whites, beef gelatin and egg whites. You can make these crepes that you can actually make as wraps, like wraps for anything.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've seen the pre-made ones, and I never looked into how to make them. But yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Like, definitely, there's eggs you can. I usually just stick to the basics, but as far as like scramble or make like a quiche or something.
Yeah. I bought a whole bunch of stuff this weekend. I got a nice little tub of panko mix.
Nice.
So pork panko.
Did they have it ground and stuff?
Yep, they have it pre-ground. Yep.
Did you get it in a store?
Yep, Walmart.
They have it.
Well, we went to Council Bluffs, so that's where I got mine.
Okay, well, I didn't know they made pre-ground.
Yeah, dude, it's equal to like 12 bags of like pork.
A really good reference if you want to like find condiments and this or that and other thing. I think it's called sureketo.com. You can just punch in you're looking for peanut butter. You can just punch in looking for this, and it just has the stuff that's got the cleanest. I mean, it shows everything. Like tells you if it's a dirty thing or if it's a cleaner source or if it's this or that. It's kind of fun. Like if you're looking for a particular condiment.
Well, there's something I was trying to hone in on, and that was a thin crust for a pizza style crust, and I found it already. I found a winner.
I've heard some of the better ones is like they got like a little bit of almond flour and then like cauliflower and like something like that, but I don't know.
Nope.
Like, I haven't.
Nope. I got a 2-ingredient pizza crust. That's only beef gelatin and egg whites. And so what happens? Really? Yeah, what happens is it turns into a crepe, and the crepe is like foldy and nice and soft. But how you turn it into a like a dough or like a crust. You fry it in bacon grease a little bit, enough to where the bottom looks like a pita chip. So it's kind of like the crust of a like a pizza. So what you do is you just get the other ingredients and you put them on top of it, and you cover it like a pizza. Like you would a pizza. I'm going to stay away from tomatoes, but like everything else, you can make like an Alfredo sauce with like Italian sausage, chorizo. You can put chorizo on there, pepperoni.
Yeah. You don't do any tomato. You stay away from them.
Yeah, they got lectins, bro.
Yeah.
Lectins are bad for you, but once you learn like there's oxalates, lectins, these dangerous things that the plants have that actually are bad for your health. You don't realize that it takes time for them to actually deteriorate the certain parts of the body. Like,
I don't know. I only do like if you need some pizza sauce, I usually get the lower sugar.
Yeah, I'm more of like I'm looking into things now. Like to me it makes sense to like, well, why did they like the people from long ago, they wouldn't eat the seeds or the skin of the tomato. They would peel the tomato and they would also take the seeds out. and that'd be like the only way that they would eat it. But there isn't a recipe that actually has them like that. They just throw the whole tomato.
Yeah, because isn't it the seeds that have the lectin stuff, or is that like,
Yeah, and the skin,
that's with apples too? They have some crazy stuff in their seeds too.
Yep.
Something bad for you. I think it's like, I don't remember what it is. It's something pretty bad.
Yep. But other than that, yeah, there isn't a recipe that actually has them that way, because the time that it would take for you to get the seeds out and then the skin peeled, and
yeah,
but that's if you're gonna eat the thing, you have to
steamed it. You might have a chance.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a way to do it. It's just it's tedious, and people just rather just throw it all in there, and the same for beans. Beans are bad for you as well. They're full of lectins. Pepper has a bunch of oxalates. That stuff is like, if you look into it, it's supposedly in your blood. It turns into like these sharp points, and like it could damage your. It's crazy, man. Like you can't.
I watched I finally watched the Hib. I finally broke down and signed up for Rockfin last night, so I got access to all that content. But I watched the Hibler Cocoa Puffs video. I don't know if you see.
Yeah, I'm really into like the whole recipe thing, man. Like I've got so many good recipes thus far. Like now I got my batter. Like that's one thing I'm putting them off the list. My batter is already there, and it's super good. Like it's great.
Pancakes or like just like.
Not the pancake batter yet. I've tried like at least one recipe for pancake batter, and it's like not. I would on a scale. I always go from the ease of use, like the ingredients mixture, to like how it tastes. So everything to me has to have like the right combination. It's got to be easy to make, and it's also got to taste great. And the tasting part, like it's a bit medium on the level of how to make, because it involves a lot of ingredients. And the taste is like less than medium because it uses allulose, and I'm like,
just don't work out.
yeah. There's a bit of
I just avoid that shit like the plague, and then like when I don't feel like that particular thing, I just don't eat it. Just go back.
Yeah, how I see it now, how I see it, Julius, is I may be wrong about this, but I think you're on this as a way of life. The way they did it a long time ago, so I was like, I seen people like a long time ago, they would use the regular sugar like everybody uses, but the things that they would do was like a treat. It wasn't an everyday meal. Like they wouldn't have apple pie with their everyday meal. Like that was a rare occasion. You'd have like an apple pie when family would come over. Like let's say
like holidays or something.
Yeah. And everybody would have like the treats were out, the apple pies were out, and they would gorge themselves. They would have a great time. But it wasn't like you see it on every meal. Like that was not.
Plus, we didn't have anywhere. I think we had potato chips back in the day. Like I don't think there wasn't like 15,000 different like refined carbohydrate choices like at all. Like you had potato chips and like Doritos.
That's the kicker, man. That's why we're the way we are. It's because like we have
it's sugar and high carb. I mean, it's all they push the whole loaf back.
Yeah, it's a carbohydrate overload.
Fuck that. It's so once you see it, it's so obvious, and it's like once you start doing it, it's like so much night and day. Like I'm so mad for like not starting earlier.
Yeah, dude, same. I'm like, dude, I could have been so well. And the thing is, you could, Julius, you could have all the stuff that you like. That's not a problem. The issue is the frequency by which you have that stuff. Yep. Because if it's too often, like your body can't metabolize.
Yeah. I get it.
Your body can't metabolize that food, so when you're having trouble like using the original diet that you're on instead of the one that you're actually ingesting, like that's the problem. You start running into.
Yeah. I got it. No, because even now, like like yesterday, for example, I went and got like some pork carnitas. I was gonna make some, I got a bunch of that meat coming in, so I want to wait to make something until like Tuesday. But I had some leftover stuff. Yeah. But anyway, I was like, what was I saying? Goodness.
I bought some chuck eye steaks yesterday.
Yeah, those are good. They're like kind of like a thicker, almost like a ribeye.
And they're fatty cuts too, so I was
those cook up really good. Depending on how thick they are, I don't think you'll have to for those like reverse searing.
I don't cook them all the way, dude. I like them a little bit bloody.
So. Yeah, I do that too. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I went and I re-upped on some Eggland's Best eggs. We went to Omaha, and the eggs for some reason are super cheap over there. Like the town, you know where I live, but like the town where I live, they're like for 60 eggs, it's like $18. But we go to you go down to Omaha, dude, and they're like $10 for 60 eggs.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
is that like Sam's or like something?
Walmart. It's just Walmart. But one thing I do want to stock up on is beef gelatin, and I think that's you're gonna need that too, Julius. It's super extremely versatile. You can use it in like to thicken a lot of stuff, like and plus it's beef gelatin. So yeah, it's definitely you can use any gelatin really, but that's unflavored. But this one is it's whatever. I mean, like
website might have that. They got beef tallow. They're out of stock. I wanted to get some.
Yeah, all beef tallow is just all beef tallow is just fat anyway. So if you have fatty cuts of beef, you can just fry it up, store that if you want to anyway. Store that fat like it's grease so you can cook with. You have like beef tallow to cook with. I have I got a couple of like whatchamacallit, chuck roast. So then we're gonna do it this weekend.
Yep, I do. That Mississippi mud one I want to try. I don't know if I saw that one.
That sounds great, dude. Would you just like even the way it sounds like?
It's got a packet. So the recipe called for a packet of, and some people may or may not put this stuff in. I do it's just like a little bit of beef broth or bone broth, and then you put it's like a jar of pepperoncinis.
Oh yeah, dude, I done that. I actually done that one. Julius, you don't know how good that stuff is, man.
And then onion soup. I think it's onion soup mix and a ranch powder packet, or you can do onion soup and brown gravy.
One stick of butter. Yeah, one stick of butter, man.
There is some carbs in the mix, but it's negligible. I mean,
negligible, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, well, if you really look at it, yeah. I mean, it's a lot for the fats, but like for how much you're going to eat per serving, it's not going to hurt you. I don't think. I mean,
the pepperoncinis actually kick it up a notch with the tanginess, and it's the right flavor, the right consistency, and the juice that comes out of it. Oh man, it is like like you know how it's going to be really cold these days. I'm thinking like you and me, like once we get those kind of broths made, we're gonna be set. So what I was thinking was like I want really good noodles. So I found them, man. Perfect egg noodles with the beef gelatin, and you make those crepes, and then you just slice up the crepes up thin, like the strips. They turn into like real good noodles, and the consistency of the noodle actually holds up in a soup. So it holds up in a soup, so you can make like oxtail soup, you can make chicken soup, you can make like number of things that could come up from this.
You can, if you want to send me something on that, I can check them out later.
You can make an Alfredo, definitely an Alfredo. Alfredo is like the number one thing for the kind of diet that we're on right now. So, and
Alfredo,
you can make a chorizo. You can make a chorizo noodle recipe with like an Alfredo sauce on it. Like it is amazing. Like seeing that recipe, I was like, damn, it's gonna be lit, dude. Like this winter is gonna be awesome. You're gonna be inside
Oh,
with
yeah.
some like the best comfort foods.
I do so much crockpot stuff though. It's like, I mean, I literally all that stuff is basically like a soup or something. It's, this is like a user phone.
Yeah, because I was like, man, I was looking at these older people, and it's like they never had problems with carbs. Like they every now and again you see them eating like a pizza, and I'm like, how are these older people eating like this? Like, isn't this like wouldn't that kill the normal human like by like the 70s or 80s? And they would be like kind of already they the people from Midwest, bro. Like I think they got the recipe for like living long. I see a whole bunch of old people still driving, dude, in their 80s. They're still driving.
No, that's what I'm
And
talking
I'm just like, man, way to go. Like, these guys are like walking around and everything. And,
like
you
mowing
know,
their lawn.
bro, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
this guy that lives down the road from where I'm at, he passed away already, but he was 93. I mean, but granted, 93, bro, but he was still mowing his
Yeah.
lawn. 2 years
Yeah.
prior to him going to the nursing home, like he
Yeah.
was, the guy was up and about. I mean, he was in his car, he was doing stuff. He lived there with his wife, and they were like always getting in their car, going somewhere, and I'm like, I'm just nodding my head like, hell yeah, like that's what's up. Like
Yeah.
you don't see that, man. You see like mostly people like in their sick.
They're
I
like
talked to my
on
mom about it.
oxygen and shit.
I told my mom, I'm like, how come like people in their 60s look like they're in those
Yeah.
like at Walmart, you know, they sit in those buggies, and I'm like, why are they like I'm in my head is like, how come nobody's walking? Like, and you shouldn't be like that disabled, you know, like when you're getting old. Like
No.
being old is not a disability. You know what I'm saying? Like it shouldn't be
Yeah.
anyway. I mean, you
Yeah.
slow down a little bit because you're older,
Yeah.
but you're not gonna be like enabled, you know, or
If you're
disabled.
eating healthy, I try to get my mom like on this whole like, low carb thing, you know. She's kind of listening. Sent her like some videos. I think she's trying to move that direction, but I just told her like I don't know. All I can do is tell her how I'm doing. I'll,
Yeah.
teach her what I know, so and then she'll eventually maybe get it. Or
It's great, bro. Like it's great. There's a butter candy recipe that's just butter. Like what you do is I used the salted butter, which is where I went wrong. But it's supposed to be unsalted. Yeah, when you make the butter candy, you have to use unsalted butter because the salted butter, the salt collects at the bottom, and the way the lady made it was the brown bits that actually get burnt from the butter when you're cooking it. Use it for the bottom, like to kind of make it's like it smells like. Honestly, it smells like a Werther's original candy. If you ever tasted Werther's original, that's what it smells like when you're making this.
Huh.
And so, yeah, it does. It tastes pretty good. So,
yeah. I had to get that distilled vinegar because I'm out and I have to make more. Back up. I kind of stopped doing it because the water here in town is really clean.
Yeah,
it's like the cleanest water I've ever had. Taste wise, but it doesn't get like somebody distiller. It doesn't get a ton of sediment like you see in bigger cities. But
you know the best water you can have is a natural spring, right, Julius? Like that's the best. Store it in glass bottles. Store that water because plastics are not really meant to be. But if you get one of those big glass, those giant glass ones, and you take it to the natural spring, you fill them up for free.
Yeah.
And that natural spring water would be the way to go with water. That's the top tier version of like what we're supposed to be having. Top tier is natural spring water because that is considered better for you anyway because it's already got all the vitamins, like the nutrients from like the earth. So the earth is producing. I mean, well water's
Yeah,
good. Don't get me wrong, but it's
I just add that I do that mix with all those minerals. Like I don't do it every time. I just do it 2-3 times a day, and then I just drink it. So I just get my potassium, magnesium. Like it's got a little bit of Himalayan, like just a little bit of salt. There's some little. For the most part, I haven't got sick of it. I've been using it like a couple months. That's really hydrate you.
Always think about the water sources and like where you get your water from too, because that's important as well. That's why
I started distilling it again. I just do it by the gallon, and I have a big it's BPA free. I know it's like glass, but I just put a 2.5 gallon jug, and I keep filling that.
Yeah.
And then I constantly have like cold water. If for whatever reason the water got shut off for 2 days,
yeah, that spring is around all year. There's a natural spring, and there's actually 2 natural springs in Omaha, in the Omaha area.
Wow.
So I got a way to get natural spring water from there, and if I wanted to fill up 2 big giant glass containers of that water and just store them, or you can store it like because it's free. You just go over there and you fill up your container. You don't pay nothing. It's just free water. Water's supposed to be free. And it comes from the earth, but a lot of people don't know that. They're, the only way to get clean water, because your water where you're at could be highly fluoridated. Usually that's kind of the fluoride that they put in water so they can treat it.
That's why I do that. I mean, that's why even taking the fluoride out, even if mineral water by itself is the best for you. I have just like since I started doing it again, like I just started it last week, so I just kind of went there.
Yeah.
And then I got it back out. I definitely can. I don't know, something about it being like nice and chilled out of the fridge. Like,
yeah, I got a 0 water meter, and it tells you the levels of like heavy metals that are in the water. And the city water where I'm at is like in the 200 range, and the bottled water that I drink is like 25. So
what?
Yeah, the bottled water that I drink, the Pure Life water, it ranges from 25. And there's a natural spring water, which is at like 6. So that's like, it's telling you how much of those and they add some stuff in water, the potassium and all that stuff. So you can have like your water is actually, for taste, like they give it like a flavor profile so that you can drink it and it doesn't taste like it's just air. But I would say this, that you can drink a water that has 0 like anything inside of it, but then of course vapor is not like absorbent by the body, because like you need to have the things that your body absorbs, the minerals from the natural water. So listen man, like all of this stuff is there's a science to it, like all of it, everything from what we consume, put in our body.
It kind of feels like alchemy.
It's alchemy. It's definitely. Well, I was mentioning that before, like when you put foods together, how you make the foods actually. Because I was saying eggs are so versatile. You can turn them into anything. That
like a spell, dude. Gotta have all your ingredients for your witch's brew.
The more that you mix like an egg or you beat it, it becomes a different consistency that can be used for a different type of recipe. So it just everything matters, dude. Like the amount of whisk, different combinations of stuff.
Do a little heavy whipping cream with you're gonna make some scrambled eggs. It makes them really fluffy.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna I'm gonna show you this. I'm gonna put on live stream voice text. But look what I made the other day. I found this at a.
I'm like a minute and a half from my driveway. I'm gonna be inside in a second. But yeah, if you post it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it.
Check it out. So I get to my coffee.
There's 2 videos actually.
Yeah, I can. Either way, if you want to DM them or live stream.
It's cool. I'll put them in the live stream just so everybody can see what I was making. These 2. There's 2 videos, and
I've been noticing, like, I don't know, man. Since I switched over to more protein. Like, I don't know if it was just that or a combination of me being on just this type of diet this long. But like, I've just noticed, like, it's easier for me to get up and like just get going, kind of.
Isn't that
A lot
weird?
of the time. Yeah, but like it wasn't doing it as well until I don't know if it's the change I made or if it was just, hey, it's just been this amount of time you've been doing that. Because I didn't feel this good when I was doing more vegetables.
Yeah.
Like I do some. I don't like, I'm not scared of them, but I'm like, I get some cucumbers, like, you know, some cucumbers, maybe some English cucumbers, or like, because I don't know, just a little ranch and some, you know, like carrots, or not carrots necessarily, they got sugar. But,
you know what you notice also? That you sleep better too. When you go to bed,
I mean.
your body wants to go to sleep. It's like it's so like easily into the sleep state. Like you could go to bed like when you lay your head down and when your body's resting, it just sinks right into sleep. Like it just boom.
I think it's helping and I'm not big by any means. Like I mean, technically considered. I mean, I would technically be considered overweight. I think 220 for my height is like the highest you want to be. So I'm still like 15 pounds away from that, but not much. And I had apnea. I've been tested for it. I didn't want them. I tried like borrowing my dad's machine when he had it reprogrammed for me, and I don't know. I just maybe got the wrong mask with it and stuff like that. But I think that's like going away because I'm feeling like just. I feel like maybe my breathing's improving because it's like I feel more rested with less hours. Is what's kind of weird. I don't know what's going on with it. It's like, but I might just be reversing whatever's going on with my apnea. So can't beat that.
Yeah, no, I mean that's stay the course, man. Like I'm dealing with like, because I'm coming out of like you're talking about 40 years of bad eating, dude.
I know. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. But your body's amazing because like all it really takes, it does take about 3, maybe 4 months to like switch that, like get your gut health back. Because I didn't realize how much that was making me down. Like it was like bringing me down so bad. Like
it does.
Like dude, I thought I was like, I'm just getting old, you know, 40s, and it's not. That's what's like. People that know this need to be like yelling at people, but I think I've had people try to tell me before, and I just wasn't ready to hear it.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And
it's like anything, like flat Earth, dude.
I tell you, man. Like I feel the same way, Julius. Because I was telling my old lady, I was like, hey. Like, you need to get on this thing, man, because it's like, and she's like, why? Yeah. It looks boring. Yeah. And she's like, oh, well, come back to me like in about a couple months, and then we'll see if like you're not having to go to the hospital because you're eating all these fats. I'm like, no, you don't understand. Like, I'm trying to like, you know, it's weird because
did you show her like a Ken Berry like couple videos of that or?
Yeah, like it's weird because okay, so when you show them something that has evidence and like people that are backing it up aren't just like some knuckleheads on YouTube, like they're actual people with degrees, and like they still would be like, well, that's cool for those people, and I'm like, well, it's supposed to be cool for everyone. Everyone's supposed to be like about it.
A lot of people still trust the mainstream.
Yeah, that's what it is, dude.
It's like my mom. My mom's like, oh, like I don't really like Trump, and like. Yeah, you gotta listen to Fauci. And I'm like, no, you don't. Fuck, what the hell is wrong with you?
No, I'm telling you, Julius, it covers.
I just, like, shake my head, and I'm like, love you, Mom.
Yeah, that's all you can do. But like, it covers like the lie. You know, it covers like a multitude. And the reason why, and that I was listening to this carnivore lady. She was interviewing a person. She was an older lady. You saw that one?
The blonde lady? The blonde lady?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the one I saw. It was like she ate for 13 years, and it was her. She's an ophthalmologist or something like her.
Yeah, but check it out, dude. She did like a study. I don't know if maybe it's the one that we're talking about the same, but she did a study on like how the brain reacts when you have like the kind of foods that the products they're trying to sell you, like with high sugars and high carbohydrates. Like your body, your mind lights up like as if you're doing cocaine. It's the same kind of like trigger. So Like your mind is it's so hooked into the bad stuff that you crave it. And so like I was telling my wife that I was like, so check it out. When you're on this bad stuff, you feel like crap after you eat. Like you feel like total garbage. Like you shouldn't feel that way. After
No,
you eat, you should feel great. You should feel lifted up.
Yeah.
You should feel ready to do something. But when you eat like this, it's the complete opposite. You feel like crap. And so like the high that you get when you're eating is because the food is an exhilaration. It tastes good, it's crispy, it's yummy. It's like your mind is triggered to like you know, 'cause all you do is taste, right? So
addictive. It's like it's just so addictive. Like you don't realize it. It's like
it's extremely addictive. And I was telling her like try to get off of sugar. She said one time she started going through like these headaches, like really bad migraines, because she was trying to get off, and she was just better just to get a cupcake or something and just get right back. So what I was thinking, like, isn't that what addiction is? Like when people are having these addictive withdrawals, and then the only way to satisfy that is to get right back on the drug, and the drug kind of levels them back out again. Like,
yo.
I just tell her to get some dark, like 85% cocoa dark chocolate, and just if she has a craving, try a square of that, and then just keep going with trying to be good.
Yeah, no. But what I was saying is that the system builds us up to these addictions, and so like with food, we're shoving.
You got to be gradual. You got to be like, when you start this, you definitely want to be gradual. Like I cheated a bunch, like when I first started. Like just to like, but I just gradually. Okay, now you can only do it twice a week or once a week, and then I finally it was just like I just weaned myself, and eventually my body just took it.
Yeah, I would say that's the natural way to go, because if you rip it off like a Band-Aid cold turkey, you're gonna suffer like extreme withdrawal symptoms.
Save my ass, like for as far as getting my salt and my minerals. Like, literally, I didn't get that flu as much.
I think too, like when people crave sweetness, this modern age of processed sugar, it's really our body wanting fruit or things that have a sweet flavor but are not pure sugar, things that can nourish us rather than spike our sugar levels.
I would say this, man, like we've in my journey doing all of this, I started veganism, I started like all these different rabbit holes. Like I researched, I searched, I still couldn't find, like even getting on these other diets, I still couldn't find the balance, the hormone balance, the right consistency, the taste of everything had to be where it was satisfying, it was nourishment, it was like it stopped the cravings and all that. Nothing compares to the carnivore kind of keto style. Nothing, absolutely nothing. I've tried them all. Like, so
I agree. I mean, bone broth is a big thing for me. Yeah, you do some bone broth fasting, and
you get all the nutrients. So one thing I was looking into, right? Because I'm like, okay, so the fruits and the vegetables, right? Like, do some research on those, because the things that we think in our mind, just going to the supermarket and purchasing these things and saying, hey, this is good for me, was instilled by those who wanted to make you think that it's good for you. But actually, what's happening with those things is that they're genetically modified. So they're not the original in their original form. The original form of those things are nothing appealing to us. We're not. If you were to see the original form of an apple or the original form of a banana, you wouldn't eat it. It wouldn't taste good. You would be like, ew, what's this? But that would be a banana. They're modified. The versions that are modified are higher in sugars that they don't normally produce. So that you're eating genetically modified fruits, essentially. And they're saying they're good for you because they do have some value, right? They have a part of value, but they're attached to a lot of the genetically modified sugars. So what they're telling you is it's almost like the deception, right? You can have this thing and it's going to be good for you. It does have the vitamins and such, but attached to it comes along the other stuff that you're not supposed to have. But they're trying to say that it's okay to have them in moderation or whatever. But people don't, like, instead of having those high processed sugars, they'll go straight to the fruits and eat them like they would the sugars, because they do have that sweetness, that tartness, and they crave it, so they're going to shove more of those in there, and you're not. It's
well,
like, I mean, I'll do tree.
It's interesting.
I'll do pineapple. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what's interesting is that the carnivore. This one guy I followed that he's all carnivore. He eats all the different organs and from tail to nose kind of thing. And that fruits and vegetables, a lot of them were actually designed to have certain small amounts of like not poison, but things that would actually harm your body. Like as an example, raw broccoli. It's obvious that if you eat raw broccoli, most people is going to feel a stomach discomfort, and things like that. And it's really interesting. And for me, I found a balance. I mean, I think that for some people, if you're eating, Taco Bell and McDonald's every night, and you switch to bone broth or maybe juice fasting, or maybe juice fasting that's low sugar, like maybe carrots or celery, some kind of pure mono diet fast. That's going to be strides ahead of the person, on the McDonald's diet.
Yeah, they lied to us about eggs too, Kyle. Eggs are a big freaking lie from the big industries that want to actually tell you to limit you on eggs. Do you know why? Eggs are the most nutrition dense foods. It's like a superfood.
Oh, dude. My whole family, from my 10-month-old to us, we all eat eggs.
Yeah, it's so good for you, man. Like it's brain health, like it's everything. Like the body needs to, like, it's easy on the digestive system. It's so good. And eggs are versatile too. Not only that, but we've been lied to about the bad cholesterol side of the eggs. But because of the fact that when you combine a carbohydrate overloaded diet with like high bad cholesterol, like if you look at the good and bad cholesterol, when you combine those two, yes, it's a dynamite mixture. It's like you're about to cause plaque in your arteries, the heart disease and like all kinds of crazy stuff because of that. But when you stay to the high fat, low carb, you don't ever there was a guy that does bodybuilding, and he was going through like how this person would eat 36 eggs a day to bulk up. I'm not saying I wouldn't recommend this kind of thing, but he said for this guy, he tried it out to see, like, it was he said his name was Vince something or other. I don't want to mispronounce his last name, but the guy from the 1960s, I think, he looked as ripped as any one of the guys right now doing.
He would consume raw. I mean, he was big into raw meats too, or the raw eggs and things like that.
Yeah. And so the guy, and then there was a guy recently that I've been following him, and he's kind of he wanted to, because the guy's jacked, but he tried the 36 egg challenge or whatever, and he was doing that, and he said that he said it's like a low dose anabolic injection. That's what he said. It's like, and he's like, when you get this, like when you feel this way, he's like, you're like a caveman. Like you got like this unnatural strength that in you, because every rep that he was doing was the weights were getting lighter and lighter, and also it increased testosterone, slightly, so it drove his he was he's like a caveman in heat, like he said, basically the way he put it. But just doing the eggs, and so eggs were what he was using to actually bulk up, and a lot of things that he was doing was just making sure that he stayed on that, and it was crazy. But the idea that he went into the bad cholesterol topic with the science of it, and he started to discuss why there's a myth behind it, and about you could that this could cause serious issues in your health. But when you look back at these guys, they had nothing to deal with them having any heart disease. It was there's no such thing. And it's why? If that's what if you were to go get blood work and the doctor would see high bad cholesterol like that, they would immediately tell you need to change your diet, because of the fact that they think you're eating the typical American diet, which is the pyramid foods, right? That's if you're eating all of that stuff, then yeah, you're gonna run into disaster. So what's interesting is that and there was a couple of people that were talking about the 36 egg diet kind of thing, and some of them were saying that this one guy who was a muscle builder, and he's like the stomach can't actually the stomach can't digest that much, so he's like, you actually start pooping out the eggs, like what he was saying. And I was like, damn, because like the stomach has to be able to digest the food like when it's in there. So it's like it's too much for the stomach. So obviously, I think even cooking them would probably be easier for the digestive system to like be able to go through your body, but like not in the way when you're just eating them like raw like that. That's they come right out. He says because they're. So yeah, he tried many different things on the 36 egg diet thingy, but and that's what that's what they were saying. It's like a natural way of bulking up, but it's crazy. I know there's a lot of myth behind the egg. So a lot of people like would say that it's bad for you and don't eat eggs and not even the yolk, So what is this myth about it? Like they're denying you the most nutrient dense food that you could possibly be having, and then then say that other things that are bad for you to be good for you. Like, you see what I mean? It's like a topsy-turvy world we're living in. And I don't think there's anything that, you got the one hand, people are saying eggs are good for you. On the other hand, people are like, no, stay away from the yolk kind of thing. So anyway, that's kind of how I see it, man. Like we're having a lot of issues with people giving us bad information. We that's the thing. How do we know? Like we have to actually get with people that are in the know, like create communities, talk about it. Like, and then, it comes into like, okay, so we've had people living off of these particular diets for most of their life, and not just like eating 1 or 2 eggs, eating like 12 eggs a day kind of thing for years. And they don't have any bad things happen. Like, as a matter of fact, it's the opposite. They're living a healthy life. And you look at them and that, for burn victims, they say that they would give them like the food that they would ingest to help them repair their skin and all that is eggs. Like a lot of them. I don't know if you guys know that it helps repair the body. Like, so yeah, they actually give them the burn, like severe burn victims, like that steroid, the anabolic steroid to help them regain their, tissues. A lot of stuff, man. A lot of stuff involved in this, but it all comes back to like we've been lied to about almost every aspect of, from diet to like the earth, everything, spirituality, all of it. We've been lied to about all of it. It's just like you have to go through this world being a skeptic, even I think sometimes, just to get the truth, find out what the truth is. But most people are comfortable in letting the authoritative figures tell them what to do and what to eat. And they find out in their later years, they're old and decrepit and they're crippled. And all this because of the foods. It's crippling them. And it's a war for the mind, man. Either way. But what's interesting about all of this is that the truth is out there. The truth is out there. You just have to want to know about it and go search for it. You'll find it. I guarantee you will find it. There isn't like an endless like, well, we'll never know. No, we will know. There is objective truth on how to live with the body like in this world. Because everything that the earth has can provide enough for the body to sustain itself. So it's a myth to say that you can never find the truth and we'll never know. Like, no, we will know. We do know. And some people are living right now. So, well, go ahead, Kyle. Do you have something? No, I can't hear you, man. Like, you're not coming through. Your mic must be messed up. Can anybody hear Kyle, or is it just me?
I can hear you.
You can hear him?
No, I can't hear you. I don't know what happened. I think he maybe got away.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Kyle.
I have to jump on. That's not doing.
Mind, body, and spirit. Like that's so our bodies, man, like going through this earth. Julius, this all it stems back from us not knowing the earth. Like, we're so disconnected, man, from reality that we don't even know. Like, I was doing this, like this
kind of a fucked up lesson.
It is, right? It's like a crash course. But what happens is, like, I never knew like how important it was to be in the kitchen. Being in the kitchen is a part of who we're supposed to be. But we're the thing about us now, like in this day and age, convenience is king at the moment, right? If it's in a bag, it's easy for me to just open that bag and start eating. Like, we don't want to cook, we don't want to do stuff. We've become lethargic, we become disconnected, we become apathetic, we become like indifferent. We don't care to know, we don't want to do. We just want to like sit back and just relax because the system has us grinding our life away. We grind at our jobs and grind and grind and grind. And we don't know how to like get back to the right mindset. We don't know. Like, it's okay to be working, right? But if you don't know how to take care of the body's just going to want to, after you work, just to like not do anything. And so your mindset is like, I just don't want to do anything. You know what I mean? And so constantly, there's never a time where feeling tired is good, but like constantly being tired is not. That's not a good place. Your body's not supposed to be constantly tired. It's supposed to be put in the work, use up the energy that you use for your what you consume, and then that's how you balance yourself out. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all right, so it's different, right? And everything that you do, this work that you put in on like information, on health, on spirituality, it's work that you put in and you get out what you put in. So if you don't care about like how you start learning things, you'll never learn anything, right? If you don't care about the food that you consume, then you'll just take whatever they give you, and that's all that you'll ever be. Just somebody who consumes whatever they give you. Stuff that they program your mind to say that it's good for you, the pyramid style stuff. And also, like, spirituality, just whatever the consensus, if there's a large group of people doing, and then, just go with them because that's okay. But no, all of these things are something you should be searching for. You should be searching for, doing the research, like learning, talking, like, it's about like productivity, right? Productivity and what you get out of like a day by being productive. That's important. What are you talking about? What are you learning? What is this like? Are you in the kitchen? Are you thinking about new things and like consistencies and like different things that you can actually be doing? And so you that's how you grow. You start growing into a person who's actually versatile, agile, like, constantly moving forward in life and like creating new things. And I feel like we've gotten away from that. I think because of the fact that everything's handed to us these days, we're not doing those things. We're not looking into things. We don't care. People come into this chat, they're like, well, it doesn't matter anyways if the earth is flat around. I still go to work. They're like, yeah, man. But the cosmology that you live in is not exactly what they told you. So your perspective changes on everything. What else haven't they told me, right? You start asking questions. What else haven't they told me that I should be knowing? And then you start looking into health and you're like, damn, they lied to me about my health? Why? Well, it's easy. Because when you get older, you're in your 50s or your 60s, you look like a friggin' 100-year-old man or woman because they've lied to you about your health. So they want to make sure that they use you up like a battery. Once you're already used up, and they just toss you away. You're not meant to be somebody who's going to stay strong in their old age. They want you, as old and crippled as they can possible. So you get all these illnesses so that Big Pharma, who's the one who takes in, like first it was the system, then Big Pharma is like the one after the system. Big Pharma is the one that you depend on. You're taking like 20,000 pills just to get through a day. That's ridiculous, but that's how they have you. One hand washes the other with their system. Once they use you up and you're the retirement age, well, you go right from the retirement age right into the ground. I know some people that used to work most of their life in a place where I worked at. When they retired, It was 3 months and they were gone. Like they were dead. They were completely used up and the system used them up for what they were good for, and that was it. After that, they immediately passed away 3 months after. That's sad. That's real sad because that's all it does to you. It uses you up like that, and you don't have.
Well, that's
like.
That happened.
Yeah, go on.
My dad just passed last October 19th, and yeah, the last 2 years of his life, he was like basically more or less bedridden and like way overweight, couldn't move around, did not want to address like the health situation, and that was a big. I had a whole long time to process that. It's just like I just like in the back of my mind of like I got to do something like different here. I can't be doing this. He was 69, so yeah. It just
It's
there's
the
a whole
system.
other caveat to that story that it's like it's just he didn't want to help himself. He was that like I mean I think if he would have got out of that brain funk, and if he would have started feeling better, but he just never.
Well, this is what I told my wife too, Julius, because like on this bad diet, I said you can feel your feelings like the way you feel. Sometimes you can feel sad, happy, angry, but when you're on a really bad diet, what happens is your gut and your mind, they take you. Okay, so let's just say you got angry. You don't just get angry; you get irate. You get nuclear. Like you can't. Your hormone imbalance is so freaking wild that when you feel bad or depressed, you feel extremely depressed. Like you don't even want to get out of bed depressed. Like this is what bad diet does to you, right? Like it takes a control of your hormones. So your hormones are all out of whack. And I was talking to my wife about this. I was like, we're having a conversation. I'm like, babe, I'm telling you, like this is like I can't explain it to you in the sense that you could understand because I was in the same mindset as you. Like, what do you mean? It doesn't. How are you gonna feel different? Like, in what way? And so I tried to tell her, I was like, look, you get mental clarity, you get like physical strength is like really high. So you feel energetic, you feel like you can do things. You get up in the morning, you don't need these crutches that the world tells you need. Caffeine, where's my first cup? You don't need any of that stuff. You don't. I'm telling you, it's like this is crazy, right? What I'm saying. But you start to be more independent from like all of the things that you would think that you would need, because it becomes like what you would call it, like people make it like a thing to do. Well, drink a cup. Did you have your first cup? Like you don't need that. That was something that was never needed. That getting into that whole mindset like that.
One cup turns into 10 cups.
Yes, exactly.
I do one a morning, and not every day.
But I would say this because caffeine is also an addictive substance, so you can be hooked on caffeine, and so like it becomes the same way as everything else, right? Your body tends to think that it needs it, so you start to like if you withdraw from it, if you don't have it, then the body gets into like where you have headaches, and it gets difficult. So people would rather just drink their cup and feel better, because that's what it does. It's just like an addictive drug. So we don't know this, right? We're always taught to live a certain way, to be a certain way. It's the American thing to do and all that kind of stuff, but it's not what the body needs. The body needs to be have a nutrition and understand like when you get up in the morning, you should feel great. You shouldn't feel like crap and then need your first cup and then feel great. Like that's not the way. I was always thinking about this question. It was like, why are people like that? They feel like crap when they get up in the morning. But when they have their first cup, they're jolted back into life. It's like, something's wrong with that. Our body shouldn't be doing that. We should wake up and slowly progress into the awake state, not like feel like total crap and then just drink a cup and then you're right back into the world like that. You know what I mean? Like there's something that's not jiving with the truth about how our bodies should be in the morning. And so, looking into all this, man, it's just really, it's how you actually go about your diet. It should be the way that you reverberate like your energy level. And so this is what I'm kind of proposing for everybody. Just do the research on this. Like you shouldn't be depending on having a morning cup just to get things going in your life. You shouldn't. But if it takes that, then there's an issue, right? It's almost like you're if you're depending on something to get up in the morning, I need to have my cup, like, then you have to realize why do you need it. There's something that's tied into your mind or your brain that feels like that's a necessity. Otherwise, you can't function. Because I hear this, like, that's what they say. People say, I can't function without my first cup. And I'm like, this is an illness. Like, you shouldn't be saying those things. You should be saying, you know what? Doesn't matter. I get up in the morning. If I have a cup, that's fine. But I don't need it. Like, and I know people with addictions would say that because they would be like, I don't need it. Like, try going a week without it and see if you tell me you don't need it. I bet you $100 you're going to be fiending for that cup the next week. 100% guaranteed. Because that's, people don't have control of things that are addicted to. It's just like they're pulled into it. That addiction is strong. But yeah, there's a lot of things. So we've been told lies about a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of fads that we're used to because the people around us are doing these things. But what I do is I want to follow like what the body actually needs, and scientifically go at it, like where you look at like what is ingested, the food, the nutrition, all that stuff. So I don't know. What do you guys think? This is a pretty interesting topic, but it ties into flat Earth in that we've been lied to about our mind, our body, and our spirit. So like our spirituality, right? So I'm saying all of these things we've been lied to about. So we're addressing them in a way that it makes sense to talk about them. We usually talk about this in the morning when Julius is here and stuff. So if you want to jump in the conversation, that's kind of what we're on about. So it's all the same, right?
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Diesel.
What's up, Diesel?
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
Is my mic coming in?
Yeah, you're coming in. A little bit choppy, but you're coming in.
You might be in a bad spot or something. But... You on the Wi-Fi or on the cellular? Or... Sometimes mine gets weird.
But I'm interested. Like, everybody has a different opinion on this. What I would say is that it all comes, like, all this deception that we take in. Like, flat Earth is definitely the deception for the mind. I would put it in the mind category. I would put it in the body category. And I would put it in the spirit category. It takes all three. Well, how does it affect the mind? Well, how your perception works, right? What you think about cosmology. What you perceive on the information you gather from understanding how the movement of the stars and the sun work. The seasons, right? Like the time clock that the sun, moon, and stars are. Like, so you can understand. So it works on the mind, the body, how you're connected to this earth. Like, let's say I don't know, Witsit did some information on, like, if you take your shoes off, right, and you go barefooted and no socks, you go barefooted on the grass and you rub your toes in between that grass and you stay on there, kind of outside, that your blood actually reacts differently when you're doing that. Your body is connected to the earth. So those people have less issues because they have this connectivity. It's like you get recharged, you're plugged into the earth. It's crazy, like what I'm saying, I know, but because we haven't been taught how to be on this earth, it's mind, right, with the information, body with like how you get connected to the earth, and spirit, how you actually feel, the feeling of being immersed in nature. When you take walks in a forest or you see a beautiful waterfall, you act, there's an energy, right, that's around all that stuff, and you are immersed in it. So you feel that energy that is all around you. So you do feel like these different types of things, and it takes you to a different place when you meditate or when you're just like thinking about good things in your life, and so mind, body, and spirit, the flat earth and how you understand this earth and you perceiving it changes your perspective. So it does change a lot of things. You're more connected to the earth because you understand, like, it becomes an understanding between you and the earth that you're living on.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Diesel.
You talked about standing outside and your body gets grounded pretty much. But I saw the video and it was saying It was showing how your red blood cells, when you ground to Earth, they there's a word for it. It's like decoagulates, which basically means like your blood doesn't clot or like declots. And I think they were showing your red blood cells, which is an interesting thing.
It is. They say for people that have anxiety too, like to do that. They're like, hey, if you have anxiety, take your shoes and your socks off. Go walk outside for like 10, 15 minutes. Just walk outside. Just like take deep breaths, walk outside barefooted. And they say like after a while, your anxiety starts to go away. It's like it starts to feel like you're grounded, you know? And the earth naturally heals you. So you know what I mean? Like it's mind, body, and spirit. So all of it combined is the way we're supposed to be living, man. But we're from the deception of like what this earth is. It's basically some inanimate kind of like rock that it's like just formed out of nothing. And so like there's craziness that happens when the paradigm of the earth being a globe is working versus like how it is right now. So that's what I'm saying. If you take a look at how all of these three things that I just mentioned to you, it operates on all those levels. So when we start talking about information, that's the mind, right? And information, there's a war for information and it's a war for your mind. So you don't know what the truth is, right? You're trying to discern what is truth. How do I know that if I read the history books, that's exactly what history is? So when you start regurgitating that from what you read, you're like, check it out. Columbus discovered America. And you're like, no, that's not true. Somebody tells you that's not true. He didn't discover America. And you're like, yeah, he did. Like it's in the books. But you think because this narrative, right, is truthful, you start to believe the stuff in the narrative. And because it's so convenient for you not to think for yourself, convenience is always king, right? It's always like it's better for me just to let somebody else do the work versus me doing the work. Because that would be like I have to stop and research and go, you know. But that's the thing. The truth is already out there. It's not that it's not available. It is available. You just have to search for it. You have to do the work. Just that the narrative that you've been told is not the right one. That's why we're always talking about that in here. It's like people just rely on like, well, the scientist knows. Well, that's good because you just given your mind over to the authoritative figures. You haven't done any research. You haven't looked into flat Earth. You don't know about anything. You just said the scientist knows. And come to think of it, the scientists come into these forums and they don't have an answer. So the guy that you're resting your mind on, he doesn't even know. So now what? You know, where do we go from here? Because you just rested your mind on the scientist knows and he doesn't even know. So now nobody knows. So what do we do with that? You know what I mean? Like that's where we're at. We're trying to get people in the right mindset.
The problem with people just don't know how to think anymore. And if our education system taught kids how to think instead of just blindly accepting everything they were told, then we wouldn't have so many people that are deceived about a lot of stuff in our world. People just don't know how to think for themselves at all.
There's a narrative. There's a narrative that's been pushed onto us. There's a narrative that's been pushed onto us, and as young impressionable people, we've accepted that knowledge because somebody that was an authoritative figure had told us. Our teacher told us. Other people, parents might have told us, but we've took that information as it was the actual reality in which we live because. Why would they lie? Right? We never even, because those are trusting people. Those people are trusting. But what we don't know is that they've been lied to. And so it's like there's a bit of regression when it comes to like it stems all the way far back to like where it started. So there was at first the ones who perpetrated this information, right? The ones who actually said, hey, the earth is a globe. Those ones who started the whole story. And then there was just everybody else who's been lied to. So we're like generations down the line of people who've been lied to. You know what I mean? Like because it's progressed so far, the lie spread so wide. So now we've got like indoctrinated people with this like particular education that has nothing to do with reality. And people don't understand that. The ones who are deep into it, the anti-flat earthers, like all those guys who wake up in the morning, who come to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, YouTube live stream chat, and they're sitting there. Those guys are the ones that are hammered with this information because they think they know. And they're basing their worldview on authoritative figures because they've been lied to for such a long time. It feels like the norm. So to them, hey, I'm just waking people up to the fact that they're the ones that are talking about something that's not consistent with reality. When they come into the 24/7 Discord, YouTube live stream, text chat, they're thinking they're doing a service to people, telling them, hey, this is bad information. The Earth is absolutely a globe. And you even question those guys. You're like, okay, it's a globe. So how are you going to provide evidence for that? And they're like, well, you know, the Earth is curving. Like there's like these, they don't have an answer. They only can appeal to authoritative figures because that's all they've been doing their whole life. They can't critically think for themselves. They don't want to. They become lethargic. They become apathetic. Like, what difference does it make if you're saying that now because you know how wrong you can be. And you're scared. You're scared of like opening up and saying I was wrong. That's the issue that we're having. Go ahead, Clay.
I think we live in a society of infants today. So everything is like infantized, or how you want to say it. Like people are made like kids and their thinking. You know what I mean?
Thumb down.
Yeah, it always stems back to the information they think they have is the right one. You know, it's like, it's weird, right? But it's like somebody saying, no, man, Christopher Columbus did discover America. He did. And we got people.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
In the YouTube, we got people in the YouTube live stream chat just all about it. They're all about the globe Earth. They're just like, man, you guys are crazy. Do you know that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Do you know that it's such a globe, that it's such a globy globe, that it's a globe? It's like they have there is like, the only thing they can do is like talk to people
from
about
an airplane, Miggy.
yeah, you just don't know. But these guys are.
Have you ever flown on a plane, Miggy? Come on, dude.
Yeah.
I love that. I heard that this weekend. I was like, yeah.
My dad was on the Concorde. He's seen the curve. He was on the edge of space.
Yeah. So here's what they're in essence, here's what they're doing. They're trusting people who've trusted people, who've trusted people, who've trusted people, and it goes all the way far back to the guy who deceived everyone, right? Or the people, the conspirators, the ones who actually made the world paradigm what it is. So it's cool. You can trust the person that told you, and that person can trust the person that told them, and so on and so forth, until they reach all the way far back down to the freaking liar of the one that made everybody believe that this Earth is a globe, and so on and so forth. That's great. What all you've done is trusted somebody whom you thought is telling the truth. But that's what we're waking people up to. You don't know that. You're only trusting people. People are fallible. They make mistakes.
Du willst ja gerade noch abhelfen. Kannst im Januar gleich eine neue Steuer.
Ja, ich habe Mikrofon an. Ich habe Mikrofon an.
You got a hot mic, brother.
But Miggy, you're right. It's like the telephone game. Maybe some of you played in school when you were young. One person says something to the person next to them, and next thing you know, 15 people down the line, the whole story's been like changed upside down.
Well, and that's the power of symbols, you know, to shape and form our lives over decades. It's like it's even beyond the words and the ideas. It's like these symbols get entrenched in people's psyches, you know, whether it's the globe or the food pyramid, you know, with eating a bunch of bread, thinking that's the healthiest way.
Yep.
Right. The food pyramid. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's another deception in and of itself, bro. Go ahead, TB.
Well, I mean, he was right. He was right. I think that was Kyle who said that it's the symbols. I heard someone say, you know, just if you ask someone to picture the Earth, in their mind, they're picturing that Earth emoji, you know, like a globe. So, yeah, people are stuck with these types of symbols now.
Yeah, there's symbols they relate to, but most of the people that are, you think about this: what makes an anti-flat earther be who they are, and constantly wake up every day with a goal to actually come forward to where we're at, because I think there's a couple of things happening in their mind. There's a lot of curiosity as to why they can't understand us and the way that they could see us, but they can't understand us. we're speaking like another language to them. It's alien and it's scary. So to them, the easiest response or reaction is to get people to look at us as if we're crazy, because they don't want a world where people are actually thinking for themselves and actually looking into information and critically analyzing it, right? Because it's so far above our heads, we can't analyze stuff. We're cavemen, knuckle draggers or whatever. We can't achieve enlightenment. And so it's easy for them to dismiss and say, you guys can't understand this. This is too far complicated. It's way above your head. There's no way you guys can know the information about the earth. Come on. It's so vast and complex that it would be, even for one tiny little person, oh, but Neil deGrasse Tyson, yeah, he's got it down. Oh, all these other scientist guys, they know what they're talking about. So we're going to listen to them. And that's how their whole worldview is built on these fallible men who get it wrong. And not only that, they say, well, they could be disproven in the future. So the truth that they're saying now is not really truth because they could be disproven. That's how science works. And so it's funny, right? Because like, what if in the future they come out with this whole paradigm and saying like, well, sorry guys, but it wasn't really a globe after all. It was actually, I don't know, a trapezoid, and that's what Earth really is. So we got all the scientists that actually looked into the information. They agree. So that's what you're going to know. And then they would say, well, they're peddling truth, so I must believe them. And so this is what these guys do. They're totally inured with the information that they're getting from these characters, that they're going to continue to follow down the rabbit hole wherever they go. It's the blind leading the blind. But guess what? They both fall into a pit. That's what happens. That's the end of that story. They both fall into a pit. So that means that they're not going to get anywhere because they're, first of all, telling you bad information. Second of all, you're following it blindly without even asking questions, just going forward and saying, you guys are crazy to believe the earth is flat. My teacher told me X, Y, and Z. That's what you guys do. That's all you do. And you come into our chats and you act like you know what's going on. You have no clue whatsoever when I ask you for the shape claim. Go ahead, demonstrate to us the shape claim. Radius, diameter, circumference. I go through this every single day with you guys. And it'll continue to be that way so you can understand what I am saying. And if you don't, then you'll forever be lost. Anyways, we got some people that just joined us. Elijah's just joined us. CB's on the mic. We got King's here. Kyle's up and about. Young Gertie's hanging out, but I don't know. I haven't heard of him. What's up, Julius?
All's well with everybody.
Morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, I was in Earth Awakenings yesterday and heard a crazy debate about basically, a flat earther was mentioning these laser tests and 10, 20 miles on flat surfaces or on water and things like that. And basically the argument from the Glober was that, light there's always refraction. We can never prove that the laser is exactly straight. And it was just a crazy argument. I mean, at that point, it's like, okay, nobody knows anything. Is that your argument? Because light could bend at any point.
They do have that crabs in a bucket mentality. If I'm wrong, then we both have to be wrong. But it's like they forgot their original claim that the horizon is supposed to be where the geometric Earth curve is. And we were saying refraction from the jump, and they called it flurspective. But now they wave around their refraction wand like it's doing something. That's our argument.
And as an example,
go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no! Just to add to that, they even used like the black swan picture. How from far away the cranes looked wavy and the light was distorted slightly, and that it's like you can't depend on that because it's refraction and the light is bending but the guy the flat earther brought up a good point, and I agree, is the light is not bending like a bend. It might reflect at some point, but to go through atmosphere, it's not reflecting like it would reflect off of a mirror.
Yeah. Here's the thing, Kyle. If they do get into qualms with that, You know what's good to have in your arsenal, right behind that photo of the Black Swan? Have the one from the Lake Pontchartrain right next to it. And when they start talking about bendy cranes, then show them Lake Pontchartrain. And what about bendy poles over there? You guys are going to say something about bendy cranes that air can bend, but so now you're making an excuse for why you see bendy poles, and that's curvature? That's very interesting. On the one hand, you're using it for saying that it's an issue with the Black Swan, but on the one with Lake Pontchartrain with Soundly's image, you make an excuse to say that's curvature. You know how weird that sounds? On the one hand, you're talking about bendy cranes, and that's how is that possible? But it's refraction. But yet, when you look at the telephone poles, that's on the Lake Pontchartrain or the electrical poles, you start talking about and saying that's the curvature. You see how they like to play the both sides of the field? They do. It's like they're trying to play these mind games with us. Like on one hand, it's a bad thing to have on the Black Swan, and on the other hand, Lake Pontchartrain, it's a good thing to have because that's showing us the curve. You know what I mean? This is the thing that the mental gymnastics that they go through, and they try to do it. And you guys know what I'm talking about. They've said this before with Lake Pontchartrain's images. They started talking about that's curvature right there. Can you see it? It's right there. Okay, but what happened to bendy cranes? You said that that's not possible to be using that example because it's distorted. You're so focused on those cranes, yet you're not focused on the bendy poles that you see on the Lake Pontchartrain one. That's weird. Why isn't that the case? You should be focused on that picture too. You know, you're gonna divide the Globe Earth camp because it's already divided with what we know science. Bob the Science Guy is telling us 8 inches per mile squared is good enough. Yeah, that's not what Professor Dave says. He's actually saying you're a con man if you use 8 inches per mile squared. You are a con man. Anyone who uses it. So he's actually trying to discredit us, but guess what? He's discrediting you too. So now you got globe earthers that can't use 8 inches per mile squared, even though they say you can. And on the one hand, you have Lake Pontchartrain curvature that says, look at how that's the curve. And on bendy cranes with the with the Black Swan image, that's different. How is it different? It's the same.
That's the weirdest flex. They have the Earth curve calculator that tells them where the horizon is, but it's not there. And then they have what was the last thing you said?
You got QE's the image that he shows with the Black Swan and the Lake Pontchartrain, which is Soundly's image. Like I was comparing those two because that's what they like to talk about. Every time we bring that up, they always look at the cranes. Look at how they look. Yeah, you're hyper focused on the cranes on this image, but when we show you Soundly's, you're like, oh man, that's curve right there. That's curve. That's what it looks like. That's curve. Yeah. I'm like, dude, you're saying that's curve, and the image is distorted, just like the way it's distorted with the cranes. It's the same thing. Same thing. On the one hand, you're saying it's not curve, and the one hand, you're saying it is. Like, come on.
Right. In the Black Swan, they think that the bendy crane is the reason why everything appears straight, and in the other instance, it appears bendy.
Yeah. I was listening to them actually, and I hear them, bro. They're going through it as in like, dude, they're justifying the curve being where it's at on Soundly's image. Dude, that is curved. Can't you see the curve? Don't you see it? Look at how these poles look like they're curved. It's so curved, and it's like, okay. Now let's go to the Black Swan. What do you see there? Well, the cranes are like, well, how are you having qualms with the cranes? You didn't have qualms when it came to the Soundly's image. Oh, that's convenient. You like to say one thing but not the other. See, we're getting you to critically think about the information, anti-flat earthers, because you're using these arguments against like yourself, actually. 8 inches per mile squared, you're using it against yourself. Bob the Science Guy's on one side, Professor Dave's on the other side. So whoever's with Soundly on his side, saying that the curvature of the Earth is being shown on Lake Pontchartrain, is completely against the ones who are saying on QE's image of the Black Swan and saying that that's bendy cranes. because you can't play the both sides of it. It's either one or the other, and you have to stick to it. And then that way we can destroy you on that point, because either one is going to be demolished for us anyway.
Well, and then the argument with the laser testing was that, well, if you wait a day or a week, the laser that's on target will eventually move off of target because of refraction. So how do you know if it was even on target to begin with, or if that was refracted light? And it's just this endless cycle of, can we even trust our senses? And my only idea was that, well, I guess every 10 foot you would have to have a piece of paper with a hole in it. And then you go 10,000 feet out, and then the laser just goes through every single hole at that point. I mean, I don't know.
No, I mean, well, really all you need is point of origin to the target. Point of origin to the target is good enough. Yeah, you're going to get the beam.
And that's what they were arguing. They were arguing that line of sight isn't actually line of sight, and you know, all of this, that it's going to hit the gradient of the atmosphere and reflect back. It's like, your common sense tells you that doesn't make any sense in terms of what you're seeing on the target. It looks like a straight ass line to me. I mean,
we're gonna look at a couple of things that happen with the intensity of the laser, with the beam dispersal. There's gonna be a lot of things in play, variables like within the ambient air temperature. There's factors to be concerned about if you're gonna run this. But needless to say, from the elevation height of the beam to where the target is, as long as you have a good height and values, like where you're going to hit target, it's fine. Beam dispersal is fine. Like, so long as the beam actually hits the target, you're still in the line of sight. Either way, whether the beam disperses out enough to where depending on the strength of the beam, right? You have to. There's a lot of things involved here, but depending on the strength of the beam, the air that it's going through, there's a lot of things that are variables. But if you get point of origin to target, that's line of sight, because that's like somebody looking across a long stretch of water and seeing something on the other side that's actually there. That's what it means to have a laser hit a target. That's what you're doing.
There's a clear difference between a mirage and an image.
Yes, that's exactly what I was getting to. It's a clear difference between what you would say that's in the distance, that's something being loomed over the curve, and something actually being there. Like, you're actually the physical thing that you're seeing, not the thing that's, you say that it's a fairy fog, like these rascals have been doing. Oh, it's fairy fog. No, it's not. You're actually hitting something that's there. It's a target you're actually hitting with that beam. So it's not fairy fog. It's the actual thing that's there. So that's the important thing that you get from these laser demonstrations. So what they're doing is actually point of origin to the target, hitting the actual target. It's not like you're hitting an image of the thing that you think you're hitting, or however the beam's gonna go over the curve and hit the target, but it's just gonna look that way. You're gonna see the effects, like these guys would say. You see the effects of curvature. That's the most dumbest thing you could probably ever say. It's like saying that somebody walks over a hill and you see the effects of a hill. No, I see the damn hill. I don't see no effects of the hill. It's ridiculous. The type of arguments that you guys have are just crazy, man.
Hey, the refraction argument. Does the refraction, like when they calculate refraction, do they need the given curvature of the Earth? Do they need those dimensions?
Yes.
To plug into the refraction equation to find the supposed refraction?
Yes, you need radius.
Yeah, so it's all that stuff is presupposed to be accurate, right? And that's kind of what is in question, right?
It's a circle jerk. It's a circle jerk. So the way they've said is that you need a radius to figure out the refractive value of the air ambient. Like, so they're using the radius value.
Whoa.
So it's a giant circle jerk. How did they get radius in the first place?
They're actually not. They're not like, that's why they'll say actually refraction has nothing to do with it. Well, because they'll say that it's the ray that's bent. and they'll go from the center of the Earth to the ray instead, which, yes, would still be using the radius of the Earth. But when it comes to the black swan, they don't have any diagram or math for that. Like, if you go to the Earth curve calculator, that refraction, the standard refraction, is gonna go from, it's gonna be such a minuscule amount, it doesn't even matter, because it's gonna go from 1 mile and change to, guess what, 1 mile and change. It's not gonna explain why, or it's not gonna give any numbers that will give us, okay, now the horizon is 10 miles because of this. They don't even have that math. It's not, ask them for it. They'll be like, well, I don't have all of the data from that day. That's your job. Reversing the burden of proof, of course.
Yeah, that still has me asking, okay, so with these 200 plus mile long distance photographies, how does your refraction equation work into seeing around such a large bulge?
All right, man. We got some more people jumped in today. But yeah, this is we're talking about the issues that we're having here with globe mentality. Anti-flat earthers stuck on the idea that they're following truth, when every time that we talk to them, their arguments change. I was saying, the reason why I say that is Bob the Science Guy was advocating for the 8 inches per mile squared, but when we were talking about Professor Dave, and I think CB was playing a clip from Professor Dave denouncing anybody who would adhere to the 8 inches per mile squared, and saying that anybody who does this is a con man. And we played it like a couple times, at least CB did, and Bob the Science Guy was here listening to that. And he, at the end of all that, like, we kept going on about it, he's like, well, I agree with him. So he agreed with Professor Dave, which means he's a con man. It's self-admittedly, he's a con man. But according to Professor Dave and like his people, right? Like the people that follow him. So now that's what Bob the Science Guy was doing, essentially, is ousting himself as a con man. Because for us, it doesn't matter about that curvature math or the 8 inches per mile squared, because it's not a globe. So we don't have to worry about it like, well, flat earthers are saying. No, we're just using what you guys are saying. You people are saying 8 inches per mile squared. We say no inches per mile squared because there isn't any curvature. So that's a you problem, not us problem. We've already got it down on our side that there isn't any curve. But when you say that, you're advocating for the 8 inches per mile squared. And on the other hand, other people are saying you're a con man for using it. So guess what? Who's the actual people that are perpetrating this information? Globe people, right? People who think the earth is a globe and that 8 inches per mile squared is the parameters by which you measure the curvature. But that doesn't happen ever for us. So it's not an us problem. We're using it to show you how it doesn't work out. But Professor Dave doesn't like that. He wants to say that you can't even use that math. But guess what? For the globe Earth, it's supposed to be good for at least 1,000 miles, according to the metrics. But now Professor Dave wants to weasel out of it and not use it so that he can wash his hands clean with the information. Oh, we don't ever use that. But that's what it is. So you either are on one camp or the other. And see, it's filled with contradictions. People like to be on one side with the globe, but you can see curvature from a mountain. Oh, guess what? I've seen curvature when a boat goes over the hill of water. But then when you look at Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's like, you can't see curvature from the earth. Why? Why did he say that? Not even at 300,000 feet in the air can you see it. We got some problems here with the globe narrative. Lots of problems. And you guys are just like, don't want to admit and accept it. You want to continuously live in your fairy tale globe earth idea of what you think the earth is, and then still parrot it like it's something to say.
I mean, I think that's a good foundation, like you said earlier, is, how did they come up with the radius? Because there's no modern demonstration of that from Earth.
There isn't at all, period. Like, you could just, like, endpoint. There isn't. And when somebody does come up with, check out all this curvature, and you're like, how do you get that? With what camera? It doesn't matter. I'm going to hand wave dismiss the entire lot. Everything. From anecdotal testimonies to your 1,000 images of curvature. Boom. Hand wave dismiss. All gone. Now what do you got? Oh, why am I doing that? It's simple. Because the people in academia who are above your pay grade are hand wave dismissing what you're saying. So they're the ones saying, hey, no, stop. Don't use that information. Go away with that. We can't see curvature. Not even at 300,000. So you guys are all just reporting stuff that has to do with barrel distortion and lensing and whatever information. But it's definitely not curvature. There you have it, my friends. That's why you guys have been getting all your stories wrong and mixed up. That's how we destroy you guys, with the idea that they're destroying you. We're just showing you, hey, look, this science guy whom you looked up to is actually destroying your point. That's what he's doing. He's destroying your point. But you're in here every single day kind of like spinning everybody's wheels. Well, how do sunsets work? Well, you tell me that. Well, it's not working on a curved surface. That much I can tell you. It's not. Definitely not.
Here's how they sound in the chat.
There are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures. There are fossil records.
And then Mickey.
Have you seen these fossil records? Huh? Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures? Well, no. No. Oh, interesting.
That's exactly what I do.
Dude, I love that episode.
That one is a good one. Yeah. That's kind of what I do, actually. I tell them that. Have you actually poured over the numbers, the figures for yourself? And they say the exact same thing. No, I haven't. Like, occasionally you'll get the knucklehead who'll be like, yeah, I've looked into it. I know the radius. Okay, well, that's great. How'd they get it? Well, see, there was this ancient Greek. Was he from Greek? Is he an Italian guy? Okay, I'm like, I'm not supposed to tell you that information. You're supposed to tell me. Why do I have to tell you? I got to tell you your narrative. Like, come on, man. Like, you believe in this so much, you should know your own doctrine. Like, to tell it back to me. Why do I have to be the one? Yeah, it was a Greek. It was an Egyptian. It was using 2 obelisks. The one other glober that came in here. I need to correct you on something. I'm like, go ahead, man. What you got? It wasn't 2 sticks. It was a well and another obelisk. I'm like, so? What does that get us to getting closer to the globe Earth? I mean, honestly, bro. Like, what are we trying to prove here? Doesn't matter if it's 2 wells, 2 sticks, a stick in a well. Like, it doesn't matter what you're using. Combination, throw them both of them, throw in 3 of them. Like, you're not going to get a curved surface. And on top of that, how did he do it? Describe to me the method. Did he use a donkey? Did he tell his best friend? What was the method he traveled 500 stadia? Like, are you gonna tell me all the way that happened? I probably not.
And why
you guys have some information that are missing in that story, and you're trying to tell me about that story? Oh, and what does it validate? A curved surface? Does it also validate a flat surface? Well, of course. But you didn't even look into that, did you? You're only here trying to correct me on it. Well, he used an obelisk and a well. So freaking what? I said 2 sticks. Sue me. The information's not going to be any different. It's not going to get you to a curved surface, like where you can validate it as it's only a curved surface, because it happens on both. So that's you get these these globy intellects that want to correct you on stuff. I'm like, it doesn't really matter, bro. Go ahead and correct me like you're some kind of I read it. I know what it says. But you wouldn't be able to tell me more detailed information if I pressed you on it. You wouldn't be able to do that.
That's what I was thinking.
And so, yeah, you can use your supposed intellect to a certain extent, because it's like third-rate information. It's not primary, it's not secondary. It's like, if that guy even existed, kind of thing. Like you want to sit there back in your comfy little chair of knowledge where you got everything figured out, don't you? You got the whole cosmos figured out. You know what black holes sound like when they collide. They sound like birds chirping.
Iggy.
Freaking crazy ideas. Oh, light stops light just stops when it goes into a black hole. Man, how do you know that stupid information?
But have you been on a
bullets?
Have you ever been on a flight before, like a plane, maybe?
No, I've never been on a flight. Ever.
You haven't?
No.
Really?
Never. Yeah, really.
Oh, so that's why you're a flat earther.
I've been on a lot of flights. Yep.
Yeah, one thing I would say too. One thing I would say too is that people actually use the whole flight. Oh, you haven't been on a flight? I've been on a flight. And guess what? Earth is a globe, bro. You see, you didn't do the information. You didn't follow the flight.
I heard that this weekend, and I was like, oh god.
But what's crazy, and I'll say this again. What's crazy is that I'm gonna be like, okay, cool. I've never been on a flight, but you beat me. You've been on a flight. Good for you. Now, what do you think you're going to do with that anecdotal information? Oh, you're going to tell me the Earth's a globe? All right, check it out. Let me pull out my arsenal, what I got to show you. Where Neil deGrasse Tyson says, you can't see the curvature of the Earth. So now, yeah, he's disproving you on your face, to your face.
63 miles, 300.
That's hilarious.
It's true.
I have that video saved on my phone. I was going to show it, and then they're like, oh, they just threw Neil under the bus before I could even show it.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth. You just don't.
Love the way he says that. Because that to me,
I know, that's such a good clip. It's in a bunch of songs too.
Yeah, I love the veracity by which his tone of voice is used when he says it, dude. It's just like, it's like music, right? You're just like, you want to keep playing it over and over. Because like sometimes these guys they get in their own head. Well, man, I've been on Mount Kilimanjaro, and I've been on this plane. Have you been on a Mount Kilimanjaro? Have you been on a plane? And I'm like, dude, what difference does it make? What height you go to?
Somebody needs to drop a techno track with just that clips of all of his little sayings from that, like just a house beat with Neil.
Yeah, he's pretty cool with it. I think that's
No, he's not.
No, he's not. He's in space. No, he's not.
That'd be a fun song.
Yeah, basically, if the argument is okay, we can't trust our senses because of refraction, then neither curvature or flatness can't be determined. Let's go back to radius. How did we get it without any images?
There's a problem.
What did Al-Biruni do, man? Was he looking out into a flat? Because there was no curvature to be seen. That's interesting. I've been having a great time with these guys because they think their head is filled with so much knowledge, man. Like they got all the explanations. You got bendy cranes with QE's image of the black swan, and of course curvature with Lake Pontchartrain. Think about it next time they bring up that argument, because they use these images to like come into, well, what about Lake Pontchartrain? And they show you that image like it's oh man, look at all that curve. That's curve right there. But we got bendy cranes on the black swan. We got bendy cranes, guys. Bendy cranes. What are we gonna do about these bendy cranes? Like they always laser. What about the bendy cranes? Like, well, what about Lake Pontchartrain? Like,
we got the bendy lasers now too. All the lasers are bending.
And you Globearthers didn't think about it. You Globearthers didn't think about that, did you? You anti-flat earthers. You've been hating on us so much with that whole Lake Pontchartrain argument that you forgot about those bendy cranes you're laser focused on. Oh man, we don't know where the horizon is, but those bendy cranes are pretty bent.
Yeah, the double standards are crazy.
Yeah. So now guess what? Every time you guys bring up bendy cranes, we're gonna bring up bendy Pontchartrain too. Well, how come you don't have a problem with bendy Pontchartrain? Huh?
Well,
explain it.
It's
and then we'll top it off with like a sprinkles on a cupcake when we put Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, "You don't see the curvature of the Earth," to just smack it down.
And I showed examples of wide-angle lenses curving horizontal. I tweeted that.
Love it. I've been saying that, man. That's good what I've been saying. So sometimes you just want to high five that dude for helping us out. You've been a credit to our movement. Maybe
If
a low
only he
five.
would come here for like 30 minutes. That would be fun.
Maybe a low five. No, you know, outside of like the rhetoric, of course, he's a globe earth in that. But outside of that, man, like, he's really like these other guys, the anti-flat earthers and their whole kind of agenda. Like they got it all wrong. You got to admit, man, they don't even know what they're saying. To be honest, like those guys are just. It's like, you know, hey, honey, hold my beer. They're coming in here like just thinking that they're gonna knock somebody over with some evidence. So look at these pictures from NASA. So who cares, man? So what? Like, what are you doing with that? Like, that's nothing. Let me show you a picture of a gorilla climbing a building. Oh, King Kong exists.
Here. We lost power.
Yeah, you guys are. Do they know, Julius, that they're bankrupt? Do the anti-flat earthers know they're bankrupt with their information? I don't think so.
No, they don't know.
They're hanging out.
They don't think they are.
They're hanging out in our text chat like, oh man, Earth is so globe. You know how much Earth is a globe today? Such a globe today. So globy today.
It's globy out there. Chance
Such globe. The curvature is just... But check it out. No, I was just gonna say real quick. You know the guys who went up into like space equality, those astronauts. You know the first thing they said when they were up there, man, it's so curved. It's so curved. Like I don't know
where you heard that blasphemy.
Sorry, CB.
Earlier, you were saying how like they don't even understand us. It's like a different language. And what I was picturing in my mind was like it's like we have pet fish. They're stuck in this little fish bowl. Yeah.
Goldfish.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're like living life on this flat plane and they're like stuck like in our fish bowl here constantly. And they don't get it. They're like less sentient or something.
I don't know. It is a mind job, I will say. I mean, to the people who actually propagated this, man, you got to at least clap your hands and be like, bravo, man. You came up with the best recipe for the disaster of the mind. I scare all the anti-flat earthers away from our YouTube live stream chat. That's good. Sean Hawkins was here the other day talking a big game. Well, Miggy won't debate me. Miggy won't debate me. I'm like, dude, ain't nobody trying to debate your tired arguments, man. You're boring, man.
Out of a presentation on Saturday.
Freaking boring.
John Hawkins is a loser.
He brings nothing new to the table. The regurgitated arguments. What about Star Trails? Dude, I don't want to even... Just go to the back of the bus, dude. Like, I don't even want to talk to you. Like,
well, 3D presentation, he's sitting there just throwing a bunch of slag, not even talking about the presentation. Forget that, dude.
Yeah, I'd say many of those guys want me to go to their playground. They're always telling me, you won't debate me. You're too afraid to debate me. I'm like, I don't care to. You guys are snakes. In your own little playground, you wouldn't let me speak. You would just keep me muted, which I don't think that's productive because I would give you a platform to speak here. Let you finish, you know? Go ahead. Tell us your story. Oh, and also, do you need a shoulder to cry on how bad Flat Earth is getting out there? Oh, poor baby. Flat Earth has really hurt your feelings, your little feelings. Well, too bad. Because we're here to stay. And also, more people are knowing about Flat Earth.
Nothing more than feelings.
Feelings of my life. Yeah, it's good. I like it. Yeah, slow moon buggy. Yeah, Sean's talking in all caps, and he does that. I trigger him. He talks in all caps like he's like, rah. And those freshly squeezed salty tears. No, put the one that says, "Where are you running? Where are you running?" No, why are you running?
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Yeah, boy. That's what you guys are doing. Anti-flat earthers run away from the chat when they know I'm in here. Because I'm gonna oust you, man. You're in that chat. You're talking about whatever nonsense. We're gonna have to put you on blast, man. That's just the way it's got to be. You can't be talking smack. Can't be doing that.
You might want to run the tape back and not air this because you're going to look foolish in the presence of a genius.
Do you know why? Because it's season 9, people.
Season 9, mother. Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
That's so good.
I love
What is
that
that
so
from?
much, dude, I swear.
What is that
That's
from?
Dana White.
I don't know what that is. I know his voice. I can't picture him.
You should have played Dana White's, because I seen a short from YouTube. Dana White was imitating Joe Biden. So freaking
wow.
funny, dude. You should play that clip. It is hilarious. Dana White imitates Joe Biden like to the T. I don't know if you can find it. That'd be great. You can play it.
Let's see if I can find it. I've not heard that.
Power went out of the building. I have to remote into, so that's good.
Actually, Dana White played Bush too. He imitated Bush. If I'm not mistaken.
Your candles out. Turning off the internet, boys. That's what.
If you're not with us, you're with the terrorists.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's crazy to hear that.
Did you hear
after all these years.
I thought you were
Oh,
listening to it.
Today's Halloween. Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Yes,
Halloween.
today's Halloween.
Oh, that's
Yes.
what you guys were.
Let me get
That's
the
why
clip.
somebody told me something was spooky. I should probably watch some kind of 80s horror movie at some point. Like it in the background or something.
So, what do you guys all do for a living?
Do like some IT
I mean, like
support.
besides Flat Smack Globe?
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing really. I pretend to do it or like what I do, and
Hang out and be awesome all day.
Look, buddy, if you want to add me on MySpace, I switched to Facebook a while ago.
yeah. Why isn't there a Facebook? Gosh.
It's actually on the Space App Store.
Oh no. I don't have that one yet. Lord. Get the computer.
What the bleeding hell? We were having all right rips not here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
We get it. You're from Space Australia.
That clip always makes me laugh. What is a rip snorter, Batman? If you can tell the room.
I like when he uses the word piker. This piker.
Piker shows up.
He does real well with the voices, by the way. Whoever's doing that.
Yeah, they do a really
perfect.
good job.
Yeah, it's like they clean up the voice. It sounds really nice. Like I would listen to a podcast that they would do with those voices, just like, for a good laugh.
Yeah, the studio, it's Team 4 Stars, the name of the group. They have some other projects. You could go check them out if you're interested. But they started off doing the Dragon Ball Z Abridged series just like on their MacBook microphone, and then they eventually got better equipment as they got along. And yeah, they're very good voice actors for sure. I think I might have heard one of the gentlemen in a like an ad on TV recently. I swear it's the same voice.
Well, you can tell that the fluctuation in their and the inflection of the tone that they use when they speak, it gives the voice like a fullness. So when they're like, "This spiker shows up," and so they're using
right.
It brings that like the really good listening value to it. So when you're hearing it, it's like interesting.
Here's another good one from the show. The whole cast is fantastic. I think it's a good one too.
Oh my God, you actually are crying.
I'm not crying! Not!
Honestly, now I just feel bad. Usually I just blow up whatever's in my way, but with you, I've gotten kind of attached. It's sort of like putting down old Space Yella.
How is that a thing?
That's kind of how you are when you're dealing with somebody you've been talking to for a while and they just can't get it. Like, man, I just got to put this one down.
You just feel like old Space Yella. You're reluctant to do it because you're like, oh man.
And the character's like, I'm not crying. I'm not. Covered in tears. That's how the baller looks like when they're in here. I'll post it. It's scary how relevant some of these clips are to this live stream. Yeah, the same person that did the Spaceys ad, like it's good vid. That guy, I think he's the one I heard on TV on this commercial, if I'm not mistaken. Let me drop a link to the Team 4 Star thing. This one's maybe rated 14 and up or whatever, teen. But this is for all you chat skanks in the chat that just hang out here every day.
Drives me crazy. The pussies and the posers. They get here and the camera's bothering them. They get nervous. They don't want to fight. They don't want to do this.
Oh damn. Oh damn.
Shots fired.
Yeah, do the nice one, CV. Oh, nice.
Yeah, check this out. You
got that one,
Win. I understand. Did you come here to win this show? Yeah, I did. But you have an opportunity now to get back on another team. You can go home and do push-ups and cartwheels and off and whatever the you want to do. You're wasting his time and my time and your own time.
What the hell is that? Dude? That's funny. Hey, play that one, TV.
The nice one. I don't remember his South Park.
Okay. So this that's why I couldn't find it. Is like this is a different person. But let me play this for you though. Here we go.
But Biden came out as a really sleepy, sweet grandpa. And he was like, he's always repeating the story. Yeah, I went to Scranton. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania. My dad lost his job. No joke. I'm not kidding around here. No human being in the world thinks that's a joke. Nobody. Is anybody that lost his job? And then, my dad then he would do the number thing.
Is this Dana White?
Number 2,
No.
the guy said. Number 3, you know the drill. Come on. No, we don't. Now what he does is he kind of whispers and then he yells. If you know, I think it's a wonderful move. Don't you love it when he's like, we know how to get natural gas. Because we can get it. We know how to get it. That's what we do. We get the people that run the public, the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Because that's what he does, man. Like Biden does that. Like he gets lost in what he's saying, and then he's not reading the prompter. You know, he's off script. And he's funny.
Then he's got to change the subject.
Yeah. No, that's Dana Carvey from Wayne's World. If you know him.
And to get hot, I got hairy legs.
Oh God, this one's weird. This one's really weird. Can't believe you said that.
I know, it's so weird.
Did you hear you saw the clip of him saying African American?
Who said that?
African American? Wow.
Biden said that. He said African American.
No, I believe it.
There's
that.
nothing he has. He's making up words that don't even exist.
He doesn't look
here.
good, man. He looks bad.
Yeah, I mean, he
does not look good.
I think
He
it's
can't be-
intentional.
But he can't be the president right now. He needs to be somewhere enjoying the rest of his days, like enjoying his family and stuff. It's like, I mean, what is he, 89? What's that guy? He's up there, right?
Almost. Regardless, he's fucking way too old.
Yeah, he's running the country, man.
Whoever he is.
There should be a limit for how old you can be.
Yo, I wouldn't be surprised if he's been swapped out, boys.
Here's the thing though. If Trump was doing what he was doing, like they would have nuked him out of the office, man.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He fumbles around. He's almost falling off stage. Like he falls upstairs. Like weird, right? But he falls upstairs. Like he falls off a bike. Like he's getting things wrong. And I was like, man, America.
Yeah, the bike.
Like the representation of the way he's actually doing what he's doing in the presidency, it makes America look old and feeble, like him. Like America's not old and feeble, bro. Like, yeah, you're right. There needs to be like an age. Well, not only that, but like somebody's not mentally cognitive. Like when they're up there, like, come on, man. Like that's not. We're not. And nobody's kidding around here. We all know what we see. Like it's like. It doesn't matter how many presidential advisors. Doesn't matter about the presidential advisors you have. If you can't even understand what they're saying, how are you going to listen to them? Like, he doesn't even talk about. We're not here for the Flat Earth Society. He didn't even. He doesn't even know anything. He's just like barely trying to get whatever he's trying to get through the day, man. Like he's not even concerned.
Kids jumping on my lap, and I love kids jumping on my lap.
That's creepy.
Yeah, dude. It's ultimately weird.
And ask a question.
Yes.
What up?
So, I don't know if we're allowed to talk about politics or whatever, but I'm going to ask a question to you guys anyway, because I'm quite interested in your response. What do you think the solution for America would be politically?
Burn it all down.
Luke, can I answer?
Like genuine. This is a genuine question.
Well, it's loaded, but go ahead, Diesel.
Well, in my opinion, what we need to do politically is we need to have our elected representatives replace the Federal Reserve. That's the biggest problem. That's the mechanism in which they can, or the controllers in our country can, manipulate everything. Is
So
by
like
controlling our currency.
Yeah, like an elected bureaucracy rather than an appointed one.
Kessler, are you in the States?
Well,
no.
Oh, I see. Well, no, I mean, yeah, the best way forward, I think you can only get to a certain degree of like agreeability with how the government can be run, and then there's going to be percentages of like that you're not going to agree with, but there's this level of tolerance like that we should be having here, and
Yeah, like an approval.
Yeah, like an approval. And so you couldn't get to like 100%. There's no way. That's never going to be achievable. But there's a certain way that we can run to where it's like a business model where things can run and operate on a level where life for everybody could still be in the same realm within, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So like there needs to be the balance from that, what we get from the economy. Now, you're not going to get that from a super unimbalanced economy where they're leaning on agendas that are like, they don't matter, right? Like the important ones right now, I don't know if you've heard in the recent news, but we're about to run out of diesel according to their propaganda, their agenda, or whatever. But we haven't made the deal with the Saudi prince, which is according to like the way they're saying it, it's going to lead us in a bad direction for the wintertime because we need diesel fuel in America to like run a lot of the trucking industries that haul stuff everywhere. So people that need heat for the winter, they depend on this fuel, right? So they're not going to get that. According to like our fuel reserves, we're going to run out in like maybe 20 days or something. And after that, it's going to be like according to the agenda. I don't know like how much of it's like really going to stick to the plan, right? But if it goes the way that they say it is, then we're not going to have anything after the reserves. We're going to be like dwindling down to like certain skeleton crew like companies that are going to be operating. So a lot of what we're going to see in our economy is going to actually increase in price, and it's going to be a disaster basically. So the guy who's supposedly running around, fixing things is actually breaking things. So, the way the government's supposed to be operating is in the people's best interest. And like, as you can say, to a certain level of approval, right? Like, obviously, you're not going to be agreeable.
I'll make everyone happy. Yeah.
It's not possible. But to the level where you're actually living a decent life and it's not, like the things that the bad doesn't outweigh the good. Right now in America, the bad's outweighing the good by far. Well, and we're starting to see that even crash down more on the economy.
Really. So, do you think living in, so you say the bad outweighs the good, which surprises me, right?
Right now.
What are these bad things? Are these bad things like physical?
No, there are agendas that the government has been putting in place to over the people. Oh, different. I mean, you go from the government level to the state level down to the, like where we're at in the towns. Like it all trickles down.
Yeah.
But like the way we're feeling the effects is like the stuff that should be governed by the state is being governed by the governmental laws that are in place.
Right.
So the state can't actually act on a lot of things because of the fact the government has its hands all over it. So it's bad in that way. When the state governs, Go ahead. Kessler.
So you would say that the states need a bit more autonomy, you would suggest?
Well, obviously, if people are going to make decisions that matter, right, within the state, like where you live, town hall meetings and like that stuff where the people vote and they like stuff like that matters.
Yeah.
That stuff is important to
More
us in our way of life. But you're not going to get that from an overarching governmental policy that comes in place and it's like, hey, you all have to, we're going to run out of diesel and stuff. Like, well, what about the local people that, depend on certain things? And you know what I mean? It's like they don't let the states actually regulate such things. It's like there is no like one governmental answer for that, because that's why I said it's a loaded question, because of like states handle handle the business within their states like accordingly to like how the people are dealing with things and how they vote and such. But
I think it could go to an even macro scale as well, like say like a local community, it's like a fishing community or whatever, and then the government is doing some sort of legislation regarding fishing.
Yeah.
This local community might need their own sort of policy regarding that.
You got, Kessler, you got parameters. You have to, you can't just go way out of bounds and think that you're going to live like how you want. Obviously there's got to be law and order factored into this, right? Like everybody has to have that balance, right?
Yeah.
Because either one way or the other, it gets unbalanced, and you know what I mean? Like there's chaos. There's never going to be that. So there's a certain ways that we live with these parameters, but also the states can do the micro scale kind of developments within our own like cities and towns and such. And we can be agreeable or disagreeable and say, hey, you know what, like this town isn't for me. This other town, however, that I know of, it's working the way I like it. And people adjust. We're resilient. But it's just the thing that's failing right now is that they're imposing these overarching governmental policies on the whole entire United States that we're all having to abide by. It's like, well, we didn't sign up for this, and how come the state's not doing anything? And the state has to abide by the governmental policies, and it's like it's impeding
federal
the progress.
Sort of intervention.
Right, it's impeding their progress. Like the state's like, oh, my hands are tied. We do be doing things, but these are the things that we gotta abide by. So now that the way to fix it, and I see it, it's like you let the states kind of run the way they need to be ran, because everybody's running at like a really low efficiency, I think, currently, and we're losing traction with the people that are even on the over here. You got left and right, conservative versus liberal. The more liberal views are really what's being like overrun the conservative, and where the middle class people land is more conservative than liberal, but I would say the majority of them anyway. But their views are being kind of suppressed. They're being suppressed, and so there's now an outpouring of people coming forward and say, you know what, I'm tired of this crap. You guys are handling this incorrectly. We're starting to now going to be vocal about it. We're going to get in our town halls. And you see that now in the social medias. You start to see how like a lot of the people in the middle class, they're like, okay, I was kind of hanging back because it was pretty good thus far. Now your reach is too far in our school systems. It's too far into like how we deal with things and how we operate. Like, no. So now we're going to stand up. Like the people are rising up is what you're seeing now.
Yeah,
because of
I have another question regarding that, because it's about like the political polarization, right, of the USA. You would agree that it's like sort of increased over the years. It's probably at its highest point since like the 60s or whatever, or the 70s.
There's the people are stirred up right now, either side, liberal and conservative.
So my question is, do you think that maybe the internet has something to play there, or do you think this polarization would have happened if the internet wasn't here?
No, I do think social media is a big part of it, because of the fact that me and you are talking, we're in different countries, and you're saying, hey man, things are good over here. I'm like, they're not here. Like I could tell you like all
things
the
are
ways
not too good here, to be fair, but yeah.
Well, no, I mean like the worldwide community is gathering together on the internet, and we're actually discussing matters, and because of that, we have like our own communities and town halls, and like we're doing all of that stuff over the internet, versus where in the past it would take organization. You'd have to meet somewhere like brick and mortar, and it would take a lot more investment in somebody to actually want things to change. Now it's just like, hey, wait a minute, this state has it that good, why isn't this state doing, and you hear things, and so you start to argue about, and so it's people are either there's a couple of ways you can deal with this, right? You can be indifferent about it. What difference does it make? People are going to be people anyways. My voice doesn't matter anyways. You can take the more conspiratorial view of it and say like, well, what does our vote matter anyways if they're just going to get, they're going to make things up and say that this person wins? There's this whole side to it. And then you got this other side to it where like people actually gather together in the local sense and elect like officials for their town, so there's a real way you can look at like how that matters, and then like a way that other people can say, like, really think about it on the macro scale. If I cast a ballot for a specific president, you think that my ballot's going to be counted for that presidency of that person? Or is there something called electoral votes where my vote just was like something that was yeah. And so like really what matters is electoral college. That's what's going to count for the person's presidency. And like you see these things, right? But I view it. I'm skeptical, right? But I'm not so far skeptical where I don't think that people can actually gather together and make a difference. So if that means anyway, but I will say this, man. There is an element of like mishandling of that type of information once it gets to the higher ranks. So whether you think that's true or not, I would say that maybe you've been misled to understand that there's no corruption in the top ranks and that everything's kind of going the way it's supposed to. Because I don't believe that that's the way it is. I think that there's manipulation happening on a certain scale, right? But on the micro scale, I think we can handle things better that way. Anyways, I'm getting long-winded, but somebody have something about?
No, I think corruption does exist at all levels, right? It's just it's a sort of a spectrum. So some countries are more corrupt than others, for example. But I don't deny that corruption happens even in the USA. I'm pretty sure
I can agree with that.
Part of the problem in the United States is that, even the people that make a decent living, even they are getting to the point where everything going up in price is starting to make them basically, it's pushing them towards poverty. So
yeah, the buying power is decreasing.
It's hard enough to pay for, unless you're really bad at saving money. But sometimes it's hard for, like, if you have any chronic illness and you got to pay for medication. I'm a diabetic, and sometimes it gets hard to just afford your medication and your gas and all the other bullshit you need just to live.
Yeah. So that particular problem might not apply to me in terms of paying for that, but I understand, like, if people have bills to pay for, so, and their wage used to be good, but now that inflation increases, obviously the buying power of the dollar decreases, their wage all of a sudden becomes by proxy less, even though it didn't change.
That's a good word. Flatter, what did you have?
I just wanted to say that, like, this is the way I see it, is that basically, bottom line is this: anybody who uses the word globe as part of their narrative or whatever they're pushing, and I'm talking about like politicians all the way up from like your local council all the way up to the president and whatnot, and different presidents in different countries, they all will say things like global warming or whatever. So they're affirming that their belief in this, right? So all the way down to the low levels of the city council and everything, somewhere along the lines, they're going to have a globe as a logo. Something's going to have to do with like going green because of global warming, right? So it's like, bottom line is, anything that has to do with that is poison, bro. You know what I mean? It's fruit of the poison tree, bottom line, bro. And it's not in our benefit. And they don't have our best interest in mind. They've been lying to us from the gate about the globe, and everything falls in line with it. So to me, it's like voting is just like putting your tooth under the pillow, but for adults. You know what I mean? Or being good for you can get your present from Santa, but it's for like adults. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was making the. I'm sorry, Kessler. I was just making the distinction between the macro and the micro. I think in the macro, I can agree with you on Flatter, but not the micro. I think the micro, a lot of people that join together, like in your own town, you can make a difference within like your communities and such. So this would be irrespective of like Flatter Globe discussions. So like we could talk about this aspect of like how we live, independent from like whether it's a globe or it's flat. Like we could say the schooling system, like let's say there's an agenda being taught or something, like a book that was put out that like had bad language in it. You don't want your daughter or your son to know about these things. You would voice your opinion in a town hall, like where things would actually make a difference when a group of people would come against that. So on the micro, I think there could be adjustments being made, even though the macro was overall kind of corrupt in the way they do run things. But we can do things to a certain extent. I think the reason why we don't band together in a larger scale is because it becomes too discombobulated from the idea that we're going to all hold hands no matter if you're conservative or liberal. I think there's a like them versus us kind of mentality, and because of that them versus us, we've pitted ourselves against our neighbor. And so that could come in many different forms. That can come in the form of like you being angry with the liberal, or a liberal being angry with the conservative, or flat earther being angry with the glober being angry with the flat earther. I think there's no middle ground where we can say, let's put our differences aside for a moment and address these agendas where we're failing in our respective countries, and then try to deal with those situations. And then those other topics, we can get onto those. But these ones are pressing because they're affecting our daily life. Like we're not eating enough, or we're not getting our heat. Like we're running out of fuel because
standard of living.
Yeah, these agendas that are putting over us. Like we already know, governments are corrupt. They're warmongers. They want to. The war machine has to continue and so forth. And the ones running into battle are you and me. So the things what I'm looking at right now are the agendas that are being put over the people, that kind of like are pressing. I'm not saying that flat earth does not need to be talked about. I'm just saying, like, when you live in a certain town and those agendas are infringing on your way of life, then you have to address those things. And yes, if how can I put it? If you're so conspiratorial that not even your voice matters on the micro level, I think you're going to miss out on joining like a community of people that say, hey, let's get together. Let's talk about this. Let's take it to the town hall and talk to our mayor, because like freaking guy is messing up. Like, I mean, you can do it on a micro level where things voice, because you know how many people show up to a town hall. You'd be like, dude, there's like 300 of us there. So you're not going to tell me these 300 are not going to make a difference. You know, at the end of the day, those 300 people are going to mob. They're going to be like, dude, no, you went ahead and did something against what all of these people are saying they don't want to do. So you know what I mean? On the micro scale, that does work. On the macro, I don't think it's as effective. So
well, tell me this though. Okay, so like when does going and doing like going, let's say for real people, it's actually like an organic rally, or people are protesting organically, right? Well, I don't think the news is going to necessarily even cover that. But just for argument's sake, let's say they are covering something and it isn't organic, not set up with actors, but people are actually striking and everything. When it probably makes just as much difference as putting on like a pink shirt and marching, doing like a marathon or something for like cancer or AIDS or anything. But the thing is, though, people keep wanting, they're like, we have the cure for this, we have the cure for that. But what I'm trying to say is the most important thing is, instead of like continually chasing your tail, forget the cure, just find out the one cause, and you'll never have to worry about the cure again. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So, like,
well, but that's going back to
all I'm saying is their agenda's not gonna affect us. Like where we feel like we need to go to a town hall meeting or anything like that. That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? Like I
know what you mean, Flatter. But here's the side of me that always sees like the power of people is more on the micro scale, because I think that if you band together with your neighbor, right? Set your different. Let's say that your neighbor is whatever religion, and you don't really like that religion, but you set those differences aside so that you guys can address a specific agenda that's been put over your town or whatever. I think that's how that works, where you're coming together. I think we don't know how to do that as people because of that mindset. There's like we say that, you know, it's all corrupt. We're throwing out the baby with the bathwater and kind of idea, and you're just like, I'm not going to deal with it because it's all corrupt. It's all snake oil salespeople. It's all like, and then we don't see the good in humanity anymore. We just start seeing it's all just a burning big pile of like a dumpster fire. And so that's what the bad part of the mindset that to have. If you're in, like, let's say the truth movement, like we're talking about flat earth and that, somebody can go to the extreme level of saying it's just all a dumpster fire. We're just going to have to toss it all away. Like, there's good in what we do still, even still. But like, to go all the way full conspiratorial and just say like it's all bad, I think that's bad. Like we shouldn't look at it like we should analyze. If we're truly skeptics, we should analyze on every level how things are affected, right? And that's the way to go about it. Because the truth is obviously out there. Otherwise, you wouldn't have came to the truth. I wouldn't have came to the truth. So the truth is out there. It takes a certain level of skepticism to get there. But if nobody's willing to put in the work and the effort, then you're just going to either go to one of the two extremes. Either you're fully immersed into like what the information they're saying, or you just toss everything away like the baby out with the bathwater. You just throw everything away. So that's, to me, is important. If we don't understand how to discern information, you're going to fall into one of these camps. And so that's important, right? Because I hear a lot of Listen, a lot of globe earthers come in here and they're very analytical when it comes to like numbers and stuff. And so they don't discredit the fact that there is some foul play happening in the upper levels of government, right? They understand that, but they just don't take it all the way bad to where it's like flat earth. So for us, our job is to make that awareness happen. But on the other agendas, they could agree with us, right? Like whatever the government's pulling over our eyes, like, not giving us fuel or something, then we band together with them, even them. We don't say like, hey man, you're just an idiot for believing the earth is a globe. We're like, hey, you know what? Let's get to this guy who wants to take our fuel away for whatever agenda. Like he's trying to, muscle us like into an idea that they're gonna say that we can't get it or something. Like, so we, to a certain level, can be agreeable with the people who we disagree with, but it has to be on certain agendas that are important to us. So hopefully you can see the point that I'm making. It's like the macro scale, I can agree. Like it's stuff when it gets all the way, absolute power corrupts absolutely. You know what I mean?
Well, I see what you're saying, but okay. So this is how I see it. I see it as this. Okay, so me personally, this is just my belief that going and rallying with people and going and talking to the leaders, the elected officials or whatever, I don't think it does anything except it's detrimental and wasting our time because it's not going to do anything. So they've taken that much of our time, and time's special because we only have a certain amount in this life. We don't know how much, you know what I mean? But it's worth a lot. And so they can make us chase our tails. And if we think we're doing something, but we're really not, they win. Do you see what I'm saying? Because they've wasted our time.
Yeah, but that perception is only happening from your worldview. So your world is what you're making of. If you think that there's not going to be anything beneficial, your perception is going to overtake your reality. It's going to be like, well, it's not going to be beneficial. I might as well just throw my hands up and say, you guys are all snake oil salesmen. I don't need to hear what you got to say. So I'm going to stick to my own and just say, my own family, my own. But the thing is, listen to this, man. We're in a community that's interactive with each other all the time. So you're going to run into people who are disagreeable with you on some level. Even the people in your own family can be disagreeable with you on certain issues, right? But on the overall issues, they'll probably agree with you most of all because they care about you and they want to support you and such. But on the other hand, everybody is their own individual person. And we have our own agendas and our own mindset and things like that. So with that said, you understand that that's the way you would operate on the town hall size versus the macro size. We can say that, right, with all assurance. Look, we're a world of very diverse people. That's just the way it is. Even the people in the same religion won't be following the religion the way this other guy who's in the same religion would, and so on. So, and I would say that with flat Earth, same thing. I would say that with globe Earth, same thing. Like it's always people that are either following what the agenda is or the extreme completely away from the agenda. Like, but there's never the level of like healthy skepticism within that mix. Like, yeah, I understand that there's bad things out there, but I believe in the good in people. I know that people can change. So if I'm talking to somebody who's a globe earther, I'm not going to be like, you know what, you're just dumb globe earther and we don't have time for you. I'm like, no, stick around. Let's have a conversation, because the longer you stay here, you might be able to discern something for yourself. If not, then I didn't lose anything, and you didn't lose anything either. We're just having conversation. If you think the earth is a globe, but a lot of times, like, we do feel like these people aren't getting it, so we kind of toss them into the bin of like insanity, like they're crazy. But that's not how, like, the way I'm seeing it now. I used to be that way. I'm being honest. Was that way? I was like, nah, baby out with the bathwater. We're getting rid of all the ones who don't want to. But at the same time, we don't allow for the argumentative side of things to grow into like this freaking arena pit, like where two gladiators are fighting. Like, that's not. It shouldn't be that way. It should be like, okay, if you want to believe the earth is whatever you say it is, and that's your thing. But when we divide ourselves to the point where we're ostracizing ourselves away from the collective, I think we're missing out. That's the only thing that I think with the high conspiratorial viewpoints, they can get to the point where you're so like an island, because you can't find anybody who thinks just like you. Even the people that are in the same community as you, there's going to be some differences that you're going to disagree with that guy. But does that mean you have to ostracize yourself away from everybody just to, you know what I mean? Like, so it's the level of tolerance. So long as you feel that you're doing the right thing, and you still have the same basic living standards for everyone, that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You know what I mean? Like, you're still with those basics. You're doing the right thing. But it's like when you take it too far right or too far left, where you're polarizing and saying, "No, I can't deal with anyone. I'm just going to be by myself as a hermit," because that's the only way. And some people might feel like that, but I'm thinking, like, we were meant to congregate. We were meant to come together, and we were creatures of tribes. We'd love to have our tribe and that. So
all I'm saying is that there's such a huge misconception. Like, here, I'll give you a perfect example. Like, they're grabbing your hand and punching you with your own hand and telling you to stop hitting yourself. Or like, they're talking about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That might be one of their banners. And one of their agendas that they're doing is like pro-abortion, right? So they're saying that everybody has the right to kill their unborn kid, right? And so basically they're negaling and dialecting us. Do you see what I'm saying? They're double speaking with us, dog. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. They're telling you that the form of that is like doing what you just said. Like being life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness means that you're hurting your neighbor, or you're doing an agenda. You're following an agenda that could be harmful for people. But I see what you're saying.
They're putting the word life in there, right? But it's for pro-abortion.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. So the good thing that you say that they're doing is like it's an evil thing, and people don't know it because they think the good is evil. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Like, that's what I'm telling. What I'm saying is that's why America is in the way that it is right now, because they're making people believe that the bad is the good and the good is the bad. So that's what's happening right now. And a lot of people were on the side of, like, and I'll give you an example that's going to tap into a little bit of the flat earth / climate change and all that. So the climate change, we're so focused, laser for climate change. Yeah, I know, but you're not giving the fuel that people need at the moment. You're so concerned about climate change and that being an agenda, overarching, government control on that you're choking out the people who need the essentials, like diesel fuel. It's just something the world runs on. It's like, the trucks take it and like a lot of stuff. And even if you try to get away from it, you can't rip it out like a Band-Aid. You're still running. There's a lot of systems that run on diesel. So just by saying that's so bad, you're breathing this diesel and it's your toxins, and yeah, I know, but what you're doing here is you're not giving everybody the science behind it. You're letting them know, like, this is just like, oh, it's impending danger, and like you're choking off like the thing that people rely on just to benefit, like climate change. On the other hand, people are dying from freezing to death because they don't have energy to burn on the wintertime, which is what's going to happen.
But I mean, like, we don't see. I mean, I don't know where you live. Have you ever witnessed anybody actually freezing to death, or have you just heard about stuff like that?
No, listen. Like, what I understand is the truths about nature, right? So you understand that when it gets really cold is bad, right? In any sense of the word. I've known some people, some poor ones, who can't afford to live where the luxury is for somebody to have, like, either living on the country on their own, where they have their own wood and like their access to that, where they're living more like an urban, like city style thing, where they can't afford to pay for bills and such, and their gas can't get turned on, or they don't have heating. Yes, this is true. People do die of cold weather. It's just the facts of the way things are. But if people push an agenda to make it so, then it becomes a reality. So it's not the fact that we're going to discredit it because, oh, this is just an agenda. No, these crazy people at the top, if they want to push something to hurt people at the bottom, they're going to do it. So what are we doing to actually combat that? That's awareness. We're bringing awareness to people. We're telling them about what's, these agendas that they're talking about, but also make them fully aware that we are not discrediting the fact that they're just agendas on the first place. But a crazy person with an agenda that has control of a country can do a lot of damage, right? So they can make people believe that agenda, and people will then say, hey, we don't have any more fuel, so now what, kind of thing. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I just don't think that there's anything that we can do. Like, I mean, like,
awareness.
I don't think there's anything we can do about whether there's going to be diesel fuel or not, or whether they're just trying to scare us or not, or like, there's nothing that we can really do except like stock up, or with
Yeah, you're
with
exactly
diesel.
right.
But other than that, there's really nothing to do. We could do.
No,
You
what
know
I'm
what I
saying,
mean?
that's the answer. So like, let's just say there's impending doom by these characters that want to support climate change or whatever, and then we're gonna run. We're running on a, like, I guess according to like what the agenda is, right? We're running on like the reserve supply of diesel fuel. So at some point, like 20 some days, it's gonna run out, and we're not gonna have. We're going through the reserve according to the agenda, right? I'm not saying that I'm fully supporting it. I'm saying whatever hand these guys are playing, people that are on the bottom need to at least be understood and made fully aware. Like, hey, man, these guys are playing some kind of game. Whether it's true or not, we don't know. But for you guys that don't have enough, be prepared. Like, you have to at least have something in mind. Because what happens is if they call the bluff and they actually pull out a rabbit out of their hat, and they actually cause things to actually slow down, fuel doesn't get put into certain places, people don't have. The diesel trucks that take the food to the stores don't get there. Like, there's a lot of breakdown in the supply chain. If that does happen and they do pull a rabbit out of a hat and you're unaware, then you're not going to be ready. Just like the way we talked about it right now. You said, "Well, I'll be aware. I'll get diesel fuel," and like outside of that, well, that's awareness. That's what I'm saying. The least we can do.
Miggy, tell me this: what's more important to you? What would be more important for you to share the knowledge of with somebody? Tell me this: would it be to give them the information of that diesel fuel and fuel doesn't come from dinosaur bones, and therefore there could possibly be an unlimited supply underground that they're keeping from us and just rationing here and there? Or would you say that it would be more important to just tell somebody to stock up on diesel fuel?
I think the sorry if I can interject with the whole fuel argument is that it is only found in specific places, right? And these specific places need to be kept under sort of a sphere of influence by the nations that use it. So with the USA, for example, they're a big consumer of diesel, and they get a lot of their diesel. Obviously, they domestically produce it in like Texas, places like that. But there's also the fact of within their sphere of influence, there is the UAE, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, places like that. But sometimes they may not necessarily have them fully under wraps, and they can, go against the USA sometimes and compromise that. Like in, I think it was 1976, was it? Maybe the fuel crisis where OPEC, the oil producing economies, I don't know if it was fully formed.
Wait, Kessler, let me ask you a question, Kessler. Do you think fuel comes from dinosaur bones?
I don't think that's what fuel comes from. I mean, I think that's one of the theories, right? But I don't think that's confirmed.
Yeah. So, what was your point, Kessler? Though I didn't know if you reached your point or not. What was your?
So I just wanted to interject about the whole fuel thing. So, what causes the sort of fuel crises in Western countries is that they can't secure that supply. They can't secure that logistic.
That's my whole point. That's my whole point is what fuels this need and this supply. Like, well, if everybody believes that there's only a certain amount of dinosaur bones left, and that fuel comes from old dinosaur bones, and obviously there's no more dinosaurs, so we aren't going to be able to keep getting fuel because we're running out of dinosaur bones, right? So if everybody believes that, then yeah, there is a huge panic over not having the diesel.
If you just
I hear what you're saying.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying I hear what you're saying, Flatter, but it's not so much about the dinosaur bones, like, actually, because there's layers to this discussion, right? Like, if you were to say, let me take you through like what it is and all that kind of stuff, then you would have that kind of discussion. But I think what we're talking about more than where the fuel comes from is how it's being distributed and who are the gatekeepers to the fuel. Because it's not like, I'll put it to you this way. It's not, let me put it to you this way. It's not like you can say, I'm going to dig a hole and get some diesel fuel from the ground because the earth replenishes itself. Even though I know that the earth replenishes itself, me personally, I know that. So I couldn't tell somebody, hey, well, just go to your backyard, dig a hole, get some diesel, put it in some tanks, you're good to go. You can't, like, there's certain ways to drill for it, there's certain ways to get it, and people that are gatekeeping that sort of thing. And if there's an overarching agenda, what's going to happen is it doesn't matter whether you believe they're fossil bones or it's earth generating this fuel. The point is people are gatekeeping it and are keeping others from actually having it, if that is the agenda that they're saying. So regardless on whatever standpoint you stand on, it's being gatekeeped right now by companies that are like, if the agenda is we're running out, then we're running out according to the agenda. But like, it's not that we really are, like in the sense that you and I understand, because we know the earth replenishes itself. So that's a different discussion versus it being like, how is it being distributed? Who are the gatekeepers to this information?
What I'm saying is though that if instead of like just helping people with the information of like, hey, there's going to be a shortage, you should stock up, instead of that, because then they're going to get us down the road again and again. What I'm saying is, if people know the bottom line truth of this, it loses its power. The only power they have is in the lie, bro. You take apart their foundation, which is the globe, and everything that they do has something to do with the globe. Bottom line,
I think it's important that I'm. When talking about issues like these, is that we leave sort of, you can deal with this problem without having to bring in this like overarching sort of
fossil fuels
large sort of conspiracy. What you've got to treat fossil fuel. You're going to keep dealing with the problem because they're going to keep getting you though over and over again with their okie doke.
So just hear me out here. Is the way you've got to treat sort of oil is like any other resource, like sulfur, iron, lithium, anything like that, is that it's purely just a resource that is found in specific locations. There's infrastructure to extract it in specific locations, and these specific locations might not necessarily be your domestic supply. Like say for lithium or whatever, you may get it from somewhere in Africa or China or something like that. The fuel's the exact same thing. Whoever controls that resource production can control your price, like your domestic price. So somebody abroad can control the US's sort of diesel consumption. And what's happening right now with the crisis is that because people are trying to sidestep a particular country's resource production and not buy from them, everyone's starting to buy from different people. So you've just cut out maybe 10% of the world's fuel. So everyone else is scrambling around trying to buy it from different people, and that creates a shortage.
So make no mistake. Make no mistake. We're not running out. It's how they're operating on the level that Kessler's talking about. Like, who gets the actual oil from the ones who participate in buying it, and like it's really because like we're the ones that receive the fuel because we're getting the trucks to get filled and to get the food that we get to eat. So a lot of people, even though you're like, man, that ain't dinosaur bones, or like that's just an agenda. We just got to make people aware that they're being controlled. That may be a layer to the discussion, but it's not like the ones who don't know, the ones who you haven't reached, Flatter, like the people that you haven't talked to yet are going to be feeling the effects because they're following the agenda. So they're just going along. You haven't even talked to those people that you wanted to talk to. So for us, it's better that we kind of go at it making awareness happen so that at least we cover everybody we don't want anybody. It doesn't matter what you think about the earth. We don't want anybody to run out of fuel so that they don't have, enough food or enough heat over the winter. Like that to us is more important. Like I'd rather have people being well off, and just in any disagreements that we have, let that be just that, just disagreements and the way we discuss things. But obviously, you don't want somebody to die because they can't eat or they can't, or food's so hard to get to, or that's more important, right? For you to actually,
I think it's like this. Would you rather give somebody a fish or teach them how to fish, kind of, or would you rather give somebody the cure for cancer, or would you rather just show them the cause for cancer? You see what I'm saying? Because you're going to keep having to give them different cures over time.
Yeah, but you got to think about it like this too. That's essential. What you just said is essential for you to do. But you're not going to reach the mass of people that you want to say your platform only has so far of a reach. And then the rest of the people who haven't heard what you have to say are innocent bystanders of the agenda. And you can't reach them because your voice and your platform can only go so far. So what you want to do is you want to keep making people aware of the situation, at least to the extent of them being prepared. That's it. Preparedness is the most important part, right? Getting them ready.
Yeah.
And the other part, getting them educated, the second layer of like why agendas are being done should be the second layer. You take the second step. That's the one that after you got them, doesn't matter whether they're whatever mindset that they are of. You just want the people to be of sound mind and body, so that when you do get a chance to talk to them. They're not stricken by anything that the governments have put over them. So that's the important part, right? If you don't see that, then you're only going for what you think is necessary and not what's beneficial for them to be existing in this world. So it's like your own agenda. Well, let me tell them about fossil fuels because that's the most important. And they're like, no, you need to get them aware of some situation that's happening. There's some agenda that's being put out. And if these guys get their way, they might even restrict, diesel in your parts of your neighborhood. And it could cause detriment to some people. So either way, right? You just want to make people aware, and that's it. Like, there's no like you have to teach them how to like get diesel or nothing like that. It's just make them aware. Hey, look, man, something's going on right now. All we know is that they're talking about a diesel shortage. I'm making you aware of it so that you know if you want to tell your neighbor and let them know, like just to get them ready for like whatever's going to happen, just to be ready. Because we don't know how this is all going to wind up. If they're actually going to say, you know what, that diesel shortage, we solved it. Don't worry about it. Like, or, hey, man, we're pretty much out of everything. So, prices on everything's going up. And you know what I mean? So for me, I think that's most important. When you're thinking of others versus yourself and your own agenda to tell others, that's how you actually get truths being spoken. Because people are more concerned of how you're relaying it. Because it's not about you anymore. It's about everybody else. You're looking out for your neighbor. And you care about them. It doesn't matter if they believe the earth is a globe. You just care for them. And so by way of
you believe that...
Yeah, go ahead.
You believe that... so first of all, I'm a truck driver. So, and I follow a trucking channel. And they were talking about this 25-day supply of diesel fuel. And he kind of came to the conclusion that it was bullshit, because if we were really that low on our diesel reserves, I mean, you think about all the semi trucks operating on the road right now. If we were actually that low in our reserves, then I think shit would be looking a little bit different, because I don't buy that story that we only have 25 days of.
Can I clear up about diesel reserves? I just want to clear up one thing. Because they say these diesel reserves have 25 days left, it doesn't mean that in 25 days you will run out of diesel. What it means is that in 25 days, if there is if all imports of diesel, all production of diesel stopped right then, that emergency reserve would last 25 days. It's not saying that in 25 days' time there's going to be zero diesel. What it's saying is that if we have enough supply to run at current consumption for 25 days in the reserves, just by going on the reserves alone.
Yeah.
So in 25 days, it shouldn't run out of diesel, but it is still a problem. It is still a problem that you need to get into reserves. That's why reserves are there.
Would you guys agree, though, that they're going to keep doing this with the fuel over and over again, letting up, changing the gas prices, making them go up and down, to eventually get rid of all gasoline-powered trucks and cars, so everything's running electric?
It's actually it's got nothing much to do with the US. The US has some soft power in the play, but as I said before, it's where that where they secure
I'm talking
that
about
supply.
worldwide, eventually getting rid of gas-powered cars and trucks and making everything go electric.
That's mostly like a Western issue, right? It's like Europe and the USA. That's like sort of their issue. But another large.
No. I was just going to address
electric vehicles.
Diesel. I just want to address your point, because you work in a company, that trucking company. It's interesting, right? Because you guys are like you got your ear to the ground. You're basically like the canary in the coal mine. If something went wrong, you would be the first to know. You'd be like, we don't got fuel, guys. Like, what's going on? Like, you'd be telling, and then we'd be like,
they would know.
Yeah, and we're gonna be running out soon, because Diesel already admitted that he can't get any fuel. So like, we'd be knowing by proxy, like you're telling us, hey man, you better be aware. But
if they really were running out of fuel, they wouldn't be letting the public know that.
Well, I mean,
it's hard to keep on the ups. There's a lot of people that work in the industry.
Yeah, the people that work. So I would say the system runs on diesel at the moment. So yeah, it is a concern for them to even say it. But what I'm saying is, though, if something's being spoken of, whether the agenda is true or no, what we are is becoming aware of something happening. They're doing something, and so there's gonna be a power play, whether it's good or bad. Whether they say, hey, you know what, Don't worry about it. Forget it. We figured it out. Or, guys, guess what? You're in for a long winter because shortage of fuel is a reality now. So either one they play, we're aware. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they just mentioned it. Whether or not they're true to what the agenda or whatever the case is, we are made aware. So at least now everybody's become fully aware that something is happening. And in 20-some days, we're going to find out what that thing is, whether it was something or whether it was nothing, or whether it was just some people that couldn't agree on a price or whatever company wasn't making a deal.
Do you remember like in the 80s how they would say like, oh yeah, we're running out of gas, and people would be lining up like around the block for gas?
It was like in the 82, I think. That's what Kessler was.
Yeah, that's the fuel crisis, and they completely cut off the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, like the roads were like completely empty.
Yeah, but forgot about that. Flatter, I gotta say this, man, because like it's important to note that it's not because we didn't have the fuel. It's because of the way they operate with the fuel, like how the purchases go and the hands that are being shook. All that stuff is why the shortages happen. Not because we run out of the thing.
But they're making us think that they're running out, though.
No, I think you misunderstood. If anyone's trying to say that we're running out, as in like the supply is drying up, they're wrong.
Yeah, that they're wrong. Yeah, I've even said that too. Like this,
I know that's wrong though. It's a complete lie. But what I'm saying is that there should be like an official catalog we can go to find out where fuel comes from, right? And their narrative that they teach us is that it comes from dinosaur bones.
No. It comes from OPEC. So the reason for the current fuel shortage is it's a number of reasons, right? It always is like a number of compounding reasons. But OPEC is like the oil producing economic countries, right? And those are like Saudi Arabia, UAE. That's where the West gets most of their fuel from, right? And usually
where does the fuel come from is what I'm saying. Does it come from dinosaur bones? Is that what...
Like, as I said, you don't need to follow that. You just need to treat it as any other strategic resource, right? Like sulfur. Just treat it like sulfur. It's in a mine somewhere. You collect it, and then you ship it off.
But what I'm saying is, if it comes from dinosaur bones, they wouldn't be treating it like sulfur, though. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, no, it's the same thing. It's just a resource. It's a resource.
Yeah, it's just a resource for what we're speaking of. It's just a resource. How is like there's a narrative that's attached to it. Whatever narrative that is, it's irrespective of like the actual idea that it's a resource. So it doesn't matter. Like it's treated. It's made into like what we use in fuel and such. But it doesn't like. Somebody could say it comes from dinosaur bones. Another person could say that it's not. Like, there's many different narratives that are attached to it. That's not. It
doesn't change the supply.
It doesn't change the fact that it's still a resource. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that dinosaur bone thing doesn't really have a weight to the idea that how we extract it, how it's like treated. It's still being treated the same way. So it's. You know what I mean? Like, I know what you mean.
I know what you're saying, but I think the origin of it is the foundation, the very foundation of it, bro.
It does imply it implies scarcity. I get his point. It implies scarcity, and that affects the politics of it.
Everything's scarce, though, in that matter. Everything is scarce. You can say that sulfur is scarce, iron is scarce, lithium is scarce, because all of these resources are like said and publicly said as limited. Everything's limited, right?
It's said that way. That's how it's propagated. So the idea behind whatever narrative is irrespective to them saying that it's scarce, because they'll say it doesn't. Like they could say, "Oh yeah, it came from dinosaur bones," or they could say, "Nah, it's not got from dinosaur bones. That was just something else." But it's still scarce. Like either way, the idea of it being scarce is still going to be used. It doesn't matter if you're saying it comes from dinosaur bones or no. Like that's what I'm trying to say. So.
Like platinum's scarce, right? That's why it's so expensive. Gold is scarce. That's why it's so expensive.
Wouldn't you agree though that they only have as much power and as much ability to sell it at whatever price they want or make it go away or come again? All depends on what the people believe. So if people knew the truth, they wouldn't react to these problems that they're saying.
That's the whole point of an agenda. That's why we're talking about it. The whole point of an agenda is to bring a specific idea to your mind as to why they're going to make the moves that they're going to. Any power play that's insinuated afterwards, it's going to be because they were already telling you about the agenda, which is where we got scarcity on the, they didn't shake hands and the Saudi prince said, I'm sorry, but, it's going to be a long winter for you guys. So there's a lot of things attached to this specific agenda. Whether or not you actually are believing it or not, that's something else. But these guys, before they come out with some ideas or things that are going to put across to the minds of people, they actually start saying things. It's like, hey, there's something happening, and then you're just like, well, yeah, these guys are total whack jobs. Don't listen to them. And at the same time, they do some dumb thing, and like whether you agree with the agenda or not, it's still a power play. They still do something that affects people in a real way. So
it only affects the people if the people are unaware of its origins. What I'm saying is, if enough people knew really what was going on, it wouldn't have that sweeping effect, and therefore it would render them powerless. It would render them powerless.
How many people actually know the truth? And we know what I'm saying. So you have the majority of people that only know from the official side of things, the mainstream side of things. So you're saying something that would be known to people that are critical thinking, that would like say, hey, wait a minute, no, this isn't what it is. But that's to say that you'd have to, your reach and your platform would have to be so enormous that you could convince a majority of the people listening to the mainstream. Like, so you can't, the power that we have is sort of limited, right? Like on our platform and on who we talk to. But if you're going worldwide, the majority of people follow the agendas. So they're going to be,
for sure.
So this is the reality of things. So even if you follow the right way, the people who are not are going to be running around crazy. Like, dude, we ran out of oil, we ran out of gas, no diesel. And so they're going to be affecting you in a real way because they might take from you. So the real way that this actually happens is because they're following the agendas. It's not because you're saying we should reach out and tell more people, because more people, the most you can actually do is the best you can do, right? Like on a platform, social media. But as far as that goes, you're not going to reach everyone. So what we're doing is like just making people aware, and that's it. Like outside of that, it's like a dream to think that more people need to be aware, because that we already know that's true. We got to wake people up to the truth. However,
have you heard of the idea that oil is unlimited, that it actually refreshes itself in these reserves that they thought was empty, and then they go back?
Yeah,
just like water.
If you're in the truth community, you understand these to be truths, right?
But the thing is with that is, even if it's unlimited, right, you still run into the same problem, because what's causing the shortage problem right now is not that, these. I'm going to post a picture of OPEC, right, which is the oil producing. It's like it's an oil cartel essentially, and they pull strings all the time. They're not producing less oil because they can't. They're producing less oil because they choose to. They choose to affect global.
It's all about the money, bro.
Yeah, no. So we're understanding the issue here. This is the agenda. It's just like he said.
You guys all know that cars and trucks can actually run on water.
Yeah, I know, but like
that's not the point. The point is the fact that there's an agenda being manipulated, and so regardless of the source, the actual natural source of the material, and regardless of whether or not the actual natural resource is scarce or not, there is an institution that is deceiving the public and manipulating the source and manipulating the public for their own selfish
this
benefits.
Isn't a conspiracy. This is very public. Called OPEC. They have a headquarters in Austria. It's very public. If you're into sort of, global economics or whatever, you'd be very much aware that OPEC are pretty much the bullies of the world in terms of oil. They can affect Western markets a lot. This is why you always get your fuel crises. The news doesn't really cover it very well, in my opinion. I don't think the news does it justice. Western media like USA, like CNN, Fox News, they always try and turn it into a political issue domestically, which I think just creates more polarization in America instead of focusing on the real problem, which is OPEC. These guys that are bullying you, that aren't even on your soil.
Do you realize though, anytime any official says a statement and it has the word globe in it, it has something to do with the globe, they're negating legally everything they said by that one word.
Yeah,
because that word's just a fallacy word. It's just a make-believe word. It's not something that actually exists.
It's still a part of the agenda either way. The agenda is going to use, it doesn't matter, like they could say globe or no globe or whatever, like, but the agenda is always someone's in control of this. There's gatekeepers. There's people that are in charge of why they're saying there's a scarcity or we're running out, or there's never a reason. Like if you look at the earth and how plentiful it is, it's never because we're running out of the actual resource. It's because these guys are restricting it for whatever reasons, politically or otherwise. They're using it for agendas that they're actually wanting to use. And like the gentleman was saying, like in America, it polarizes people, right? It gets people to be on one side of the fence of whether, natural resources are a thing or not, go all electric, climate change, and like it people are angry about it on either side. But the thing what I'm saying is we have to see and meet in the middle is that either way it's going to affect us one way or the other, because they're either going to call the bluff and then actually do something ridiculous, and people at the bottom are the ones that are going to pay for it. Not you could say, well, let's just tell people to get away from fuel or whatever. Like that's not the reality is most systems run on diesel. So they're going to need that fuel. It's you know what I mean? They're playing games with people.
Okay, so if they do take it away, it's going to affect all the people on the bottom equally. It's going to be like a trickle effect. So it's not like just one person on the block is going to go through hell. It's just like everybody is. So therefore, the effect wouldn't be as shocking or as detrimental, because just like let's say you live in a third world country, right? You might do some work, 8, 9, 10 hours of work, and make like what a homeless person gets off somebody on the side of the freeway in Hollywood, right? But it goes a lot further. So when you don't have to pay that much for stuff, you work a lot more for less money, but it's like nobody's. What I'm saying is like not one person feels like that big of a shock of it, because they're all. So whether we're all making $1 million an hour, because money is just what they say it is, right? And let's say it costs $500,000 for a burger, we're making $1 million an hour. But in another country, you know what I mean, it's just all numbers. Like in another country, 5 pesos down there is like. Or I mean, like $5 down there is like what 500 pesos or something. But it's just all it is numbers and what the value of what we put in it. Do you see what I'm saying?
It matters about how much. So this is like a really complicated economic issue about taxes and it not being backed by a physical resource. So. What it matters is how much your taxation capacity is how much your dollars are worth. Like how much you can basically administer your country is how much those taxes. I mean, sorry, the dollars are worth. The dollars are based like backed on taxes essentially. It's very strange. And then if you say, obviously, you understand that if you produce more money, then it devalues the current money that you have, which is inflation. But what also can affect that is the taxation can also affect that. So if you're not, if the populist taxation becomes lower, then it creates inflation. It's a really complicated issue. I can't really tackle it that well myself.
Well, they have schools and PhDs and like classes and courses for, all these things for economic people and people who deal with money and stock market, and they make it purposely complicated. Just like with the law, they make it so superfluously complicated.
It's so the reason why it's so complicated is because it deals on a much so in the modern world, it's not as simple as, say, in the ancient times, your physical money would be worth its physical value and weight. Whereas money's not like that now. It's sort of like a bill that goes through a spider's web of different international connections and administrations. So it's harder to deal with in the modern day. And you also have all of these modern financial and banking systems that are super complex in a way to create sort of like if a domino falls.
There's gatekeepers now. Like once it becomes that complex, you have gatekeepers, because in order to access that type of information or become somebody in that realm, you'd have to learn exactly what they learned, and that takes a lot of like complex understanding. So when you get to that, right, it becomes that what they're saying they could fabricate, or they can make agendas, or they can they could do things. When you have that's what I said before. Absolute power.
They can make it up as they go along.
So absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's what's going to happen. When you have these complicated agendas, you have, on the other hand, the ones who suffer from the gatekeepers who say, hey, we can't do this. It's not going to happen. We're restricting because there's limited supply or whatever the case, whatever, it doesn't matter what they say, because they're gatekeeping. So the only way you're going to get to that information is by way of learning all of these things and going to school. And who's got the ability to do that? You know what I mean? So this is what I'm saying. This is how the hand moves. The hand moves that way, and you have to abide. Otherwise, you get crushed under the weight of like, well, sorry, but you got no diesel to heat your home or whatever the case. It doesn't matter. Whatever fuel that you're going to need, just restrict it because we have whatever political reason. And so we're
it's coming down to basically getting that chip or not. It's going to be in our lifetime, probably. Even sooner than that. That's what it's all coming down to, because if you get rid of all gas powered things, it's all electric. You can monitor all that. It's just more control, and because there's more money in that.
I think most modern petrol or diesel or Besmo, whatever you call it, cars are they're electric in some sense of like you can still turn like
there won't be any hardly there probably won't even be any gas stations by 2050, dog. Even anywhere in the world.
Nah, I don't think anywhere in the world. I think maybe in the West you'll have regulations about it.
Yeah, that's a bit of speculation, but I would say that.
Think about this. There's no way that the chip can work unless everybody has cars that are electric that have some type of Wi-Fi in it.
You're thinking very much.
I don't know. I don't know.
Utopian American. You've got to think of the rest of the world here.
Yeah, I don't know.
But that's the thing is, if it's a worldwide banking system, right, and it all relies on zero latency. With the 5G or whatever, it all relies on that. Then it's all gonna people won't,
zero latency is the goal. It doesn't actually run on zero latency.
Well, okay, so but what I'm saying is like all products are gonna have to have some type of wireless connection. You know what I mean? Because gas is freedom. You don't have to. Once you put the gas in your car, you can go wherever you want. They can't control that. But if they take that out, where our cars are all have internet and they're all electric, then where we go, they know, and they can control that.
They can just shut down your car. They can just shut your car down. Period. End of story.
They can do that with diesel, and you see, this is strange, right? Because you guys are bringing up that they can control the supply of like electricity to power your car without acknowledging right now that OPEC is also controlling your own diesel supply, which isn't even the USA. This is OPEC. This is a different cartel of oil bullies.
I'm agreeing with that. I'm agreeing with that. I think Flatter has a different perspective. There's a lot of speculation involved with his perspective, but you see what's happening down the pipeline. You know what's going to happen because the world's shaping up to be what it is, and we have to acknowledge that certain countries don't operate because we get our news and whatever mainstream stuff that we get. The only reason why we know things are different, like really different, is because we talk to people in chats like these and where we're talking to anyone on the world, because of these forums and such. But other than that, if you hear mainstream, it sounds like everybody's dealing with what we're dealing with. So the idea of like this one chip thing that's going to happen, all that is happening because we see things that are happening that in reality, like how they're using systems, but it's not applicable to a worldwide people to say that everyone's going to be this way. I think there's certain ways we can lean towards like advancing in technology. Maybe in the future there will be, things that kind of intermix with like us using technology to further advance things, but it's that whole thing where you feel like that's the way it's got to be. It's like I don't know, there's still, I would say, within the conspiratorial realm, there's a lot of speculation that happens that sounds like it's passing off as truth, and I just feel like that needs to stay within speculation until we get like, you know what I'm saying, like that hard evidence where that speculation is not that, it's actually real. So for me anyways, to actually bring it forward to say like, oh, this is happening, because being a realist, you got to like weigh all the options out, like be skeptical about that information because who told you that and why did they think that and so on and so forth. So it's a bit more to deal with like how people are thinking been lied to.
In that aspect though, then what I said earlier about like any official who's pushing any narrative about anything, the bottom line is they're pushing the globe narrative, and they falsify everything they've said as soon as they put the word globe in there. Do you know what I mean? So like,
it's a vernacular.
I know you're saying like don't. I know you're saying like nobody could prove that the chip, like that's just speculation. Everything, yeah, like that's just my opinion. I'm saying, but like, what I'm saying is that everything that they say is all suspect and it's all fruit from the poison tree, bro. That's what I'm saying. So maybe what they're saying when they talk about the shortages, they want that problem reaction solution. They want us to react in a certain way, right?
Like Globe doesn't give it away. The agenda does. So the trigger word saying globe, well, this is a globe agenda, or these are happening all around the globe. Like when they say those words, it's a vernacular. It's how they speak. It's not a trigger word to insinuate that whatever they're saying preceding that is going to be totally garbage. I think that's just vernacular. People have been conditioned to speak that way because that's what everybody thinks that they're living on. So it's not just negating the fact that everything that they're going to say preceding that is garbage. I think we have to analyze what they're saying because, they don't know. It's like people who don't know that there's anything other than globe. They're not going to count everything as trash just because they say globe. We have to take in what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just vernacular. It's not what they're using because that's all they know. So it's not like I won't say it's their fault. They were brought into this, system. They were born into it. So because of their saying that, we shouldn't look. It depends on like who you hear it from. You address the agenda separately. But just a regular Joe telling you, oh, this globalist, things, that's what I mean.
I'm talking about anybody, any official in any type of, acting authority as far as like being able to delegate what happened. I'm talking about from like the city council all the way up to the kings.
So can I just clear this up? In terms of what your like local authorities or local news stations or whatever it may be, like what is the information given on why there is a crisis right now, a fuel crisis? Like what are the authorities saying?
I'll just tell you from my standpoint of what I heard, and I'll let everybody else chime in. I'll be real quick. Basically, the official side of the mainstream is because there wasn't a deal struck or hands weren't shook with the Saudi prince, and he didn't come to terms, and he basically came on record saying that he's sorry to say, but there's going to be a long winter, like the way he was saying it. And I was like, whoa, what does he mean by that? But, obviously these talking heads go into this, so I'll just let somebody else chime in on what they heard. But that's what I've heard anyway.
Yeah, right.
Are you talking about the oil? Oil again?
Yeah, the agenda. Why? Like, what did we hear in the U.S.? Like, why did we hear what we heard? What did you hear about the fuel shortage? That's what I heard. I told them what I heard.
I've heard multiple different stories on multiple news stations, and some of them are even like conflicting reports. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but the thing is though, that's why sometimes you have to listen to like talk radio, because I used to listen to talk like Rush Limbaugh a long time ago, like all the time. And when I was starting out in this whole journey, right, getting into all this conspiracy and all the politics and all that, but we actually in the U.S. have a greater reserve of oil than the entire Arabian nations. But we refuse to use it because the thing is, why use yours when you can use somebody else? And then they charge us anyway. So
you realize all these countries that they say are like maybe like the Saudi prince felt disrespected over a handshake or something. All this is just a play. It's an act. They're all under one umbrella, the United Nations umbrella, where they have to do exactly as they're told, and none of it is. They don't have wars or anything like that with other countries. Countries don't fight against each other like that, as far as like governments and stuff like that. It's all just a play.
It's ideology. If they do fight, it's over ideology. It's not over anything economical. Because
no, they don't. They don't fight. Everybody's under a peace treaty. The Antarctic Treaty of 1957 is no countries can have any war with each other.
That's good for Antarctica. Human beings have been fighting.
No. The Antarctic Treaty is a worldwide treaty. It's a peace treaty amongst all the nations.
To not go to Antarctica and fuck it up. Yes. I'm not talking about
No, that's the word Antarctica. It could be anything. It could be Disneyland, whatever. Right. I mean, that's just a word. It has nothing.
What I'm saying. Okay, you can believe whatever the hell you want to believe. I'm just telling you.
Well, what I'm saying is it's to protect the knowledge of Antarctica, because obviously then they'd find out about the Earth being flat. But what I'm saying is under the Antarctic Treaty, no countries can have any war with each other. Do you know every country that has an undersea cable connecting from its land under the sea to another country, they foot the bill. It's an equal share.
They didn't fight in World War II? I mean, come on, man. Stop with the silliness. People, there's wars going on.
I said everything after 1957. Was World War II after 1957?
There's going to be more wars. You had Vietnam War. Was that not a war, or was that just a battle? Okay, I mean, come on, bro. What the hell's wrong with you, man? I was just saying, in the U.S. we have a greater oil reserve than any other country. The only reason we don't use it.
How do you know that though? Have you seen it? How do you know that personally?
Going from what I read and what I heard on talk radio, okay?
Well, who owns the talk radio stations that you're listening to? Like what major?
The minor details. I'm putting off what they said. Okay, this is what they said. Okay, that's it. That's all you can do. You can't go to Antarctica and prove anything. So I'm just saying, bro. You just have to go with what you're told until otherwise, right?
No, I don't have to. You can choose to, but I don't have to.
Can you verify any of what you're talking about? Can you verify it?
Well, I mean, I can verify that there's no curvature. That I do know.
You can't verify no Antarctica Treaty. You need that crap. You read it and you're told it.
All I know is that there's no curve, bro. You know what I mean? There's no curve.
That's all, bro. You believe what you're told and what you read. That's it.
No, I believe what my senses tell me, bro, and I believe what I've measured, bro. And there's no curvature.
Let's tell you Antarctica. Come on, bro. Shut the hell up, man. Who's this idiot?
I just know there's no curvature, bro. I just know we're not on a spinning cartoon ball. You know what I mean? Water seeks its own level, bro. It's pretty simple.
I only know that NASCAR and Formula One, they are not NASCAR and. Can I say something?
Is he new to flat Earth or something? It must be, because I have no idea what this kid's talking about.
No, it's Saturday.
You don't realize I'm a freaking flat earther too, you retard. What the hell's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
I know. I didn't know you were a flat earther. You didn't sound like one.
I'm not talking shit.
I realize flat earthers have their own sound.
We're talking about oil reserves, bro. You went into Antarctica Treaty. I don't know where the hell you got that from. I was talking about oil reserves. That's all we were talking about. You went off to the left. Okay?
Yeah, so let me just bring some context to the conversation we've been having. Concerns like just people listening to information, and like I would just say on Fraud's point, you know, when we hear information, it could go either way. I'd say, because like when they are ready to bring agendas forward, they start announcing it, whether it's on mainstream, whether it's on talk shows, whatever they do, you hear the agenda. Now it could be played one of two ways. It could actually go the way that they're saying, or they can say towards the end of like where the reserves are going to run out, they'll be like, oh, you know what, guys, we struck a deal. Everything's going to be fine. No shortages, guys. Everything's good. But either way, what we're doing is just making people aware, like either because us who are the ones who are the recipients of whatever this agenda is how it's gonna play out, we're the ones who actually pay for whatever happens. Like we're the ones who are gonna need the fuel for like fueling your trucks to go somewhere. So I'm just saying, like when you're aware, you become known like, okay, they're planning to do something stupid, like they always do with their agendas, right? We're the recipients of those dumb agendas that they do. And so just being aware makes you like that keeps you one step ahead of the game.
Our pockets. We're the ones who pay for it financially. We support all of this stuff that comes out of our pockets.
Yep.
If you look at food prices now, have you noticed that cereal is freaking $10? Has anybody noticed that? That's freaking ridiculous. I've never seen that in my life. That's unheard of. So all these prices are not going down. They're not going down. These prices are not going down. So just pay attention.
Yeah, it's not gonna.
Did you say Israel?
No, he didn't
Did you say Israel gas was $10?
Cereal. He said cereal.
Cereal in the store that you buy in a box.
Oh, cereal.
Yeah, well, no, Diesel Boy actually drives
Israeli and cereal.
No, Diesel Boy drives truck, right? So he's on the front line of knowing like what it costs to fuel up his semi. So we know that it's a lot of money for him to actually get from point A to point B because of the fact that of the price for diesel at the moment. But it's like And these guys are talking about it being a bit harsher in the wintertime for this fuel. So it's like, yeah, you could go get all conspiratorial and say, nah, these guys are clowns, they're fools. But we see the effects because we see prices going up. So obviously it's affecting people in a real way, right? But
it's affecting us all equally, though. It's affecting everybody equally. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not like here's what I'm saying is like, imagine like if let's just say, God forbid, like somebody's pet died that you really love, right? Now, if every single person owned a pet everywhere you knew and their pet all died at the same time, it wouldn't seem as tragic as if just your pet died and you're walking around crying and people are like, what's wrong? And you're seeing everybody happy. But you see what I'm saying? Like, if everybody's going through the same bad experience at once, it lessens the blow overall. Do you see what I'm saying? Ignorant is bliss.
That's how war is anyway. That's how war is.
Oh, can I will say something from the sport view perspective?
What up, Sasha?
How Formula One, they don't speak about any how to say stopping of having competitions, NASCAR, all this. That mean what they will use for racing if we don't have.
Well, fund that though, that's funded by the Saudis. That's why.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
But I'm saying, let's say that we have society with now in 5 years. That means we will not have any more that sport for sure.
Exactly, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro.
I don't really think Formula One's like an issue, right? Because they don't really use the conventional civilian diesel.
What? You think that it's like that?
Well, I think motor racing's like it's not. It doesn't fall under the same regulations as civilian motors and locomotives.
Either way, we're looking at what that means and what it impacts. So whatever agenda that's being pushed, we're looking at what it impacts. So it impacts certain things, and it's like a domino effect. So this is what we're discussing at the moment, because these agendas that they say, they have an impact. When that impact hits us, it goes into a domino effect. It goes from them having to a fuel shortage, according to what they say, to down to like how trucks deliver the food to your stores, from you to purchase things from your stores, from you to actually make an example. It's a domino effect all the way down. So if you think, these guys are just crazy, we better just talk about like, how crazy they are. It doesn't matter. Because the point is the agenda still exists in our world, and it's still affecting you in a very real way. Yeah.
So no matter what it is, we are still feeling the effects of it. If it's orchestrated, if it's actually happening and it's not just by design, who cares? We still get the effect. Yep. We still feel it in our pockets, in our wallets. You know what I'm saying?
So, if you want my honest opinion on it, right, and I'm gonna just lay my opinion out here because there's been a lot of back and forth and stuff. I'm just gonna try and get a word in. Is that I think the reason why there's an oil crisis right now is because obviously, it's Saudi Arabia. Someone mentioned that they're not producing as much. Basically, the whole of OPEC and the whole of the Arabian Peninsula in general is sort of saying, we're going to stop oil supply to open negotiations because their economies, their GDPs, predominantly based on exporting oil, right? So if the Western world is moving away from oil, which is what they are now, they're moving towards like an electric cars and stuff like that, and a more renewable grid system for electricity consumption. The Arabian Peninsula is sort of threatened by that because that threatens their GDP directly. So what they do by controlling the supply of oil, making like production cuts, is essentially open negotiations with the Western countries to say, give us investment, we'll improve, and then we'll, open up the floodgates again and bring the oil back. Because at the end of the day, we want you to be dependent on oil for, say, 10 or 20 years more. Because, all of the public statements that if you look that come from KSA or the UAE, they all say, oil consumption is going to increase to 13% over the next like 2 decades or so, and then it's going to hold at that level for another decade. But what they don't want is to for that oil consumption to wean off because of Western regulations. So what they do is they cut oil, say you're still dependent on it. If you want your economies to be opened back up, you don't want your economies to be threatened by our oil production. then invest back into Saudi Arabia, UAE, places like that. And that's my genuine opinion. They've done this multiple times since the 70s. They pull this card quite often, and it usually gets resolved by, okay, we'll give you more investment, we'll keep the oil economy going, because we don't want to threaten your GDP. Because if we threaten your GDP, then you're going to cut us dry early. And I think it's going to continue for the next 40 years until eventually oil consumption starts to drop because of Western. The West moving towards different energy resources. But I think it's probably better for us to get off oil, not because of, regardless of any sort of climate or this, that, and the other. I think it's better that we get off oil so we don't get bullied.
Get off oil and go to hydrogen, right?
Any sort of, any resource that is domestic.
You have to think of it as war. You have to always think of, when any of this stuff happens, you have to think about power and control, okay? So, when it comes to oil, what is the main thing that runs on oil, right? Your war machines, right? So you're not going to use you're not going to use your own supply. You're going to use somebody else's until you're forced to use your own supply. So that's what we've been doing. The U.S. will never use its own supply when you can just use Saudi.
Their war machines are only to fight against their own civilians, though, right?
Oh, shut up, bro. I'm tired of you interrupting me. Just relax, okay? When it comes to the Saudis, that's all they have to export is oil. They don't make food. They don't do anything like that. That's all they have. So other people are going to use their stuff because they don't want to use their own supply. Because in the times of war, that's when you use your own supply, because you can't use the other guys because he's hoarding it. So this will never go away, because your tanks are never going to be electric. Your planes aren't going to be electric. You know what I'm saying? All of these things run off oil.
Yeah, they can run on hydrogen, right?
I think new Abrams is hybrid.
But we're not talking hypothetically. We're talking about what's more efficient. So oil is the most efficient.
All you're doing is speaking hypothetically right now, bro. That's all you're doing.
These guys are fucking morons, man. I can't talk to this fucking kid. Sorry.
Hey, people have called me worse names than that, bro. That's all you have? Hey, I thank you gratefully.
Let's settle down a bit. And not interrupt. How about that? We can all listen.
I'm listening.
I think you're sort of right about how it's a war. It's not a war in a conventional sense, right? But these sort of supplies only come from specific locations, and to have those locations in a sphere of influence helps. But at the same time, they can turn against you like they have just now and say, we're cutting oil production by X amount until you give investment and secure our own GDP into the future. Because Saudi Arabia is threatened right now. They're essentially on a ticking time bomb until they can either switch their economy to a service-based industry like most of the Western nations. But I think what they're doing right now is, although they are quite publicly trying to go for that shift towards a service economy, everyone knows that Saudi Arabia, UAE, they're becoming sort of like transport hubs. They're getting involved in different sort of investments and different sort of energy sectors. So when they do come off oil, eventually they can be reliant on other sources for the GDP other than just oil. But I think what they're doing right now, while they can, they're trying to squeeze as much money as they can out of the West by threatening oil supply. And I think it's obvious. It's a really cliche move. This has happened again and again and again. Every time there's a war, they'll pull this move, sort of just to secure more investment, to say, you still rely on us. You still need our oil, so start paying a bit more for it. Stuff like that. They have the power to do that. It's very easy.
Are you talking about the Ukraine war?
Yeah, well, Russia was an OPEC Plus member, right? So a lot of people in Europe, especially, we stopped importing Russian oil and Russian gas to an extent. And to resupply that, we had to. So usually we had gas pipelines coming from Russia, right? That would supply us with gas and other petroleum-based sort of fuels. When the war started, and just before the war, we started, sanctioning Russia, start cutting off all of that supply. And to replace that supply, obviously, we can't just say, we'll go without it because we needed it. So we had to import like liquid natural gas and stuff like that, and other fuels from the USA. So that also affected you guys. So it's a compounding issues that are happening.
Wait, do you live in Ukraine?
Why do you ask?
Just because you're saying like you were speaking about Russia as if like they were attacking where you're from. Maybe I just read too much into it.
Well, I don't think it really matters. But I was talking about Europe, for example, like Germany, Poland, Hungary, Austria, Italy. Places like that relied on Russian gas, fuel, stuff like that. And as soon as the invasion happened, they started to gradually come off it one by one. Germany being sort of heavily reliant on that, and to sort of switch their supply. So sorry.
What I was going to say is
he's correct.
Huh?
I'm saying he's correct. That's what he's saying.
About the war?
About that supply from Russia to other countries. They stopped to do that.
I see the Yugoslavian flag. Sasha?
Yeah.
Whereabouts are you from?
From that country.
Is it wrong of me to ask which one?
Croatia.
All right, I see.
So, has anybody actually ever seen this thing that they say is called a war over in Ukraine being attacked by Russia, supposedly?
What do you mean, seen it?
Like seen it with their own eyes?
Patrick Lancaster on YouTube. He's been in Ukraine documenting what's been going on the ground.
If you say that you don't believe in a war, like a war, you will be totally crazy,
Well, not a war as far as like the leaders of these countries aren't just bombing these places like that. If there is explosions and stuff like that, it's all orchestrated. And as far as like, it's not one country against another country like that. The wars that they're doing is domestic war on the civilians. Is what they've claimed war on their own civilians. But as far as the leaders of countries, they all get along.
Well, on the end, it's always like that. It's always against civilians. Always. Any war.
Yeah, civilians are usually 90% of people who are affected from wars. 90% of casualties are civilians, unfortunately.
What I'm saying is they're using names like Russia is doing this or that when it's, what I mean? It's not what they say it is at all. I've seen videos where people are laying there bloody, right? Like an explosion just happened. And then they do a director's cut and all these people get up and they're smoking cigarettes together and drinking water. And then after their half-hour break, they go back to laying there like they're dead.
Yeah, could you link that video?
All right.
Listen, that could be true also, because it's a lot of lies. But in another way, for example, it will be 100 deaths and nobody will say nothing about that.
Exactly, bro. When the real shit happens, they don't report on that stuff. You know what I mean? If it's an organic thing like that, you know what I mean? I think that all they report on is stuff is not organic. It's completely scripted, and it's been in the play for a long time.
Well, obviously, war is not organic.
Has to control the narrative. If they don't, they're going to lose the war. But Ukraine is winning the PR war.
Well, I don't think either side. If you look at the ground situation right now, it's not accurate to state that Russia is winning, and it's also not accurate to state that Ukraine is winning, because they both have objectives that are likely not to be met anytime soon.
Yeah, they want to drag this out so the people will get into their knees all over the world, not just over there.
I don't think so. It's a territorial struggle, which is not.
If it really was that, it would have ended long ago.
Not really. I mean, wars can go on for many years, as you know.
Have you ever heard of the Russians tapping into undersea cable to spy on the U.S. or tapping into their satellites, or vice versa, stuff like that?
Yeah, it happened over the Atlantic cable. and the North Sea cable.
So that's so laughable, because if you look at the guidelines and the stipulations for undersea cable from one country to another, in between is a lot of ocean, right? So whatever country that cable is leaving from or going to, or vice versa, they're footing the bill equally, 50-50, right? All these cables are all somehow interconnected to every country. So it doesn't make any sense as far as like money's concerned for them just to be doing stuff like that. Like, it's bigger than that. It's like the mafia, where they all get along. And then if one certain business isn't paying their taxes to be protected, they might have another mafia from across town act like they're robbing them, but really it was their own people who set it up to look like that. You see what I'm saying? It's all subterfuge, and it's all a bunch of actors on a big stage. But if you really want to know who is in bed with who, all you have to do is trace the undersea cable, what country it's coming from and what country it's going to understand how this peace treaty works. Because that's their most important asset, is the undersea cable. It's more profitable than all the oil in the world, but it's the least talked about thing.
Are you talking about the internet cables, right?
Yeah, undersea cables. They've been there since the late 1800s. That's when they were first installed. Yeah, but I mean, they basically built off that idea. Now, I mean, obviously now they're using, the cables that are a lot more advanced. Yeah. It's a lot more advanced, and it pushes a lot more terabytes, whatever. But the whole point is, though, without the undersea cable, their system would completely fall apart. And so that undersea cable, that is part of the peace treaty that keeps all these countries together. So nobody's just bombing some country willy-nilly like that. You know what I mean? If there is set explosions, it's set up, but it's probably not even set up by the Ukraine or the Russian government. What I'm saying is it's set up by
Ukraine order.
Yeah, it's set up by the like the one world order, dog, like the UN umbrella. You know, all these countries are signed off on the Paris Agreement. They all go to these Bilderberg meetings. You see, like, the heads of these countries, like with Trump, where they all put their hand on that ball with like the hand symbol on it, and you got people with like turbans on, all kinds of leaders from different countries and stuff like that. You know.
Well, so allies come for a meeting.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the leaders of all countries all get along, and when there is a supposed war, it's nothing more than what they've already planned way in the future to make people think that
it's a higher power. There's a government of the government, so it's the. What's the common thread running through all these countries? It's who controls their money. That's not a complex subject. I mean it is, but it's not hard to.
The bankers.
One thing we gotta always remember when we're talking to people about the truth, we use a lot of speculation within what we're saying. We have to be careful of that, because when we're passing it off as truth and we're saying because of the research that we looked into that's absolute fact, then we're not in the boardroom meetings. We're not into those, like behind the door, closed doors kind of thing. So we can only speculate as to what the specific ideas of what they're saying and what they're doing. We can know overarching principles of like why things are being done the way they are, and we can see the effects because we feel them. So we know that they're operating on a very corrupt level at some point, right? But to know their dealings and what they're doing and tie them into like other things, I think there's a bit of overreaching there for us when we're starting to say those things. If we don't have the right information to supply people. If it's just like me saying, hey, I think they're doing this and that, and I'm not showing you evidence for the case, then I'm not building a case. I'm just giving you my ideas, sounding like I'm knowing what I'm saying, speaking for truth. So I would say that in any regards, if anybody's speaking anything in here, we have to always address when we're talking in speculation versus what we actually know is actually happening. Because it's hard to say things when you're not in that specific arena. Those guys could be saying whatever, we can say whatever about them until we know like exactly where the money goes and like who's doing what, that sort of thing. Then we can start building a case. But I think it's a little bit vague for us to say that we know exactly what this is because of that. So making absolute statements would require that much more evidence.
Okay, well, then all you have to do is look up their rules and guidelines on the undersea cable and see who pays the bill from one country to another ocean, from one land to another.
Follow the money.
Are people aware of the protocols or no?
Of Zion?
Yeah.
The elders of Zion, I am.
Yeah, how come that situation matches exactly what we have today? And also Henry Ford wrote 100 years ago, the same crap was going on 100 years ago. And it's the same people that are still around today, same clan, same people who get in control of governments. It's not that all governments are inherently corrupt from the get-go. It's how they are taken over. The machinery of the government is taken over and used to benefit them and no one else.
All we are saying, give level chance.
So I have a thought. So, I asked myself, what I understand why it might matter. People ask like, oh, what's the point of debating flat Earth, blah blah blah, right? And I started to ask myself that, and I'm starting to think like, if there has to be, there doesn't have to be, but you think there would be a reason for them deceiving us about what the Earth is on. And in my opinion, it might have to do with free energy technology, because there has to be. This is my opinion, but they have to be covering. In my opinion, it's a technology. It's like anti-gravity technology, but I feel like this technology would free humans from our dependence on oil.
Right. Flat Earth covers a multitude of technologies, Diesel. It covers a multitude of things. So agendas that are whatever you think of right now, there's probably 10 more agendas that we could each and every one of us say it's really important. Some might say it's spirituality. They're hiding God. They're hiding more land. They're hiding more resources. They're hiding, but whatever it is, it could be all of those. It could be all of those.
Yeah, it could be all. So something interesting that I found was about how they store. This is about hydrogen technology, okay? And apparently, there's a substance called lithium-6 dice. I can't remember the exact name of it, but there's this substance that's used to store hydrogen. And apparently, this substance you can't buy it anywhere. You can only make it. But the reason you can't buy it anywhere or get it from anywhere is because it's classified as like a nuclear. It's classified as like a thermonuclear technology or something, and that's why we're not allowed to access this this material. And apparently helps you store hydrogen in like higher quantity than like you could normally store it. That just made me it prompted my thought about that there must be some type of technology that can free humanity when we talk about like just this whole subject in general. I mean, because it's like if what I could tell you guys are good debaters. I'm the noob. not very good at debating. I'm just trying to understand more, but it just wouldn't make sense to me if there wasn't something to gain from the suppression of the information. Then why would so many people be so passionate about, like you guys? You guys are passionate about what you're talking about. It's like, but what is it? Is it all pointless? Does it really not matter in the end? But the thing is, I do believe it matters in the end.
So I think when you talk about these alternative sources of power and stuff like that, alternative sources of fuel, there is options right now. You live in the USA, I imagine your like energy sector is mostly fossil fuel, I imagine, or nuclear. But like, say if you look at a different nation, say if you look at maybe like Iceland, for example, is a good case study on their energy sector. Their energy sector is like zero coal, zero oil, zero nuclear. They use geothermal, wind, hydroelectric. That's it. They essentially power their entire nation on, even though it's comparatively much smaller than the US. They power it all on essentially wind, hydroelectric, or geothermal. I think it's predominantly geothermal. So these energies, it's relatively clean and reliable.
Even the nuclear is like you're saying a hydro, right? The nuclear is water as well. They just label a different thing and different process. But it's the ultimate source of power. It's water.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't get
when
how
you say hydro. When you say hydroelectrical, it's water. When you say,
all power plants use water because you need to heat the water up to create steam to spin a turbine. That's how power plants work.
Yeah,
heating up water because it's just the most easiest to get a hold of, right? You just pump water in there, heat it up, turns to steam, turns a turbine, creates.
Look at the new vehicles they're coming up with. The new vehicles with hydrogen technology, hydrogen engines, right? It's all water, bro. It's been water. It's been water since the beginning. It's gonna be water now, and it's gonna be water after.
Yeah, but how the industry is applying. Sorry to interrupt you. How the industry is applying the hydrogen, it doesn't solve the full problem, because the issue with the hydrogen is that you have to be able to convert enough hydrogen. See, the point is you don't want to have to store hydrogen in the vehicle that you need it for, right? You want to be able to produce the hydrogen and not store it, so the motor can use what it makes, right? But what they're using in these cars, it doesn't solve the full problem of it's good, but they're not really applying it.
Well, that's how you get some of these industries trying to patent different technologies, because they water down technology that is supposed to be available in masses. And what they do is that they hide the easy concepts and they shoot the people that make it easier, accessible for everybody, or, kind of kill them. And they hide that technology, and then they sell you the overcomplicated BS.
What's so bad about electric vehicles? I've never understood that.
Nothing. There's no.
Here, I can answer this. So the carbon. So when you have to go and get lithium. Okay, so all the electric cars, they need batteries. Most of the batteries consist of. I'm not an expert in this. This is just what I know, or what I think I know. Lithium that. So the problem is the lithium that has to get mined out of the earth. Apparently that has a larger footprint or larger carbon footprint from mining the lithium than it does to get the oil out of the ground or the shale, whatever. Like I said, I'm not an expert, but it's actually on the surface. You think, oh, great, I'm powering my car without any oil or from a clean energy source. But, look behind the curtain. Where's that electrical power coming from? It's coming from a coal power plant. And, isn't that what we're trying to get away from?
No, that's the problem. Like, as I said earlier, that's a problem with your energy grid, right? In the USA, you might have coal, oil, anything like that. You might have natural gas power plants. Okay, so that's a problem. That's a problem for the energy sector. Whereas, say, if you lived in Iceland and you owned an electric vehicle, you would be powering that car off the electricity grid, right? And their electricity sector doesn't use coal, oil, or gas. Their electricity sector uses like geothermal.
That is because you're having this concept. That's because you're having this concept. Full electric vehicles that depends on the battery and how to charge them. But you could have a hybrid system, like a hydrogen or even natural gas system, or even seawater that could be powering the electric compartment of the vehicle. The batteries can be being recharged by, I don't know, hydrogen fuel cells. Also, solar panels can be adapted to the vehicle that can recharge the battery. There's a lot of ways to kind of like keep the vehicle going instead of these fully electric whatever vehicles that depend on you plugging into the wall. There's other ways to recharging the batteries.
Well, and I think the amount of batteries needed for all of the commercial vehicles and if you were to replace all cars with electric lithium batteries, that would be quite a task.
Well, those batteries that we have at the moment are like watered down battery technology, because there is batteries that are 10, 20 times superior than the batteries that we are being sold. So these batteries are very wasteful, and they don't last too long. They don't hold enough charge, and they take a long time to recharge. But there's other battery technology that's way superior than the one that we have in the market. Watered down technology. They're gonna sell to you the watered down version of the actual way of doing things.
Yeah. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, because they always want to sell you something that keeps you coming back to buy something else, 2 years down the road, getting the upgrade,
It's always a racket if you think about it, how they corner the market on certain things. They don't give you the industrial, there's cars that they used to make a long time ago where the parts were all like engineered to be done right, where you wouldn't have to repair, your vehicle like the way you do now. Everything in the car is plastic, everything can break, hoses can bust. Like back then it was like all designed to where, you would have a car that would last you a really long time. So
and it would be cheaper too than the year before. The Henry Ford, it's besides the point, so I'm not going to say it.
But yeah, no, it's the way that the efficiency has been done in these days. And just like Jemsy was saying, you get a watered down version of like the thing that they already have that's superior to what we can. But yeah, water is definitely a resource that now that it's being focused on, it could outdo and outperform a lot of other areas of because that technology has always been around, just not harnessed.
So I think what you're overlooking with the water thing is you can extract hydrogen from the water, but you need to extract the hydrogen in the first place. To extract the hydrogen in the first place, it's sort of like a repeating cycle of, can you get the energy efficient?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You could design. Electrolysis. You could design it in a way. Yeah, go ahead. Go on.
So you can get it in a way where you can get you can put energy into getting that hydrogen out, and then the energy that you get from the hydrogen is more than you put in. But can you small scale that? And then you can small scale that down.
Power, right? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so it's the same with like fusion, for example. You can have a fusion reaction right now, you can have a fusion reactor or whatever, but the energy that you put in to start that reaction is more than the energy that you would get out. And it's the same thing with hydrogen is, can you small scale it enough that you can have it where you can have a vehicle running on that? With water. So you turn up to a gas station, you pump it full of water, and then you go.
You're talking about perpetual system, right? It's perpetual. That's what you mean.
There is an actual design.
It wouldn't be perpetual.
There is an actual design for a type of laser that it can be made from sunlight. That with that sunlight, when it's concentrated, you can actually divide the water, whatever they say, the hydrogen from the oxygen. you could actually do this with light, with sunlight. So imagine how difficult it is to access sunlight.
Make sure
and
you
actually produce the hydrogen.
You need to make sure you lock your window right now, Gemsy. You might fall out of it.
Follow what?
You need to make sure you lock your window because you might fall out of it.
I missed that inside joke.
Yeah,
but
you really don't know.
Sure.
You really don't know. I thought you would know.
So you could sure get it more efficient than anything that's been, done. They know of 120 mile per gallon carburetor since the 1940s or 30s even.
Yeah. You know what I found out too, Sonny, is that there's a machine right now that can extract the moisture out of the air and create water.
Atmospheric water generator. Yeah, you could extract the vapor. The humidity from the air. Yeah.
There's already that technology. You can have one installed in, like, there's even smaller ones where you can put in your home where it extracts the moisture out of the air and creates water. Like, what doesn't create it, it gets it out of the air. But you can follow what I'm saying. Like, if that was input into a vehicle that could extract it out of the air, put it water in the car runs on water.
HHO. Run a steam turbine with the HHO.
Yep.
A tight, compact little power unit with HHO, a steam turbine. There could be solar in addition to small generating systems, flywheel technology. I've thought about a lot of this for many years.
You could combine a bunch of systems and make the battery self-recharge even when the car is idle, like from the static of the air, from when the car is moving as well, from the static between the rubber on the ground. Also from the sunlight. You can design the whole panel outside of the vehicle to absorb environment light, not just daylight, but also night environment light, and the car could be recharging 24/7.
There's so many things that we can do if we understood that if we weren't restricted with all these ideas of like living on a globe. Like, people with the technology would have advanced already way beyond like what anything we could think of. For sure.
Yeah. So the only thing that corporatocracy has done is squelched and limited any new technologies.
Overcomplicate everything. Actually, it's selling you bad information, overcrowding the mind with lies and war and politics, and moving people away from actual solving
and the
problems.
lies about the resources themselves.
The resources and your time.
But everything's expensive because they made it so, and you think everything's going like as it's planned or as nature would have it. No, that's not the case in any sense in any topic. So think about fuel. Like you said, listen, you could just raise a little antenna and achieve voltage from the differential between air and ground.
Yep.
And charge everything that way.
Your car could be sitting idle in your parking spot, and it could be recharging the batteries that could be 20 times better than the batteries that we use at this moment. Mm-hmm. Like, there's ultra capacitors that will give you 10 to 20 times the capacity of the batteries that you have right now in these Tesla vehicles or whatever.
So just hook a few of those in series or whatever it is in between air and ground with that voltage differential. There are ways of collecting that. Anyway, water from the air, use the HHO. Like I have a dream about all of this, a personal transportation device that can do anything, a personal dirigible that has wings, ways to power it, self-power it, pedal power, solar. It could have all of it.
It solves the world's need for water, like clean, drinkable water. Having a machine that does that. There's a guy who's already done that. His name, ironically, his name is Moses. You could look him on YouTube. He has a giant, the machine that's as big as the back of a semi, and for large quantities of water, he gives one of these machines to like a county, remember when Michigan had that water crisis where they had that damaged tainted water, that people were getting sick.
Yeah, I think that guy also went to Puerto Rico, and he went after Hurricane Maria. He was contracted, and he installed multiple of these atmospheric water generators, and they supplied a lot of water. The military uses this, actually. The military does use this technology.
Yeah, they use it. Where there's no water, where you can't get any water, they use these machines, and voila, they can have their armies go over and always be hydrated. So water is essential, and I think having that as a potential solution, I think that's incredible. They have, but if you haven't checked in on it, guys, I think look at Amazon. They have a smaller version, kind of like the size of a those water where you put that big water jug on top, and you have those little nozzles. They got one, I think, that size. Yeah, you can have one like that. It takes the moisture out of the air and turns it into drinking water, clean drinking water.
Sailors used to do that. So I think Sonican probably knows about. You could put certain like clothes in the air and kind of absorb the humidity from the air in a way and collect it if you put it in a certain way. It's similar to that, but with the machinery, you actually created a vacuum that is pulling the air. From the air from around you, and you collecting the humidity from that.
Yeah,
and some people add like a filter system, because if you're in a city, supposedly you supposedly is the dirty air, so you want to filter the water or something like that. It could be designed to be like a well-made device, obviously, right? So drinking water is the result that you want, drinking water, and that's totally doable, whatever means.
Hey, can you imagine making a car that actually runs on this machine that it's feeding the machine, also fueling it, and then fueling you too? Like it would have like
exactly.
That's the future.
As the car is moving, as it increases in speed, you can increase the water intake through the atmosphere with a device on.
Never run out of water. Like, you could be stranded somewhere, you could still have water, and it could always run. Well, it would run on water, so.
Water being used as a kind of energy source or power source is being used. It can be done in so many ways. Water vapor, water pressure, the electrolysis, whatever, the hydrogen. The hydrogen, they demonize hydrogen with the Hindenburg, because people in the past used to use these gases to do a lot of different things, including air travel. And also in the past, a lot of the heating systems of many buildings used to be done with hydrogen as well. And they demonize the whole hydrogen thing. They say the atom bomb, the hydrogen bomb, and they make people scared of hydrogen.
Right.
Which is silly.
And also why they destroyed almost every large city had electric trains, and this city included. They were all over. They tore them all down for the bus and car industry. This is a monopoly with we know about this Goodyear and Standard Oil, I think, and these crooks. But anyway, now guess what? Now they built them all back again.
I didn't want to get too far into this, but they also say that the jet airliners, the current ones right now, are working off of Tesla's technology, like the turbines. And they say that that's what they're doing, extracting the moisture out of the air, and they're running off of that as fuel, because the fuel that they would need to travel these long distances would be you'd have a huge fuel tank that would be like enormous, almost the size of the plane. But that they only need a certain amount of fuel. But that's only for getting the plane off the ground. But once it's in the air, it doesn't consume fuel. It actually uses.
Now check this out. I sit right under where they fly over. I've never smelled. And I used to work around aircraft. I used to fuel at LAX. But these planes, I don't smell anything. They're flying right over me. Like they're only a couple hundred feet up over me when I sit in this one hill in the park. So I've never smelled any of that Jet A as they're flying over me. You'd think I'd smell something. I never smelled it.
Why they're using that fuel from the air.
Yeah. You used to start up those little turbine starters or little air compressors. They go zzz, and they just actually start the turbines. With
Well, there is this company that there was some video that came out days ago called Hyperion, and they made this hydrogen fuel vehicle, and they say it's NASA technology. It's kind of silly.
Also, as an engineer-minded person, I was a machinist, right? So, and bicycle, automobile. I always love engines and motors, like making them purr. But I think I've thought about flywheel technology in relationship to the other things we're talking about right now. Can you imagine? You can make a flywheel that is spinning so fast that weight that's moving, you just interject just a tiny little bit, and then it just keeps on freaking going. So now that can mitigate some of these. Can you imagine what you could do with several flywheels? You could employ gyroscopic effects to your vehicle.
Yeah.
The Hyperion has 1,000 mile range, and it's an electric hydrogen vehicle.
I can't wait till they catch on with more of that technology. It's gonna be great.
I mean, check this out. If you had a steam turbine run by a HHO, the batteries could be charged by any means you wish, even while it's degenerative braking or anything. Whenever the vehicle is moving, it could be actually recharging under the motion. Degenerative braking. You could have braking.
Oh yeah.
You could have like every kind of imaginable thing. It just needs to be, like you talk about good engineering. You can make a compact energy device like that. Like it could be a steam turbine powered by HHO. Just that little unit, that right there. Think of what you could do with that.
Yeah, some guy made like an air pressure vehicle that it will run only on air pressure. So the steam can be another concept, another aspect to it, like kind of steam. Yeah. I was gonna say, you guys were talking about the airplanes, right? So I think it was Chevrolet. They made the turbine. It was a vehicle called the turbine, and the engine was an airplane engine on a vehicle, and it will use multiple type of fuels, right? Today, you go to the gas station, you can only use a specific type of fuel for your vehicle. Over 60 years ago, they made this car that will use multiple vehicles, like even oil and different type of fuels. So yeah, like I was saying, it's what we get today is watered down, crippled technology instead of the real stuff.
So, how about, what do you guys think of that Russian scientist? Forgot his name. He apparently discovered the what's called cavity structure effect, or the cavernous structure effect with the beetle wings, and he found out that it produced this anti-gravity field. You guys think that's related to the discussion in whole?
I think it is. The beetle kind of makes this frequency of this resonance and kind of makes a bubble around it, and it makes like a very interesting method of I guess hovering or flying around.
Yeah, so it's like apparently the effect of I don't know if it's the cavity structure effect or the effect of the shape underneath the wing, but apparently it creates this anti-gravity field that's like, apparently the scientist, he built this not a scooter, but a platform that would levitate. And he said that like when you stood on this device, that you could actually travel as fast as I'm saying in theory, you could travel as fast as you want, because what was happening is that you wouldn't feel like the effects of inertia, so you could go really fast, but not feel like you were actually going that fast. But that whole thing with that whole experiment and the discovery with the beetle wings, and I feel like there's a lot more to that you could look into.
The beetle, the bumblebee has a resonant device, right? So what if that could be used as well?
Yeah, so I figured that there has to be, or from what I learned there has to be, or it looks like in his experiment with the platform, it looks like there was, it had like handlebars and stuff. And I was thinking that, well, maybe he has to create the right resonance, right? The right frequency, maybe the same type of vibration or frequency that the bee or the insect use, right? To levitate. Because apparently that's what they do. They don't really fly. I didn't really know that before I watched that video, that certain bugs really shouldn't be able to fly with, gravity. But it was an interesting thing to learn about there. It's interesting when you find something new that you never knew about that actually could, you start to think about how it could relate to, some other things that you've learned.
One point that I think is underrated about the vehicles that we use these days is all of the pollution that they create, and we live inside of that medium that is being polluted 24/7 by these fuels that are designed to, I think it's designed to make people sick. It's not so much about, it obviously controls the travel, but also the contaminants that are being released into the air around everybody is definitely something that is underrated. I think that maybe has to do a lot of the downgraded version of health that we have these days. Maybe a lot of sickness is probably, that's one of the big, it's probably a big factor that we're being bombarded 24/7 with this smog.
Yeah, well, what happens is, I wonder, I can't be the only one that thought about this, but you go into a garage with a running car, right? You don't stay in the garage, right? 'Cause it's going to kill you. So if you think about that on a global scale, you think about how many people are driving a car, throughout, all the time, pretty much. It's like, how come this isn't killing us? Now, I'm not saying it's not killing us slowly, but it seems like for all these years we've had internal combustion engines, and maybe we are seeing the effects of it today with all the sicknesses that we have,
Which is, I don't think it's the engine itself, but the fuel that they have designed the engine to run off, right? That, how they go through this refinery systems to make a specific type of fuel, and they mix it with, I guess, a lot of different things to make it the product that we go to the pump station and pump into the vehicle. So that product that we're buying as gasoline, you can't breathe that, right? You're not supposed to be be around that. If like you're saying, if you lock the vehicle in a garage and you stay inside of it, it'll kill you.
Not diesel though. I heard this weird thing about diesel motors where they're actually not. They're not. Apparently, you can stay in a garage with a diesel motor and it doesn't do what a gasoline motor does to you. I don't know how true that is or not. But
I know there's ethanol from. I know when you go to the pump, you can see ethanol 10% in many of the gas stations, and they get it from corn. But then there is another version of ethanol from industrial hemp, which is basically non-toxic. And I guess I've seen like truckers. There's a product that is made by a company that produces industrial hemp oil and fuel. And they say you could add this additive ethanol fuel made from industrial hemp to the engine of the truck, and it will make it more efficient. It will make it last longer and stuff because it's better. So I think there is fuels that can be produced that are not as toxic for us and the environment as the ones that we are paying so much money for at the moment at the gas station. And they have people running because there's, fuel shortages. Now they're talking about a diesel shortage that is gonna hit the U.S. supposedly. We're gonna be running out of diesel soon.
I think the whole sorry to interrupt you, but I think
Okay.
the whole diesel shortage, like how they're talking about it on the news and stuff, saying, "Oh, 25 days." I don't believe that. I don't believe that narrative at all. I don't believe that there is a shortage. I believe that it's just in their best interest to try and make us believe.
control shortage, maybe.
Yeah, manufactured shortage.
Bro,
Because
how can you
I
have a
was
shortage
earlier-
of?
I was gonna say
How can you?
earlier.
One second. How can you have a shortage of ethanol or diesel when you can just produce it like with industrial hemp? This plant can be harvested 3 to 4 times a year, and it will give you unlimited amounts of fuel. If you obviously have to produce it from it, but how can you have a shortage of something when we have multi resources available to produce it? It's just crazy the way
Here's
they
another
give
example.
the masses. Yeah, go ahead.
I said earlier that I'm a truck driver, right? And a couple of months ago, this is mainly a United States topic. I can't speak for like Europe or anything or any other continent, but in America, they've been pushing on us the truck driver shortage. And the truth of the matter, in my opinion, is that there is no truck driver shortage. There's only if there was a truck driver shortage, we would have like owner operators, semi truck drivers that own their own trucks. They'd be making killer money right now. And the truth is that they're making the least amount that they've ever made ever. So, and the whole truck driver shortage thing, in my opinion, is being pushed on the population to get people to start accepting the autonomous vehicle. They're testing with autonomous trucks. They're already on the road. So
they will give you a solution. They will say, hey, this diesel is too expensive and we don't have enough drivers. We're gonna have to release these fleets of electric trucks, and some of them will be autonomous or whatever. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. But it supports pushing this false. The false narrative supports the direction that they want to go with us, right? Because I don't know. I feel like it would be stupid to say that electrifying vehicles is stupid. But the how they're pushing it on us is stupid. That's the stupid part. It's like we want electric vehicles. We don't want to. We don't want to have to be forced to take electric vehicles and then get rid of our internal combustion engine cars, right? Because that's just in the United States. It's already been demonstrated that we don't have the capacity that we need for everyone to have an electric car. Like down in Texas, there was a car rental company. I think they were called Hertz, and there was something about their charging grid. It couldn't handle all the electric cars, or they were gonna have a fleet of all electric cars, right? So what do you need if you got all your electric cars? You need a bunch of charging stations. The grid can't even handle it right now. So it's like totally insane to think that they want everyone to have an electric car. How great, but our shit can't support it right now. So it's really an absurd. It's absurd that how much they're pushing this on us. They want us to think it's all a good thing,
It's a control move to where things will have to eventually go to, like cleaner fuel, more efficient transport systems and vehicles. Because I would say the hybrid electric vehicle, even the truck or the car or the bicycle, is a better option from what we're being sold at the moment. And it's also cleaner, like the hydrogen engine, the exhaust, the byproduct of that is water. So that's a good thing, especially for our surroundings. Bro, when you see the smog that is coming out of these vehicles, that stuff gets stuck on your windows in your house, and you have to clean it off. I guess that stuff is in our lungs as well. I mean, that's definitely doing some damage in the health. I don't know if someone knows anything about that, but I'm pretty sure it does causes a certain detriment as a detrimental environment. It causes a detriment for the environment for us.
Yeah. Now, do you think when they were first coming out with internal combustion engines, do you think they were thinking about the pollutants that it put out? Or do you just think that they were focusing on, oh, this is such a great, I guess my question is.
The combustion engine is a good engine. It's just that it's the fuel that is being used with is the incorrect part of it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Or there's probably another way. Probably another fuel that we can use that's cleaner. Not, I know.
Bro, ethanol from industrial hemp. That's it. It will run all of the vehicles that we have in the grid right now. And it's non-toxic, it's clean, and we could harvest the industrial hemp 3 times a year. I think it's like 20% of the space that we use for crops at the moment. We can grow enough hemp for all of the fuel needs that we have. And also the industrial hemp will give you the fuel and the oil to lubricate the machinery as well. So you get you get that.
Couldn't be why. Definitely couldn't be why. And hemp products, right? Because hemp used to be used for. Apparently, you can buy these like hemp bricks and build houses with. I don't even know if it's right.
Oh yeah. That's a huge. That's a very underrated aspect of hemp. You could make these bricks called hempcrete, and they're very light and very strong. Also, water resistant, flame resistant, insulating, and very easy to make.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. It's called hempcrete.
Hempcrete, yeah. There's houses being built right now with that kind of stuff. It's just the access to the resources is still limited. But I'm pretty sure if you had the money and the means, you could definitely build a house out of hempcrete. There's big companies putting big money on in the industrial hemp at the moment. But it was killed from our ancestors that were using it for many means. And now it's being kind of like released little by little. First, they give us the legal marijuana. You can smoke it. And now they're going to give you the I think a month ago, there was a guy that was arrested for growing industrial hemp. So there's still something going on with that. Someone being arrested in the U.S. because he was growing a crop, an industrial crop like industrial hemp. It's just crazy.
It begs the question too. If so, you could probably study this. You could probably study what if there was a special interest group that was pushing the ban of all hemp and all hemp related things, right?
Yeah, it was the
cotton. It'd be interesting to know who got that implemented.
The cotton industry. If you go back and research it, it was the cotton industry. Correct. Once hemp started to take over the cotton because it could do everything that it could and more, and so the people who had the money, the powers up, the elites who were running the cotton industry started to demonize hemp, marijuana, and everything related to it, to the plant, to the leaf, to the tree, to everything. And that was the beginning of the demonization of it all.
Sure, the oil industries too saw it as a threat too. if it can be used as a fuel too. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some, oil people and
yeah, they all band together.
We're still talking about. Sorry, I'm back. Are we still talking about oil?
Yeah, we are. You want to talk about something else?
Not really.
No. I just want to catch up on the conversation. I just have to go AFK for a little bit. I just thought I'd catch back up on conversation, so I haven't missed anything, right?
Yeah, we like oil.
Yeah, oil is good.
Yeah, keep it oily. It's all good.
Would we be bitching about oil if we didn't have to pay so much for it? Like if the fuel was actually
you guys pay much for it. You need to come to Europe, man. Jesus.
Well, how much is it? How much is it per
Bro,
liter?
you buy all of Europe. You buy your oil and your gas from Russia.
USA. No, we don't. We buy from USA now, bro.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah, no more
Russian oil. England.
Oh.
Actually, what you mentioned Iceland or you mentioned Switzerland or something earlier?
Yeah, I mentioned Iceland about their energy sector.
A lot of these nations from the northern European countries, they're moving to hydrogen as well, including I think Switzerland and some of the northern European nations. Norway, they actually implementing a lot of the hydrogen technology into their infrastructure.
What, the energy producing infrastructure or the?
Yeah.
I think it's a lot of wind farms at the moment in the Baltic, like Sweden, Denmark. It's a lot of wind. Like I live next to a place that's producing a lot of like the producing of the wind turbines is insane right now. I can see, like, from my house, I can see like maybe about 50 of the pillars just lined up, and we used to only maybe get 1 or 2 per year that we'd built, but they're shipping them out like crazy. There's I think 3 wind farms that have just come up near me on the coast. It's pretty insane.
Now, do you think that's a good thing? I don't know what your name is. What is your name?
Kessler.
What, the guy who's just talking. What is it?
Kessler.
Like Tesla, or Tesla?
Tesla with a K, kilo.
Okay, Tesla.
Kilo,
okay.
Echo, Sierra, Lima, Echo, Romeo.
So do you think? Do you like? I'm asking a personal opinion. Do you think that would be a good thing to have more of those wind turbines, or do you think that it's? What's your thoughts on that?
So
wind turbines.
So I think it's more of the return on investment on them at the moment is like, it depends on the efficiency and contracting of who gets them up. But in terms of the reliability of them on the actual energy sector, I don't think it's something that is a permanent solution, right? You can't just have 100% of your electricity grid run on wind farm alone. I don't think it's not reliable because you can't be, weather's not consistent, stuff like that. Sometimes it's too windy, sometimes it's not windy enough. So I don't think that's reliable, but for say, I forgot the word for it. Apologies, I don't know the word for it. But for when your electricity consumption becomes above average or whatever, you can load share on the different wind farms and stuff like that. So I think it's good for that purpose. It removes the necessity for load sharing, because load sharing used to be done by coal power plants because you could easily fire them up and stuff like that. But again, wind farms aren't as reliable, but it's a much more cleaner source of energy, right? You've got there's no resource extraction required once it's set up and stuff like that. So I think in that essence, they're pretty good.
What do you make sense? Like
wind turbines, that the life cycle on them is not what they were supposed to be. So, in simpler terms, they don't last as long as they're supposed to. And then when they're at the end of their life cycle, these gigantic wind turbines have to go into landfills.
No, they don't. Well, so you're asking a good person, to be fair, because I can see one from my house, right? And what they do is they bring them in and they essentially just scrap them. And funnily enough, the wind, like that facility is right next to a landfill, and I'm telling you now, they do not put it in a landfill. I'm pretty sure because They recycle them because it's the same place that recycles old Cold War era warships and stuff like that. We get a lot of warships coming in that they sign out of action or whatever, stuff like that they don't need anymore, and they bring them in like aircraft carriers, stuff like that, and they strip them down to the bare resources and stuff like that. Recycle.
Yeah, they send them to China.
No, they don't send it to China. So they used to send recyclable products to China, but they stopped that 2 years ago. Now recyclable products like plastic products like petroleum.
So does that mean you don't pay anything for energy at your location? You don't pay anything.
No, we still pay energy. Yeah, we pay energy bills.
Is it like very easy to pay for that much energy, or is it expensive?
No, it's going up. It's all going expensive in Europe, right? I'm sure. Are you in Europe?
So that means that means that the air turbines have failed then.
No,
if you have an air turbine next to your house and you pay more for electricity, that means it failed.
No, nobody said it was cheaper.
Oh, okay. No, but that's what I mean, because they said it will be greener.
Greener doesn't mean cheaper.
They
Greener
sold
and
it
cheaper
to
are two different things. Like nuclear, for example, nuclear is not like you can't just say because it's nuclear is greener that it's cheaper. It's not always the case that if it's greener it's cheaper. Like building a hydroelectric dam, right? If you're building this huge dam, you know, the payment for that comes out of charging people for the energy once it's built. So once that money's already been spent, like a plane, for example.
So how are the taxes on your? Are the taxes really low or really high?
They're all going up right now.
So taxes are going up. The energy expenses are going up.
Yep.
And these air turbines are not working to reduce to make the cost efficiency of the electric grid better.
No, at the grid. So
let's say
doesn't mean cheaper, as I already said.
Yeah, we know that already. But to make it a little better, let's say at your own home, if you have your own electric grid and you pull your own wind turbine on the roof of your house, and add batteries and inverters and
that makes it cheaper,
capacitors, it will definitely be greener and cheaper, no?
Yeah, that's what I have.
Yeah, so instead of then raising your taxes, they probably could reduce your taxes so you can pay for your own electric system in your home.
That's not how it works. I don't know, like, are you in like the States or North America or whatever? But
I'm in China.
Okay, so we have like solar panels, right, which decreases the cost of energy. Because you are it load shares essentially. So some of that energy consumption in your household is taken up by, the solar panels put into that, so they reduce the cost overall.
The solar panel reduces the cost overall.
Yeah. So it does reduce the cost, but in terms of, and you can also sell it back to the grid if you create more energy than you need, or you're not using all of that energy. You can actually generate money by selling it back into the grid.
Is that the position that you're at right now? Like at your home, you have solar panels and you're selling back your energy to the grid?
Yeah, currently I am, but I don't sell it back to the grid because I don't have the infrastructure for that. But it reduces the cost of energy as a whole.
Yeah, because in the US, that's the same. A lot of people have been installing these solar panels in their homes, and they've been saying that eventually you're gonna be able to sell the electricity back to the grid and make money. But the thing is, this system costs, I don't know, 30, 50, 60,000, even more than that. So you're gonna be paying. They're paying for that stuff.
If you're paying that much for it, I think you've been ripped off. But the return on investment, well, in our location, it's subsidized, right? So the government essentially just pay for it, because overall, if you can get so many years usage out of that solar panel, it pays for itself in the energy that it offloads on the grid.
All right.
So it's like with anything, like with a plane, right? You don't pay. It's not a one-use thing. You don't pay your ticket to pay for the plane, right? You pay your ticket to pay the plane off gradually the plane might do like 1,000 trips or whatever, and then that might pay the plane off completely, and then it might do another 1,000 more trips after that, and then that would be the return on the investment of whatever it was. The same with it works the same with everything, like the energy sector. It's the same thing. You put those wind turbines up, it costs you money. You need to wait for that return on investment to pay off. It's not going to pay off tomorrow. So when you ask, does this make your energy cheaper? No, it doesn't make the energy cheaper because they still haven't paid off the thing that they've put up there. They need to wait for that return on investment to come. It's the same with hydroelectric power plants and stuff like that. You create this large dam that may cost $1 billion USD or whatever. You're not going to get straight away cheaper energy. What you're going to have to do is wait for that return on investment until the dam's paid off from the energy that it provides to households. And then energy will become cheaper after the return on investment.
Overcomplicate the whole energy producing situation,
it's not overcomplicated.
Making it more expensive, so people have to pay for it, and they pass, and their children are gonna have to pay for it because when the government says that we're gonna give you something, that means they're taking it from someone else and giving it to you, right?
It's not over.
Do we have any? I'm just curious. Because I'm an amateur, I don't know much about this, but is there any examples of where the energy got cheaper after something got paid off, I guess?
Or after something got hooked up to the grid you're talking about? Like if you hooked your own solar panels up, what infrastructure do you need, Tesla, to do that conversion? What do you need?
You don't need anything. So if you want to sell it back to the grid, then you want a battery relay. Stuff like that.
So you have to go into your own what do they call it at your house? I'm not an electrical expert. Every house has a electrical meter, right?
Right.
Yeah, your circuit box or breaker box.
Is it possible to actually hook? Is that idea even? Is it actually possible with the meters that we have today?
Yeah.
It is?
Well, yeah, I've got it.
Mic check. Can I be heard? Hello?
Yes,
yeah,
you can be heard after you get out of the toilet.
But the beer was so delicious. I like it in the toilet. No, I posted some videos not that long ago. It's funny that I was up all night just about binge watching, those videos and scheming, and then I come in here and you guys are talking about what I was watching last night. So I would definitely say if you guys are interested in, getting something a little separate from the grid, right? Because you can make money, but then when the grid goes down, what happens? Right, they're just going to be taking your shit from you. So you would have to. I would recommend that if you did it a certain way like that, you'd have some sort of quick release mechanism. That way you could unplug from the grid. If the grid
goes down, if the grid goes down, I think the least of your problems would be disconnecting your solar panels.
Well, no, if the grid goes down, you just separate from the grid. That's what I'm saying. That way you're still up.
If the grid goes down, something's gone spectacularly wrong if the grid goes down. Or something spectacular has happened.
Probably, it wouldn't be the least of our worries, our own system if the whole grid went down. Well, if the whole system went down, would you be trying to help everyone else get power or yourself?
Self first and others, right? That's how humans work.
I think instead of giving the government high amounts of taxes of your money and letting them doing it and building these wind turbine farms that don't reduce, because they're selling it to people like, it's going to be greener and cleaner, It's going to be prettier, but then your taxes go up, your energy prices go up, and that money and that energy could be used to kind of devise an electric grid in your house, maybe, and produce. I don't know. You could probably buy or design an wind turbine in your property, and then your neighbor can do the same thing.
Well, that's what I've just said they do. Like in my country, they do that, right? They subsidize that. The government pays for it, incentivizes you to do it. They'll even pay for it for you, and you don't have to.
But you gotta remember something. When you say the government pays for it, the government doesn't have anything. The government has to take it from someone and give it to someone else.
Well, no, they pay. They pay. So what they do is they pay a private company to do that. So they essentially just inject a private company to do that. It's not public.
But that's what I'm saying. The government didn't pay for it. They charge you high taxes to pay for it.
Right. So it's like a welfare state, is what you're saying. But I don't see. This might be like.
And it still doesn't work. That's my point. It's inefficient. It's politics in the way because they have this green agenda.
I literally have it right now. It works fine.
But you're paying more instead of less. You're paying higher taxes and higher prices.
If I didn't have it, it would be even more, is what I'm saying.
How do you know? How do you know that?
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because the day before I had it, it was, the average daily price or whatever might have been 3 or 4. And then the day you get it, it reduces like by 50%. It's pretty effective.
Wait, but I thought you didn't have the infrastructure to hook it up.
I don't sell it back.
How does it work?
I consume less from the actual grid itself, but I don't produce enough to completely negate that and sell it back. You understand? I hope that's getting through because this seems to be like I thought this was cleared. I thought that was understood a bit. But you can get batteries for it, right? So solar obviously doesn't work during the night. So if you're using electricity during the night, you're getting it entirely from the grid. But you can get battery for the solar. So you can have basically you can store that energy throughout the day that you don't use, and then you can load shed it for the night. Or you can sell it back to the grid if you're not even using that battery. Anything that overcapacitates a battery or whatever, you just sell back to the grid. But you don't make money on it unless you're producing more energy than you're consuming. But if you're producing energy and consuming more than you're producing, all that you're doing is you're cutting off whatever that solar panel is producing. You're not buying that from the grid. You're getting it entirely free because it's come from your solar panel. And I don't know why Gemsy has a problem with that. It's pretty crazy. Regardless of...
A problem with what? A problem with what?
Solar panel on your roof reducing energy prices.
What? Did you just imagine that I have a problem with that? Or
well, what was it?
Made it up in your mind or something?
You said, why isn't it cheaper? And I said it is cheaper. You were asking why it wasn't cheaper. I said it was cheaper.
When I asked you if the hires of the grid with the electricity were higher, you just said yes. When I asked you about the taxes, you said they're higher. And now you're saying it's cheaper?
What taxes? I mean, the tax brackets haven't changed. Tax brackets are the same. Energy from the grid has increased. Maybe you're getting it mixed up.
So energy is not more expensive these days. It's cheaper.
For me. So
for you, it's cheaper.
In a case study scenario, for me, yes, it's. So the energy from the grid has increased, but with solar panels, you reduce your need to buy it from the grid. So if I didn't have solar panels, it would be more expensive. You understand? Because the grid, how it works is we get natural gas, right, is quite a big contributor to the energy sector. And I think if you haven't been living under a rock since February 24th, you would know that natural gas is one of the biggest suppliers in Europe, has left the market essentially through decision of others. So natural gas, in turn, demand has stayed the same, but supply decreased. So the price of that increased. So with that increased price comes, skepticism and worry in the energy sector. So prices increased because of skepticism, like everything.
What's it like under the rock, Jimsy?
Oh, it's great. It's warm. I don't need any. Under the rock is very insulating. I don't need any. I don't have to pay for electricity or anything.
I didn't say you were living under a rock. I was just saying it's everyone knows that.
Yeah, but even if you don't say it, it still feels good.
What?
That even if you don't say I live under a rock, it still feels good living under it.
So I wonder what it would be like to live underground in a hobbit hole, but I'm over 6 feet, so it'd have to be a hobbit hole with pillars, right? I don't know. I'm not a structural engineer. Somebody ask an expert.
I mean, don't bears live under a rock? They do fine.
Didn't they teach us in school that bears hibernate for 6 weeks and just sleep? It's no, they don't. They don't sleep for 6 weeks. They'd fucking die if they did that. They just slow down like sloths. What? Didn't we learn that in school? What the fuck?
Our school sounds weird.
Yeah, who goes to school? That's weird.
School is for fools. Look at me. So I hear they pay you to be homeless in San Francisco.
Sounds like a good deal.
Yeah, just sit around all day. All the work you got to do is pop a squat every now and then. They got apps to let people know where the human poop is. That's progress, people. That's progress. So I was thinking wind turbine. If you had an electric vehicle, like the Nissan Lift, they do the what is it called, the braking where it charges your batteries. What if you just had a button that you hit when you're rolling to a stop, and it puts up a wind wall on top of your car. You guys know what a wind wall is, right? A series of
a brake. Wind brake?
Yeah.
Good to hear you, Larry.
Yeah, you too, bro.
What's going on?
How you been?
I'm doing really well, actually.
Glad to hear it.
Trying to generate some projects for myself. I really need to get on the music thing because I have a ton of FE music inside of me, and
gotta get it out.
I gotta do something with it, man. I just have a hard time self-motivating is difficult, especially when I look outside and it's so beautiful all the time, And
yeah, I've been trying to find some. I've been trying to find a magical experience, and I can't find any. Apparently, they put the feed and all their cattle around here because I can't find any magical experiences. But anyway, I'll just be patient.
I'm sure. You know what? I'm not sure what to say to somebody who says there's no magical experiences, but
I'm talking about mushrooms. I wasn't trying to say it.
About what?
Psilocybin mushrooms.
Oh, hey, that's kind of what I thought you were alluding with.
Yeah.
Okay. I've looked for that too. There's no cows around this area. But there used to be, every now and then they find in these canyons freaking skulls of cows. I saw someone brought up, it actually was a longhorn. A big, huge cow skull with freaking horns.
Longhorns in California?
It must have got washed down from the, like, this place used to be very rural. It used to be very, lots of canyons and gulches, gullies, and, you know, like the land all cut up, all dried up, and these deep canyons from flash flooding and things like that, right? So all the remnants of these things are still here, very sharp, contrasting, like little creeks that have huge walls, almost completely vertical walls, a couple of 100 feet high on each side. Yeah, down at the bottom, what's left is this little creek bed, but you could tell billions of gallons of water went through these canyons. Like, so it actually literally, when I looked in Google Maps, it looks like it's where the flood let out is down here. Like that was the drain area down here.
You know how they always talk about the glacier scars on the rocks and how we could tell the glaciers were going this way and they were sliding? Like, if the glacier is not, like, going downhill, where the fuck is it sliding to? How do we know that wasn't, like, evidence of a flood? Because wouldn't a flood that was, like, drudging things, like, also, you know, rub material strong enough against the rock to... Yeah. So, I kind of think there's a whole lot of evidence for the flood. You know, the Noah's flood, but they call it, like, mud flood, or they'll be like... the Younger Dryas era, you know, blah, blah, blah. They come up with all these, like, weird ways of talking about the same thing. Kind of like the firmament's probably the, what is it called? The ionosphere? But I digress.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got you, man. I think it is. That's why I think that's that information, that evidence seems to be mounting. Actually, the more you look, the more you find evidence of this flood. You know, like before. You know what? I was listening to something last night. Hold on, let me find this. 1 second.
So the whole archaeology, I would say, you know, other than like medicine, is probably one of the most regulated industries that people don't really think about it being regulated. But if you were to like dig up any kind of so-called quote unquote Native American, your dig is pretty much over, right? Like you can't keep continuing. It's like, you know, illegal, right? Like really illegal. So when I was younger, like I dug like a son of a bitch. Like I could literally take like a pile of dirt with a shovel, you know, like stacked up to my head, and I could move it within like one day to the other side of the, you know, I had like really, really, really high endurance. So I used to dig like a motherfucker when I was a kid, but then I realized like, wait a minute, you can't just be digging everywhere. So they found this native, but he turned out not to be a native, and they did like a DNA test, and they were like, this guy isn't even related to the natives around here. Like genetically, he's like totally different, and you still couldn't like. Anyway, it's kind of rude to be digging up people. Like I get that, but you know, Look into the archaeology. It's really like a lot of forbidden shit. But a lot of shit is like right under your nose. Like an alternative history and
Yeah.
archaeology. Like you can see, like the people in the past had some badass shit. I was watching this one video, this guy from London, I forget his name, but he was talking about going through like old newspapers, and it was like in the 1800s, and they was like, yeah, I got an old electrical car and I took this out of it. And it's like, wait a minute, what? Like electric car was old in the 1800s? What the fuck? So the narrative is that, all these great, engineers back in the day, electrical engineers, they were building all these electrical cars all over the place. But when it got dark, it's like, okay, it's dark, go home. We can't light anything up. It's like, but we got all this badass electrical cars and shit, but, we didn't have a lamp. So the narrative is just like really freaking weird. Look, I'll be honest, I don't want nobody digging up my grandmother, right? So I get it, there should be some kind of laws, but it's like, if you want to know what happened, dig. Because I was at work one day and they changed the building from commercial to residential, or residential to commercial, I can't remember which one. But they added some stuff, some lines into the building. And when they did, they didn't like clean it all up. They just left like a mess. So the mess was, I was working kind of in the center of town, and there's like all this wonderful glass shards. Because when I grew up, Pepsi came in a glass bottle, Coke came in a glass bottle, and plastic didn't really take off, until after I was born. But it really took off now, and you don't really find anything made of glass anymore. But there was so much glass that they dug up under there. I just like collected it all and was like checking it out. And I'm thinking, what is this? Why is there so many glass shards right here? It's like, well, this is in the center of town. It's probably Prohibition. Like, why else would it be there? Why would so many glass shards be like, just like 6 inches under the ground? I found some toys too. I really wish that I had the time to like just build that stuff, like generators, like all day long. Just like hook up people some wind walls that they could like lay down when the shit got really bad, like if a tornado came. Just like lay down your wind wall. Because the problem with putting up the turbines is if really bad storm comes, they get fucked up, right?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live 2.0. Can I get a mic check?
I think you need a new mic, Dave. New mic.
I need new satellites. My mic is fine. Anyway. In the great Northeast today. Anything good?
Yeah, candy is good today. Candy.
Oh,
Lots
it's
of candy.
It's All Hallows. Happy All Hallows Eve.
Lots of candy. Just to look at it. I'm not gonna eat it.
Today's the ultimate sugar rush, right? That's what they turned it into. So we got any new people in here? Anybody got questions, issues, concerns about the shape of the earth? 'Cause right now, if you think it's a globe, it means you accept that body of water is convexing to a shape when it doesn't do that. Just thought I'd inform you of that. That's nonsense. It's literally against your senses.
Do you think the Earth is a spinning globe next to a vacuum? I got a question for you. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, that's pretty much it, ain't it, James? Once you examine the actual physical reality claims of this globe model, that it becomes just a globe model that somebody made up in their head, or a lot of people made up in their head. I don't know who the hell made it up. A lot of people did. Anyway, back to you, James.
All you gotta do is think about it like this. Do globes work on a flat, level, horizontal plane? And the answer is yes. Globes, you can have a globe on top of a table that is motionless on the ground. Right?
I get it. It's like you can have your globe and live on it too. Somehow on your mind, right? The globe model exists on screens in people's minds, not in reality, in my opinion.
What you mean? I just bought a globe the other day. It was at the clearance aisle.
Did it say not for educational purposes on the bottom of it?
Yes.
I mean, that's correct.
How do you know that?
I think they have to put that disclaimer. They like to put it right in your face. They're essentially telling you this is made up, but you can believe it's real if you want to.
It's mostly because borders change over time, right?
Yeah, it's an oblate, spherical, paranoid, whatever.
Like if you got a globe, say in 1980, it wouldn't be accurate today because the definitions of what nation is what would have changed. Like in 1980, you had Yugoslavia, right? Yugoslavia is not around. In 1980, you had the USSR. USSR is not around anymore. You have a bunch of extra countries. So if you were trying to use that globe from 1980 in education today, it would be wrong, you know. It would be completely incorrect. You'd say, "Oh, look, that's where the USSR is," and then someone else might say, "No, that's Estonia, right?" And you'd be like, "Yeah, true. We can't use this globe. It's out of date."
Is that why I found the globe in the fiction section?
Maybe, I don't know. Depends what date the globe is at.
It seems the only thing the globe is actually useful for in reality is for the manipulators to sit in the corner of the classroom and just silently imprint it in these young children's brains every day. That's where you live.
You see, I don't get this because I don't know if in the USA maybe you guys just had a fucking lot of globes in your classroom, but I maybe only seen a globe like I think we had like a beach ball globe thing, and I saw it like twice.
Wait, you don't watch TV or watch the news ever, or?
I mean, I watch some news sources, right? I flip between both sides. Sometimes, you know.
Don't you hear the global news and the globe this and globe that?
I was just called international.
The global war on terror. You ever heard of that?
Oh, what? So you think because they use that word, it's like
the global war on drugs. Have you ever heard of that one?
I think it's just referred to as a war on drugs, isn't it? And war on terror. I've never heard anyone call it war on terror. You are the first person I've heard.
Oh no!
Who is that? Somebody's got some shitty audio. Who was that?
Hey, you need a new mic.
So you're the first person I've had to refer it to as the global war on terror or the global war on drugs. Usually it's just war on drugs, war on terror.
Okay.
Google it right now. See what, it's just a war on terror, it's called. War on terror is an ongoing international. So they don't even use the word global, it's called international, which is what I said before, right? I've only ever heard international. I think you're sort of like, you're hyping yourself up in your head, like trying to think that they're trying to push this on you.
You haven't seen the globe on the movies. They don't show it to you in the movies. Like when you turn the TV, they don't show you the globe there either. You don't see that. You don't see it ever, right?
Sorry.
What you think because it's on TV that it's? I don't get the argument there.
Oh, you're saying that they don't push it anywhere. No, like
if I see,
right?
hold on.
They don't push it. They don't push the globe.
If I see Superman on the TV, I'm gonna go, oh shit, man. Where's Clark Kent at? Let's go to New York and shake hands with Clark Kent.
Yeah, that's great, right? If you see Superman on TV, you don't believe it's real because it's TV, right?
Well, you know that it's, you're very well aware that what you're watching is purely for entertainment.
So when you think about Earth, when you think Earth, right? You know the word Earth, right? You know that word Earth. When you think about it, what is the image, the picture that pops in your mind? How does it look?
I think of just like a map. When I think of that, I think of a map in my head with like the Greenwich meridian down the center, and then the Atlantic to the left, and then the Asia to the right.
Like near the vicinity where you are, maybe the nations around your nation.
No, I think it just centered. Like the Mercator projection.
Mercator, yeah.
I just think of that, like with the meridian straight down the middle. Every time you just say Earth, I just think of a map, like with all the continents.
Yeah. And the Earth, like they depicted, like you remember the iPhone when you turn it on in the past, and you have this Earth, this blue marble. Do you ever think about the Earth like that image?
Yeah, sure, but you just asked what comes to my head when I thought of it, and I told you.
So what is the Earth as a whole when you think about the whole thing, not just that section of the world?
Well, the Mercator projection isn't a section; it shows everything, right?
Everything?
Yeah. It shows all the continents, like I said.
All right. So you think about a map when you think about the Earth.
Yeah, the Mercator projection doesn't really miss anything out. What it does is it has some distortions in it. So, like Sweden, for example, is like really big. Greenland is almost the size of Africa, when Greenland in reality is about the size of Egypt. You know what I mean?
Why do they call it Greenland? Is it green?
Yeah, on the coast it is, yeah.
Is it like plants and everything?
Yeah, like it's have you what's the word called for it? I think it's like what's it, moss? You know mosses.
Sea
Like green
moss.
No, not sea moss. Hold on. I'll just get a photo of Greenland. It's like it's not got many trees, but I'll put a photo in live stream, boys.
How are you verifying, Diesel Boy, how big Greenland is in reality? How do you know that for a fact?
Well, from the coastline of Greenland. I mean, people like. I mean, it's a coastline paradox, right? But people live there.
I'm just pointing out that we really can't verify any sources.
You can't verify the coastline of any nation. If you're going to be that pedantic, just say you can't verify the coastline of any nation.
Fair enough. I'm just pointing that out. Go ahead.
But you can what you can verify is the land area, right? But you've got to specify to what square you're doing that from. So if you do it by square kilometre, we can specify what square kilometre land area it is. Compare that to Egypt. It's about the same as Egypt. But if you look at a Mercator projection, you know, and you were to align those two. I mean, we're not arguing that the Mercator projection is scaled incorrectly, right? When it comes to north-south latitudes, maybe you would argue the southern latitudes are scaled differently because obviously that presents a problem.
Well, wasn't saying you're saying anything wrong. I was just pointing out that everything, when you get right down to the nitty gritty, do we really know how?
Yeah, if I wanted to be really pedantic, I can't prove that I woke up this morning.
Well, we don't have to go that level, but
well, we can. It's where do you draw that line? There's got to be a red line somewhere about how, you know, what do you verify? Do I verify that I ate breakfast this morning? How do I do that?
Well, I respect your right to say that you've come across reliable information, but it's still information from something you haven't verified. That's all I was saying. Okay.
Yeah.
But go ahead with your point if you had more to it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so, well, it was just about what comes to my head when I see it. And then he asked, like, why is it called Greenland? I don't know why they call it Greenland, but yeah, it's pretty green in the summer. It's quite colourful, to be fair, because they always paint their houses different colours. Danish.
You still there, Jimsy, or somebody else? I'm going into where my mic's going to suck.
I'm here. What's up?
You're on the same level plane as I am, Jimsy. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Yeah. When I go to the East Coast on the east of the US and I look northeast towards Iceland, Greenland or Iceland or whatever. There's Greenland, and then beyond that, Iceland. That's horizontal. If you go to the coast of Greenland or Iceland, and you look towards the southwest towards the U.S., you're looking horizontally towards the U.S., right?
Well, if you look in the azimuth direction of where the U.S. is, then yeah, sure.
Yeah. So if you point horizontal towards the southwest towards the U.S., and I point northeast towards Greenland, if you're at the shore of Greenland, we're pointing at each other, right, horizontally.
You wouldn't be directly bored to each other.
Where would I be, and where will you be if we're pointing?
You have to work it out. So you'd be 1 degree. Hold on. So it's 1 degree every 6 9. I'll calculate it right now. Hold on.
Let's say we make a line from the east coast of the U.S.
I'm going to calculate it now. Hold on. So whereabouts in the east coast are you standing? In like Canada or like US, like Maine?
Let's say
you don't have a line of sight to Greenland, I'm going to tell you that now. So you would have to stand in like Newfoundland.
Yeah, over there, wherever you get a.
So I'll do a rough estimate on Newfoundland on specific location. 2 seconds.
Okay.
So the bear with me. About 7 degrees. You would be looking 7 degrees above the ball. That's if you were standing on like the coast in Newfoundland. So 7 degrees. It's not like. I mean, over distance, of course. Hold on, let me double check what that distance was. So that was a distance of about 450 nautical miles. So 7 degrees over that distance. Obviously, there's going to be quite a lot at the other end once you're at Greenland. So I'll try and calculate that for you now.
Let me see if I find something.
Oh. So you would be, what do you want it in miles, I imagine, right? So you'd be 63 miles above target. Estimate. You'd be 63 miles above target. Does that answer your question? So it'd be 7 degrees.
Let's make it better. Let's make it from Massachusetts. Let's say Massachusetts to Scotland.
Is that a silent line of sight? I don't think that's
line of sight. Let's say
line of sight, but I'll hear me here and say it is. So I'm gonna go to like the Isle of like the Hebrides or whatever in Scotland. So that is. Hold on, I'll calculate this now. Do you know how to calculate this, by the way?
Well, I'm looking at distances.
Or do you know what I'm doing?
Do
you know what I'm doing with the calculation right now?
What are you calculating exactly? What exactly? Because when you say calculating, what are you calculating?
Well, you asked me if I would be staring directly at them, and I'm telling you where exactly in correlation to them you'd be staring. Do you know what I'm doing? So that would be 41. And for 2,500 nautical miles. Yeah, so you would be about 40 degree distance, 40 degree above target there. Oh, in fact, I might have done that wrong calculation there. Hold on, bear with me. Might have made a rookie error.
Can you have line of sight between Massachusetts and Scotland?
No, you can't.
So how did Marconi?
I'd be able to get UHF. If I had line of sight, I'd be able to get UHF.
How do you think Marconi did the first direct message transatlantic communication between Massachusetts and Scotland?
Was that the telegraph line?
It was from tower to tower, from the east of Massachusetts to the shore of Scotland.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I'd say HF radio frequency.
And what about the one from London to Australia?
HF. I know about that one. So I know about that one. That one was HF frequency. But if I was to guess Scotland, Massachusetts, I would use HF. I've used HF.
So horizontally, direct message from tower to tower, right?
Yeah. No, it wouldn't. Yeah, it would have been, unless there's a rebroadcast.
Line of sight.
Line of sight from point to point.
You don't need line of sight for HF.
Line of sight. Well, that's what they use, unfortunately.
No, you don't need line of sight for HF.
Yeah,
anyone that tells you
him,
that you do.
Line of sight from London to Australia, 10,000 miles.
You don't need line of sight for any sort of radio communication, but
yeah, but the way they did it back then,
matter what you need or don't need. That's what he actually did.
Are you negating history? Are you denying history?
Oh, so Platter said the one in live stream. So I know about telecommunications. Said the BT tower in Birmingham, England, connect with the BT tower in London, England. So that one there has several rebroadcast stations.
I think he's denying. I think he's denying authoritative history.
No, you're picking and choosing, and you don't. I don't think you fully understand.
Who's picking it? Okay,
Are you saying that between the transatlantic? Are you saying that there was towers on the sea that towers on the sea, like
no,
doing? Because when they labeled the shipment, when they labeled it and they announced it, they say the first direct message from tower to tower. So why are you saying they rebroadcasting or doing some type of jumping between towers when they did a direct communication? And that was the whole achievement.
That's what the wavelength he used is a line of sight. Wavelength. Done. Over.
But this guy is saying that they use multiple towers. They use they were like jumping from tower to tower to complete the communication.
No, I'm not. Gemc. No, I'm not. I didn't say.
What did you say?
I said it uses HF band. See, this is the problem. I don't think I can continue to debate somebody that thinks I'm saying something that I didn't. I said unless it had rebroadcast stations, but it didn't. But you choose to ignore that.
Broadcast stations?
Yeah.
So they use multiple stations
Listen to what I just said.
That's not what the history says. I don't know what you're looking at.
I don't know if this is lost in translation, but I said unless it had.
Oh my God!
Unless it had, but it obviously.
But we're talking about what happened, not what you imagine it happened.
Precisely. So I never said it had rebroadcast stations.
Well, they say the New York Times says he sent a beam. What is beam? Beam. Of a radio beam. That's what the New York Times is saying he sent.
Depends radio beam. I mean, yeah, you can call it a radio beam if you want. I'd just call it a HF frequency.
Who's picking and choosing? Then
exactly.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
You're picking and choosing.
Yeah. Why are you doing that, bro? Come on.
Why are you projecting what you're doing on us? That's pretty odd.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Projecting what?
Young man. Talking to you, young man. Yes, that's right. And you are a young man. Believe me. Almost everybody is a young man compared to me. That's right.
All right, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't care either.
That's not
That's what makes it great about that.
But you said that we were picking and choosing, and you're the one doing that.
Picking and choosing what? I'm telling you, from my estimation.
It's your claim. You said we were picking and choosing.
Bring cowbell, bro.
Yeah, where's your cowbell?
Bring the cowbell. Where's your evidence? Show the story. Show the frequency. And Marconi is just one of the first the transatlantic radio communications. It was line of sight, tower to tower.
It's behind a paywall.
I know. What?
Why are you denying history, bro?
I didn't.
You're making stuff up. Quit being so disingenuous, dude. This is retarded. Knock it off. Either bring the actual evidence or just stop making stuff up to save your story, to be a soapist. Well, you said that there was a repeater. You also keep saying, are you saying UHF or VHF transmission? What did you say?
Let's clear it up.
Yeah.
Let's clear it up. Platter said between the BT Tower in Birmingham, England and the BT Tower in London, England. You guys are talking about the transatlantic from Scotland to Massachusetts or whatever.
No, we're not.
Or England to Australia.
That's right.
Right, so you guys are talking about...
It's right in the voice text,
someone else is talking about the BT Tower.
All right, have you lost the plot? It's right in the voice text.
I know.
This is several citations already.
This is what I'm telling you.
I did brought up the transatlantic, and then we also brought up the England to Australia. So yeah.
Someone also brought up this.
Sources?
Look,
where are your sources, Kessler? From your information, where's this? What are the sources that you're quoting?
You're gonna let me speak? You just keep on dogpiling in. What I'm telling you is, Platter said this. How did the BT Tower in Birmingham, England, collect with the BT Tower in London, England line of sight? It was built so high that it could ping the tower directly. That one I said I know about. I know about that BT Tower, right? It uses rebroadcast stations in between Birmingham and London, right? So I cleared that up. Then you guys started going crazy saying I was saying they use rebroadcast stations between
We're talking about from England to Australia, bro. So
I know, which is what I was telling you. I said I didn't say that one had rebroadcast stations. I said I don't know about that one.
All right, perfect. So now you can tell that from the transatlantic one, right? Which is 2,500 miles line of sight from tower to tower, direct message. There is no curvature between those 2 points.
So if it was line of sight, you should be able to have a UHF frequency receiving. If you can receive UHF, then that's fine. If it was HF, then you don't need line of sight. Simple as that. But I've got to go now anyway. I'll catch you guys later.
He ran off.
I mean, I have to go. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. That's all right.
Yeah.
Good. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in again, Kessler. Thanks for coming in. It's good to hear from you, actually. Yeah. But that was a soft run. That was a soft. What do you call that? That was a soft spiral, then out.
What do we know? What frequency was used for the transatlantic transition?
I'm looking into that right now. Actually, I'm hot on the trail here. We go. Causing a political controversy at this time. The messages were transmitted from the Big Marconi station at Carnarvon in Wales and were received at the home of Ernest Fisk, the managing director of Amalgamated Wireless Australia. 2 communications were sent, one from the Prime Minister of Australia, William Billy Hughes, who was in England trying to raise enthusiasm for the Australian war effort, and Europe because public support was waning and the disastrous English military leadership of the Australian forces was under serious question. The second message was from the Minister for the Navy, Mr. Joseph Cook, who accompanied Hughes' Australia's effort to sell its farm produce to England were being frustrated by English farmers and unions, which explained the jingoistic tone of Hughes and Cook's wireless message. As it happened, Germany catapulted soon after this event, and Germany capitulated soon after this event, and both men took part in the peace conference and negotiations in November 1918. The 2 messages, and this is in the link I provided. I don't have to read them, I don't think.
That's the England to Australia, no?
Yes, and the messages are all listed there in the link that I provided at top of the hour. Pretty sure that's.
Let's see if I can find. Because a long time ago, I was looking into this, and I saw they have like announcements and newspapers talking about the transatlantic communication.
Yeah,
like a big achievement.
What happened to
New
our
York
dear
Times
Kessler fallacy guy?
He had to go after he realized the messages between those 2 towers were way too far for a globe.
Yeah, here's more. This is from smh.com.au. Copy this link.
Oh, the wireless message. Yeah.
You guys got me? So 30 kilohertz to 10 kilohertz. What frequency is that?
10 to 30.
Long wave. Yeah.
Oh, right.
I see the first Canada to UK transatlantic radio message was 182 kilohertz, KHZ.
Very
So that's what they
low
want.
frequency. And radio station. Let's see. 30 to 70. 9 to, you said 10 to 30?
Just farther down in that particular
kilohertz.
Yeah, I'm in kilohertz.
KHZ.
KHZ. 1 second. I guess they're having trouble maintaining that site. 1 second. What's going on? A second.
You said HCN or KZ?
The more I look, anyway, so hold on.
KHZ, whatever that is. I think that's kilohertz, right?
Line of sight propagation frequency range. Let's look at this. Line of sight antenna. Line of sight frequencies. Electromagnetic transmission includes light emission traveling in a straight line.
I remember looking at some of the announcements that they had back then. I mean, I saw images on the internet, so for whatever that's worth, but they describe it as direct message.
Yeah, they're saying this. Now they're saying in here, of course, that this is following the that they act as ground waves, which follow Earth's curvature. Okay, right there, bracket this Earth's curvature, which we found to be 0. So that means it doesn't diffract at all with layers of curved atmosphere, because there hasn't been any measured. So that doesn't occur. We know that. So it's traveling straight line. Generally cannot travel over the horizon or behind obstacles like the Earth curvature, if there was any. This is awesome. Okay, hold on. This is from some science wiki. Hold on. Let's see here. That's hilarious. Yeah. So you just put in the correct parts when they say would travel over the curvature of Earth if there was any. So what we found is the amount of curvature it's traveling over is 0. So that means they're not curving, because that would only curve if there was some curvature. So this enables the AM signals in low noise environments to be received well after transmitting antenna has been dropped below this imaginary horizon that doesn't exist. Additionally, frequencies between 1 and 30 millihertz, oh, that's higher, maybe reflected by the F1, F2 layer, blah, 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 blah. That's what they are saying, but we know there's no curvature, so.
They're begging the question when they do that, right? They say, oh, it can go over the curvature of the Earth, when they have to actually prove the curvature of the Earth first.
If it were going over,
they say UHF, yeah.
They need to change that.
You got to cut them down as soon as they say that. Oh, it would if it was UHF or VHF or whatever. Well, first of all, show me the curvature, and then we can talk about whether or not it can. So, it's nonsense.
Put in the empirical findings right there. You just go bracket, comma, brackets, or in quotations, or in, parentheses or something. Inside of the brackets that they found no curvature, therefore you move along. So it's on a flat surface. Okay, great. Ground waves going over a horizontal surface. Good. Then what are they saying here? So the 30 megahertz can be reflected by the F1, F2 layer, which is, let's see here. They're saying is the ionosphere. Of course they are. But no sphere, once again. So they could say whatever they want about it, but it's not curved and it's not a sphere. Okay, so those are misnomers. However, at higher frequencies and in lower levels of the atmo, remove sphere, neither of these effects are significant. Thus, any obstruction between the transmitting antenna and the receiving antenna will block the signal, just like the light that the eye may sense. Since we see in a straight line, I added that part. Therefore, since the ability to visually see a transmitting antenna, disregarding the limitations of the eye's resolution, roughly correspond to the ability to receive the radio signal from it. Well, I guess that's how they saw it. They couldn't see 10,000 miles.
Look, I found an interesting PDF that has a lot of the from the beginning to end, a lot of the development of steel plates. They're talking about electromagnetic frequencies and a lot of the tests that they were doing. They said one of the experiments was done between Brant Rock and the West Indies of a distance of 2735 kilometers, so 2,735 kilometers.
They're just
in
using
the
these
summer 1907. Frequencies in the band of 50 kilohertz to 200 kilohertz were used.
Yeah.
But they were doing many different tests between many locations, and there's a huge list here. I'm gonna download this one and share it with you guys.
They're using these limits as curvature and bulge. They're using the same. It's so fallacious because they're saying the limits of this radio. They're calling the radio horizon. It's pseudo curved. They're not curved. They even say it themselves. So let me see.
Well, where's a physical horizon when you send into message between 3,000 miles? Like,
increasing the Earth's radius. What? Here, this is another one of their little refraction arguments. Look at this part. Look at that. So they have to change the radius of Earth again.
That's very
the
good.
usual effect of declining pressure of the atmosphere. Effectively,
check this PDF. You might be able to find some interest. Check this one, the one that I just shared.
They're saying the declining pressure of the atmosphere with height is to bend the radio waves downward towards the surface of Earth, effectively increasing the Earth's radius and the distance to the radio horizon by a factor of 4/3. This K factor can change. So they say they're just effectively increasing or decreasing the Earth's radius, folks.
What's interesting is the radio though would be a radial pattern, right? RADIAL. If you look at the voice stream, the live stream text, I put out a little GIF to show the type of pattern that the antenna creates. The antenna is an open broadcasting signal. It only becomes directional when you put a mirror on the back to direct it. So they would use a directed radio signal, when they know the point they're broadcasting to. If they don't know where they're broadcasting to, it's just an open signal. It would just go open in a radial pattern that I showed.
Isn't that weird? So there's the link where I got that fallacious information from.
What are you guys actually talking about right now?
Radio frequency and Globe proponents begging the question every time they want to assume that radio frequencies are curving over the surface of a globe that they don't have a measurement for. They're always going to beg the question every single time.
Every time. In the very beginning, first couple words of the first sentence.
What's the consensus on radio waves and do they use radio waves to try and argue the point of the Goldberg?
Not back then when they were actually getting this stuff done. I don't think there was no much argument about proving the globe. They were actually trying to do the transmissions and build the system to achieve that. And the more recent documents, people are explaining it. They add the curvature and that kind of stuff, but because you're gonna find many mixed documents. Some of them will tell you, yeah, the frequency that they were sending, it was traveling to through the Earth's curvature, whatever. But I don't think that those were the people actually doing the transmissions.
Guys, when was the radio invented?
I think apparently, supposedly, in the recent history, Tesla invented most of the pieces and he patented most of the pieces. That's what they say. And then Marconi put a bunch of the pieces together and claimed the invention of the radio. But then they said,
I'm going to give mid 1890. So 1895, 1906.
1900.
Okay. Now, remember, their mission at that point was to broadcast a signal. They didn't care about the surface of the Earth. Okay?
Yeah.
Remember, the retardation of the deformation of the Earth never popped up until 1960. So they had 60 years to test their linear patterns, and then they began in 1960 twisting the story. Right, so it's important that we place the time frames to understand they knew full well what they were doing in the early 1900s with the observation of radio broadcasting. They knew full well. Then they perverted it in 1860.
look at this one. Marconi's ambition at the turn of the century to demonstrate long-distance wireless communications and developed a profitable long-distance wireless telegraph service led to his pragmatic proposal in 1900 to send a wireless signal across the Atlantic. He conceived a plan to erect 2 superstations, one on each side of the Atlantic, for two-way wireless communications. Get it? And the other guy was saying there was relays in between the towers or whatever. And this right here, they're saying 2 towers, two-way wireless communication. There's a lot more to that. To bridge the 2 continents together in direct opposition to the cable company, Anglo-American Telegraph Company. For the eastern terminal, he leased land overlooking Poldhu Cove in southwestern Cornwall, England. For the western terminal, he sent dunes on the northern end of Cape Cod, Massachusetts, at South Whale Fleet was chosen. So yeah, direct message, 2-way wireless communication between point A to point B, over 3,000 kilometers or 2,500 miles between 2 points. I'm gonna share this stuff. There's some good information in this document, the one I shared, but I'm gonna share the screenshots of that. There's a lot of good info in this document. These are those that say that Marconi's greatest triumph, the mother of all experiments, was when he succeeded in 1901 in passing signals across the Atlantic. Oh, but they had relays or some sort. Those are 10 screenshots of the whole document talking about the transatlantic communications.
Don't be a word, Jamsey.
You know what I think about Bob? He gets a kick out of kicking our asses as anti-flat earther. That's what I think.
What's up, Q? How are you, man?
Honestly, I don't think he's this dumb. Excuse my wording here, but I don't think he's that stupid. Yeah, he's gonna be playing a role. I'm good, Kiwi. How are you?
Good, man.
That's what I feel like. From all the shit I've been seeing through the time.
Bob supposedly has a doctorate in psychology, so just keep that in mind.
Okay, you can come counsel me.
You talking about Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, whether or not we're dealing with people who are like, page kills, whatever you want to call them. I don't even like to go down that road anymore. They do know something, though. They know how to continue to help people affirm their biases. So they just keep repeating or giving people excuses to believe whatever it is they want to believe. And they just help people kind of stay in that sort of comfortable spot, like, oh, good, somebody else is telling me what I want to hear. And so as long as someone else is saying what I want to hear, and I don't have to go over into the land of truth where all my paradigm gets destroyed, I'll live over here in comfortable ignorance. That's all they're really doing. And I say, let them do it. Like, people want to believe lies, let them believe lies. Let them go to Bob, pseudoscience fallacy guy, and have their biases confirmed. I don't really care. People who want to know what the truth is will find it.
Moment of silence for the globe. Moment of silence. Moment of silence.
I'm having a moment with my pizza. It's tasty.
Fuck you, kill me, just go. I'm holding my pizza.
Does anyone know a friend or a family member that has gotten the vaccine that's gotten cancer after?
No bueno en live stream, mi amigo.
No hot button topics on my stream. Thanks, buddy. Find that hot button on the curve.
Remember the Fauci ouchies didn't started a few years ago. They've been given to people for many years. So people developing things in their bodies has been going for a long time. And there's actual we're talking about the video games, Discord, we talk about video games, Minecraft. So yeah, people getting the the alien,
the Cocoa Puffs
from another galaxy, Cocoa, these problems from getting the Fauci ouchies.
Cocaine.
Yeah, this has been happening for a long time.
Well, the reason I ask is because I have a family member who got cancer after they got the shot. And I'm starting to read.
I just had to exercise different words to not use the specific terms. You just blew past me. Just don't be specific about the video game. You gotta be more round and go around the terms of the video game so we can understand it better.
Why? Because of the rules here.
I mean, if
I can't say what I mean.
Board.
I can't say what I mean.
TOS.
No, not on the live stream. You can do it in another chat room, but not here.
So we have to use code words when we're talking about not flat Earth.
You know the terms and conditions of the platform. So we get if the place gets shut down, then you won't be able to say it. So that's why we don't say it, so we can keep saying stuff. Get it?
Is that like a flat Earth's Discord rule, or is that a Discord rule?
That is a YouTube, Discord, and many of the platforms.
He's asking about roles. It's not about roles. It's about TOS and other platforms we're streaming towards to from the live stream Discord. That's why. I don't know where you've been, but the censorship has been, kind of all over the place lately.
Up our asses.
Yeah.
Harder than Taco Bell.
I thought Discord shielded us from.
Discord shielding us.
I thought we were allowed to speak freely on.
Discord doesn't shield you.
Discord actually shuts down servers and accounts, individual accounts. For that.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
There's been a few servers that have been shut down.
And the rules before you came in here? I'm sorry, Kiwi.
No, it's all good, dude. We're just it's the community guidelines. We just appreciate abiding by it. Go ahead, dude.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you came to the welcome page and there's rules in there, you got to read those so that you know what we do and do not talk about here. And if we do talk about it, usually it's for a very short amount of time. We definitely don't use, hot words. So anyway, yeah, no, Discord is censored just like every other platform is censored. So if you bring something up, they might shut the server down, period.
It's not that we like it or not. It's just that, people have put a lot of time into kind of having the Discord running. So if we just get it shut down for talking about the things you cannot say, then it's not worth it to keep the place running, you know. But there is other chats, or you can just use a few code names and just say whatever you're gonna say. Because I know what you wanted to say, because I've seen it happening. I've seen it happening. So yeah, it's been happening for a long time, even to near family. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay, let me ask you guys this. Since you're talking about curvature, there has to be. I guess there doesn't have to be. Is there any experiment at all that demonstrates the actual? You guys are going to say that it's flat, but is there any any experiment that has actually demonstrated that?
So the first thing is that you should be, because we get very specific around here when it comes to language. So with respect to experiment is something where you're looking to kind of find out. I think there's variables that you can control and change, manipulate to vary the outcome. This is actually just a measurement, because you don't experiment measuring your foot, you don't experiment measuring height. That's something that you have set scale, you have units. You can administer that set scale of units to something that you're continuously measuring. To answer your original question, nobody has in fact applied a measurement to the surface. It is all.
I think he probably meant not experiment, because we're talking about geometry. So at test, there is laser test and long distance observations. You can label as tests, but you don't do experiments to do the geometry of the Earth.
A test is not a measurement. A measurement is a measurement, because everything has a set measurement to it, a set number.
Yeah.
Right? Like if I was to experiment with, let's say, adding more volume to something to see how it changes shape, that would be an experiment. But the Earth itself has a set geometry to it. And when we look for their set geometry, 3956 mile radius, it doesn't show up. That's the problem. So our default is to go back to flat.
I mean, flat is a description. You don't measure when you go to the Earth. You don't measure. You describe it as flat, but we got topography, right?
So we go by the consistent level that we go by is of sea level. So sea level is a consistent number. It's 0, and that's something.
Horizontal. So and you can measure the straight line from point A to point B or point C, because you can do a triangulation test. It doesn't have to be 2 points. It could be more than 2 points. Yeah.
Go ahead, Jamesy. Finish up, dude. Sorry.
No, I'm saying that the laser test, because he was asking about an experiment, but I was think that he's trying to say some type of demonstration, a test, I will say, or a measurement. I guess I will say that the laser tests are pretty good to kind of look into that.
Put it into terms. So if you go to a surveyor will give you their reported numbers that are reported as elevations, and those are measured as above sea level. So X amount of meters above sea level. That's how you measure the Earth. We measure the Earth in reference to the sea, so to speak, the elevation above sea level or below sea level in some cases. Does that make sense, Diesel?
Yeah, so every test that we've conducted, now lasers, those are cool. Everyone likes lasers. Sounds super technical, but all you need to do is know that you're using a straight, flat, horizontal line from point to point. Now, celestial navigation, which has been used for centuries, proves that you can only navigate the Earth if it is flat, period. Every point between stars or geographic locations that are zeniths to those stars has to be a flat plane in between and a standard distance measured by angle. So the angle has to have a flat baseline. Every test that we try to use, every method of navigation, every surveying technique uses a flat baseline. That's all the Earth is. Now, every test that tries to prove curvature comes up with one thing, because basically due to perspective and limitations in our vision, we cannot see infinitely far nor measure infinitely far, but every time we do, it's always flat. So there's no curvature measured anywhere. It's always measured flat. It's always navigated flat. It's always observed flat. The thing that needs to be proved is curvature, which is yet to be done. So hope that kind of answers it for you.
To back up says whose point, if you want to check. And Diesel, I hope you're listening and you're not just asking questions and dipping. To back
I
up
just
what
stepped away. I'm here. I'm back here though.
all right, cool, just checking. So to back up what he's saying,
And I
if you
didn't hear that. So
you back up the look at the live stream text to back up what says who's saying right now. This is the way that sailors have navigated the waters for hundreds of years using a sextant. Right? They assume that the baseline of the triangle they're calculating is flat. And when I say assume, no waves are seen in the water. That's the assumption I make. Again, flat baseline is required going to the horizon so that you can achieve that 90-degree observation angle of the celestial body you're interacting with.
I have another question for everyone. How did they come up with the what's it called? The nautical mile? Because isn't the nautical mile the distance with curvature added into the equation? Or simply put, isn't a nautical mile a mile that accounts for curvature?
It is a marine term. It's what they used to use to measure distances. They put knots and ropes every certain amount of feet. It's 1.15 miles. You can convert the measurements from nautical miles to statute miles easily, even if you're using the sextant. So nautical miles is just what they use to measure distance when they basically dropped out a big rope, a certain amount of feet, and put a knot every certain distance. I forget what it actually is. But a nautical mile is 1.15 statute miles. Anyway, no, it doesn't have anything to do with curvature. That is, I don't know if I've ever heard that before.
Look it up.
Someone told you that. Okay.
I looked up.
Fair enough. So if that's written down, that's fine. If it's written down, then you have to actually prove the curvature again. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, so where's the curvature? That's the only thing you need to deal with. Right.
I'm just asking about it, and I'm not pushing for Globe Earth view. I'm just asking, how did, I'm basically just asking what is the nautical mile? Because when I looked into the definition of what a nautical mile was, I started to go into arc minutes, and obviously that has to do with, unless I'm stupid, that has to do with the curvature of the Earth.
No, arc minutes is angle. That's flat baseline. Arc minutes is flat baseline. An arc is just a degree, right? It has nothing to do with curvature. Right. It's just a measurement of angle, just like a protractor. So that's not curvature. That's another bait and switch tactic. That's a lie. It's fallacious reasoning. So whoever's publishing this stuff, and it's everywhere, right? They're bait and switching everything. Oh, arc means curvature. No, it means angle, flat baseline. An angle is 3 straight lines. Always. So you know what I'm saying? You gotta be careful. Like, they can say something, but it's a bait and switch tactic.
So the nautical mile is if we're to believe the some of the flat Earth points, then the nautical mile, what was it created for?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, what was the
why did they create the nautical mile? And you can, if you look up nautical mile, you'll read about what I'm talking about, Earth's curvature. There's some map in there, and I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm just wondering. It appears that the measurement counts for the arc, and I'm not saying the arc is there. I'm just saying that here's something that we were given that supposedly used the curve. So it just doesn't. Like, why do they use that if there's no curve? And it's weird. And I don't know if when they travel by airplane, actually, I don't think they're using nautical miles. Sea road.
Yeah, they're saying that, I'm looking it up here. It's 1/60th of a degree of arc, which is them telling you that it's an angle measurement, which means it's a flat baseline. So they're telling you that it's a measurement of degree, right? Celestial navigation, flat baseline. They're not saying it's curvature of the Earth. They're saying it's an angle measurement to a celestial object.
Yeah.
So they're telling you it's flat.
Okay, so if that's the case, then why is a standard mile different from a nautical mile?
Well, there's a bunch of different versions of measurement. There's metric. There's imperial. Like, there's a lot of different ways to measure something. How it's measured doesn't have anything to do with whether or not the surface is curving or not. It's just an agreed upon for that particular culture sometimes, right? Like, those of us that live in the West, we don't use the metric system necessarily, but we keep moving in that direction for whatever reason. You could say communism, you could say whatever. But anyway, it's a measurement, right? And a measurement has usually when we're talking about distances between points is a straight line always. So never mind what standard they're using. The point is it curved or is it flat? You know what I'm saying? Like, don't get bogged down by what standard is used. You have to figure out what the distance is in relation to or regards to. Is it straight flat line, straight point, line of sight distances, point-to-point lines? If that's what it is, then we don't have to worry about whether or not it's nautical or statutory or metric.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So I guess to take whether you're on a flat or globe Earth, whatever you want to be on, you take 2 points. Just 2 points on the Earth. Why is the nautical mile going to be a different number than the static mile?
Is 5,280 feet. Okay. Now nautical miles is, as I understand it, 1.15 of that. So, but it's still the same. Like, it's always apples to apples, if that makes sense. It's not an exponent. If it was a curved distance, it would be an exponent, if that makes sense. But it's not. They correlate completely. Like, you can navigate nautically using statutory miles. Instead of it being 60 nautical miles per degree, it would be 69 statutory or statute miles per degree. So it's the same. And since it's always linear, it's not, per degree squared like it would be on a curve. Since it's a slope, that still means you have a flat baseline. So it works either way. It still dictates, you have to have a flat surface. It still works. It's a slope with a flat baseline always. So I understand what you're asking, but you can convert it. You can convert it to kilometers. You can do whatever you want. But because it's basically a multiplication, 69 miles, statutory miles or statute miles per degree, that means that it is a slope with a flat baseline, and it will always, you just keep multiplying that. Whatever the degrees is, you can multiply that by 69 statute miles. So flat baseline no matter what.
Okay, so maybe I'm not understanding what I feel like you're not understanding what I'm asking. So
Okay.
And
No, they
thanks for
haven't.
explaining. You're doing a good job. I just maybe I don't understand.
Yeah,
But
and I think
where
really,
the extra distance on the nautical mile compared to, okay, you have a standard mile and then you have a nautical mile. What is it that what makes the nautical mile have more distance to it? Because there's some reason they created the nautical mile.
okay, the
And the nautical mile, it has more distance than a normal static mile. So what distance is being removed from the nautical mile to get back to the standard mile? Does that make sense?
Diesel, mic check 1, 2. Are you getting me?
Does this have to do with the Earth being flat or round? What question are you asking?
Well, I'm not using it as a debate point. I'm just saying that I'm trying to get you to answer the question. Where's the extra? So on a, like we already established, on the nautical mile is longer.
Diesel,
right?
listen.
Longer.
Please
So
stop.
why?
Diesel.
What is happening?
Diesel, please stop associating a mile on the water with a mile on the road. They're two different things. Okay? 1 nautical mile is equal to 1 minute of latitude. Right? These are the
1
measurements
minute of latitude.
for the globe. Right? This is what says who is trying to explain to you. Right? So you have to take away your understanding of a mile with representation on a road and understand how a nautical mile came about for nautical navigation. It's two different things. So don't associate mile on the water with a mile on the road. You got it? You understand?
Created with this diesel,
I'm trying to understand.
Here's the part that might be missing. Here's the part that might be
I'm
missing.
not trying to argue. I'm just trying to understand.
Hold on a second. I just want to pause for a second. Here's the part you might be missing. When you're actually on board ship, you're using a flat chart. You're drawing a straight line with a ruler. That is your dead reckoning. Your location is along that line because you know you're traveling, right? But you have currents, changes in wind direction. You have wave height, wave direction, wave interval. You have all these different things that are happening, right? So now when you double check for the celestial objects above you at elevation angles based on the 0 point of your sextant, which is the horizon itself, set to 0. At the horizon, you measure an elevation angle. You have a right triangle there. Those locations of those stars, their zeniths, in other words, are so well known that they print that information in a book. You carry that with you on board. You're plotting along a flat rectangular coordinate system. Look at any navigational chart. There's no curved lines in them at all. They're not projections. So it doesn't matter. It just matters what like your compass rose. You have one of those. You have a legend on a nav chart. That's what you set your compass to for distances, right? And you're plotting your distance along a ruler or a straight line that you've drawn from a ruler. You have tools called parallel rules, which you set the compass rose. You say you're heading on a flat chart. You swivel it over to the line where you're actually traveling. You make corrections. Then with these right triangles that you use with celestial bodies, you double check your dead reckoning because it's always going to be off because of the previous mentioned effects that are happening from the wind and waves and so forth, currents, all of that. So you double check and you find out, wow, the current took me 6 miles too far south in a 24-hour period. That you make a correction, you go, oh, so I'm actually here, and you can double check this with the stars.
Yo, excuse me, can I say a few things?
So I'm not saying that if I'm on a map of supposed flat Earth, that I would need to use a line.
Fucking believe the Earth is flat. Fucking go on Google Maps, you fucking monkey. She's monkey, fucking Earth monkey.
Ja, auf deinem, Mann.
Ja, die hören mich gar nicht. Was soll die Scheiße?
What I'm trying to focus in on
Ignorieren die einfach. Hey yo,
the origins of the nautical mile. Where did that come from? See, I read something that made me think. I think you guys are understanding me wrong. I don't think I'm getting my point across the right way.
No, I think I get your question, dude. Probably more than likely, you're going to have to look into, because I looked at a few different sites on the history of why they decided a nautical mile is the distance that it is. So 5280 is a statute mile, imperial, right? And a nautical mile is 6,080 feet. Now, why they decided on that, I don't know. But I guarantee you, it doesn't have anything to do with curvature, because you can swap out either or and still get to your location. Like it would have to be an exponential change. It wouldn't be just a direct correlation, or not correlation. I'm not using the wrong words, but you can't chart from one to the other accurately if there's curvature involved. It's still a straight, flat baseline. It's a slope. It's not an arc. So as far as the history as to why they made that measurement, I don't know. I hope maybe is that what you're trying to get at? Like, why are they deciding to use that, or what?
Well, yeah, pretty much. So the reason that I think maybe I understand the nautical mile in the wrong definition. I don't think I understand it the way I perceive it, because simply on Wikipedia it says it's defined as the meridian arc length corresponding to 1 minute of latitude, which is 1/60 of a degree. So when I read that, and there must have been some other text that made me think that the nautical mile measurement accounted for the curvature of the Earth. And the only reason that I say that is because if we actually did live on a ball, right, and you had to let's say you're fueling up your ship to go across the ocean, right? If I drew a straight, if I actually was sailing on a flat surface, you wouldn't have to account for the curvature, which would add, X amount of miles to your trip, right? So that's why I thought nautical miles came from, was for accounting for the curvature, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was wondering about nautical miles. I think I'm just wrong in how I understand what it is. So.
Just for a minute. So, do you know what arc length is? Like, do you know when they say arc minute or arc degree or arc length? Do you know what that means? Hello?
I do, but I don't know if he... Anyway, listen, that was invented to reify the globe, actually. That whole thing is based on the 3959 radius. So that's the why. It's just a concept, just like the globe is, the nautical mile, so is the statute mile. It's not the actual distances you travel when you're on feet on the ground, or wheels on the ground, or boat in the water. It's just a concept.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking, Diesel Boy, is because, when you talk about arc length, you're talking about a matter of degrees. If you think of a protractor that you used in school, there's an arc over the top, right? But that gives you the amount of degrees according to the flat surface beneath it, right? The bottom of the protractor is flat. So the matter of degrees is the arc. So it doesn't have anything to do with curvature. It has to do with measuring degrees or minutes of degrees, those types of things. So it's always according to triangulation, straight lines, geometry. It doesn't have anything to do with the curve of the Earth. They're not adding 0.15 of a statute mile to account for curvature. That's not how it works. It's a matter of charting and flat maps and all that stuff. So, like, the sky essentially is the map, if you want to think of it that way. we navigate the surface according to the sky map. It's really pretty cool. And it's always assumed at the same time that, like, the roof is flat as well. It's really bizarre how it all works together. Hard to explain or even describe because you'd have to know what the sky is made of or the construction of it to kind of do this. So, but we assume the sky is flat because everything lines up in a very square triangulation type system. So everything's flat. Zeniths are 90s. The surface is flat. The sky is assumed to be flat when you're using co-altitude zenith distance. So nowhere is there any curvature found ever. Nor could you even plot your course or know the distances if the surface was curved. Statute miles or nautical miles wouldn't matter. Like, there's no way you could do it. There's no way you could get the measurement if the surface was curved.
The distances, latitude, longitude, or longitude were those measurements along those lines. Longitude and latitude are still necessary on a planar or a globe, right? And I think that's maybe one of the confusing things. People are not realizing latitude and longitude are still present in a plane. Right? You think about a target. Target has a central point, which is the North Pole in this case, and then it has lines that explode outwards, offset from the center. And they all have radial pattern. Right? So all of those intersecting lines, they draw. So you draw lines out from the middle out towards the extremity of the circle. Where that line bisects or intersects with the radial line drawn out. Similar to that on a bullseye on a target. When you're playing darts, same thing, right? Those lines intersect. So those give you intersections as well. Those lines are all measurements, what we're referring to.
Who was that freaking moron I was arguing with earlier about oil? Is that idiot still in here? Hopefully not.
Kessler. I think Kessler or something.
Who told you Earth was flat? If someone told you Earth was a ball, would you listen to them anymore at all? Told you was spinning, turning, wobbling, and bending. Can you tell me where I can see this myself? Spinning and curving. It's starting to get unnerving. I'm sitting looking around my room. I guess it's gonna start spinning soon. But it hasn't done so yet. When does when is the beginning of all the spinning?
Got my new dry vape, Sony.
Who told you Earth was a ball? Would you listen to them at all? No, you got nothing that's about this place. You need to get your ball out of my face.
Shut the fuck up, Sonny.
Shut the fuck up, fraud. Dang.
Okay, when you do something stupid at work, I really fucked up.
Stupid at work. Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Well, yeah, it's my own business, but still, I fucked up. Because I charged too much fucking money. Now I gotta fucking refund money. I fucking hate that. That fucking sucks. But at least you're your own faggot ass boss, though. You can only scream at yourself, right?
Right. What you gonna do? What you gonna do at the end of the day? What you gonna say to yourself?
You're a dumbass.
That's what it's all about. Like, that's what our whole experience is like catching ourselves. Because we're not going to be able to be skimming through life with no mistakes. Especially if we're trying not to make mistakes. Better just let things go. It seems to be smoother, mistakes or not.
Well, I guess I can fix it without having to refund any money, but it's going to cost me time. Annoying.
Yeah, there's always a payoff, bro. So, what was I going to say?
Going to the moon?
No, more down to earth, than that. Kind of along the lines of what you're talking about.
Well, I was hoping they were going to the moon.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
I'm back. I said I would be back, right? I had to go. So you think I was running away or whatever? Sure, but I just have to go, drop a car off.
If you're a Glober, then we don't really care, but what you had to go do.
I don't know if that's serious or not. It's like a bit of dehumanization right there, but sure. Whatever keeps a cult happy.
He rolls around on curvy ground.
So what were we talking about last? It was we were talking about radio propagation, right? I was having a conversation because I'll come back another time if that's the case.
Radio wave propagation? Is that what you're talking?
Yeah.
Through what kind of medium? Just through air?
Well, it depends on the wavelength, but sure. But HF can utilize a number of propagation techniques, right? Does anyone know what they are?
Nope.
Okay, so you got skywave, spacewave, and groundwave.
Spacewave.
Yeah, spacewave is just line of sight.
Well, Marconi, 10,000 miles, London to Australia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Line of sight.
So I've done UK to Belize with HF. All right.
What?
UK to Belize. Belize is like next to the Yucatan Peninsula, or whatever it's called, of Mexico.
So what are you trying to say? When was this done?
February this year.
In 1918?
No, February this year. HF propagation hasn't changed much. What's changed is like modulation techniques and stuff has changed. AM, FM, all that type of stuff. I'm sure you're all familiar with AM, FM.
Yeah, a little bit.
So the radio itself is, this. So the frequencies haven't changed. Nothing has changed about them. All that's changed is the modulation. So that doesn't really matter. But utilizing HF and propagation techniques, you can pretty much get the same results that these people did with radios back then. Because radios are a relatively primitive industrial technology. The only sort of advancements and optimizations we've made on them is modulation and cryptographic sort of encryption, which you don't need to know about for propagating at those distances, unless you're working with crypto.
We're pretty much what we're kind of really on about is Marconi what he actually did, and that's kind of where we're at here at this.
That's the same thing that I'll have done.
What's actually done, not what could be done, or what.
No, I'm saying that's what was done, right? I'll look into it. I'll scroll up and chat now and try and find a link because I've just got back, so I'm trying to remember myself exactly.
So, Gemsy, at 22 minutes after the hour, Gemsy posted 10 screenshots of slides about the whole topic. So,
gee, that's going to be a long read.
Start.
I actually need to know what. So I think he's using is that a dipole he's using? I can't fucking read it.
Well, you gotta look. That's why you need to look at this information.
I know. I'm gonna look now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's using a dipole there. So that's exactly what I used. I used a dipole as well. So he tried. Hold on. I'll give this a read, and then we'll skim. We'll go over paragraph by paragraph. So I'm not really crazy into radios. I'm not like an amateur radio guy, but I work with radios, right?
Yeah, it's not my expertise either. Honestly, I'm a sailor.
Is my expertise, but I'm not it's just a part of the job. Do you know what I mean? I'm not like an amateur ham radio operator or whatever. People are fucking crazy. Right. But I do work with radios. I've worked with HF, UHF, VHF.
See, what I'm good at is if I had directions and the right components, I could build something if I have good directions. I'm good at electronics that way. I can test circuits, things like that. At the component level, I like working at the component level. So I could actually build a radio as long as I had good directions, a good schematic. I can follow.
I can't. Someone's hot micing.
Yeah, who's hot micing? Hold on.
Yo, Rod, you're hot micing.
You guys new crew? What MCO crew? Yeah, I guess we are the new crew. I'm fairly.
He's muted now. He's muted.
Okay, fraud is okay. Anyway, there we go.
So I'm just going to give this a read for. It seems it says here he's using HF, which it's
an article. I mean, it's an article written in 1995 by John S. Belrose. So.
Yeah, I imagine his methodology, honestly, other than the equipment he used, methodology it seems to be exactly the same right now as what I did to get Belize.
So Marconi's ambition at the turn of the century to demonstrate long-distance wireless communication and develop a profitable long-distance wireless telegraph service led to his pragmatic proposal in 1900 to send wireless signal across the Atlantic. He conceived a plan to erect two superstations one on each side of the Atlantic for two-way wireless communication.
Yep.
to bridge the two countries together in direct opposition to the cable company. For the eastern terminal, he leased land overlooking Polhu Cove to southwestern Cornwall, England. For the western terminal, sand dunes of the north end of the Cape Cod, Massachusetts, of south.
Yeah, I'm reading it myself. It's off-putting when someone else reads it.
So yeah, they did a direct message between coast to coast.
Yep.
That's 25. That's about 3,000 kilometers.
Yeah, I've done
2,500 miles.
I've done more than that. Just a flex right there.
Yeah.
I've done Hold on, I'll check out what distance did I do. I done 4,380 nautical miles, approximately, point to point.
Yeah.
Which is longer than whatever they done. What did they do?
Welcome to the death of the globe.
Wait, it's not that. If you think it was if they did it with UHF, I'd definitely be like, holy shit, that's pretty impressive. Like, there's clearly a problem here. But
no, low hertz range is right in the documents.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's very, very low hertz range.
Exactly.
Super low. So
what it says he's working on his HF, which is like a lower band.
Yeah, no
high frequency. So yeah, you can definitely do that with higher.
And he even done LF. So as soon as there's a wall of water in between, or a wall of earth in between, you're not gonna make it. So there's none of that happening. That's why I made it.
So he's a quiz-sphere, right? So I don't know how much you know about these types of radio communications. So he was using LF and MF, like this is like really low frequency bands, and is the range that he could get on it differed between day and night. So in the day, he was getting a specific range, and at the night, he was getting another specific range, and this was consistent. Why is it, do you think, that these ranges were different in the day and night? Now, he might not have known it back then. We know it now, but why was he getting different ranges during the day and night, do you think? Because we know now during the day we can, if we use HF,
temperature might cause some change between the medium, and that might affect the.
No, temperature changes like vary. Like say if I conducted the same range test on a hot day, and I conduct a range test on a cold day at midday, it won't change the propagation. What does change the propagation is the presence of the sun overhead. Now, why do you think
that will definitely cause an effect? Definitely.
Yeah, why do you think that causes an effect on the propagation?
Tell us. Come on, tell us.
So the reason why it causes an effect on the propagation is because it messes with the E layer in the atmosphere.
You mean the atmosphere because the sun is moving across.
Right. Okay.
Over.
Linguistic technicality. You win. Hands up. You got me. But it messes with the E layer in the atmosphere, right? So why would the ionization matter when radio propagating?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It works the way it works, except you have no sphere on it.
That's the thing. It just.
You have to delete the
linguistically, blah blah blah. Sphere, atmosphere.
You don't have a sphere. You don't have a sphere. No sphere.
Dude, if you beg the question, we're going to call you on it. You say atmosphere, and you're also presuming something about the sun, so you actually have to bring the evidence. You don't just say this is why. You have to prove it, right? So bring the evidence.
You won on a linguistic technicality.
No, it's not linguistics. Don't do that. Don't chicken out, dude. Come on, no, I'm running away. I'm asking for you to bring the evidence. Put it in the live stream, voice text, about what you're claiming. This is very simple. You have to back up your claim. You can't just say things.
Hey Kessler, I've been kind of just chill for a second. I think what happens is the underlying premise that you're starting with. So these derivative topics that we get into, what Marconi did and how these radio waves propagate through the air. so on and so forth. There's a little bit of like technicality. There's tolerance levels that you can add to them or take away. They don't really get you down to where you're asking the question, are they working over a globe or a flat plane? So this is the issue. We're working these derivative topics backwards into like the globe idea or the flat idea. And they're never going to bring you to a solid stance because your paradigm is already shaped by the time that you're getting to these arguments. So these arguments are like derivative topics to like, if you've already given an example of how it can be, then you go into these other topics. However, this has never been done by anybody that's come forward with the like starting point from globe. And I'll tell you this way, like, because I've always talked to people about this, and we've talked about gravity, Coriolis, and all that. But when it comes to the shape claim, that's the most important. So we often get into, you probably heard it before, but we talk about the radius, diameter, circumference, the method in which that was extrapolated from the very beginning. So primary source, right? We want to find out who started this method and how did they derive the radius, diameter, circumference. So we can't go on calculations, assumptions, imaginations. We have to actually work on the real world way that we can extrapolate those numbers, right? Measurements. So if you by any chance happen not to have this information, or you go reference like maybe, Eratosthenes or Aristotle, Al-Biruni, like any one of these guys, right? We're going to have to question you on the method until we finally get down to like where you can tell us for sure the method by which these three things were extrapolated. Because we have to know it's a geometric shape that you and I are standing on. So obviously that can be understood. It's not, the ball's not so big that you can't know, because they know. There's metrics to it. So with these metrics, you can actually say, okay, we already have the standard for the globe. These are the metrics. Now let's put some math to it and see how we can get the curvature. Now this has already been done. The reason I'm going a little bit long-winded so you can understand, like, this was.
Well, I'm forgetting what your sort of last sentences were. It's going a bit like no disrespect, but I genuinely am forgetting what the last sentence.
All right, so let's break it down real quick, right? Just breaking it down. The method by which radius, diameter, circumference was got. Do you know how that was done?
The method?
Yes.
So originally it's stated, right, whether he existed or not, is Aristophanes, done a particular method to assume that light rays were parallel, the sun was far away, found the circumference, had knowledge of pi to an estimation of, I don't know what the estimation was. Was it like 3 point?
You're on the course, right? He
done that estimation in, was it Serene or something like that? Paced out so many stadia, blah blah blah. Worked out a rough estimate of what the radius would be, or rather the circumference.
Sure.
And I think he was accurate, 5%, something like that.
Yeah, there was a bit of
what today's measurements state they are.
Sure, there was a bit of tolerance there, but like what I'm trying to tell you is that from the beginning of that, you guys call it experiment. It's not an experiment, because experiment deals with experiment deals with science, which science
Who
is
calls it
asking.
Experiment?
No, the experiment is not what he's done. It was a measurement.
It's a measurement,
He was measuring the circumference of the Earth. So, well, at least what he was telling us, like how he's explaining
I didn't call it an experiment, by the way.
No. That's what it's called. It's labeled as Eratosthenes experiment. Usually people talk about it. Well, didn't the Greek did an experiment? That's what they say, right?
I guess in informal talk, like. But if you want to be technical about it, it wasn't an experiment. It was more of an indirect measurement.
Yeah, let's just look at the facts, right? Did he actually apply anything where he started from let's say in this way, a blank sheet of paper? He's not assuming anything. He's just measuring, and then therefore he's extrapolating the information from that from the measurement. Like he's just measuring the Earth from one point to the other and seeing how much drop over distance he's achieving. Now, if that was the case, he's already, from that point forward, he's assuming the Earth to be a specific type of, in his mind, he's already, he assumed that the Earth was a globe, and then superimposing that over the reality, of what he's trying to attempt to do right now. Noon, whether it's an obelisk that he was looking at, or it was a well that he was looking down, the story kind of varies from, person to person and place to place.
Yeah, it's probably just an old legend type of thing.
Yeah, so they say that the primary source is that this is where it came from, where we understand the Earth to be what it is, and so on. But we're nowhere near close to understanding that if the surface of the Earth is curved or if it's flat, like with this idea, with this measurement that he's doing, because on both,
I guess in those, sorry to cut you off, but I think just so I can add to it before I forget what you said, is in those times I think definitely he was making an assumption because he didn't know, because he had to make the assumption that light rays were parallel and that the sun was far away. Yeah, well, I guess those come hand in hand, right? If the sun is far away, its angular size doesn't change throughout the day.
Size. Well, it follows, right? So in order for the way to that he's proposing that it is, it would have to be an unlimited distance away, at least from the way.
Yeah. If it's parallel and unlimited, yeah, sure.
So the idea that it's on a curved surface was already presupposed, and he's just like further solidifying it with just like what he's doing, and so that's what. A lot of people hang on this information. They always go back to Eratosthenes, and we always talk about, did it provide evidence of the Earth being curved, the surface of the Earth being curved? And of course, you can come out with a geometric shape that would support this being a globe, right?
Right.
On the other hand, if you had a different circumstances of like how the cosmos were aligned, if you had a local sun and a flat surface, it would work the same with the shadows and so on, right? This was already kind of like something what a science communicator like Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about. So we understand that it's possible in both scenarios, whether it's a curved surface or it's a flat surface, it's still achievable to receive the same results, right?
Yeah, but there have to be distinct differences there. So with a flat surface, you would need the sun to be closer and divergent light rays, right?
There's a little bit of kind of different cosmology, like I said.
That would have to be the difference.
But right. But here's the thing. On the one hand, you have the globe side, which right now you probably still sit on because you have the tag and that. So I'm just assuming you think the narrative is pretty solid, like with explanations and so forth, right?
No, I don't think. Well, I think anyone that sort of claims that, in terms of what are you referencing the whole universe or just the actual planet that we live on? We live on. Sorry, don't want to trigger.
Yeah, say whatever you. I don't care what you. It doesn't matter to me. So like whatever you think the Earth is, right? There's a narrative attached to it, and whether you fall on the side of like agreeing with them or disagreeing with them, either you build your own cosmology and you say, well, the Earth has to be bigger than what they or whatever. Like you have to at least understand that the point or the claim is that the standard is what they're claiming, what the narrative is. So I don't care if you say the Earth is a bigger ball or whatever. It only matters what they've said. And you have to fall in one or two camps. Either you know what the Earth is by way of them telling you, or you made up your own idea of what the Earth is because it's not what they told you. So this is like how we're going to divide this, and so we can get into different understandings, right? So like whether you agree with them, that's one thing I need to know. Like, are you saying that from the narrative that you agree with them on the point of like the origin of the information from where they derive the calculations to the radius, diameter, circumference? Because we have to know, like all of us. Go ahead.
So whether or not, here's my take, whether or not Aristophanes actually existed or not doesn't matter because the methodology is repeatable today, right? Would you agree?
No.
Why does it matter that Aristophanes was actually a person?
Well, the method that he was trying to provide as evidence for something doesn't exist.
Yeah,
because he didn't.
The method doesn't exist.
No. He's trying
the method
to say
can exist. It's just how you interpret that.
No. Well, method, right? Like what I'm saying is like the way he's proposing it, it's only happening on a globe, and so it's giving people like a biased frame of mind when they're actually looking at the information. They're like, we're coming into this, gonna provide evidence for the globe, but that's already assuming that the Earth is a globe already as a presumption, and then moving into the information. And saying,
technically, you only need to make what assumption in the modern day. You don't have to make any assumption.
Well, yeah, you do. Actually,
what did you have to assume?
That the Earth is curved. There isn't a method. There isn't a method that you and I. There isn't a method that you and I can do to go like. Let's say we're going to the beach, right? We're gonna see if there's any whatsoever, according to the claim, any drop over distance. We're just gonna find that out. Like if there is, there is. If there isn't, there isn't. Right? And so that's what we're going into. Like, we're not saying that the Earth is of any geometric shape. We're just saying a curved surface and a flat surface. Either it's going to be curving or it's not.
So then it's not a dichotomy. It's not a dichotomy to either assume it's flat or a globe, right? Because if you assume it's flat, then you would be using trig to find out the distance to the sun. You find out the distance to the sun.
Though.
I know that's not the claim, but you can use a method of reason and a deduction here. If it's not X, then try Y. And that it's not a false dichotomy because they're the only two options, right?
Well, curving or depends on what you. There's actually a third one, but I won't get into that because you don't even probably entertain that one. The other one would be a concave Earth, which is opposite.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, at least
that's the third option, but it's not like.
Work on a concave Earth.
Well, but that's not even like because that is another group. But like this is like if it's curving somewhere up or down, then it would definitely define itself with like how whatever method we do to see the curve, right? To get it defined between two distances, we're going to actually do that so that it can pronounce itself to you and me. We're going to say, okay, there's the obstruction right there. It starts at like X number of miles or whatever. However we achieve that, we're going to be able to find out for sure. There isn't going to be any shadow of a doubt that the hump of Earth is going to be obstructing your view. I would say that's very agreeable on the terms of what we're looking for. And like, it's like practical even. Like if we're talking about a mound of dirt, I'll use that as a redundant example. A mound of dirt, it was like you're walking over the mound of dirt. Every single day, I see you walk over the mound of dirt. Every single day, you disappear as you cross over that mound of dirt. That obstruction is blocking my view from seeing you over on the other side. At no time will I entertain the notion that refraction would bring you back into view. That's never going to happen. There's an obstruction in my way. There's something in my physical in my way. I cannot see past this hill, and I don't see the effects of the hill. I see the actual hill, and it's blocking my view from seeing you. These are the logical, practical ways that we actually look at reality. There's no other way. Now, when we start to invoke different things like the effects of the hill, the reason why I can't see you, or we're starting to talk in different terms, we're actually making excuses and things that don't exist in reality to actually intercede for the globe, to make excuses so the globe can exist, because it doesn't. So this is what's happening with the idea that we're looking at the claim itself, right? The radius, diameter, circumference, and this obstruction that should be there is not present in our examination. So we go out to see if there's a measurement we can do from point A to point B. We do a kind of a small sample set of like, I would put a range from 10 to 15 miles, or, you can go a little farther if you want, 20 miles, let's say. But if you go with that sample set, you can actually achieve either there's going to be curvature that's going to start to obstruct the viewer from seeing in the far distance, or you're not going to have that obstructing your view, which of course we understand practically as people when we speak to each other. It's ludicrous to think that you're going to be able to one day see past that point and one day you're going to see obstruction. That's a movable hill. That hill moves. Like, how is that possible? Like, an amount of dirt is static. It stays where it's at unless there's an earthquake or whatever. Like that's logical to say that. And it's agreeable by everyone. But what happens is when we get into this conversation, people often just like kind of drop it and just like, no, it's got to be what they say. And I think that's extremely fallacious. So our reasoning is solid. Yet when we come to the side of the globe, there's excuses as to why you see something in the far distance, like if something appears over the curvature, perhaps. And so we're trying to reason with people like, when in reality, can this actually be achievable, where we're saying things that on another side of a hill are being able to be seen by refraction, and also we see only the effects of somebody disappearing over that hill. It's illogical on its face. So that's what we're attempting to actually reason with people when they come in here. It's like, if that was true, if the globe does pronounce itself, the curvature is known as seen, it's going to block your view at said distance. Obviously, that's not going to be an argument between us, because the thing is there, it's physical. But we're not seeing evidence of that. It's to the contrary. So the metrics of the globe inserted, elevation, height, distance calculated, everything is all where it should be, and we get no curvature. And there's times where we can see something in the distance. There's times where you can't see it as well because, it looks like it's kind of cut off halfway. And there's other effects through the air that we see that start making distortions in the thing we're seeing in the distance. However, that doesn't happen to stand reason for where the curvature is, because it doesn't, on a clear day, pronounce itself in front of us. So there's a lot of issues, Kessler, and I don't know if you looked at it in this way, but the method for extrapolating the radius, diameter, circumference has never been achieved by anybody who's on the globe side. We're only presuming that the Earth is a globe at this point.
All right. Okay. So I don't know, like, what to reply to. That was about 6 minutes.
No,
long.
I mean it's really just. I'm always talking about the shape claim. So if that is true, it's a true reality for you. It should be a knockdown, easy win. I'm talking about you can grab that information just by like on the top of your head, straight off the dome. You're gonna bring it like here it is. The method to.
Is that not what I just done?
I'm sorry.
I thought that's what I just done. I think.
Oh, I don't know. Did somebody hear it? Because that passed me, dude. Like, what did you say?
The Aristophanes method. So you have a problem.
No, Aristophanes is no, we can't use him. No, it's
why not?
Because if it's providing evidence for, let's say, the idea that the Earth is a globe, curved surface, but it also can provide evidence that if there was different circumstances, the Earth could be flat. Local sun, right? Well, that's agreeable between me and you.
But we know it's not a local sun.
No. We don't know that. See, there's assumptions being made. Yeah, we don't. There's assumptions being made that you're making these ideas coming off of authoritative.
Can I just get a word in? So
I'm sorry.
I want to give a thorough reply because I feel like I'm giving sort of one-word answers at the moment.
I don't know how. Go ahead. I don't know what you want to talk about Aristophanes, but go ahead.
I just wanted to reply to sort of what you said is. So if we do the Aristophanes method, if we do that and it's flat, right? So you go into that with the Earth is flat, right?
No.
Because as I've already said, I've already said, it's not a false dichotomy.
No. I'm not going into. That's wrong, though. I'm not going.
Why?
See, because there's a claim. We have to address the claim. The thing that we're doing is addressing the claim. We're not going in of assuming anything. I'm not assuming the Earth is flat.
Well, it's not a false dichotomy.
You're going after the claim. Like you and I are both addressing the claim. That's what we're doing. So in this thought experiment, you and I are saying there's a claim on the table. The claim is that the Earth has a radius, diameter, and circumference. That's the claim. The claim isn't that the Earth is inherently flat. It's what people are saying everywhere. It's a globe. So everybody's.
Are you sure it's flat then?
Yes,
100%. 100. Okay.
100%. 100%.
I'm going to say 99, but
no. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Go.
So if you're certain it's flat, then you can carry out the Aristophanes method without having to make an assumption, right?
No, the Aristophanes method is debunked.
No, yes.
Eratosthenes doesn't do anything for us except for just, all we do is see different shadows at the different where it's 12 noon. Again, apparently from what he was saying, 12 noon on one location, 12 noon in another location, the shadow was different. That's kind of like what it was. But for us, there's really not a problem as far as what we know.
That would give you a trig to the sun, right?
Yeah, we're not trying to do that.
No.
We're not making any claims about the sun.
Yeah, I don't know. You might have heard something that there's a bunch of people used to, like in like 2018, there was a lot of people that were like really hanging on the idea they could do trig to the sun. I, on the other hand, say that can't be known. That's not known. Wow. There's a lot of people that like to assume there's trig to the sun. And that would be like, oh, we can guess it's 3,000 miles up or whatever. But then I would tell the person, there's a lot more. But like, there's
that wouldn't be a problem.
There's more assumptions. There's more assumptions that are being input in here, right? But what I'm saying though, I'm not claiming a specific number. I'm not putting a numerical value to that, because then that's where you can have some issues, right? With numerical values.
What's the issues there? It's too close, and you would expect to see about 30%. You know,
there's a lot. We're talking about verification, right? If I claim something is something with math, how did I verify that? I can easily go to
communicate with math.
I know it's language. I understand that, but I can go to two known distances on Earth, and I can tell you the value between those two distances because I traveled to those places. I can verify that. That's verifiable. What's not verifiable is a place that I've never been to. I can't tell you I can't tell you from here to Narnia is about 10,000 miles. I don't know that place. I've never been there. Even if I could see it in my mind, I could never go there because I've never been there. So I can't verify the distance to say it is exactly 3,000 miles. I know the distance between this and that. You can't say things like
this. What about rangefinders then? Because you're talking about a direct measurement then, I assume. is only a true verifiable.
But also Kessler, in a court of law, if you were providing irrefutable
Is this
evidence,
a court of law?
No, I'm just saying. Okay,
It's a good way to look at it, Kessler.
Hold
It's a
on,
good way to
just
look
bear
at it,
with
Kessler.
me.
Really?
Otherwise, you'll just throw
Listen,
it at him.
evidence that could prove evidence that could go either way, that could prove either claim, flat or curved, would be thrown out on its face because of that. It doesn't prove anything if it can be done on either surface.
I don't think you could prove either it was a globe or flat in a court of law.
It doesn't matter.
Well, let's get back to the discussion.
I don't think you can prove very much in a court.
Hang on a second, Kessler. I think we're getting off the beaten path. We're off the beaten path at the moment. We were on to something, right? We're talking.
I was talking about radio frequency.
No. Well, we'll get back to that. I think this is more important. There's a presupposition that you're holding on to, which is why you want to talk about that derivative topic. That makes
because I had to leave. I had to leave and do something mid-conversation.
I'm just telling you that like any derivative topic you want to discuss, it's not going to hold any bearing to your worldview. Your worldview is built on a presuppositional understanding that you're standing on a globe Earth. So if you want to talk about
the shadows don't change in size when they get closer to a light source.
If you want to talk about a derivative topic, we're never going to get to the heart of the matter, and that's you understanding that you're not living on a globe. So that's what that. You don't believe what?
No, I said it's based on the fact that the size of a shadow doesn't change the closer it gets to the light source.
No. I think you're skipping around, Kessler. I don't know if you can stay with me, man. Like we're the premise of what we're talking about is.
Yeah, but I'm saying, do you understand what I'm saying there?
What you're building your worldview on is a curved surface. It's a globe. It's a geometric shape. That's what you're building it on.
Listen, look, I'm being genuine here. I'm basing it on the fact that the size of a shadow won't change unless it gets closer to a light source.
What do you mean?
So if you have your hand, right, do you have a desk lamp or anything?
Yeah, for sure.
If you put your hand close to the desk and then you bring your hand closer to the desk lamp, what happens to the shadow?
It changes.
Changes how?
Well, the direction. It's going to be either like depends on
the size. Does its surface area of the shadow increase?
In proximity to the sun or to the light source. Yeah, how close you are.
Let's keep it small scale, just to your desk.
Yeah, well, we're working with things that are not like a lamp. We're talking about the sun. So the distance to where the sun is casting a shadow, and how it casts its shadow to us on Earth. It's going to stay the same to like when we see things, right? It'll change as it moves across the sky east to west. So what we're doing now, essentially, is looking at how. I know, but I'm just telling you that
if it was flat, it would be different. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, but you can't get to that because if you're saying that the same sun that we're talking about is the same sun. We're not talking about two different Earths and two different suns. We're talking about the same sun working over the same Earth. So that's the concept you have to have in your mind. We're not talking about another Earth. This is the same Earth that you live on. We're saying
very well aware of that.
Well, I'm just saying, like when we speak, we're not talking about a new concept with a new sun with a new. It's all the same. The way you're looking at it, however, is not correct. We're not saying that we're close to the sun, like a sun that's 3,000 miles above us.
I think I'm misunderstood then.
Yeah, I'm not. We're not saying that. I don't think anybody's agreeing with that. That's math that can't be verified.
I think you're misunderstanding me. Is what's happening.
Well, I think what you're trying to say is that if the Earth was flat, it would be different somehow. And Miggy just explained how that's not the case.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, what's hard to test is it's the fact that you can say with certainty that the sun is local. Could you say that with certainty?
We didn't say that.
I never agreed to that.
I'll ask the question.
I don't know. Listen, here's the honest truth that I'm going to tell you. It might shock you. I don't know.
So could it be 90 million miles away?
I can't say. I can't say it's 90 million miles. I can't say it's a local sun. I can't say anything about the distance because no one knows.
So you definitely know it's not a mile.
No, I'm not going to say, like, listen, you obviously know because there's elevation and how far people have flown and stuff. There's some things that you and I can understand. We're agreed on certain issues, right? We're not ridiculous, you and I. We're very logical people. I think we're agreeable on some points, but we can't say ridiculous claims. No one's going to talk about a mile-high sun. And no instance is anyone going to say something like that.
No, yeah, I know. I understand that. I'm not trying to disrespect
Let's not entertain foolish ideas. Let's talk about going on.
What I was trying to sort of bring a point forward to was that you can eliminate some possibilities because of what you would expect to see if that was a possibility, right? Is that unreasonable to suggest?
Obviously,
we
can
going into
eliminate
it with expectations. We don't even know what the sun is. So
Right.
why
So
would you apply expectations to it?
Is
You
there
don't even
ways
know
to
what it is.
eliminate possibilities? Would you agree?
Well,
with that?
as far as
I
you
just want to
saying
start on
that-
a ground level.
Yeah,
But
well,
you're starting
look,
with an unknown, though.
Yeah, you could do. Yeah, that's exactly right. You're starting with an unknown, and you're working
Yeah, that's
your
the
way.
point though, of eliminating the possibilities.
Right. So let's. I mean, even to entertain your thought, it would sound ridiculous, but think about it like this: Is the sun a mile high? No. Is the sun a mile and a half high? No. Is the sun 2 miles high? No. Is the sun 3 miles high? No. Is the sun 4 miles high? No. Like, you know what I mean? Sounds like, if you really wanted to think about it, you just look at the logical extent of how humans travel, and you'd be able to say, well, we've been to X amount of elevation. We know that from that's something that's logical. Like, people can actually use like airplane travel and do these things, but there's a realm in which certain things actually go outside of those boundaries. Like taking a rocket ship to the moon, let's say, that's out of bounds. Like, to actually make these bold claims, it takes like bold evidence. You have to really support the idea, first and foremost, that the Earth is what you actually claim it is, supporting it with evidence.
Can I make a suggestion in that if you really can eliminate these possibilities, because it is ridiculous to say the sun's mile high or stuff like that.
Right.
So you can
It's not a
eliminate
multiple
possibilities.
choice answer.
I know it's not a multiple choice.
So you're not eliminating answers that you already have. You don't have.
No, you're eliminating possibilities, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you don't know we don't even know what the sun is. So like, what do you?
Yeah, that's the point though. You wouldn't know. You would just be eliminating possibilities.
And then you're left with what though? Still an unknown.
Precisely, but it's a more refined unknown.
So what good is that?
That would be called a known unknown. So there's known unknowns, known unknowns, unknowns.
So yeah, it's Kessler. It's a bit of a tailspin here. So what you'd actually
It's not,
are
that's
saying,
logic.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying
this anywhere.
as
You
far
can't
as you
take
can go
unknowns
right
to the bank.
As far as you can go right now,
That's
right?
knowledge.
From the logical extension of how far you can actually go in elevation, not to the point where we're talking ridiculous claims, but just something that's logical, right? Airplane travel, people that have gone in high altitude balloons, and just different things, right? You know that the sun is not there. So we can eliminate from the elevation of like what people can actually say, sending balloons up and all kinds of stuff, right? 100,000 feet up and so on.
So that would be a known unknown.
Yeah, there's
in
kind of
that
like a ceiling that we're working.
You know that it can't be below this.
Well, I mean, we can start
who
there.
cares what the sun isn't? But who cares what the sun isn't? What is it?
Yeah, but that's not the point. What we're trying to start. I'm trying to
that is
work
the point.
I'm trying to find common ground, right? I feel like me and Miggy have found it.
He's trying to say, like, he's trying to achieve. Okay, so if we're talking, in other words, he's building a case for Eratosthenes to say, what are we working with? If we're working with something that Eratosthenes didn't know, like, how can we go so far as to say the Earth is a globe, and how does that support that? And if the Earth is flat, how does it support that, Eratosthenes? Because it does it both ways. It supports it both ways, and we already know this. This is like something that's kind of established within the idea, right? It can be done with the local sun according to how they're saying it in a flat surface, or a sun that's 93 million miles away in a curved surface. That's still achievable. The results would end up being the same. But that's what I'm trying to show you, though, that if there is a possibility for one or the other, then there can't be a settled understanding of one. It doesn't give you the results to just one. It gives you the results to two. And if that's the case, then you can't use it. It's not usable because it shows you both. That means that it could be either or. So you're not in a place where you're understanding something. You're just assuming that it could be this or that. And that's what I'm trying to show you with Eratosthenes. That's why we don't ever go to it and use it and like claim that the flat Earth is shown. Well, Eratosthenes showed us that the Earth can be flat. We don't use that. Like, that's.
You know what? Maybe Kessler's making a good point. Maybe we can eliminate some things about the sun. Well, here's what we've eliminated. It's not a burning ball of gas. It's not an
How can you eliminate that?
violation. It's not 93 million miles away.
That wouldn't be an elimination.
Oh yeah, we just eliminated.
You can't say for certainty that you can eliminate.
No, those
that.
are known. Those are known.
And I can't say for certainty that myself can eliminate that it's 3,000 miles up. I can't eliminate that.
Good thing no one made that claim.
Yeah, I know, but this is. Like, I'm not trying to like catch anyone out.
Thank you.
You don't have to eliminate. No, here's the thing, man. You don't have to eliminate that, but nobody knows either way, so that's not verifiable. It's not empirical evidence. So what we're working with here are just merely assumptions. So what you say is, I don't want to eliminate assumptions. And what I'm telling you is, it's fine if you don't want to eliminate assumptions, but we can't verify anything that's said with those assumptions. So if you claim 93 million miles, 3,000 high mile sun, whatever it is that you're claiming, it will not be able to be verified. I don't care if you say math is a language and we're going to use trig. It's not going to happen. You can't go to the sun and then stand there and say, okay, from here to there. You can't do that. It's not going to be done. So that you have to at least come to terms with and be settled with it, because like that's going to drive you crazy if you're trying to base your worldview on trying to figure this out, because there are unknowns like we've been saying for a bit of time now. So therefore, Eratosthenes, go ahead, Diesel.
I was just asking, Tesla. It just sounds like you're trying to walk us through your mind and how you're thinking about it. Is that right?
I was trying to find common ground.
Yeah, he's just.
Yeah, because I feel like you need to talk more, because I feel like you're trying to say something and you're not. I'm trying to hear you out, but you're not really getting the chance to talk, like to flesh your point out.
Yeah, well, I do have a point. I haven't managed to get to it yet, but I'll try and spit it out now. So my point was in that the removing possibilities of, say, we know that it is not X because you know why, like the hot air balloon at the altitude we've been to and stuff like that. And I'm saying, can you apply that logic, the same logic, which I believe is fairly sound, right? It's not 100% certain. I won't claim it as 100% certain, because I don't believe anything can be right now. But could you apply that to, say, if, you know, I see the sun move throughout the sky from when it rises to when it sets. I track its angular size. Does its angular size change? I do the same thing with the moon. You know, that type of stuff. And I track the moon throughout the year. And what sort of possibilities could we eliminate by having this sort of information?
Do you hear him out, Diesel?
Yeah,
well, that's my point. You know, going from those, we can eliminate possibilities, which I think is fairly sound. We agree with. Obviously, we can't get ridiculous with it. We can only do it within our limitations. And what one thing we can do is we can measure the angular size of the sun. You need like a solar filter for it, so it doesn't glare anything.
So getting
you have to have a frame of reference for that first. You have to have a frame of reference to get angular size. Do you have a frame of reference? Do you know what the sun is?
You just treat yourself as stationary.
Okay. Do you know what the sun is? What the medium is that it is in? How far away it is? Like,
you don't need to know. It would just be whatever that is.
How big is the sun?
You wouldn't know that from this measurement.
So you don't know what the sun is. You don't know how big it is.
Nope.
And you would prefer to base your observations of the surface on what's happening in the sky, to be clear.
Yeah, we're going through.
I'm trying to establish how we can use the same logic of ruling out possibilities with other things.
I know. But here
I'm not trying to make a claim that from this we can know that the Earth is spherical. But what I'm trying to say is we can refine the methodology of other things if we eliminate the possibilities of X.
Yeah, so we're going right back to Eratosthenes, because I think we were talking about the sun. I think you've pretty much fleshed it out, and Diesel heard you. So whatever you wanted to get out, it got out. And I don't think we're nowhere closer to establishing if the Earth is a globe by a method of checking to see if the radius, diameter, circumference was extrapolated by that.
I think we can't be closer, because what could what possibilities could we eliminate by measuring the angular size?
Yeah, the thing is, I've already given you the way that it looks for both sides. On a curved surface and a flat surface, it works just fine.
Right, but the possibility that would be eliminated would be...
What do you mean?
A localized sun.
No. You're trying to eliminate something that there's an unknown to it. The sun is an unknown. You're trying to eliminate the possibility that's a local sun, but you can't do that because it's an unknown.
No, but it would be it would be known to some extent.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that. That doesn't make any sense. It's an unknown. It's not like a known.
No, it wouldn't be an unknown. Because we've ruled out possibility.
I mean, if you mean like effects, we see the effects from it. We feel them. Like there's things that you can know about stuff.
I mean, I'm going through the logic of known knowns, known unknowns, unknown knowns, and unknown unknowns, right? And what we can do by eliminating, but it wouldn't, because you would have a certain known.
Well, what do you know though? You're just saying what you don't know.
That it is not something.
Okay,
so
but that's like saying well, the sun isn't a giant monkey in the sky. Great, that doesn't lead you anywhere.
Here's one.
We know in terms of distance.
We know you can't grow plants with any kind of burning ball or burning plasma. So we know those things, yeah. So only electric light, types of electric light can grow plants. So that's something we know. But why are we just skating away from the actual curvature problem?
I don't think anyone's trying to grow plants with them.
So far away.
No, we are talking about curvature, but what I'm talking about is that we can eliminate that. It's a local sun.
He wants to eliminate the part of where Eratosthenes actually talks about curved surface that it says it is, and also a flat surface that it can be as well.
I'm not trying
he wants to eliminate the fact that we can have a local sun. So he's trying to get to the point where a local sun is not the thing that's used. So I feel like, whoa.
How many times do we have to bludgeon Eratosthenes behind the shed with a Louisville Slugger? With that both it can prove both, so it proves nothing. It would be thrown out in any kind of reasoning. Otherwise,
it wouldn't prove anything. It would provide evidence.
Hold on a second.
Your line of thinking is irrational because the premise is illogical.
I don't think if I did say it proved something, I'll have misspoken, because I don't think it does prove anything on its own. What I think it does is it provides hints of evidence.
Mr. Spark wouldn't prove how it's illogical. I would revise. It would be wise to go back and rethink your premise.
What premise?
Says who wants to come in?
The same phenomenon.
Right. Okay. I'm going to take a break.
Yeah, says who wanted to come in, guys. I think he wants to say.
He just made a claim that I want him to try and support. He said that we can eliminate the sun as being local. So I want to know now what the sun is, what medium it's in, the actual size of the sun, the actual size of the earth, if the earth is an object. You have to know all those things to eliminate what that it's.
You just need to know the angular size throughout the air.
So, no, whoa. What is
I'm going to go. I'll be right back in 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
He always does this. Dude, you better come back.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm literally... I've
Quit sticking it now. Go do some research.
I think you didn't know what a known unknown was.
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes measured could be explained by a flat
It's an actual oxymoron. It's an oxymoron, that's what it is.
Well, there are two possible explanations. First, we could have a flat Earth.
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth.
Well, I mean, he was trying to
beg the question that the Earth is a physical object. He's already begging that question.
Angular size too. That's another big. Yeah. How do you know? Like the angular size and like people. I don't know. Well, these arguments were actually brought up. I would say around the same time. Like 2018, 2019. You could almost tell because those arguments were really rooted into like people were looking at the sun and getting different lenses out to see the angular size. It's like, man, you're working with unknowns here. Like if you were to even pin it down to one thing, it would like, what if it's not what you think it is? You know, there's a lot of things you don't know. So making it to be something and using those as arguments are not going to get you anywhere closer. And also people were actually doing trig to the sun, and that was a train wreck too. It's almost like there's unknowns. Can you go there and verify that what you just said with that trig, it's going to be exactly what it comes out to be? The distance wise? Like that's crazy. But needless to say, I think Karen B is one of them. She actually says that the sun's 3,000 miles. There's some people that would actually stand on that. If you've never been there, how are you going to, these are unknowns, right? Then the size and all that it's crazy. So, yeah, we're just working off of like people trying to think about it. Says who wants to speak to you, I guess. Says who.
All right, go ahead.
I have a question.
Okay, you're back. So tell me, and I'm having just a decent conversation with you, man. Why are you assuming the size of the Earth to get the size of the sun? Are you assuming that the sun is a physical object?
No, I've not done either of those.
Okay, so then how would you determine angular size?
Well, it's you can determine the angular size of anything without knowing its actual size.
Like a ray?
You have to have a frame of reference. Do you realize that, right?
Yeah, you just you assume you're stationary on Earth, but you don't exactly need a frame of reference. It's just, I mean, angular size.
So the Earth is stationary? Is that what the claim that you're making?
Say again, sorry?
So the Earth is stationary?
You can consider it stationary, you can consider it flying, it doesn't make a difference.
So how do you get the angular size of the sun from the Earth? Go ahead.
Yeah, just take a measurement. Everyone understands, like, you could take a stereographic measurement, right? If you got binoculars, you can do it. Literally do it with binoculars if you want.
But you're just
looking at know the distance of the sun from you?
No, you don't need to know the distance, you just look at it.
You don't need the distance either.
Measuring something.
No.
So if there are people that measure it to be 3,000 miles away, but then there's other people that say it's 93 million miles away, but it's the same angular size in the sky, why is that?
Yeah. So
that's my point. That's my point.
Yeah.
You can't determine the size of the sun just by looking at it.
No,
you're making my point for me.
Yeah. So from a standalone observation, you can't determine the size of the sun. That's not what I was claiming.
Then you can't eliminate it as being local. That's the other point that you're making for me.
What you can do is you can eliminate it from being local.
How?
Because if it was local, the angular size would change. If it doesn't, there's such a distance away, which is what Aristophanes knew.
Is it not a straw man?
I didn't know this.
Straw man how?
He pre-assumed. That's the other thing you keep doing. You keep saying that we can repeat this experiment with the sun, but it was a pre-assumption. You're basing everything on a pre-assumption. It's a begging the question fallacy. You got to stop doing that.
I'm not.
Yeah.
You can assume the Earth is flat, and it still works as though.
No one's assuming the Earth is flat. No one's assuming the Earth is flat.
Well, the Earth could be flat.
The Aristophanes story assumed the Earth to be a ball.
So you could assume
that the sun was so far away that the sunlight coming from it was close to parallel.
Yeah. So what you could do is you could take these measurements. Angular size stays the same throughout the day. It could still be 93 million miles away, right? But what you'd have to do then is you'd have to say the sunlight isn't parallel, although it is 93 million miles away. But what is happening to the light is that it's being manipulated and it's bending.
Why does everything start with what you could do? Why don't we just actually go with what people actually do?
Right. He's still begging the question.
Well, what I'm saying is what you could. Okay, then. So what you could actually do, because I say could as in
what you could.
Couldn't actually, for me, is synonymous. Maybe my English is bad. I don't know.
That's rich.
Well, like I said, it's just another.
I think that's a linguistic. You've got me on a linguistic.
If it's 93 million miles away, that means that radius is 3,959 miles.
Say again.
If the distance to the sun it's 93 million miles away, that means that the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles.
959. Based on who Aristophanes?
Is that right? Is that right?
If that's based on Christian Huygens' assumption that Venus is the same size of Earth, and that gives you the angular distance. But of course, we would have to have an actual measurement of the Earth first,
I'm not done.
which we do not have.
Whoa. You don't need.
You don't have an actual measurement of the Earth. We're still trying to get to that.
Yeah, but you asked me about the sun. Let's take this one at a time. It's starting to get
what if I assume that Venus is double sized than Earth?
I'm going to beg the question. I'm not going to do that.
I don't know why you bring up Venus.
We're getting off the beaten path once again. It was talking about Eratosthenes, and he was trying to work because this is the underlying premise. We're establishing the method by which radius, diameter, and circumference was got. You guys know the drill, right? So what we were going through with Eratosthenes is the idea that it supports both claims. Curved surface and a flat surface. So this was we get off the beaten path often, very often, and I think it's almost like it's getting to a point where it's not ever getting to Kessler actually getting to see the point here. So we're on two ideas, right? The flat Earth curve. So what he was looking at was that trying to get to disprove why it's a local sun on a flat surface. And I told him it's an unknown. The sun is an unknown, yet he wants to attempt to eliminate what it's not so that he can eliminate the fact that it's a local sun. And he can't do that because it's an unknown. So he won't be able to do that. So it's a fruitless endeavor that he wants to continue to go down this rabbit hole. And then we get off into like Jupiter and Mars, and like it's really the point we're making is that we're looking for the method by which radius, diameter, and circumference was solidified as the method to measure this curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, I think what's happened is some people have got honestly, like I don't think they've intentionally done it, but I think some people have honestly misinterpreted.
Or to be clear, right? You're using the sun and the stuff in the sky to presuppose your surface. How is that right?
Say again, sorry?
Why don't you try eliminating the sun from your observations and see if you can actually understand what the surface is that you're walking on versus looking to the sky to figure out what you're walking.
Kind of ironic because what I was trying to do was an elimination method, but everyone got angry.
No, because you're seeing a room full of people who are asking you to stop looking at the sun, stop thinking about the hat you're wearing, and start looking at the shoes that are on your feet. How about that?
I don't know what that means, but sure.
Looking at the hat you're wearing.
Hey, are you kind of... Go ahead.
Point, right? It's to consider something else. That's what we're asking you.
Okay.
It kind of sounds like what you're saying, Tesla, is that you want to eliminate the ridiculous outliers that seem ridiculous, but I don't know if I'm understanding you right.
Yeah, I
seems
guess
like you're saying let's take the ridiculous numbers out of the picture, the ones that we don't really know, but the ones that we think are out of the question, and try and get to a closer number to what we really think it is. But I mean,
I'm not trying to get close.
The whole we don't know. I'm a noob, so I'm just listening. I just chimed in for my 2 cents.
No, yeah, I understand. I think you're following it pretty well. You seem to have grasped it. But what I was trying to do was say eliminate a bound of possibilities, but not put a direct certainty on a known. So it would be, we know it's not, but what we do know is that it's not within this range type of thing. But if it's not within that range, what we haven't failed to test for is the propagation of light still.
What if it's not what you think it is at all?
Yeah, we don't play those games around here.
If it's not what, sorry?
For observables in terms of what we can actually interact with. And
yeah, but you're stuck at an impasse if you stayed like that, which is what you're at right now.
You think that propagation of the propagation of light will change the natural way of water, how behaving in nature?
I don't know how to answer that.
There are some unknowns, Kessler, and that's fine. But I did have a question about the angular size thing. Just is that something you can do with a rainbow? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, you could. You could find the angular size of a rainbow if you wanted, but it's not a physical object. But you could definitely find the angular size of it.
Okay, how does that work exactly?
So what I would do is stereometric. I'll get a 4 right now. So the experience of angular size that I have is with stereometric range finding, which is so it takes a known height.
Such as?
I'm going to find a good example here. So say there's like something that's a meter long. It'll have a scale there. I'm trying to find a good example that's not like violent. Fuck it, this will do. I'll just post this in live stream right now. It's sent to for some reason. Whoopsie. So that right there would say, you know how tall an average person is, like 1.7 meters. Mm-hmm. So you know someone's 1.7 meters tall. That right there, that like man little standing with a gun. Sorry, it's violent. It's the only example I could find. That's good.
It seems like a lot of them are based on like sporting or hunting, so it's fine. It's not violent.
Yeah. So that would be, so on the left there it says that the range set is for the distance of 400 meters at 1 point, and then it says 1.7 at the top there. So something 1.7 meters tall at 400 meters would occupy that space. And if you go left along the stereometric graph, you get to 10, which is a kilometer. So anything that's 1.7 would occupy that. And that uses angular size to determine it. So what you could do is like one of these or something. See each one of those notches on the left there, 190, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30. Each one of those is essentially like an angle. I don't know if I'm explaining this correctly. And you would essentially find out how much of the field of view your target occupies in the viewfinder, and that would be your angular size. But you wouldn't be able to ascertain a distance to it unless you knew how big it was, what its diameter was, and then that's where the stereometric range finding comes in, and you would be able to find the range to that. Have I explained that correctly?
Yeah, I followed along. It seems to make sense. I think I got that. So what if you move? I guess that question is, what if you're like, because don't things seem to sort of change a bit when you move?
Yes.
When you're looking in the sky.
Correct. So. That's the point. So what you would do is throughout the day you would take readings. You can do it from everywhere as well. Like you should. So what you could, actually could do is get multiple people from around the world to take angular size readings of the sun all together, and then compare that data throughout the day.
This has already been done, so it can't be done because you're basing it on, just like Mickey said, an unknown, unverified.
No, we're not. We're taking angular size. We're not. We're just looking through a viewfinder and measuring the angular size, how much it takes of the field of view.
Measure horizontally on the surface over water instead. Like,
sorry?
Why don't you go measure over the surface of water and
That's
see
a different conversation we can have.
No, it isn't. It's the one you've ran away from the entire time. It is the conversation.
Doing it over water. Doing it over water.
So we're gonna have to I'm just gonna say real quick, so Sonny, you can get on your point. So we're gonna have to dismiss Eratosthenes because you didn't eliminate the sun being something that you could say that is not possible on a flat surface being a local sun. So therefore, it can't be used as a method by which you can.
Our disagreement is that.
Well, if you've reached the point where you can actually demonstrate to us that it's possible to eliminate the flat Earth, being that the local sun is something that can be used, then you've done a great job. But you haven't done that. You've only talked about things that you don't know. We don't know how big the sun is. We don't know how far away the sun is. So those unknowns are getting you closer to something that's empirical. It can't be falsified because you don't know.
Empirically.
Just quickly, what do you mean by local anyway? I mean, there was that article that they did come out and say that the moon was within the Earth's atmosphere. So I would just, on a personal level, I would call that local. So when you say local, what does that mean exactly?
I don't know. It's just I saw someone mention that it was local, and I assumed they meant that it was, within a distance of where you wouldn't assume the light rays to be parallel. Because currently, what mainstream does is, right, they assume light rays from the sun to be parallel. So if it was if it came to a range at which you would say, right, we need to start considering the divergence of these light rays.
What about what we just observe it as? Forget just considering it to be a certain way. What about how we observe it in reality?
Yeah. So how we would observe it is it's angular resolution changing throughout the day. That is what I would observe first, and that's what came to my mind when I first joined the server and someone talked about it.
Kessler, do you know how I observe that?
How?
I wake up in the morning. I see the sun. I see the sun. Sun is coming from the east. It's day is coming, and if it's hot, if it's summer, it's hot and it's heating, And if it's cloudy, it is not sun anymore. And if cloud is gone, it's sun again. Then I come back to the beach, and then I measure water. And I forget about that sun. I know that it's hot and everything, and that it's heating and it's giving the light. But I want to check water now to see what is going on with water. Why water doesn't want to curve? Because we need to have some spherical shape on that water. From the space it's curving now. It should curve from the ground. That means I leave the sun alone and think, like, sun, you can go on and on because you are doing that every day. Let's see what is going on with the water.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we realize the water doesn't want to curve, even if sun, whatever is doing, sun now can produce ice, for example. Sun can
You
move
mentioned
from
they were
the west.
sailor.
Sun can move from the west to the east. Sun can move spirally. Sun can move like from the north to the south. But still, water doesn't want to curve.
Right. Who mentioned that they were a sailor?
Sonny.
Someone here.
Sonny boy.
Sonny.
Yeah. So the thing is, if the Earth is actually flat, would you want to know?
Yeah, well, I don't think it would change much in my life, honestly.
Okay, so you don't. Okay, you don't know how it would change because you are you willing to try yourself?
Well, that's why I joined out of curiosity, you know.
Okay. So
would you agree that
here's
the Earth wouldn't change if it was flat? Just
hold on a
quickly.
second. I'm about to start. So here's the thing. Until you go do this yourself, you can find out if this obstruction that is supposed to be where they said it's supposed to be. They make very clear directions on what that math is. That geometry is dictated to us. So all we have to do is take that already dictated geometry. They told us in the shape claim, the size, that has consequences on the surface. You can go check this yourself. It's as easy as doing this. Looking across water at, let's say, 1.5 miles across some still water like I have in harbor. Then I can go look across at 3 miles. Then I can go look across at 6 miles. Then I can go further out and I can look down the beach 10 miles in both directions on a clear day. So like when you do this yourself, you have known landmarks. You just go look and see if the distance they said over water, then these objects would be disappearing. At 5 miles, it's 17 feet, nearly 17 feet. You know, at 6 feet above the water, your maximum geometric supposed horizon is at only about 4 miles.
So I think the geometry, right?
That would be your limit. So look,
the geometry you're talking about there is sound. All right, I'd have no argument against that. Well, unless I obviously went double check numbers or whatever, but I'm going to take it in good faith that you're speaking in truth. And what I mentioned I live next to the wind farm facility where it produces them and stuff, and we actually have a wind farm out on our coast.
Right, but did you do anything outside to determine any of this information?
Yeah. That's why I'm talking about it right now. Right? I'll get to the point.
Did you yourself go? Yeah, you yourself went and saw that and saw the distances and saw these things. Okay.
Yeah, I'll get to the point.
But now listen, it's over land.
I'll get to the point. Can I get to the point? I didn't finish.
Sorry, go ahead. So,
you said, over a distance to these specific landmarks. Now I know these wind farms don't move. Well, to my knowledge, they don't move. And some days they have a yellow platform on the bottom right. Some days you can see that yellow platform on the far ones, and some days you can't. And why might that be?
Okay,
that's one of our arguments, actually.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm just curious on what you guys think about that. Like, why might that be? Some days I can see a yellow platform. Some days I can't.
The horizon changes. That's one of
Are
our
they
arguments.
things?
Yeah, it's interesting.
Are those things in water or in on land?
And no, they're in water.
They're in water. Okay, gotcha. I've seen some of those images. Yes.
And it looks like there's half a wind turbine coming out of water some days, and then other days it's like it just looks like it goes on for miles and miles.
As long as you have all the data, the observation height, the
I don't want to
location,
dox myself, but I'll double check right now. I'm not going to share with you what wind farm it is. I would not want to dox myself, but I'll tell you the measurements now.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, if you're worried about that, that's okay. No, it doesn't matter. Regardless, it could be as simple as you doing your own observation yourself, going out to these places yourself, and documenting your location, observation height, and the distance to known distance of landmarks. You have it there, so you do this as close to the water as you can get.
I don't know distance now. Yeah, I live 20 meters away from the beach. Actually, it's pretty luxurious.
Okay.
20 meters.
20 meters above sea level. Okay.
No, I live 20 meters away from the beach. As in, like, I walk out my front door, right? And
You're just a little bit above sea level then, probably within about 20 or 30 feet then.
Yeah, I think I'm probably about 20 meters above sea level. 10 meters.
10 meters.
It's
so
slightly
30
downhill, obviously, once you get on the beach towards the sea.
I gotcha. No problem. No, we're almost at the same level.
Why do you think the horizon changes, Kessler?
Why do I think that? Well, I think, propagation of light, just like all wavelengths of light, propagates differently depending on the medium it passes through and the changing of that medium.
So we know how water behaves, right, when contained, correct?
How water behaves when contained. Well, like
What
in
is
an
water?
isolated system, or
Yeah, a contained system, that means it's a constant volume.
are we talking like thermodynamics, or like just colloquially?
Oh, how does every water we know behave in a swimming pool? It's horizontal, flat on the top, right?
To the eye, yeah, I would say it's flat on the top.
Yeah, so
locally flat, I guess you could call it in mathematics.
Well, they call it locally flat, but what about when we're using celestial bodies and we're making right triangles and we're finding our way to little isolated islands that are like a needle in a haystack?
Not locally flat though. That's operating with 1 degree per nautical mile. You're a sailor, right? You should wait. You're a sailor.
Listen, that's horizontally flat, the whole way
Wait,
of
Sonny,
the water, just like it is.
Sonny, have you done celestial navigation?
Yeah, I've done it when I was younger. Yeah.
Holy shit! Can I give you some? Hold on. Could I give you some readings?
You don't find
out where I am.
You don't find your way in a boat traveling across water on a curved surface. You don't have a curved chart. You have flat.
Right. Can I give you some readings?
Sure.
Can I give you one Can I give you one distance of flatness, and you can tell me, is it that locally flat?
Mm-hmm. We're just trying to find one instance of curvature. Yeah.
Distance is 1,200 miles. Is that locally flat? Kessler.
Sorry, I'm getting the readings.
Question: is it 1,200 miles locally flat?
Sorry, say again.
Is it 1,200 miles locally flat?
1,200.
Yeah.
I'm not a mathematician. I don't know at what point there was.
That is. I will tell you. That is the one of the 20 part of all globe around. Did you get it? It's one of the 20th part of all globe around. Is it that locally? If it's one of the 20.
Oh no, I don't understand the question, to be honest.
You have let's say
You're saying like on a small level it's locally flat, and just vaguely on a larger scale then it's not so flat anymore.
I mean, I guess you just have to ask your surveyor engineer or whatever.
For you on the Earth with the diameter of 24,000 something miles, is it 1,200 miles locally flat?
So if I'm going to answer out of confidence that if I was to do any sort of construction project there, I'm pretty sure the engineer or mathematician would say, no, let's not consider this locally flat.
Okay,
but that's
great.
hypothetical, if you want the answer to that.
Yeah, but if I show you one of the 20 part of Earth flat, do you will believe that then there is no curvature?
Sorry?
If I show you the one of the 20 part of Earth flat, is that enough to say that it is not locally flat?
If you show me 1/20th of the Earth not flat.
No, flat.
Flat.
Yeah.
Would you still consider that locally flat?
How do you mean show me, like a photo?
1/20th of the Earth's surface.
I will show
Is
you
that
a
still
video.
considered locally flat? I guess.
If you
Well, you did kind of admit that you're not sure at what point
it all
you
to be
switch over from locally to not flat at all. So, I would like to know that myself, but if you don't know, that's fine. You said see your local civil engineer, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. I probably don't understand the question, to be fair.
Well, I don't know. Maybe this water doesn't do the whole curve thing. Is that a possibility, you think?
You can see it's a photo also, but it's a video. There is almost all Mississippi you can see.
Is it possible the water's just not curved? Kessler?
2 seconds. What? I was just a little busy. What is it possibly? Is it possible? What? Sorry.
Is it possible that the water is just not curved?
Is it, yeah, I guess there's a slight possibility, but there's no reasonable doubt to suggest otherwise. To suggest it.
There's more reasonable doubt that it isn't curved.
Is there something?
I mean, your reasonable doubt is anecdotal. That doesn't really pass. As you were saying, Sonny, would that pass on a court of law, anecdotal evidence?
No.
Is there something to
your common sense is telling you that it may be reasonable that that water could be flat. That's your common sense.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's why we all see it and experience it. You know this.
I don't know. My common sense is this one. Only thing what is reasonable is that whatever I think water will do, that's what it's doing. It will seek level, you know. Whatever I think about water, whatever I study about water, doesn't matter. Because on the end, water will behave how it's behaving. And we cannot change that because that's the nature.
When you find what you're looking for, I'd like you to take a look at the chat and just maybe you could help explain why the picture I posted at 40 minutes past the hour is more reasonable. But, you know, I know you're looking for something right now for Sonny. I already got the sound clip ready, though.
Listen, this will be about rotation. This will be this logic. It's more reasonable to watch the stars moving. That means that you are moving. Then if you are stationary, not moving, that is not reasonable to think that you are not moving. If you are stationary. But it's reasonable to, if you see other things that moving, then it's reasonable to think that you are moving. But if you are stationary, it's not reasonable to think that you are not moving. That's the logic.
It's like, but the Cell Nav books say that the water is curved like a hill.
Yeah, it's written everywhere, and the gravity is doing that, you know. But of course, I'm not bored about that. It's all right. Books saying, scientists saying, NASA is showing live stream, everything. It's cool. I can believe in that. But let's check it.
You just read the words of a bunch of guys that you never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true.
Yeah, you can get your own fix, Kessler. That's not even like.
I knew it. You're just leading me on.
Listen, man.
You know, actually,
you can get as far off topic as you want. I don't play those games. You know, you asking me.
You said you would give me a fix.
You're so funny, man. Like, this doesn't play well with homie. Don't play this like that. Yeah, so Sonny don't play that. But anyway, listen.
Another flash that can't get a fix, huh?
Have you ever been on a ship navigating before with a sextant, bro?
No, I haven't, but I've done readings. And I've got a fix without even being on a ship. Crazy, man. You can do it without being on a ship.
Never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true.
You're gonna have to learn to control that diarrhea of the mouth, there, young man. Anyway, I'm just telling you. Yeah. So listen. You haven't done this. You can't show us how it's done the way you're imagining, which it only is the way you're imagining, based on ignorance, is where your dialogue is coming from.
So why? Can I just get a clear answer? Why aren't you getting a fix on those readings?
You're stuck in cognitive bias confirmation mode. You're having cognitive difficulties because you know this information we're giving you is not only empirical on the outside, but inherently you know these things to be true because you sense and experience the same exact thing as we do.
Can I just get an official answer?
Did you post anything? Is Sonny the only one allowed to read this? Can you post it in the chat?
Because he's a sailor. He said he would get a fix for me. I thought he'd have it.
You didn't even post it though.
I never claimed I was going to give you a fucking fix if you gave me the elevation. I go, what the fuck? Whoever agreed to that?
You told me just DM it to me. You DM'd me saying just DM it to me.
When did I agree to that?
I didn't.
You're making shit up.
Oh, I'll go back on the live stream.
It's like you're about to go.
Hold on. I'll clip it.
Yeah, you're making shit up. Yeah, just do that, man.
I heard him say that he's a sailor, and you said, "Hold on, I'm going to get you something." I didn't hear anything else.
He's just like playing scattergun in my DMs, and like now.
Because then Sasha had a question, and I had a question, and you were busy looking for the readings.
Yeah. Listen to this, CB. I am so interesting because he's a clever guy. For example, he knows how to measure and triangle the sun and distance to the sun and angular size and also the rainbow. He says you can do that at this. But when we start, this is so complicated, man. Fuck, I cannot do that. But when we need to do some simple things like let's measure the drop in the distance. Fuck, there we cannot do that simple thing, because that's simple, Why to bother with some simple things? Some kind of drop in a distance when we can measure the angular size of the sun or whatever,
Yeah, I don't like someone. Does someone come into your house? Just come in and invite themselves. Hi, how you doing? I just thought I would rearrange your shoes in your closet over here or whatever. How about if I come in and rearrange? That's what these people are like doing. No one would act that way in real life. They get punched out. They get punched out, but they think they can do it here because they think it's going to get a rise out of someone like me. And like I said, homie, don't fucking play that anymore. Like it's too many days of being on this Discord with people like these, the same arguments they can't ever show me. Like I said, from the show me state, you should be in the state of show me. Everyone should be. Like just when you get to that, like they got to show me how something was actually really done in real life when it was actually done, not make believe. Oh, you could do it this way. You could do it this way. If it was a globe, you could do it this way. Yeah. Sure. I get that. That's good storytelling. I mean, I like the technique and all. It doesn't have anything to do with the outside reality. That's why I ask people, did you go outside to do any of the activities? No, I looked at it on a video. Well,
what does he ask you to do? What's the request?
And Kessler, if I can help you, you said I don't care in the beginning, but you're still here, because in the end, look, this is the information. Water doesn't curve. I cannot help you more, There is no rotation and blah blah blah. You can look into that, or you don't want, or blah blah blah. And then, man, don't spend your time here. Go and go to cinema, go to dance, go to because life is so beautiful. Why are you spending time with these retards? I don't understand you. Or look into that information, what they are giving you, or even you can say on that information, what the fuck?
Here, let's get this straight. Let this fool do what he's doing, because look what he's doing. Now he's going to try to say that I said something. So
why can't he give me the fix?
Hold on. What he sent me in DM is like.
What do you want him to do? Hold on, I want to know what the request is. What do you want him to do?
I give him some readings, right, from a sextant, and because he said, I asked him if I could give him some readings, right, and he said sure. So I give him some readings from a sextant, and now he's saying that. What did you say? You didn't say that you want to.
I never say I was going to take
when he said reading. Did you think he meant books or articles?
I clipped it for you.
You might have thought you meant books or articles.
I'm lying now. And
I clipped it.
Hold on a second. He might not be lying. He said he would give you some readings, but I think you might have thought he meant like a book or an article, right?
What says who? Says who? Listen, says who? You don't know what he's DMing me in my DMs, do you?
Oh. Okay. No, I'm going off what he said. I was here when he said it, so I'm getting a clarifying question.
Listen, all I ask is people to be honest and shut the fuck up about things they don't know what are happening. Try to imagine. Now we got flat earthers, you says who, trying to imagine what he's interacting with me about in my DMs that you're not privy to. See how aggravating that can be?
What's in your DMs? Dude, you got to calm down. I'm asking him. I'm trying to make a clarifying question. He said reading. I wanted to know if you understood what he was talking about.
Well, I'd like it if you're going to post something, you can post it in the chat for everybody.
Everyone should know this.
He told me to DM him. He messaged. I don't want to share his DMs, but
you can post it here, brother.
I don't care.
Is he the only one allowed to read this? Why can't we all look at it?
It doesn't matter what your opinion is. What you sent me is something that I didn't ask for to do. You're claiming I said I was going to do something for you with these numbers you gave me. That is not the case at all. I never did. I said I would look at what you sent me. That's it. Period. End of that sentence. So you're reaching really far, trying to imagine that I'm made some claim that I'm going to accept some numbers and give you a geographic fix on some elevation angles to celestial bodies. What the fuck? Who are you? Where did you? All I said is the nautical almanacs have that shit printed in ink because they're over exact geographic locations. That's what I sent back to you. You didn't respond to that.
Yeah,
so stop playing fucking games, or I'll just
I don't want to
ban
leak
you.
DMs, but
I'll have support for that too if you continue.
Kessler, how on the globe?
So why won't you get a fix?
Kessler, one question, and I will leave. Only one question. How on the spherical Earth, one of
like
the
you're a sailor, you should be able to just do this straight away. I'm not a sailor, and I can.
You're rumpusing the room now. Sunny,
I'm gonna
trollish, bro.
Hang on, guys, hang on. All right, Kessler, you're being asked a question. You're going right through him when he was talking. That's a bit rude, man. I don't know if you're still upset because you and Sunny were having some kind of discrepancy, but like what we're actually doing in here is keeping it civil. So please just be considerate. If somebody's asking you something, just be kind and like hear them out or whatever. Like, because we're all doing that. We're trying to be civil, but it gets heated from time to time. That's
all right,
we all
sure.
know that.
Understood.
So, all right. So Sasha, if you restate your question, please.
Oh shit! I had muted. My bad. Sorry.
If I show you something, that's video from the person who recorded that video in real life, and he recorded reality, and that reality is showing 1,200 miles flat. What are you saying about it? How something one of the 20 part of all size could be flat on the spherical object?
Sorry, could you repeat the question again?
How is 1/20th of the Earth? How is 1/20th of the Earth flat if it's a globe? The circumference being 24,000 miles, 1/20th being 1,200. That's the number.
You just have to measure it flat, I imagine. If it measures flat, then it's all flat. But measuring 1,200 miles is a difficult undertaking, I imagine. I'm trying to think what the longest sort of measurement for severe not distance is.
But I'm showing you now in this moment on video one example of the 1,200 miles of flatness, and I'm telling you that cannot be on any sphere. You can put it. You can put it that size on the. You only can put it smaller size. Let's say that this is basketball, and if you put that sizes, you cannot have. You don't have the flatness. On
So you've just said there you can put it on blah blah blah. So you're saying I'm allowed to model it. Can I model this? I'll model it right now. What altitude is it playing up? Do you know? Oh.
You think that altitude now it's important?
Yeah, because you can't see that far on the surface, of course. What altitude's it playing up?
I don't know. It's commercial flight. It could be how much is.
So let's say what's a commercial flight? Is it 9,000 meters or something?
Yeah, let's say
Model 9,000. Could give you the benefit of the doubt and do 10,500. Yeah, I'll do that. So I'll get. What's our landmark? And it's kind of shitty quality. It'd help if. How does he know it's 1,200? Is there a landmark there? Because I'll model the exact landmark.
there is a mountains and
what mountain range is it?
And river and blah blah blah.
Yeah. What mountain range is it? Do you know?
I don't know now. You can watch the video.
Well, are you about to just say like, well, it would be flat from this altitude?
No, I'm going to model it on a sphere and show you how it would look, how it should look on the sphere of given thingy. Because he said it wouldn't be possible on basketball or something like that. But I'm going to model it, what we should expect to see.
Well, we're all aware of the math. We already know that at altitude it looks flat, even at like 250 miles up. So
yeah, but what I'm saying
look flat on a globe.
Is that enough to say?
You don't have to tell us that. We already know that.
It still looks flat on a globe, so it's not evidence that it's not evidence in itself that it's either flat or globe. It can't be flat or globe.
Well, he's not saying that.
South Kansas City. Where's Kansas City? Is in like Missouri or something. Fucking hell. US geography is not the best. Yeah.
Your problem is one. Let's put it ant on this earth. Okay? Take a small bug and put it on your outside in the park.
What's he saying? You can see the Great Lakes from Kansas City.
Kessler, do you understand that you have no...
I'm trying to model this, bro.
Do you understand that you have no flat surface on the any sphere, however big it is? Do you understand that?
Well, you have no... Yeah, it's considered locally flat in mathematics, blah, blah, blah. But I'm not really...
Locally, I asked you in the beginning, is it 1,200 miles for you locally on the earth?
No, I think it's only used for surveying and stuff like that.
Is it 100, 200 miles from 24,000?
I feel like I've answered this question like 5 times here, man.
You said yes or no?
Said I don't know. But no. I'll give you an answer of no. I'll just tell you no.
Yeah, I will tell you also no, because it cannot be. That is so big.
Oh, this guy does angular resolution in this video at 10 minutes 7. Huh. There you go, there's a flat earther that knows what angular resolution is. So he thinks he's seeing Hudson Bay. Pretty impressive. I don't think he's correct in that. I'll have to review it myself. But shit, black and white.
He has more videos. Go to his channel and you will see from the ground, also from the mountains, of course that he choose the higher elevation that he can show the more land or more whatever.
Interesting how you have to get high elevation to see that, right?
It just shows the incredible amount of leeway that Globers would give to the globe. It could be hundreds or hundreds of magnitudes larger, and you're still okay with it. It's hilarious.
But if you want to go to lower...
That would be hundreds of magnitudes large.
If you want to go to lower elevation, then you see a lot. Even more than that.
Oh, you see 1,200.
Yeah, when you look on 10 miles, then you see 10 times more. That means that it's even more than when you look. This is not one of 20 part. Then it's one of, I don't know.
It's a struggle to be verified. I mean, what I would have done is just took the size of the river and extrapolated that to distance.
Do you know what shall I do? I will go on Delta, that Mississippi. Do you see that?
Say again.
Do you see that picture, that river from airplane? Yeah. I will go on Delta on that river. You know what is Delta?
Yeah, it's like an airline, right, in the USA.
Yeah. And now I will look to the source. And I will ask myself how much curvature has to the source. It must be a lot. For one.
Why does he do it in black and white? Is he using an IR camera?
He's using
infrared. Yeah.
Infrared, yeah, to kill the refraction.
Well, it kills.
Yeah, kills everything that we can see more. And it's, how we say, a bloody flat.
He just turns it black and white.
Yeah.
What? I don't think he's put a filter on that.
I think so.
He's not. Hold on. What the fuck's he doing there? Go to 1325. 1325, and then at 1328, changes to green, right? Like instantaneously. And then 1335, it changes to black and white instantaneously. Now, I've used infrared filters. That's not how it works.
Doesn't matter. There's no curve.
No, but I'm just curious about what the fuck's going on there. I don't know if you're trying to be dishonest. I've modelled it anyway. You can see...
God, I never met such babies that want everything spoon-fed to them. What in the entire hell is that?
You see Minneapolis. Active reference lines are choppy.
I'd be a good teacher. I am a good teacher, actually, because I tell people that you can actually show me here in the classroom right now, right here, then fine. If not, if you can't show it here right now, then that's something you just need to be talking with your playmates while you're playing marbles on the schoolyard grounds.
Yeah.
Right? Still applies.
Do you think you could give a class in celestial navigation?
I don't know. I'm taking it like a course myself. Listen, I told you I was younger. That was like 40 years ago when I navigate. I used to live in a sailboat. Like I was in the Navy as well. But that's besides the point. It doesn't matter. It is what actually is being done at the present and how it was always done without any electronics. Since the age of discovery, when they started doing this, we're using right triangles that used to be secret knowledge that was kept by the powers that shouldn't be. Now you have access privy to this. This was a secret knowledge of how we actually navigate across the oceans. They knew it was flat. They all did. That was top secret.
What was the hardest thing to develop for celestial navigation?
I'm surprised you don't know this as someone from the UK. Yeah, I'm surprised you don't. But anyway, I'm sorry. What was the last part?
I know what.
What was the last part you said?
I said, what was the key part of celestial navigation at that time?
Right triangles.
No.
Yeah.
They needed to know something very specific. What was it?
Well, why don't you tell me? Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
No, come on. Humor me.
They were making a shape claim. They already had this idea in their head.
How essential was the... So, like, what time of day? How essential was that?
The clock, the chronometer was central to navigation. Is that what you're talking about? See, there's so many aspects to it. You can't just like lead me into this. just tell
fair
me.
Enough. That might have been a leading question, but I'm just irritated that you won't do a fix.
Huh?
Because if it's as simple as a right angle triangle, boom, to your GP, and then you've got it, should be super simple, right?
It is.
So what's with the linear of 1 degree per nautical mile?
Well,
1 degree per
listen.
69 nautical miles, sorry. Missed that out. 60 nautical miles, sorry. Blow my neck. rainfall.
Yeah, listen, it doesn't matter because, listen, here's why it doesn't matter. Because in the nautical almanacs, the zenith of all those known heavenly bodies are always above horizontal. And they're measurable at every location where they've been measured before. That's why they're printed in books. They're so accurate that at that second in time, that celestial body is still, this is impossible on a globe, number one. For you to find your way across a horizontal plane with a right triangle, if it were a curved surface, is completely out of the context of reality altogether, because you're using a right triangle with those elevation angles. That's why they're so stable. They're right triangles. If it was a curved moving surface, those things are moving in 4 different directions, vectors and different speeds, those heavenly bodies, in other words.
So would I be fair in saying that you're making a claim here that that's how the methodology works for celestial navigation to get a fix, or to even get a GP, right?
And I can tell you exactly how they do that with
could you demonstrate that with readings?
I mean, I'm rusty. I'm an old man. Come on, I'm retired.
I know, but I give you those readings. Would you be able to demonstrate?
No,
I'm not a sailor, right? And I just looked at it.
No, I don't have almanacs. Like I don't want to do hours.
The almanac's free. I'll send you an almanac right now. The almanac's free.
Man, listen, I don't want to do it. I didn't accept.
I know, but you made the claim. You need to demonstrate that that's possible with your methodology.
If I was out on a boat, could I demonstrate? Yes. Am I out on a boat right now?
I've done it. I've done it. You don't need to be out on a boat. All you need is readings. No, the only thing you need to be on a boat for is readings.
No, if it's not real and I'm not doing it, no, I've done it before. Yes, using right triangles. Yes, I didn't know that at the time.
You have to prove that claim.
I didn't know it. Listen, my whole life I didn't know that Earth was flat. So the whole time I was navigating as a young man, 21 years old, 22 years old, up to my 30s when I was mostly sailing, I thought Earth was a globe too, just like you. Till I was 58 years old, which was 6 years ago for me. I didn't.
You're not demonstrating your claim right now.
I've already demonstrated to myself. I've done test myself, obstruction test over distance. I've done those many, many times. I live right on the coast, right on the water. I can go to the beach every day.
I've done the readings for you. Listen, I've got the readings for you.
I've given you the readings. That's why you're trying to get me to. No, I'm not doing your readings. You do it. You tell me what they mean. Okay, good. You can only do it with the right triangle.
But our methods are different. You're saying you do it one way. I've done it a completely different way, using 1 degree per 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, but you're still on a flat plane because you're measuring elevation angle, period.
With 1 degree per 60 nautical mile. Circles of equal altitude. Could you even chart circles of equal altitude?
You can imagine what that bottom surface is as a curve, but it's not.
What chart would you use if you're plotting a circle of equal altitude?
Using a navigational chart. What kind of chart are you using?
So in the southern hemisphere, let's say I'm near Chile, could you show me the chart and plot a circle of equal altitude?
Dude, I don't have charts like what? Go buy the freaking charts. Like
there's an almanac, by the way.
Why don't you fucking do your own research? I've sailed myself. You're talking out of school, man. You go do something yourself, then come back and tell me what you did. Otherwise, I don't want to hear anything about it. You go do your observation yourself. No. Listen, young man. You need to just cool your jets a little bit. I'm much, much older than you and much wiser.
Doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, it does make a difference.
It's not how you earn respect. Age doesn't earn respect.
You're being disrespectful.
Behavior earns respect, please.
You listen.
Kessler. Hang on. I think what's happening here is we gotta you're asking him a bunch of questions, right? I asked you very first thing, how can we demonstrate the curvature with radius, diameter, circumference? I'm going to go right back to it because it seems like we're going off at a different tangent. So
yeah, and I'm going
right back. Well, I was talking about radios. I would love to go back.
No, we're getting right back to it because it seems like you're interested in finding out the radius, diameter, circumference by way of measurement over water, which is interesting, right? You're proposing something to Sonny, and it sounds like you're on your way to actually demonstrate this. So can you please describe the method by which we can extrapolate radius, diameter, circumference with this method that you're speaking highly of? And it sounds like you're on your way. So go ahead and demonstrate that to us.
Yeah, excellent. So with celestial navigation, what you can do is 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. Let me just get a reading right here. I've got to do a quick math.
Let's get a citation up on the live stream, so you can find out where this information, where you got this information from, so we can actually investigate ourselves. Or is this a method you're making up on the fly? Like you just thought of this idea?
No, Sonny.
Can I bounce in here real quick?
Yeah, no, okay.
Miggy?
So if it's your method, go ahead and present it so we can see it. Like we just want to know in context where you're at with this.
With the whole method of celestial navigation. Sonny
No. Okay, celestial navigation. That's a topic to be discussed. I'm talking about how can we do a method by which we can derive the radius, diameter, and circumference of this geometric shape that you and I are standing on. So I can't be more clear than that. So if you're saying
with celestial navigation.
Right, if you can extrapolate it from celestial navigation, then show us the method by which that can be done.
Yeah,
we can understand how you're correlating this information. Okay.
Let me do some quick math. Talking the
I was going to say, the 60 nautical miles per degree, that particular method requires a flat baseline for thousands of miles, depending on the angle that you measure. So that's a flat Earth elevation angle.
Well,
demonstrate that, please.
Yeah, you're giving us a citation. I'll walk. Well, hang on. That might be true, Seisu, but this is his presentation of the claim for the shape claim. He's gonna have to walk us through like how this is actually derived, and we at the end of this, it's got to be that's how we got the radius, or that's how we know we have the measurement for the radius. So go ahead.
First, I need to understand that for every 60 nautical miles, there is a change in 1 degree of celestial body, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Listen, I'm not going to agree.
What is an elevation angle?
One second. I'm not going to agree or disagree with you. I want you to present the information as you're going to teach us the method, which we can extrapolate radius, diameter, circumference. So don't ask us any questions. Present the information as you're going to show us a method. That's what I'm asking for. The method.
Yep.
Thank you.
So if I take an elevation angle of a celestial body, then I'll move 60 nautical miles. Take an elevation angle of a celestial body, changes by 1 degree. 60 nautical miles times 360, which is a full circle, gives you the circumference of the Earth. The circumference, you can get everything else, of course, because you know pi to a high degree of accuracy nowadays.
Okay, so now you're talking about a formula, which is pi, a mathematical language. How does that language translate over into what we see in reality?
It's how we communicate reality.
Yeah, but you're talking about unknowns. Unknowns are distances to the
what
star.
we do know is, you don't need to know the distance. You actually don't need to know the distance.
So what are we measuring here? What is the
elevation angle?
To what?
The star.
Okay, the star is an unknown.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can treat it as an unknown.
You can't use an unknown. You have to use knowns.
No, you can treat it as a known. You just get an elevation angle from the horizon.
No, you cannot. No, you can't use an unknown as a known. You can't use
technically, you're getting an elevation angle from your zenith to the star.
The predictability that the star, sun, and moon have are not the same as you saying that we're going to measure something on the surface of the Earth. The predictability has nothing to do with like you telling us the movements and how the celestial sphere actually works, right? Because that's what astrolabe is, and we can use different instruments to look at that, right? The predictability and where they're going to be at in regards to where you are on Earth, that has a certain value, but it doesn't give us measurements so that we can understand the actual Earth that we're standing on. So no, that doesn't. That argument has been used in here already, like using an astrolabe. It's the predictability of the movement of the sun, moon, and stars has nothing to do with the ground that you stand on. It's not going to give you information for the ground. So you're using this math, right, the language, to determine what you think you're standing on as far as an assumption goes. We're not assuming anything, and we're not using the sky to determine the ground. So if that makes any sense, this is not going to be a way. This only tells you navigation points as to like where you are on the Earth. It's not going to tell you the shape of the Earth.
It actually does.
It tells you where you are. It tells you where you are on the Earth, and it works just fine, right? So we're not saying that it's not going to be useful. We're saying it is useful. It's used to tell you where you are on the Earth. It's not telling you the shape of the Earth. That's what it's not telling you. You're inserting that as a presuppositional layer. You're just assuming you're on a globe and then saying you're navigating with the stars. So no, sir, that doesn't give us the radius, diameter, circumference. You're assuming that, inserting that over, superimposing that over the information of the predictability of the stars. So you can't use that. It's not telling a shape.
So what you can do is you would plot 3 circles of equal altitude, right? And you would chart them. If you chart them on a globe, that will give you your precise fix.
That's fine. I've already said you can use any geometric shape you want so long as the predictive value is there. Yeah. I could use a dodecahedron. I could use whatever.
That's a thing.
I can. If the predictive value is there, I can make whatever shape I want geometrically, so long as the predictive value for the stars, sun, and moon are already in place. I have to work out.
Manipulate. I have to manipulate the circle, so it's no longer a circle.
For sure.
Then it would be a circle of equal altitude, which kind of defeats the whole point of celestial navigation.
Thank you for agreeing with Kessler. Thank you for agreeing with me. I would have to manipulate the actual shape in order for me to come up with the math. But yeah, I could do it. Theoretically, I could possibly do that.
You don't have to manipulate the shape.
I do. I could use the predictive value.
Light.
I could use the predictive value of the stars and the sun and the moon, and then superimpose that over any geometric shape, so long as the math it works out. Then I would be able to use it. I could use it. And then I could tell you I live on a dodecahedron. Like I could tell you whatever I want because I'm using the math to support.
Because it wouldn't be a circle on a dodecahedron.
Well, it doesn't matter though. But what I'm using,
because if it's not a circle, then it's not a circle of equal altitude.
Yeah, I understand that. We're using different shapes. You know, like when you're in kindergarten, they're showing you different shapes. That's what I'm talking about, right? We're using different shapes.
Yeah.
So I can use whatever shape. I could use whatever shape I want so long as it supports my case, and it supports it, right? Because I can use the predictive value of the stars and say
do it on a dodecahedron, and it won't be a circle.
I can say this shape matches
equal altitude.
Kessler, you're losing the point here. The point is any shape can be used so long as the predictive value. Well, that's what you think because you think you live on a globe.
No, I don't. Everything has to be used for predictive value, but it would no longer be a circle of equal altitude.
Well, that's fine.
Which it is in reality. You know, it's a circle of equal altitude.
No, listen. Like any shape can be used so long as the predictive value is there, and you're missing the point.
You can use
you're
actually saying, it can't work. It wouldn't be a circle of equal altitude.
Listen. You're only saying that right now because it's pride and it's ego that you want to save your point, and I understand that. I understand it's very damning to your point, but like the thing is, you haven't shown us the method by which the ground is measured. You're going to the stars using the stars as the metric to measure the Earth, and you're losing the place where we're actually saying, okay, the ground is the thing we're going to measure, not the sky or things to the sky. That's only going to give us the predictive value of the stars, not the ground.
So clearly the celestial navigation argument is
to tell you where you are on this Earth. That's what it's for. Yeah. It's navigation.
The only way you can draw a circle of equal altitude just happens to be on a sphere. Coincidence, whatever. You can draw it on a dinosaur. It will no longer be a circle.
No, that's what superimposed. That's what superimposed. It works just fine on a flat surface. Works just fine. Because that's what it's used on right now.
I mean, the part of the methodology other than the circle of equal altitude breaks down. However, the circle of equal altitude does work.
Here's the missing information, Kessler. This is the missing information you probably don't know. Aerospace engineers have to assume the Earth as flat and stationary. That's a shocker, I know, but that's what they have to assume the Earth as for practical purposes, for navigational purposes. They have to assume the Earth is flat and stationary. I don't think you know that. That is what they learn. So you're misunderstanding that you have to use it as a sphere. You don't. You practically use the Earth as flat and stationary. For all intents and purposes, when somebody makes a craft, there was an aerospace engineer that was in here not too long ago. And he said that in one of his classes, that's what they told him. So he's saying, I don't believe that. He says, I don't believe that because I think the Earth is a globe, but that's what they told us. So we have to assume that it works over a flat stationary Earth.
It also assumes rigid body planes, right? Which is not the case.
Yeah, but you're misunderstanding that people already have to practically use the Earth as flat and stationary when they're operating on it. So it's practically used
for flight dynamics. For flight dynamics, come on, let's be reasonable here.
Oh no, I'm being reasonable. Like that's what you're misunderstanding. Maybe all your life you only thought that it works on a globe because that's a biased opinion like you have. That's fine. but you're not seeing the other side. There's value to saying they have to assume the Earth is flat and stationary for practical purposes. I'm not saying that. That is what they say, and they're telling.
I know they do for flight dynamics.
Wait, do planes do?
So you understanding that? Why would you then go into launching into like, well, this can only happen on a globe. This is only, it happens to be a sphere. Like, you're misunderstanding that they're giving you that narrative and you're taking it as its truth. When everything that we understand the Earth to be operating on, practically, is flat and stationary. That's what they assume. They're not. I'm not saying that
flight dynamics is not everything.
Wait, Miggy, are you saying that planes fly over a plane? For real?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Is this another linguistic technicality?
Understand, Kessler, you have to understand, like, when you're actually attempting to bring evidence, the evidence has to be for practical use, not just for the idea that it can only work on a globe. Like, that's because you only see it that way, Kessler. You're very biased. You're not understanding that even in the books that are being taught, people are learning for practical use. They have to operate like it's flat and stationary. There's nothing in there that's saying I have to practically use it as a globe. If that was the case, then we would be operating as if it were just a globe. Like, we wouldn't be inserting anything else. No ideas, it would be a globe. But that's how we view the Earth. So it's like, obviously for us, it's understandable. But for you, because you're coming from a biased position, you laugh at it and you just like, it's not possible. It's just so not possible. And so we're telling you that's how everybody sees it. For practical purposes, people see the Earth as flat and stationary. However, on the macro scale, they give you a narrative that it's actually a globe. So there's nothing that you can do about that other than understand it and then try to attempt to measure by way of like the metrics they give us. I don't know what metrics you're using, but they need to be the metrics they give us. And you need to go look up the radius, diameter, circumference, apply those metrics to the Earth, and then come back and tell us how you can measure curvature. Because other than that, you're going to give us stories about the sky, how the sky is proving the ground. And that's not how this works. You can't use that to tell us the shape of the Earth. It's just telling you points on the Earth where you are at. And it works if you think the Earth is a globe or if you think it's flat. It's just like Eratosthenes, same thing. What you're telling me is the same thing as the same argument you have with Eratosthenes. Works just fine on flat, works just fine on globe. Same thing. There isn't any difference. So if there isn't any difference, then you need to go back to the drawing board where you can actually make a standard for saying this is a gold standard for us identifying the curvature of the Earth, and it could only happen this way for a globe. That hasn't been done, Kessler, ever. It's a trivial, it's like frivolous pursuit, but I mean, obviously, if you're going to continue down that path, you need to come back with that method. That one you were just saying works fine on both. So it's not for one or the other, it's for both. You can say it works on a globe, you can say it works on flat. But you can't eliminate the fact that it works on both. You're going to have to accept that. For practical purposes, people navigate on this Earth like it's flat and stationary. At least on the assumption side. It's a bit hard to digest, and I'm telling you, people don't often come into this conversation.
It's more hard to digest because it's multiple. Like, I'm not being disrespectful. Like, I know, like, you're being civil about it, but it's a lot of information to sort of.
Listen, that's fine, but like, take it in strides, man. Like, you can come back tomorrow, or like, it doesn't.
No,
matter.
what I'm saying is, I think it needs to be a bit more back and forth rather than just like one sort of paragraph of.
Listen, the reason, and I'm not saying it's bad that it's not a back and forth, but since we came from that side, we know all of the assumptions, all of the arguments, all of the. So what I'm giving you is like we've been down this rabbit hole before, and so for your purpose of what I'm doing is actually exemplifying the argument. I'm showing you the both sides. I'm showing how people argue it. They say the exact same thing you're saying. They're using the sky to tell us what the ground is, right? In a very more simpler way of saying it. And I'm telling you,
then I'll change the approach. Maybe you've never heard this. What about the Tonga eruption that happened?
The what?
The Tonga eruption, the volcano.
The Tonga, yeah. What do you have to? I've never heard this. You want to talk about?
Yeah. Here we go then. You've never heard this. So we would the shockwave was picked up as a pressure spike in weather stations all over everywhere.
Everywhere where?
Like weather stations, independent weather stations detected a pressure spike. Everywhere.
Everywhere where?
On Earth.
A guy came in
Thank you
3
for
months ago
clarifying
trying to
where.
do the same thing. It's
Thank you for
there's no
clarifying
data.
where.
Bullshit.
I'm sorry. I'm not being difficult, but if you say okay, where that eruption happened, they've got readings in Australia. They got be a little specific so we can actually get
everywhere.
A
like, bro, I mean everywhere there's a weather station. It was detected, and they detected a rebound, and it rebounded in the Sahara, which is. Do you know what an anti-portal point is?
Of course, on the opposite side.
Yeah. Guess where the anti-portal point of Tonga is?
Where?
The Sahara.
Okay.
It's pretty interesting. Anyway, so that rebounded in the Sahara. But what you could do with that is you can plot, speed distance time. You could plot the speed distance time so we know the speed of sound, right, at sea level. It's like, 330 meters per second, is it? Can't remember off the top of my head. I probably should know that. But
speed of sound? Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so it's something like that. Variations maybe 1 or 2 meters per second, plus or minus, depending on humidity, etc. So we know the speed of sound, and that's what this pressure wave would propagate at. So with that, and then we know the time these weather stations detected that spike. So we have the speed, we have the time. With that, we can get the distance. So you can get the distance for every single weather stations, and these are thousands of weather stations. I picked it up, right? The data is public. I'll go grab it in a sec. You can get the data on all of these weather stations of when they detected that pressure spike, and you can chart that to a flat map, right? And you would be able to get the known distance between Tonga, uniformly scaled Tonga, and each one of these weather stations around the world. And buoys, I think some buoys picked it up in the ocean. So with that, you could get an accurate, because I believe you guys don't claim a map, right? Is that true?
We don't claim a map. The AE map has been kind of kicked around a little bit in FE, and the Gleasons and a lot of other maps that look like a top-down view of the Earth, but there shouldn't be anybody that's actually adhering to one. If there is, we would discuss it. But
right, yeah. So what I'm suggesting here is you could get an accurate map from this data.
I will suggest some long distance observation.
Right,
I know, but can we stick to this point? Because I think it's.
I know that you. Can we stick to Saturn after your point?
Yeah, he's got to go through it though. I don't know how far you're in, Kessler. Finish your point.
Well, what I'm saying is you can relate the distance from Tonga to each of these weather stations, and then plot it out, and then you would know the distance between each weather station to each other, and you can plot that out. And with that information, you would be able to correspond the distances. So cities is a good example, right? So you could have, let's think of 2 cities that would probably detect it at the same time. Okay, maybe somewhere in South Africa.
I'm with you.
In like South America, maybe.
How far apart are we talking? Just for context.
How far apart? What, the cities?
Yeah.
Thousands of miles.
Okay. Continue.
Or you could do 2 cities that are. No, you would need to do thousands of miles, because this happened in the South Pole, right? Which is disputed, that there's a pole in the south, and there's in the flat Earth. So the distances in the South Pole between these weather stations and between Tonga itself would be highly contested, right? And that would be a good test to see just how close they are together on a flat map. So what I think you could do is correlate that data. I can send you the data right now. I'll grab it. 2 seconds. Yeah, I might have to bear with me here.
There's no rush, dude, at all. No rush whatsoever.
So you can model it on a 3D sphere, and it's perfectly fine. As in, the pressure wave reaches all of the cities and gets to its antipodal point that you would predict the antipodal point from Tonga to be on an Earth of, the radius claim that it is.
Tell me when you reach the end, because I'm still listening. So I don't know where you're stopping. So.
Well, when I stop talking, feel free to interject, honestly.
Oh, well, yeah, because I don't want to interrupt if you're looking for something and then I jump in. But either way,
Miggy,
you will be honest, right? Go ahead, Sasha.
Can you tell me now? Translate me only. What is the point of these points?
As I understand what he's proposing right now is that if there is an eruption happening, like a certain volcano, there's an eruption, there's an earthquake, there's tremors. What happens is that energy that from that eruption, Kessler, jump in if I'm misrepresenting you. So that energy from that eruption will travel to different cities that got these seismic monitors, and they're capturing the waves from that eruption from its epicenter all the way out to its furthest point. And he's saying that with this information, we can throw a model on top of it, and then we could say with assurance, because we would get an antipodal measure also directly from that place onto the opposite side of the ball, that it is definitely happening on a geometric shape such as a globe or an oblate spheroid. Did I get that correct?
It's not a pressure wave like a P wave. It's a shock wave, so it's through the air. So it's the pressure of the air itself that weather station is affecting.
Not a P wave, it's an S wave, right?
Where it's just a shock wave. I'm not a geologist, so I'm not exactly sure.
That's the term that they use, P and S waves, right. Pressure and shock, yeah. So you're saying that we could determine the geometric shape using these points on Earth that we're capturing the eruption, from its epicenter all the way out to where it goes and hits the other points. Is that what you're saying? Is this claim?
Yeah. You can use speed, distance, time, because you know the time and you know the speed, so you can get the distance from Tonga to each one of these weather stations plotted out, then see how accurate the distances are between.
So, and according to you, Kessler, this can only happen on a geometric shape such as an oblate spheroid or a sphere, right?
Just a perfect sphere. Meters.
Are we solid on that? On your explanation?
Yeah.
It can only happen on a globe.
No, it can't. Well, there's no other possibilities. So there's no other reasonable doubt.
Okay, so there's no other possibilities. So absolutely 100%, it can only happen on a globe, correct? I just want to be sure before we move forward.
I wouldn't say 100%, no.
Huh?
That's why
what do you mean?
I wouldn't, because I'm not going to apply 100% certainty to anything.
Well, we're very certain. We're very certain that this is determining. Okay. Well, you're giving
science. You never.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying we're doing this with a high amount of accuracy, so we're actually moving into the realm of certainty. Either you know or you don't know, I would say. But if you have to stand on one side or the other, if you're going to demonstrate a claim that we're going to actually peer review and investigate and then look into it, and I'm going to allow everybody in here to kind of see if there's any discrepancies with what you said, because I already know what I'm going to say, but I'd rather let the community actually chime in. But if you are 100% certain, we'll move ahead forward. But if you're unsure, if you feel unsure with your information that you presented, then we won't. Because why would I let everybody entertain the fact that you're speaking on a point that's certain? You know what I mean? If you're unsure, I need to know. Because why would I look into something you're not positive?
It's not being unsure. It's just not applying it. It's okay for the sake of informality. I'll say I'm certain. Get on this rabbit hole.
So it's certain. We're gonna move ahead then, because you're 100% sure that the Earth is a geometric shape due to the seismographs that are recording the data.
It's not a seismograph.
It's not. Well, what is it?
It's just weather stations.
So what are they using to monitor? What
probably barometers, if I was to guess. Not a
barometer? I don't know if it's a barometer, but anyway. So how are they monitoring it? Right? You're saying that's giving us a definite shape.
Well, what else would it be?
Right? Well, how do you measure tremors from the Earth?
It's not a P wave.
No. I'm saying I know what you're describing. That
you're not measuring the tremors. You're not measuring any sort of earthquake.
What are they measuring?
I thought you were telling the story here. Like you tell us how it was done.
Air pressure.
They're measuring air pressure.
That's why I said speed of sound in air.
So this is happening above ground, not below. Is this correct?
It's happening on the surface. So like the air on the surface.
On the ground or above the ground?
In the air. So when I clap my hand, how far does that sound travel?
No, I'm asking you. You tell me. Like, is it happening in the air then? Is it in the air? Okay. So now we're saying that in the air, that this sound travels. It's traveling throughout the world, and however you said barometer.
The pressure.
Sorry.
Pressure spikes.
Pressure spikes. So there's
You
pressure
could call it
spikes.
sound. It's technically vibration, right? If you want it to be pedantic.
So now it is vibration. So okay, so they're measuring the vibration in the air, and that vibration is telling them
sound
that
is always vibration. It's never changed.
Okay.
Okay. So sound vibration in the air, pressure sound vibration is it's how they're measuring.
It's all the same thing. You're just applying a different name to the exact same thing. It's just a shockwave.
Shockwave.
You said it earlier. This is all just synonyms for a different.
Well, I'm really trying to get to the point. I thought it was through the ground, but now we're in the air. Okay, we're in the air.
Yeah, you're mistaken.
You're almost what?
It's my fault for not explaining your mistake.
Well, I was trying to clarify, but that's why I asked you. Jump in if you feel like I misrepresented what you're saying.
Yeah, I jumped in when you were explaining it to Sasha.
Okay, so we're talking about because when there's an eruption, that sound travels.
Okay. Let's see if you can repeat it back.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do right now.
Yeah, go.
So the sound that the eruption makes is traveling throughout the world, and there's certain weather stations that are picking up this pressure in the air that changes on their equipment, however they're monitoring a barometer, as you say. And with the barometer, they're able to say that the pressure's changed because of this eruption, due to the eruption. There's a spike, pressure change. Is that correct?
Yeah. That sounds about on track.
Okay, and so from this specific information, the only geometric shape that it can happen on is a oblate spheroid or a sphere. Is that how I can tie that in?
I'd model it on a perfect sphere. I wouldn't model it on an oblate spheroid.
Well, I mean, we're getting as close to tolerance as possible. We're not. So for argument's sake, we're just saying that it's an oblate spheroid as
you'd still be able to predict an antipodal point on a perfect sphere or the oblate spheroid of the geoid was W86.
So I would ask you then this, because this almost seems like a point that you're bringing up to solidify the shape claim, right? This is what I was asking for is a way we could derive the radius, diameter, circumference, and this is the claim that you're bringing forward to actually solidify that point. Is this correct?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that it's going to solidify your point?
Am I 100% sure about an opinion?
Yeah. An opinion.
I guess you have to be. You've asked me if that's my opinion.
No, not. I want you to be sure about.
Solidify my point. For me to justify if it's going to solidify my point or not is not up to me. That's up to you.
Well, what do you mean? I'm being suggested.
Will it solidify my point? That is 100% subjective.
Okay, so it's 100%.
May solidify a point for someone else, may not for somebody else.
Well, it's 100%.
Probably
it's 100%.
not, I'm going to say.
Well, here's the thing. Truth is the truth, no matter who speaks it, right? If you're saying truth and we peer review and it's exactly what you say, and it turns out
everyone has to accept that.
Well, it's not about accepting. It's true or false, right? It's either right or wrong.
Yeah, behind a closed veil, it's true or false, but on the surface, it's false.
That stands. I know, Kessler, but it stands to reason that if you've given us evidence for the shape claim and it's verified that the shape claim is derived from this method, then this is the method that can be done to extrapolate the shape claim. Whether radius, diameter.
To rip the band-aid off or whatever you say, I'll say yes, I'm certain.
Well, it sounds great. I'm glad you're standing on 10 toes, sir. Now, I'm going to open it up to the floor, and as per what he said and how I try to explain it back to him, we pretty much got close to what he's saying. So does anybody here agree with this?
I agree with him. I agree with him because that's data showing that it could work only on spherical Earth, and that's correct. Now, my question is this, because I want to go more into that, because now every observation on 10 miles will show me 66 foot of drop, but every of them, maybe some of them will not because of refraction and I will not see, but that correct one, every of them will show me 66 foot of drop, because the measurements of volcanoes showing for sure there is a drop. That means there is a drop. And if I now make that observations with 66 foot of drop in every observation, that means that he was correct. And then we have double and concluded, proof for the globe Earth. Kessler, can we do that?
I don't know. Sasha, I don't know if it's me, but I really do struggle to understand your argument.
Yeah, he's not understanding you, and I understood what you said, Sasha.
Kessler, let's I'm like a 10 years old Afghanistan guy, boy came from Afghanistan, and now listen this. You are saying that volcanoes proving that Earth is spherical, and I'm saying, okay, great, I believe you. You are correct. Now I'm saying, if Earth is spherical, it must have drop in a distance. That means it will start to curve on more and more distance. Did you get me?
Yeah, sure.
That what we are doing, it's not in reality. You don't have that curvature drop in a distance. That means that your data from volcanoes are wrong because they will match with reality if they are true. That's the point.
All right. Does anybody else want to
drop? I guess.
Hang on, Kessler. We're gonna get a few more people to chime in, and then you can respond as each. Oh, you can respond to Sasha, see if you feel like you want to take on what he said, and then.
I'm laughing because if he don't know what is drop in the distance, I cannot help him.
Yeah.
Any sphere. Listen this. Any sphere, big, small, medium, enormous, large, whatever you want, has the drop in a distance. Every of them.
All right, so does anybody else, because I'm opening up the panel, so like if anybody else wants to chime in on the evidence that Kessler's bringing right now is volcanoes erupt, sound is being made, therefore sphere. I'm just summed it up in a very simple way.
Yeah,
it's a few points. It's correlative. It's correlation is not causation. He's only measured distance, really. Like he could induce a distance, maybe measurement, and then correlate that to a model, which is a reification fallacy in itself. But he hasn't established that it is indeed the reason. He's just established a distance. It could be over a flat plane, that distance. He's just correlating it to a model. His idea of what Earth is. That's all he's doing. It doesn't prove anything.
All right, that's to Kessler. So could this be happening on a flat plane as well, Kessler, as well as a curved surface? Is this only possible only on a curved surface?
Yes, with the constant speed of sound.
Yes. Okay, with the constant speed of sound. So what is the determining factor that with the constant speed of sound only working on a curved surface, we could achieve such an understanding that's what's happening?
Because
I'm just trying to go far back into your. Go ahead.
So the time it reaches different. So let's say, hold on. The distance between. I guess it's tricky because you don't have a map.
Well, I can tell you now, Miggy, really quick. Those trends. What are they? Receiving stations? What are they?
Weather stations.
Yeah. In order to. Now, what exactly are they detecting?
Pressure spike.
Say again?
Pressure spike.
Pressure spikes.
P waves.
No, not P waves.
S waves.
Well, S waves don't travel through gases.
Well, I don't think this is a geological. It's not geological. So P and S waves, I'm not too. I didn't study geology. So
I'm just letting you know, S waves don't travel through the air.
Right, cool. So we've got to clear it up.
So then it's P waves then, right?
No, it's not through the earth.
P waves are sound waves through the air.
Right, I thought P waves are through rock itself.
Well, no, you're wrong.
No. Right, okay.
Remember, Kessler, this is your claim, and you're bringing this evidence forward. So we're not supposed to give you the information, although Elijah was kind enough to tell you the difference, but you can look it up as well.
No, P-wave is not. It's an elastic body wave. It's a P-wave is a seismic wave. It's not a P-wave. What's going on?
Give me a citation.
Yeah.
And the diagram. Well,
the diagram
to go with it. Yeah.
Sure. Get some
all you gotta do is click images.
Elijah, are you pouring water?
Does that count as a citation? I mean, sure. I'll take that.
Well, I want a citation that.
No, if I can get off using this as a citation, I'll go, bro.
Elijah, are you pouring water or some
so
shit?
P and S waves are both through material.
I'm sorry. Again, I want the citation that P waves travel. Miggy, what's going on? I don't know why he's interrupting all of a sudden. He was very cordial before.
He's actually posting something. I don't know if you see the live stream, Elijah. He's putting some images in the live stream. So, for context, and it's basically images that you probably have already seen with PNS waves demonstration, like on a grid.
Sounds like someone's taking an endless P. I just have to put it that way.
He's not using the restroom. He's obviously listening. So that's what he's doing right now.
These are illustrations of waves, not waves through anything.
Oh, can someone else try and find a citation about P waves other than me?
I'm sorry, but that's it. Sorry, Kessler, you're on your own, buddy. It's your claim. I know how difficult this is. We've actually heard this argument, but it's your claim, so you're gonna have to support it with evidence if you want to actually put in the work,
bro.
And mind you, you know what's at stake here, right? You're providing evidence for the shape claim, and if you get through this. So
I can't concentrate without the background. I'm so sorry.
No, I mean, it's just take your time. It's fine.
I'm ignoring it.
No rush, dude. Just make sure that if you come with a claim, you're gonna have to support it.
Yeah.
Are you just pouring water, bro? P wave.
Lord help us.
Is this like some elaborate joke? He's talking about P waves and.
What's going on?
Ladies and gentlemen, he's not taking the leak. We already established.
Are you washing dishes, Elijah? Are you taking a bath? What are you
the longest leak in It's P wave, bro. It's unbelievable.
Right. We had the P tsunami there. No worries. Back to the Earth shape claim.
All right, so I'm gonna.
So they're both.
I'll real quickly because he's probably doing something. So I hate to interrupt. But he put something in live stream voice text, so he's probably wants you to see that because I know him. He will direct your attention to the live stream voice or the text there, and he put there. Can P waves travel?
P waves can move through air, sure.
Well, it says
diodes, not P waves, were like seismic waves. So I guess travel through the air as well.
Yeah, he actually supported the citation there, so he's actually showing.
I mean, I wouldn't. I'm going to take his word.
I know what you're saying. It's like we're quibbling about little, but this actually matters in the sense of how you're presenting your claim.
Yeah, I just call it a shockwave. That's what I know it as. I didn't realize we were too hot on geology.
Yes.
Well, if it's a claim, it has to be.
Like I said, if it's a sound wave, that's a P wave through air.
Yes.
Just because sound is in there doesn't mean it's an S wave.
Just because you hear a P sound doesn't mean it's a P wave.
But anyway, so these stations, do they have any diagrams as to how they collect this data? Like, how does it work?
Yeah, use Wundermap.
From one station to another, like for instance with GPS, in order to detect like where it is, they need to know like how fast it's moving versus like a conventional wave without any interruption.
propagates at the speed of sound.
So it's like a elevation angle measurement over a flat plane. So I can get a video from a professor that has the diagram. Same thing I'm asking you, by the way, on your subject about P and S waves. Now you're supposed to be talking about how them detecting S waves across the world prove that the Earth is a sphere. I'm just trying to get you to walk me through it.
I thought it wasn't S waves. I thought we were talking about P waves.
P waves. My bad.
Right. So, all you need is the speed, which we know propagates at the speed of sound. If you assume that the speed of sound is constant, if you have any problems with that, bring it up now. Okay.
He's talking about the speed of sound, Elijah. I don't know if you heard him.
Through air at sea level, constant. We assume that. That's only some. Well, yeah, that's the assumption going forward. I'll tell you if there's any more.
I think Elijah's doing something, but he's probably gonna come back and
might be taking a leak.
No, that's fine. I'm still waiting for you to just. You don't have to stop at every point. Either
no, I was just asking you, do we have any disagreement? Because if we have a disagreement now,
either something is true or something is untrue. Just continue. I need to understand the epistemology behind what you're saying.
The eruption happens. It sends a shockwave propagating out at the speed of sound through at sea level. Different weather stations.
90 degrees.
Sorry?
Is that propagation 90 degrees?
Well, it's just like any other ground wave.
So 90 degrees.
What, from its initial heading, I guess, sure.
Right, horizontally.
From its initial heading, sure. So, right, okay. So that then propagates out to different weather stations. Weather stations detect it at a particular time. Since all of these weather stations detected even a rebound, we have the speed and we have the time, so we can work out the distance. So you can work out the distance from the weather stations to Tonga.
So the sun's moving across a horizontal plane, right?
If you want to assume that, then you can. But you can model
because there would be a noticeable, measurable, objective difference. If it
no, there wouldn't, because a nautical mile is what?
It would be a different distance.
What's a nautical mile?
Doppler effect. You don't know about
Doppler. Yeah.
Do you know?
Tonga's not moving.
Well, we're moving out of it for now. Just a curved surface. Sound moving across a curved surface.
No Doppler effect.
Linear.
That's a good point, Sonny. Is the sound traveling in straight lines?
It's a proven fact. The Doppler effect would be in effect if it was a curved surface. Something would happen to the sound. It would be distorted.
I mean, you're measuring a pressure wave spike.
I don't care. It's over a different amount of distance, and it's a deviation and elevation. So there's going to be a noticeable effect. Yeah, that's.
I like the video.
This can be tested.
At what altitude?
It's already known.
At what altitude at what altitude do they have the barometers or whatever they're using to measure these sound waves?
Yeah, I think they're varied.
They're buried or they varied?
Varied. I'm not sure what the range of variance was.
Did you say never mind. Barometers.
Wow, what's with everyone going crazy over barometers?
Because that's your evidence for the shape. That's your evidence for the shape claim. That's why everybody's going crazy with it. It's like you're bringing forward this evidence that I haven't heard it proposed the way you've been doing it, but I have heard, however, through the Earth, inside of the Earth. I haven't heard on top of the surface. That's a whole new way of looking at it, right? But you're saying that can only happen on a curved surface.
Well, on them through the Earth, there's shadow zones and stuff, right, with P waves.
Well, I mean that's a whole nother discussion. But
is that brought up often?
Well, we're not even there. That's not sidetrack because that's a whole nother.
I know. I won't go on to it, but I'm not a geologist, so I can't really like. But does that happen often?
What do you mean? Does it happen often?
Do people come in here and suggest the shadows?
No, that was a few years ago. I haven't heard that argument. At least not me, anyway. I haven't heard that argument, and it's been a minute.
Well, that's
the one you're bringing up is a new one, over the air.
Yeah.
Sound propagating through the air, and like I was saying with Sunny, like there's the Doppler effect, and you have to. There's a lot of things that come into account. But anyway, getting back to that.
Yeah, but what doesn't change is the speed of sound, right?
Well, we're not talking about the speed of sound, but it also diminishes, right, as it moves out farther. It's not going to continue on forever. There's like that idea would be kind of ludicrous in your mind to think that if you drop a pebble in the water, it's like ripples out to a certain extent until where you don't see the ripple anymore. Like it doesn't.
Have a look here.
If you can see what I'm saying, because you have an epicenter with where the sound begins, and then of course you're not going to hear it or feel it or even sense it. But if you're saying these devices pick up the most minute detection of a spike, then what if they caught something else in the air, some other disturbance that was, what they're saying it is?
Yeah, well, that's why you have a control being that.
What?
It's multiple weather stations detecting this sort of wave, and if you map the weather station data, you can clearly see
it stands to reason. It stands to reason that this could also happen on a flat plane, as it does on a curved surface, because you're only seeing it.
So if it's
that's what I'm saying.
You have the distance from Tonga to these weather stations. You can map that out, and you can correlate that to reality. Correlate to reality, and then see if you can prove your point.
Well, it is. It's proven already, because like we were saying that everybody has to assume the Earth is practically flat and stationary. Assume that it is, because it doesn't look curved, so we're assuming. And
it's
it's Occam's razor, isn't it? The simplest answer is always the explanation. Well, we have to look at it that way. We're reasonable people, Kessler. We're not going to take this out of context and say, well, what's happening on a globe, because we assume it to be flat and stationary. Come on, like that's not reasonable. It's reasonable to say that from our perspective, it looks like flat and stationary, so we're going to attempt to practically demonstrate that in reality. And we can do that. So because of that, we're showing you there's a different way to think about it. And are you disagreeing with the other way to think about it, other than just your way?
No, well, that's what I exactly done. I presented you a different, I presented you with a method to get accurate distances, within a pretty decent degree.
Well, what's that got to do with all the tea in China? You haven't really gotten to the point where we're seeing that there's curved surfaces on the surface that the sound is traveling on. So that's a determining factor. So if I say the same phenomena could happen on a flat and stationary Earth, and you say it can happen on a globe that's in movement, then what have we achieved as far as like reaching a consensus or actually determining whether it's flat or it's curved? That's what I'm asking you. If it can work on both surfaces, we have another Eratosthenes. We have another explanation of angle to the stars. We have another where it can happen both on globe, both on flat. So it's either way, flat or curved. You see what I mean? So we're always undecided as to what it's supporting, because it could support both. You could say it's happening on a globe. I could say it's happening on flat. Every single time you bring up one of your claims, I could say, well, it's happening on flat. And if you can't entertain that, then you're saying for 100% certainty it can only happen on globe. And you said you don't want to say that, right? Is that right? You don't want to say 100% certainty that it's happening on globe?
I don't apply 100% certainty to anything.
Well, then there we have it. We're in good standing. Then
that's my own philosophy, though. That's a different.
Well, that's fine.
Colloquial reasoning, I'll say 100%, sure.
Kessler, yeah, but we're in an agreement that it can happen on flat, it can happen on globe. So therefore, it's
not an agreement. It's that there's no reasonable doubt.
Well, no reasonable doubt that I can see that it's happening on globe. So
I won't eliminate that there is reasonable doubt. You can present reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I have, because we assume the Earth to be flat and stationary. By all intents and purposes, for practical reasons, we have to assume it being that way. So that's what I'm saying. I'm ruling globe out on its face, and I can further demonstrate that.
I can do the same thing, Connor, by just modeling.
No, you can't. That's the problem with the globe, Kessler. You can't assume that it's a globe. You have to assume that it's flat and stationary. We've been over this.
That's
the issue.
for celestial navigation, I assume it's a globe. It works perfectly fine.
No, you can't assume that it's a globe because you can't get a curved adjacent and work that out as a geometric shape as using triangles.
Right. Here's a quiz.
You can't do that.
Well,
you can't do that.
Here's a quiz. Hold on.
Well, you don't use a globe model. You actually use a celestial sphere model. So.
Yeah, and I told you that's irrespective.
I don't know how that's supposed to flat Earth.
That does because it doesn't.
It's literally angles
on the celestial sphere.
It's literally angles off of a flat plane, which is exactly what we do. We measure from the surface of the Earth.
Check this.
And there are 90-degree angles to do with that. So
I've got to go soon, but check this. This is one question before I go. Right, I'm going to post this in voice text. Is that an angle right there? Just a yes or no.
Hold on. Sure.
Yeah, it's an angle.
Mm-hmm.
So, can you get an angle from a curved adjacent or no?
No.
So, is this an angle? The exact same image, just zoomed out?
No.
So why is the top one an angle but the bottom one isn't?
Because you don't have two lines for the bottom one.
No, it's the exact same image.
No, it's not a line.
Yes, it is.
Though.
I just done it on my computer.
Okay, but you see, the problem is, listen. I'm not refuting that. Nice trick. However, you need the 90 degree to be under the star. So okay, is the distance to the ground position or the zenith of the ground position, how far is that line segment right there? Are you claiming that that's how big the Earth is?
So why is it, just to clear a point, that at one moment it was an angle, but the next moment it's not? What changed there?
Well, it looks like two. It looks like two straight lines. That's why. In the second, it's not. I can see that it's not two straight lines, but the bottom line is, guess what? Even if you were to take that small segment that you're saying is flat, okay, well, you can get a 90-degree angle on that flat part of that circle. So, are you saying that small part of this curve, say, is it possible that could actually be 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles?
Which is, you'll be standing with us on that.
We'll do
that radius line. That radius line. Okay.
It's a nice hat trick, but you can actually tell where it goes straight on your little drawing there. You did it straight right where the arrow is. Everybody can see that. It's curved everywhere else except for where the arrow is.
Well, I mean, it doesn't even. It actually doesn't matter. It actually doesn't. Listen, I'll tell you why it doesn't matter. Because the Earth is not that damn big.
What?
The Earth is not that damn big.
You can scale it to any size you want. It's still the same principle.
No. It could. Okay, listen. As a matter of fact, that's what a LOP is, right? Like, because for all intents and purposes,
I see what you mean. Because the ground position
and purposes is technically flat anyway.
Right. I see what you mean about the ground position. Do I have permission to stream in this channel?
No, because this isn't a streaming channel. Sorry.
I just wanted to stream my screen. I'll show you this anyway. So we got angle here. You think I've done some sort of like wizardry where I've like tricked yours and done a straight line?
It's not wizardry, but you can actually make a certain point small enough to where you can make it like flat, which is like the.
What would that be called in math?
You're exaggerating. You're exaggerating a point there for the sake of putting this on a concept.
But ultimately, if you get a 90-degree angle from that flat segment, listen.
Sorry to cut you off, but I've got to go.
Don't cut me off.
I've got to go, so I didn't want to like go on and leave without saying I've got to go.
So, all right, peace out, man.
But I'll catch you guys later. It was a good talk. I appreciate it.
Later, dude.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
So for all intents and purposes, let's say his drawing, right, from the corner all the way to the 90-degree corner. Let's say that distance, that radius line, is I don't know 2,000 miles. Basically, you're saying that for all intents and purposes, you got 2,000 miles of flat. You got 1,000 miles of flat. You got however many miles of flat just from you to the GP. That's why this is ridiculous.
And that means there's no curve.
Yeah, because so either way, it's like
you shoot
it's
yourself.
still a concession.
It's great. I mean, but like I've seen, they always put these little concepts and they put them in whatever program with just a slight amount of curve. It's like, well, if you can't even detect curvature, why are people saying that stuff is disappearing over that curvature? That's a mystery. They want to play both sides of the field and just be fine to say both. And it's like, no, you're going to have to either demonstrate that you can actually get curvature from actually measuring the Earth. Otherwise,
I want to point it out that two photos to what he posted.
Well,
look at the first one. The first one, it's showing to you if you, I don't know if I'm on my phone now. That means it's showing like a straight 3 centimeters of the straight line and the 3 centimeters of the straight line, and you can measure the angle. His presentation of the second picture it cannot be presentation of the first picture, even if you want to imagine or whatever you want to do. The second picture is showing to you nothing else than curved line, and now if you want to point it wherever you want it on that line, you will not get the angle because you cannot measure the angle on the curved line. That's the points about.
They're always trying to work points off of a concept. They never go directly to Earth, and that's where they always fail every time.
He was trying to get a gotcha because he's like, can you have a angle with the curved adjacent, and then made the curved adjacent so slightly curved that he was actually able to zoom in just enough for it to be or appear as if it wasn't curved. First of all, that curve right there isn't even a perfect curve. That's number one. It looks segmented. That is what it is. Between each box is a flat line. It just appears.
It's a hat trick.
That is the gayest hat trick I've ever the bottom line is the flat segment that you're taking, the thing that defeats the point. Actually, like if you're gonna really sit and talk about it honestly, is like, okay, well, how long is that line then? Okay, are you saying that for all intents and purposes that the distance from you to the GP is all of that flat on the Earth? Like, I feel like that's why he had to go, because he figured out that that's where it was going.
So, let me present something to you guys. Let me present something to you. This is what they also say. You guys have heard of the Bedford Level experiment, right? Samuel Rowbotham? Anyone?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
They were working with 6 miles. So according to the 6 mile Bedford Level experiment, that was disproven by some other guy who said that, of course, they did the same test and they came up with curvature. I'm going to put an image so you guys, for context, can see. The very bottom image right there, if you can see it, is what they were saying within 6 miles. So, within 6 miles, the curvature is pronounced. 6 miles. And that's what they're standing on. The curvature can be known to be extrapolated from a small sample set. Now, he's saying the opposite. Curvature is not able to be extrapolated from a small sample set because you get, flat surfaces and whatnot. But then he agrees with us. The Earth appears to be flat and stationary.
Right. Right.
So you have one or the other, and he's jumping on this little concept of his and then standing on it. Just because you draw some lines and then you show an example of that doesn't mean the Earth is resembling what you're drawing. Now take that into reality and go test reality out. You're not going to find what you're, because that's all the globe Earth is. It's a concept. It has nothing to do with demonstration.
Because the truth of the matter was that for that angle, if you were to close that triangle, at least that portion of that line was definitely flat because it was a straight line segment. Like, why do they do this? Like, he knows this. So, why?
It's a gotcha. That's what it is. It's trying to be a gotcha.
It's a cute little gotcha, but what they're doing is they're proving our point because they're saying for the short distance that we can see, it appears flat and we measure it flat. But we're still assuming that it's this giant ball. So they're proving our point by saying, as far as we can see, it looks like it's flat 90 degrees and it is an angle. Now, if you were to add or put that in an AutoCAD, I don't care how big the ball was, it would give you a syntax error because there's no angle. I don't care how big the ball is. So it's just something he pulled out of his rear end in like Microsoft Paint, and it's a gotcha, and it's disingenuous, and I hate it.
Yeah, it still fails. So his idea is to just he's trying to play pigeon chess. You know, he wants to just leave this information, destroy the pieces, and fly away. Like, they do that. That's a tactic as well. That doesn't work. So we're not like, oh, he found the curvature. Now what are we gonna do? They do that with the image when they try to say that there's curvature. When we see a flat horizontal, horizon, they'll say, yeah, the curve's there, and they smush the image. Oh look, there it is, curvature. They do that with that. So,
Mickey, but I showed him that with Jay Tolan, and I said to him, this is one of the 20 part. If he wants to use that, his photo, this is that local small part of the, now we're accepting that other 19 parts starting to curve because it must, but still, how you will make a sphere from if one part it's 1,200 miles flat. And he said, no, it's elevation is important. No, it doesn't matter anymore, elevation, man. That must start to curve, man.
Yeah, with that, we're seeing different contradictions that pop up within their explanations. So he went to Eratosthenes, he went to elevation angles from like celestial sphere. He went into his volcanoes demonstrating globe. There's nowhere that he could go to bring us the radius, diameter, circumference. There isn't anything that he can. He didn't even understand how to present his information as far as his claim goes. So then his hat trick was like his ace in the hole was this thing. Let me just put out this thing that I drew in paint and then come in here and say, oh, there it is. It's ridiculous.
So we can't figure shit out because we don't know the fucking radius, huh?
Well, we don't know the method by which that was derived. So we know the radius, that's what we've been given, but we don't know how they achieved it. And the method by which it was extrapolated sounds like you had to presume the Earth already having a mathematical value. So you already have to attribute the Earth having that, and then saying, with this value, we're going to see if the reify the Earth's shape with it. Oh, there it is. We're getting angles. We're getting all that. Well, it's a globe. They're just presupposing that it is, and then solidifying it with just like real world examples of like two sticks and shadows and such. It's pretty ridiculous.
Are you able to, or anyone here that's listening, can you, not the whole thing, but can you like explain in layman's terms like how the method that was used to measure the size of the sun? Like in a way that's not like too in depth, just like I don't know, a layman's example. Is that possible?
I'll give you the easiest one. It's a really one word. It's called imagination.
Well, I guess you can't.
I don't mean it even. I'm not even saying that facetiously, because I'm saying no, seriously. These guys use their imagination to determine what they think the sun is, and then attribute a value to it. And so they propagated it forward, and now people are just like, in awe and in like wonderment that they're standing on shoulders of giants when they're getting this information now. Well, we now know that science disproved the other guy, and then the other guy's like, yeah, but we now know science disproved the other guy, and so on. Like we got an endless regurgitation of not knowing what the sun is or the distance between how far it is from where we're at.
Well, basically, also though, I mean, what they did. Aside from imagination, but Miggy's right there. They imagined Venus to be the same size as Earth. With that presumption that Venus was the same size as Earth, they then took like an angular whatever size measurement or whatever of it to figure out a distance to Venus, and then used that value to figure out everything else out: the distance to the sun, how far away all of the planets are. Like all of it, yeah.
So it's all presupposed, which is the entire problem.
Yeah, that's it. Which is what we keep telling everybody, but they don't see it because they always fall back to the information of like, well, this is how we know. Yeah, I know that's how you know, but who's the one that actually started this whole thing and moved it? Like the primary source. Because when you start going far back and back and back, and then you start to realize, oh, wait a minute, this group actually made this up. And then you start to see like how it all was formed and how they kept this hierarchy with it. These guys with knowledge would hold the keys of knowledge and wouldn't teach the common people how to read and write. And like, that's how they keep people that are the common people just dumb about the information because, you know, they don't know how to understand how to communicate that sort of information like mathematics and reading and writing. That wasn't something that they were privy to. So that's what happens. And you know what? It's still today when we ask people, hey, do you know how the Earth is a globe? Can you tell us? And when we talk to them, just regular people, they're like, you know, what difference does it make? But they always go to the indifferent side of things because it's harder to explain about the things of globe because it's ridiculous. It's just like a fantasy plane.
Yeah.
But you could see the evidence of that when you talk to people. You're like, so if I was on the street and you were to tell me how the Earth is a globe, how could you present that to me? They're like, pictures from NASA. Like they don't know, man. Like nobody. I'm serious. These are the answers we get. One word answers like science. Like science. Like yeah. What about science? Like it's what you know. What
do you get people that come in here and claim that say gravity explains everything? Yes. I bet you guys have fun with those people.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, they're using a derivative argument to presuppose that because of gravity we have a globe Earth. There's plenty of that, but you know, getting back to like when you ask them the reason why they say it doesn't matter to me anyways. Well, I know because you don't know. That's why it doesn't matter to you right now. You just like don't understand how the globe even exists. You can't tell me how the method was got from the radius, diameter, circumference. You don't know what they're saying about space. Oh, and by the way, did you know that one of the TikTok videos that I put in the live stream voice text, there's a guy saying that they found 2 exoplanets, one's twice the size of Earth, and I think this is like it's Santa Claus for adults, you know. So now we got people running around talking about dumb things, you know, like this stuff that's has no bearing on reality. Just like
it's so obvious watching the debates and the information that's being it's just really clear that the globe model is just not what we fucking thought it was. And I never thought I'd be in this chat room listening to you guys all day because I've been pretty much here all day, but it's addicting, isn't it? I'm learning stuff, you know. I mean, it's crazy.
Remember, Diesel, I asked the man 2 things. I was like, okay, so it happens on globe. It can happen on flat too, on a curved surface, on a flat surface. And he agreed. He's like, well, yeah, it's possible, but you'd have to have a local sun, and that's not proven. And like, so he understood he can't rule out that it can happen on both. So that's where he's defeated right there, just off the bat. And he can go into his explanations, but if he says it can happen on both, then he allows himself to understand that he doesn't know in the end.
And I think he was honest enough. Well, maybe he didn't say it, but I kind of felt like he was. I kind of felt like he was just kind of speaking his mind instead of trying to debate the flat globe Earth part of it. I don't know. Maybe you guys think differently. You guys are the ones talking
because there's a time where you feel like if you're presenting something that you're obviously right, so you're gonna kind of assert your point in a way where you feel like you want to dominate the conversation, or you want to like, no, you guys don't understand. Like, obviously, I wanted him to get it all out so that we can examine what he's saying. So, of course, Eratosthenes, and we got you're looking at stars and trying to figure out like what the shape of the Earth is by looking at stars. Like, no, that's not information. And so now he went into how sound travels through the air from a volcano to tell us what the shape of the Earth is. This is what he's saying, how you can understand the shape of the Earth. Where in what science are we getting that you can get the shape of the Earth from a volcano? Have you seen that anywhere? I haven't.
No, I didn't really understand that. I didn't really understand what he was trying to get at.
He's trying to say
I thought
that
at first he was trying to measure the distance between the points.
Yeah,
to then use to debunk the. I don't understand what he was saying really.
Yeah, no, I was agreeing with you. Like I thought he was talking about distances and such, but then he got into saying no.
Yeah, to be fair, he was using that how fast sound travels between the 2 points to validate that the distances on a globe are correct versus on flat Earth are not.
Well, that makes kind of it makes sense, but not completely.
Because I asked him, can it happen on flat as well as curve? And he said, yeah. So I told him we're back to Eratosthenes again, where it can happen on both. So you see what I mean? It's trouble for him because he can't decide. And so his last thing that he wanted to do was like, let me leave you with this, and I gotta go. So he left us with this little image of
Well, see, validating the distance, or talking about the distance between 2 points on a map is like, that's different than saying an entire map is the layout of the land. Like, because regardless of what map you use, if you're using 2 points, you're pretty much good to go.
Yeah, for distance, yeah. But it's not going to tell us.
If you guys could debate, if you guys could have like an authority figure from, I don't know, like NASA or I don't know, anybody that you guys could get up and debate you guys. Obviously somebody that is credentialed highly. You know what I mean? Somebody that's supposedly an authoritative figure. Who would you guys want to debate publicly?
I think we've got.
Is there anyone?
Joe Rogan, Neil deGrasse. Well, Joe Rogan isn't really actually. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Joe Rogan. Didn't Joe Rogan actually believe in flat Earth, and then he flip-flopped basically because he can't? I don't think Joe Rogan can tell the truth.
Hey,
anymore.
Diesel, there was a time where we had Neil deGrasse like very close to having him like get with us. I think there was a time. I don't know if you guys can remember. We were trying to get a hold of him. And I think we were talking to some people, and they got to his people, and he couldn't be bothered by it, like something about it. Do you guys remember that? Like, we actually got to the point where he was like, he heard that some people wanted to debate him, and he was like, he declined. I don't know if you guys remember. We were like close to like at least attempting to get a hold of him. It was at the height of the movement. I would say like right when it first came out.
Yeah, they didn't really want to debate. I'm gonna. Check this out. I'm going to give you some video, a channel to watch that I just found out about myself, okay? And the channel is called, let's see, let me find it. Mind Shock. You ever heard of Mind Shock? All right, so basically this guy claims not to take any positions on any arguments. He's just there to analyze them for logical soundness. So basically, regardless of who's talking, what side it is in the debate, he's basically counting the fallacies and outlining why they're fallacies. So,
Professor Dave, late to the mute, Elijah.
What?
Did you take in the Professor Dave one he did?
Yeah, I saw that one, but I was going to actually give another one
I just had to ask that. I was late to the mute button. I'm so sorry. I was late on your point. That's all. I apologize, man.
No worries. So yeah, basically, the one of the sentiments that he gives is that it seems like all of the credentialed people, quote unquote, that did come out to talk about this seem to be making the worst illogical arguments for the globe there that can exist, and we agree with that. Like so, they're the worst of the worst for whatever reason. And when you watch this video, you'll see why. Because if we were talking to one of these people, they would say something like, for instance, when Witsit and Kai was debating some Australian guy, I think it was, and another female, she said the air on Earth is kept there because of the centrifugal force between the Earth's gravity and the Moon's gravity, or something to do with I can't even remember exactly what she said, but after she said it, she said, I know it sounds hard to believe, and so I get that. So, you can believe what you want. And again, why are we talking about belief when things should either be true or false? Exactly. So it's like, the closer that the more credentialed they are, like, just random, not having this conversation on a day-to-day basis. So they're not posturing themselves. They're just speaking bluntly, based on the information they know. They typically either don't know how to answer certain questions or they
the answer is vague. Like, this is our best guess. And you're like, man, this wouldn't work out in a flat Earth, globe Earth debate at all. You would accept it, like, okay, like that's your best guess. But because that these guys, well, a few of them have come in here. Some of these PhDs, they'll set foot in here, but will stand on the fact that their best guess is what they stand on. And if that's the reasoning behind it, they don't have anything to tell people like what the Earth is. They don't know. So we're back to that.
It's hard for me to believe that they won't debate you guys because they think they're wrong, but it's because they think that they're like on the moral high ground. They're like, oh, I won't debate with these people who are complete idiots, even though if they actually debated, they would be demolished, in my opinion, with stuff that you can't refute. But yeah, it would probably ruin their career, so yeah, I guess I understand it. But it's like you either gotta, I don't know, it's crazy.
But yeah, it's good that you're here, Diesel, because you're getting to hear like a lot of these discussions get fleshed out. Well, we continue to await those who want to actually come in here. Like with like the gentleman.
First, I didn't realize he was actually debating for Globe. I thought he was just kind of talking like I was earlier.
No. Elijah, your microphone sounds like it's
my bad. Sorry.
He's one guy that I probably wouldn't like to debate. Like, he would just rub me the wrong way, Professor Dave. I don't know, man. Just something about that guy. Plus, I wouldn't go to any one of his snake pits to do it. He would have to set foot in here.
Do you guys have any YouTube channels yourselves, or like Austin does, or no?
I used to have one. I took it. I just like being here. There's no reason why I need to. If I had one, I think even that would kind of take away from this place, because then I would start getting people and talking with people and having my own stuff. And I don't know. I find value in just being here. I've seen it that way, for me anyway. anyways, just a quick shout out to the live stream. As we got people in there right now. We got 32 people watching the live stream. You guys know the drill. We got some anti-flat earthers in the text chat of YouTube. We got Flurf Williams, Bendy Light. Those guys are always camping out there. I think they've already got permanent residency there. They might have already just, or they're paying rent now or something. I don't know. But so they're anti-flat earthers. They're in there always chiming in, talking about silly things. They don't want to come in here and talk to us. That's cool. But we do have an open panel so that people can come in here and talk to us. So if you're listening right now and you want to have a conversation with us, this is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Nightbot has got the link to the Discord. All you got to do is click on that thing, jump in here, talk to us about what you think the shape of the Earth is. If you think it's a globe, you're on the fence, or if you know it's flat, come in here, have a conversation with us. We'll give you a role so that we can identify who you are, and we can listen to you a little bit and just kind of like what you think. And we can talk to the panel of people that are here. We got some great people that have been doing this for years, guys. I mean, more than 5 years, I would say. People have been doing this. We've heard almost every conversation under the sun pertaining to the shape claim. But we do have some people in here right now. Big Boy Khan, Chris V, Clay Underseal, Colors of Country, Diesel Boys hanging out, the Django's here, El Boricua, Elijah F, Gary Weinbenga, God Rockin', Happy Sad Song, Joannis Midegard, Julius J, King's Clown, Lunatic, myself, Morvis, Sasha, Sebster, T-Word, Tim, Timbo. What's up? 24/7, about 4:30 in the PM here in Central America. And we're having fun just having a conversation. What we normally do. Shout outs to all the FE fam.
Woo!
Yeah, yeah.
I hope
everyone
is having a great day.
Can anyone touch on the moon? Can anyone touch on the moon phases? I was just looking at the moon yesterday. Just picturing it in my head. We got the crescent, the crescent-shaped moon, right? And apparently it's from the light from the sun, which makes sense to me. I guess, is there any disputes on the moon phases in regards to flat Earth?
Well, we don't claim that it's coming from the sun. We don't claim that it is coming from, like, there's either way. There's people that can speculate on what light that is, whether it's its own light or whether it's coming from the sun. It could be argued both ways. But either way, to make a claim is to then stand on that claim and then say, okay, we know that the moon's reflecting the sun's light, and then how we're going to verify that. So when things are in a realm that we can't actually get to that knowledge and obtain it, then we don't stand on those claims. However, what we say that we can look at and then say that we speculate, hey, it looks like it's coming from the sun. It looks like a rock. I mean, from my perspective, but heck, it could be, something immaterial. It could be, an image of something. Who knows? But what we do know is the effects of what we see. We can say a few things about it. But as far as like the phases going, that it's more like a timepiece. So it's a monthly timepiece. The sun's a yearly timepiece, and the stars are seasonal. So they tell you what season you're in depending on their positioning. Also, with that, you can tell where you're at on the Earth. So you could, I think, do that with the moon as well, if I'm not mistaken.
And I have seen stars through they always say, I hear that the moon might be plasma or not the rock that we think it's on. And when you see a star through the moon, so to speak, because I've seen that before, and it's like, how is that possible,
Right. Well, I've seen evidence of like electricity, like when it strikes something. Like there was this guy that did like I don't want to say it's an experiment, but he had like a plate at the bottom of a electrical, I don't know what you call it, like two plates that were on top of each other, and then the plate on the bottom had powder, and when he turned on the charge, it shot out like little static electrical arcs, and that arc, when it hit the powder, it looked like the indent like the moon has. Like that's what the moon surface looks like. It's been hit with like a bunch of electric bolts and stuff. I'm just saying from my perspective, speculation.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm not saying that's what it is, but it looks like from what the guy was demonstrating with the electricity hitting the plate. So. So how's everybody doing this fine evening? We enjoying this beautiful day today?
Doing pretty well, thanks. I was wondering if there was any evidence of Earth curve anywhere.
Well, the guy who was in here previously had some solid examples. He used Eratosthenes, he used the angles to the stars, and then he was talking about how sound traveling over the Earth from a volcano eruption can provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. So, just to summarize.
So no direct measurements still?
No. Bold claims, but no direct evidence.
I have heard that volcano thing before about the waves.
But I heard them traveling through the Earth, not on top, like on the surface, like in the air.
The argument is there is these stations that can detect the waves or the movement or whatever it comes from.
Seismic data.
Exactly. Based on those, they have mapped it out that it was like almost a perfect circle around the volcano, and based on that, they conclude that this could not happen on a flat Earth, where they strawman the flat Earth AE map and say this could not happen on this one. But
see, that's what I was explaining to him, but he corrected me. He said, no. It's the sound through the air, like a hand clap. So he didn't say it was through the Earth. That was crazy.
It is seismic.
That's what I said seismic, but he's like, no, it's not seismic. He's like, they're recording it with a barometer. I'm like, what? I never heard of that before.
I have heard Negator and some other veterans use this argument before, and it's almost these seismic stations or detectors or whatever they call them.
So they're buoys that are set out to sea, and they are set up all over the place, and they ride up and down on the waves, and the buoys will detect the movements, the up and down. So as the waves go up and down, they will detect that. But it is measuring the movement of the Earth underneath it that creates the wave that the buoy detects. That's what he's referring to. Not but through the medium of the air, it's through the waves, the ground.
The Earth, the water, like Kiwi. That's what I was trying to tell him, but he was correcting me and saying no, it's through the air. Exactly. And they're checking it through the barometer, and like weather stations are capturing it. So I'm like, all right.
One of the other things that he rendered was talking about how the volcano erupted on one side of the globe, and it had a reaction on another side. He was basically trying to say one reaction on one side caused another reaction on the other side, which is bullshit. Because you're going to try to tell me that an elevation like 1,000 or 500 meters is going to cause a seismic reaction through something that measures over 7,000 miles in diameter. Bullshit. Sorry, that guy was in 3 hours trying to say, okay, we can use the sun. No, we can't use the stuff in the sky. Okay, let's use a volcano. No, we can't use a volcano. The only way to measure something is to administer a unit of measurement to the model so that we can ascertain if there's a deformation in the ground itself.
Yeah. Only way. They don't. So they're trying to use everything they can from a volcano to give them the shape of the ground that they're standing on, and in every which way that they try to explain it, we're like, can that happen on a flat surface too? Well, possibly. Well, there you go. Argument over with. We just debunked your idea that it can only happen on a globe. Are you sure of that?
It seemed as though he was just trying to throw different rationale into the soup to try to create some kind of a concoction. But the issue is, there's no matter what you can provide, no, you can't use medium, that's a gas, to measure a hard surface. No, you can't use the stuff in the sky that is not touching the surface to measure the surface.
Do we understand this yet, folks? Just like a car tire rolls on the ground to measure how far it's traveled, this is the only way that we can figure out if there's actually an observable happening.
Do you think critical thinking would be employed here with us, with a reasonable conversation about it? And it sounds like you're speaking like alien language to them. Like, so the last guy that was like listening to you is like, people get lost. I'm like, how? Like, it's fairly obvious that if we're speaking reasonably, like, wouldn't you just like look at the ground? And you use the hat and the shoes example, but it's so far over their head. They're like, what are you doing? Like,
I'm like, the hat and shoes. That was like a new one I pulled out. And I was like, wait, maybe this. Nope, didn't work.
Yeah,
he's trying to say that. He's honestly trying to say that the shape of the shingles or the color of the shingles could actually determine how solid of a foundation in your basement you have. Think about this, folks. You can't use your shingles to determine the type of foundation that you have for the house that you're trying to build. You start with the shingles, the house is not going to work for you. Start with the cheese, make the pizza. No sir. Let's put in some pulled pork. Shout out to you, Mickey.
What?
Which is closer, blue shingles or red shingles? Which one's closer?
The red shingles, they're moving towards us. The blue ones are moving away.
Ah, okay.
Red shift, blue shift. It's like that game you play with, Red Rover. You have your arms out with your friends, like when you were little. Red Rover, let Andromeda come over. Except you don't want Andromeda to come over.
We invite the Glover over.
Happy Sad Song. I don't think you've ever unmuted. Have you ever unmuted your mic? Maybe you have. What's going on? I saw you there in the live stream voice text. That's why I said that.
I'm here. Doing good.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to the land of the living. Now get a shovel. Oh, it's Halloween, so don't dig today. You might find a skeleton.
I'll be careful.
Yep, just another made-up holiday that pisses me off. Shame.
Now you got a bunch of those youngins running around today.
Thankfully, my house is nowhere near the road, so I don't have to deal with that. I mean, if they want to go up my driveway, they're sure to get a real scare.
Man, look at some of these guys. Like they were listening to our conversation about the volcano providing evidence for the shape of the Earth claim. Who like, hey, Jack. Yeah, I know it's crazy, huh? Like, let me ask you a question, man. Like, where have you heard growing up that a volcano provides evidence for the shape of the Earth? Has anybody taught that anywhere, or was this something that they made up on their side?
No, it's definitely something they made up. However, when I was in elementary school, I was told that volcanoes prove that the Earth's core was covered with magma. So, but then I grew up and I found out, no, it's tectonic plates rubbing against each other. So yeah, they change the story depending on how old you are.
Look at what I put on live stream voice text. We got Mercati saying the pressure wave took exactly the correct amount of time to circle the globe and return to its point of origin at the speed of sound, and then it did it again. I'm like, isn't that crazy?
Oh my gosh. I'd like to see the article he's quoting that from, because that is some bogus bullcrap, man. That is not even the claim ever.
I'm also trying to
figure out pull a rabbit out of my hat. You know, like you got bowling.
A point of origin somewhere in a sea or even a land, and then have that water or that reaction point move across a globe and return to its original point, right? Think about how much land it would have to interact with across a globe if that would actually possibly happen. Absolutely awesome. That's ridiculous. It's going to go through other land masses, all that water, that friction, and return back to its original point. Kiss my enemies and philosophy. What idiot? Sorry, that's ridiculous.
I'm gonna poke the bear a little bit. So I'm gonna throw it to anybody in here. Jack, this is what Bendy Light is saying. If you understood physics, you would know the Earth is a globe. Apparently.
I think it's the opposite, right? If you know physics and you don't know the Earth is flat and it's maintained air pressure on the surface of the Earth, therefore enclosed, physics would determine that water would be moving due to the base moving underneath the water. There would be a shift. There would also be a huge bulge of water at the equator, which we don't find that because there would be no land masses at the equator. Physics proved flat Earth.
He said like basic physics. Really?
Yeah,
basic.
it's only when they get into the cartoony astrophysics that they make up, postulations that we live in space. But in real physics, no, not at all.
So his stance right now, Bendy Light, is it says real like basic physics, really basic physics. When you asked him, can you explain the globe? Oh, it's too complicated. It's way too complicated. You guys can't understand. Only you got to be a scientific, academia. It's like, oh, it's too complicated. But yet on this instance, it's easy to know. Come on, guys.
Yeah, that's always the way it is. They always do the circular reasoning, and they're like, "Oh, it's so easy." But then when you try to pin them down to this easy explanation, then they're like, "Well, other men smarter than me have figured it out." They say stuff like that.
The scientist knows. I'm not a scientist. Well, you just finished saying it's really basic physics. Come on now. What is it? It's really basic or is it complicated? You guys. These are the contradictions of the anti-flat earther.
Yeah, excuse me for not chatting for a moment. I'm muting while I'm trying to pull up a picture of an aerial of my location so you can see how happy I am that I'm not on the road.
Yeah. Hang on, Bendy Light. I'm going to put some of your stuff in here. Look at this. Look how easy it is to know that the Earth is a globe. He says 3-year-olds know this. That's what he said.
The only physics I can think of is like, the one thing that they say exists but you can't prove it, which would be gravity, which is not physics, it's a theory, it's a postulation. Yo, delete that dude.
Delete him. You've been erased.
Yeah, it's nonsense, dude. Yeah.
Hey,
all right, so did he admit that what we're talking about here is gravity?
Yeah. Oh, the gentleman we're talking to?
I mean, something that a 3-year-old understands, like maybe a 3-year-old that is told a fairy tale about gravity, like they're told a fairy tale about Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, gravity.
I don't think a 3-year-old's going to be able to explain to them how the time and space are being bent. He doesn't understand that. Although it seems like it's basic physics, so really basic physics. If you got the answers, man, why don't you come in here and let everybody know why you in the text chat all day without any answers? Just your feelings, you and Flurf and everybody high-fiving each other over there. Oh, man, these flat earthers, man, I tell you, I'm in here. I could be here all day. I won't bring any evidence, but I'm in here all day.
If no one ever told me, I would think, who's the one guy that was talking before the last guy? What's your name?
Kessler?
The one guy talking before the last
who are
guy?
you? Yeah.
What do you mean? Which? That's something. You mean the guy with the hair in the face, or the one with the eyes?
No, you.
Oh, okay.
Miggy?
Miggy. Okay, that's your name, Miggy. Miggy, you sound like Derek Bros.
Who the hell is Derek Bros?
You don't know who Derek Bros is?
No, me neither.
He has the Conscious Resistance Network. You never heard of him?
No.
He's an activist.
Is he a good guy or bad guy? Is he a jerk?
No.
Okay, that's good.
He's got a website, the Conscious. He talks about some of the stuff that you were talking about. Well, we were talking about it, I think this morning, about about trying to make a difference, in our communities. And Derek Bros' whole approach is to try and what does he call them? He calls them you want to have this group of 8 people, and you want to get together with them, and then everyone is smart in their own, so they bring their own expertise to this group or whatever. There's a thing he calls it, but the whole thing is trying to decentralize. But I'm surprised you never heard of him.
No. I don't need to see an accurate analysis of the Tonga explosion. Whether or not they're saying whatever narrative they're saying about that explosion, Meraki, I think it's your name, Meraki. I think that's irrelevant. The topic that we're bringing up is that it supports the shape of the Earth with the explosion. It's not about the explosion or the Tonga eruption. It's about the claim that it brings forward, that it can only happen on a globe. And that's what was being asserted earlier with the gentleman Kessler. So we're not seeing evidence of that, and we're trying to explain it to him. But here again, if you guys want to stand on that claim, by all means, put it in the text chat. Yeah, he did. No one ever said it was. Well, that's what I was saying. Not according to him. He was actually saying that it did. So now, see, I don't why do you guys splinter off in sections? Well, some people say that it was examples of how we could bring the Earth shape claim, and others say no one ever said it. That's what he did.
Well, I find it funny when they argue with mainstream science. Nobody ever said that. Yeah, that's the claim of the model.
It's and we were talking about this in here. Yeah, we do. You guys do. And then what happens is you try to agree with the guy, right? Like, let's say you were listening to him and you're like, I agree that the Tonga eruption was a way that we can measure the shape of the Earth. And then when we're running him through it, you're like, yeah, but he's not bringing the heat, so we're not going to say that we stand with him, and so forth. So you guys don't know how to pick sides or whatever, whatever showing, demonstrations for Earth curvature. You splinter off in little groups. You got the Bob the Science Guy group that actually thinks 8 inches per mile square is the way to measure the curvature. And on the other side, you got Professor Dave and his group. They are all saying that you guys are con men if you believe 8 inches per mile square demonstrates the shape of the Earth. So, and then Bob the Science Guy was trying to play both sides of the field, but he got caught in the middle because he's like, oh, well, I agree with Dave. Well, so you agree you're a con man because you're using 8 inches per mile squared. That's what Professor Dave is saying. Everybody who uses it's a con man. So That's how you guys are. You get yourselves all riled up in one point and don't know how many people you're smashing on another one. And then the other guys who are trying to keep the narrative going, keep the dream alive, you start agreeing with the guy who's in contrary to your point, just so that you can keep things cohesive. And it doesn't work because you all are agreeing with a lie. So it takes many, many lies to keep it up. So that's what you guys are doing. You guys are all trying to keep the dream alive, hoping that somebody's going to bring some evidence, and they never do. So you're in here just comforting each other because you've been like, I don't know, going through a long stage of like denial is what it appears to me. And it's funny because you're in here day in and day out. Like you can't get away from it. You say it's entertainment, but I think it's your curiosity that burns you inside, that you want to be here, be wrong. You want to be wrong. You want to be like, I can't accept it. It just can't be. But every single day you come in here and you hear us exclaiming the same thing. Nobody brings the evidence for the shape claim.
Yeah, we need curvature, we need spin, we need air pressure inside of a vacuum. Any of those will, have an actual conversation. By the way, I did post the layout of my property. Like the driveways are at the road and my property is not.
You're far away from the buzz of the
trees. Like if they're going trick-or-treating, they'll stop at the house on one side of my driveway, the house on the other side of my driveway, and the house on yet the other side of my driveway.
No, that's not the argument, Meraki. I say your name wrong. He says, do you think the Tonga explosion was about gravity? No, the claim that he brought in was the Tonga explosion measuring the air, the sound that the sound that travels through the air was measured on different points by weather stations, providing evidence, according to the guy who was here, providing evidence that the sound traveling through the air was giving him an indication from the different weather stations and the distances they were that the Earth is of a geometric shape. But that doesn't stand at all.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, it is measurements of, like, let's say it's sound waves that they're measuring, right? Or the vibration from the explosion. Either way, they're measuring out from the central point in a circle, extending it out. Nothing about, it's not like they read it on the other side of the Earth and then, like, it's not, oh my gosh, it's so ridiculous. But seismic, what do you call it? Reverberation, right? Seismic reverberation would just be going out in circles from the original point. That works only on a flat surface because otherwise the vibration would just go out into space instead of following around a globe.
It will only happen locally to a certain extent. Then it wouldn't permeate through the whole thing. So yeah, it could only happen on a flat surface. Would be the best way to even talk about that. But Bendy Light double downs and says evidence of curvature: sunsets, night, sunrise, Tonga pressure wave. Because he has to be a bandwagon person, right? He's got the guy who was actually trying to talk about the Tonga explosion. Now he's jumped on the bandwagon. He's like, oh, I'm gonna go with this. See how far it goes. He didn't bring any evidence, dude. So why did you even put it in here? A horizon drops with altitude, etc. You're bandwagon. You just want to hop on the best, because the people that actually want to have a talk with us come in here, and you're just basically cheerleading them on. That's it. You take come a part of.
I mean, if they could bring some physical proof for any of these, that would be, that'd be something.
Let's see. Must be because no matter how simply
I knew the Tonga pressure wave proved the globe as soon as I saw it. So he saw the pressure wave, and then he knew it was a globe. That's freaking hilarious.
Yeah, it's they're trying out different arguments. It's like, will this work? They're trying to like throw Dookie at a wall, see what sticks. Nothing's gonna stick, man. There's like all your garbage and your crap just falls to the ground because there's no way that's coherent with known reality. You can't take this idea and like you said.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was just gonna say, like what you said earlier. If it was happening on a globe, how does sound permeate like that way on the surface of that globe? It's not efficient. If it was a flat surface, it could easily be like ripple out like waves do. But hey, we're just saying that how it could work practically.
Yeah, so like horizon drop and stuff like that. Like, okay, show us some evidence, show us some physical measurement, where the horizon drops out. It's like any of these proofs would be great if they had some actual proof for it.
Meraki, that's your biased opinion. That's what you think. That is not exactly what's been measured. You could say that it's working on a donut-shaped Earth for just making claims and shout-outs. It's a donut. It's a globe. Dinosaur, whatever. It doesn't matter. What you say does not matter. You have to be able to bring the evidence. That's all that we care about, and you can't do that. So, just to make an assertion is not helping anyone.
I mean, the fact that he gives himself the title of Bendy Light shows you how disingenuous he is. He's just trying to, hang on to the globe as much as he can. He believes it. He believes that light bends, but yet, when we talk about light bending, they're like, no, it's a straight line of sight to the horizon. And then when you hold him to that, like, okay, so how did you so you measured that radius by a straight line of sight, right? No, it's refracted. They just go in circles, man.
Yeah, these guys are running out of excuses, running out of arguments. This Tonga explosion, the way I understood it, Jack, is that they were saying that the energy from that is being dispersed throughout the center of the Earth, going down into the Earth, and that's how they're getting these seismographs for on different stations. That's the argument that I was used to hearing. This other one now is happening above the ground. This happening in the sound that the air makes when the explosion happens. And now he's saying that you could measure that with a barometer. That's what he's saying. So this is the claim, and I was asking him to support it.
Yeah, and again, the seismic waves, or whatever you want to call it, the reverberation from the center point is going to go in a circle, elevation and horizontal. It's going to go in a circle out from the central point. So when you're measuring things from the ground, they're not measuring it from outer space. They're not measuring it from the sky. They're measuring it on the ground. Then, of course, it's going to splay out from the center in all directions at the same speed. That only works on a flat surface, because if it was a globe Earth, they're allegedly on top of the globe. So all reverberation should go out into space and not travel along the ground. That makes no sense at all.
But hey, we can demonstrate that. Can they?
Okay, Meraki, you say the only way we can deal with facts is to strawman it. So let's see your actual documentation of your explanation, and we'll put it to the test. And we don't have to strawman it. We can just read it for what it says, and then point out the circular reasoning and the self-debunking of the claim.
If you present you guys, you're all over the place with this stuff. You probably won't present any information. We're used to it. You make these bold claims and you don't stand behind them with evidence. That's just the way things go with you guys. At this point, we're already we know it's going to be the case. You say, "I'll be right back with that evidence." Be right back. You never come back. You never do.
Oh yeah, it's even funnier when they're live on Nathan Oakley's flat Earth debate, where they're like, "Oh, I'm looking it up right now," and then you never hear from them again.
I love that. No, I'm gonna find it. I know where it's at. It's in my it's in my PC somewhere. You just wait. You wait. I'll come right back. I'm gonna show you. Okay, go ahead. We'll wait for you here.
Actually, I don't understand, so therefore let me assume, and voila, the Earth is flat. No, that's the opposite. You don't understand, so you assume the Earth is a globe, and then if you try to test it for yourself, you will realize the Earth is flat. It's not based on assumptions. It's based on testing of the original assumption that the Earth is a globe. So the assumption comes first of a globe. There's nothing for you to assume the Earth is a globe other than stories you've been told. And here we go. Let's look for a map. Okay, show us the proper model for the globe Earth. I want to see a globe that is actually geographically sound. In other words, the continents are the right size, the right distances away from each other. There is no globe model that fits that.
Yeah, you're using the pond analogy, Meraki. The pond analogy doesn't work on a curved surface, only on a flat surface. That pond analogy, the way you're exclaiming it, doesn't work on a globe. You're assuming that it does. Those circles are what we say. Like if you put a pebble in a lake, you see the way those circles actually splay out from the epicenter. But the way you're talking about it, it doesn't, on the geometric shape of a globe, you can't provide evidence for that. You're assuming that it's that's why you're saying
he also says all maps are projections from a globe. Okay, so all maps are projections. I will give you that. But from a globe, that is an assumption because all you have is angled measurements with a flat baseline to stars, and that is how the maps are laid out. It's based on a flat base map and angles to stars, never figuring the curvature that you would need because it assumes that everything is a cut chord, meaning that you're losing the radius of the Earth every single time.
Yep.
But he's looking for a flat Earth map, and I say you've been looking at them all along. Any map you've ever used is a flat Earth map. Duh. I mean, that's how it works. That's how you got to find out your location by, two circles of equal altitude. Equal altitude means no elevation drop. Equal altitude. That only works on a flat Earth.
You guys are so silly. I put in what Bendy Light said. As long as we assume the globe, we'll be able to get from point A to point B safely and efficiently.
Right. So Bendy Light, I want to see what globe you're using to get from point A to point B. The globe that you're using. Because if you're using a flat map, that doesn't help your argument at all. You need to show me a globe that you can use for navigation.
Yeah, please pull that one out of your hat because I need to know too.
No, I conceded that all maps are projections. I said you're the one assuming from a globe. I already told you it's actually based on angle measurements using a flat baseline to stars. Flat baseline cannot curve to measure angles.
Do you think he realizes that he's using the same fucking selling slogan as the jib jab? Safe and effective. Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, dude, he's like freaking. Yeah, they just like. Oh, as long as we assume the globe, he prefaced the sentence with that. We'll be fine. We're fine. Come on, we're fine.
No, your opinion is that it's a globe. Barometric pressure, yeah, sure, that's valid. But that is over a distance of an equal altitude for pressure change, ergo, not a globe.
Maybe if you talk a little slower, Jack, because I think you're going too fast, dude. I think it's going way over their head.
I mean, I'm trying to slow down because, oh my gosh, it's so difficult. Like when you have a bias, right? When you have a brainwashing bias, you can't get through to them. They're always going to argue the fact, even if you get them to concede something, which they never do. Even if they get to concede to something, then they just change the subject and bring up another, fake proof sheet.
I gotta post this, man. This is Golden Globey worthy right here. As long as I assume my car tires are round, I know I'll be able to travel safely and efficiently. Also, what is it safely and efficiently? Why do you have to kind of end that with? It's like you're making it like a commercial or something. Like what's? It's safely and efficiency. The way to travel.
So tires are round, therefore the Earth's a globe.
That's evidence, Jack. Come on, man. Like they're bringing the heat now. Better watch out.
Amazing how they, spend so much time, energy, and money to make sure that the roads are flat for those round tires to work on.
These guys. Traveling with an FE map and assuming Earth is flat could get you killed.
All navigational maps are flat Earth maps. That's her point. Hello. They all use flat, baseline, angle, measurements to stars. Does not work on a spherical object. The only way that navigation explains how it can be done on a sphere is if you cut the sphere in half and make it flat. That is their explanation of how it works on a globe. So when are you measuring angles from the center of the Earth?
Hey, newsflash, Bendy Light, they're all flat Earth maps. Booyah!
It's the only way it works. You need a flat baseline to measure angles to stars.
Every one of them are flat.
Then you need circles of equal altitude that intersect it. You know, you take 3 different star angles and you can find out where you are based on circles of equal altitude based on 3 GPs of stars. That only works on a flat base map.
We can do this all day, guys. I don't know about you. You guys are going to come up with endless assertions that you can't back up. First, volcanoes provide evidence for the shape of the Earth. And then angles to stars. Like, dude, like there's anything you guys will do. Every argument, Eratosthenes, it just all gets defeated, man. When are you going to stop trying? Like, that's what I'm
But they're going to go to the moon at any time, right? That's why the last moon project was scrubbed, because a hurricane came through and they're never going to try again. I mean, it just, they kicked the can down the road since the 1970s, yet Globers still want to hold on to this lie. I mean, they're starting to come out in mainstream news talking about that the moon landing was fake. I mean, it's starting to get leaked out that it was fake. But now they're just saying it was, based on politics, not based on, science.
Yeah, he puts it in there like it's something to say. I challenge all FEers to hop on a plane and fly from LA to Sydney, assuming the Earth is flat. Don't forget to point the nose of the plane at the horizon because it rises to the eye level on a flat Earth. Whatever.
Yeah, nobody says that. What we do say is that the horizon should not be visible from that altitude because the horizon should be dipping away all the time on a globe. But guess what? You can raise up to 40,000 feet, see the horizon out the left window and out the right window. That doesn't work on a globe.
Yeah, you guys don't have the stamina for flat Earth 24/7.
Yes, people have measured the flat plane. Yes, the elevation is 0 at water level, just like every project is done in civil engineering.
2 Celestial Poles, that's your name? What a ridiculous name. We're just entertaining ourselves.
Horizon light rising to eye level, meaning that it does not, the horizon should constantly dip down if you live on a globe. The fact that you can still see it at 40,000 feet proves that there is no horizon dip. Come on, man. Let's just be a little bit serious here, goofball. Look out the left window of the plane. Oh, look, there's the edge of the globe. It's curving down right there. Look out the right side of the plane. Oh, there's the other edge of the globe. It's a McDonald's shape. It's just stupid, man. Use your brain a little bit, man.
Supposedly, the specific video that has all of the relevant data on the Geostrobers channel, and it's entitled Huga Tonga Explosion. Why flat earthers have a problem. Check it out, Miggy. Nah, I don't really want to. It wasn't my claim. I don't claim that if I'm interested in trying to find out how they're, it's not, because first of all, you have to assume that it's happening on a globe, and they're using that assumption to solidify that it is. It's a reification fallacy. On its face, it's a nobody uses an eruption to tell us what the shape of the Earth is.
Hey, Lunatic, I know, I agree that we shouldn't feed the trolls, but it's an interesting conversation, and people who are interested in the subjects are going to see that they don't have anything. So it's just it inspires conversation. It's fine. They are trolls. I agree. They're just trolls.
But it's a great way for us to keep the conversation in the sense of it shows people that every time we talk about their what they're bringing to the table. These guys have been sitting in the chat room, all day long, and they're saying the same things. Or they're bandwagon globe earthers. They jump on the arguments that other people have left in the chat, like the gentleman who was here before talking about the volcanoes providing evidence for shape claim. They're all over the place. They don't know what to come up with next. They're inventing new ways of trying to bring the argument so that we can say that that's part of the shape claim. So
I mean, maybe we can feed them some bait. Okay, Globers, explain to me that fiber optic cables prove a globe Earth, because that's the one I'm hearing a lot lately. So let's see the proof for fiber optic cables prove a globe Earth.
Hey, Jack, it's 25 cents if you want to buy the food for the trolls. So I'm just saying, man.
Shout out to Kara-Rites. And you know what I mean because I see it in chat. But shout out to Kara-Rite. I'm all about it.
All right, I'm gonna take 5. Yeah, I'm ignoring it because, like I said, Mark, before I leave, dude, that was not my evidence. That was the other guy's evidence. So when he brought it forward, I was like, you presented to me. He wanted to know more about that. And I was like, I don't know anything about this. I didn't look into it. I don't need to. I'm not making the claim that the eruption of the volcano is providing evidence for the Earth's shape. However, you are. And so whatever that says, I don't care to know about like what that says. That wasn't any way that has been derived that the shape claim was proven. You say that it's always working on a globe. So you're presuming that it's on a globe. And so is the video probably presuming that's on a globe. This can only happen on a geometric shape such as an oblate spheroid. And you're like, yeah, see? It agrees with me. Of course it does. It's an assumption. It's going to agree with you. That's why I don't need to look at it. Critspiracy's joining. What's up, guys? Now that that's it, I'm gonna go ahead and
bio break. Be right back.
Yeah, chat with you guys in a minute. But yeah, if you guys want to chime in, go ahead. Amorvis is here. Don't worry. Lunatic's here.
All right, let's check some claims here. Hold on. All right. Checking the globe math, the horizon cannot be any further than 1.225 miles times the observer's height in feet. So if you're doing an observation from 1 foot above the surface of the water, the horizon should be no further than 1.225 miles. And if we can see beyond that, which we have plenty of evidence to show that, then the globe Earth is broken. And they will say, okay, well, it looks distorted, therefore then it's, due to refraction or looming or any of those. Then you can return the question back to them. How did you measure the physicality in the first place to get 3959 miles in radius? The other claim is 8 inches per mile square is the drop of the globe over a distance. And some say that math doesn't work, but if you check it out with, higher calculations and using the model, you'll find out that it's actually worse. The curvature is worse than 8 inches per mile square, and it's good enough for visualizations up to 100 miles without deviation from the 8 inches per mile square. So there's also a claim of Coriolis. The claim of Coriolis is that if you are standing on what appears to be non-moving object, then the object above your head will appear to rotate. These are two reference frames. You cannot figure Coriolis when you're in the reference frame that's supposed to show the deflection. So you must be on the ground seeing something that is going straight and appear to deviate. But if that was so, that would mean you have two separate reference frames, meaning as soon as you leave the Earth, you're in a different reference frames, and that would then cause where you would lift up off the ground and the Earth would spin underneath you, which obviously that never happens because you don't change location when you jump up in the air, nor a balloon hovering in the air for long periods of time. It would be faster plane travel from one direction opposite of the spin. So the Coriolis is obviously very debunked as well. The third problem for the globe model is that we are air pressure within a sky vacuum. And the sky vacuum is exponentially more area than the volume of air that we have. And gas law says that gas must fill the available space. That's what gas does. And some will say, well, it's gravity that holds the air here on the surface. And obviously, gravity is stronger at the surface than at the furthest reaches of our air. So you can do a thought experiment or a real experiment to build a chamber that has air in it, and then another chamber on top of it that is evacuated of as much air as possible. And you put a valve in between. When you open that valve, the bottom air escapes to the top available space and equalizes, so you have half the air in both the rooms. If the gravity is stronger at the surface, then the air should never escape the lower volume. The air should stay in the bottom and the vacuum should stay at the top. But obviously, gravity has no effect on air going from one chamber to the next when it's equalizing. Therefore, no gravity to hold the air to the ball. If you have a problem with any of these, please show us evidence otherwise. I love the argument where I don't think that they're lying to us because I don't know why they would. That is a silly argument. So if you do not know the motive of a liar, then it's impossible for them to lie. That's nonsense. That is no logical conclusion at all. That is correct. You do not have to show us evidence of curvature because if you don't, then it's just a belief, and you are free to believe in what you will. But if you choose to test your belief and find out that it's not true, then that's something you'll have to deal with. So yes, you will have to show curvature in order to prove in physical reality that it is a globe. A globe must have curvature. Quote, I already know the Earth is a globe. I don't need to convince flat earthers. Then why are you here?
Wow. Are you reading YouTube chats or what's going on?
I am, until we can have a conversation. Otherwise, I mean, you know, I just follow Miggy's suit because there's nothing better to do. It's quite quiet. Might as well have some kind of discussion. But feel free to start a conversation about anything. That's fine.
No, I just was no, not that I was. All right, let me start over. Just to make sure I was following along with the format. That was it. I wanted. I figured that's. Yeah, I wasn't making. Go ahead.
I prefer not to have to read YouTube.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I know that you're not questioning my method. I know that you're just wondering what's going on. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. And it's because nobody's conversating. I'm glad that you jumped in here and spoke words so I can speak to a human being rather than a chat in another channel.
Okay. Yeah, kind of dial back just to the Coriolis one. I think is interesting. A little thing is that it doesn't match up with their model either. They have a problem because if they follow the physics that they claim is producing this Coriolis, it doesn't happen the same way on their claim of Jupiter either. It's a contradiction. If what they say is true and Jupiter is this giant ball of gas that's spinning, it's spinning the same direction as Earth and faster. So all their ideas, all their data points about Coriolis suggest that it should be that fact should be increased by magnitudes. But yet, if you look at that red storm, it shows it spinning the opposite direction. So that's a problem for them because they said it will only spin this way. And then if you look at Earth too, there are storms that have spun the wrong direction. There's storms that
according
have
to their model.
Close. Yeah,
according to their model,
There's storms that have gotten close to the equator. And NASA themselves have recognized these storms, so they're not like false reports or whatever. They just say, yeah, sometimes a storm will do weird things because of topography, because of meteorology, because of other environmental factors. Things kind of do stuff. It's kind of chaotic. And then
the other thing with
one more quick thing,
model,
if I may.
The other thing with the globe model and Coriolis is they have to constantly do circular reasoning. Right, like when they say, "Oh, well, obviously there's Coriolis because the air is separated from the body of Earth." Yet, when you talk to them about, planes not gaining or losing speed, they say, "Well, that's because the air is Velcroed to the Earth, so they can't even make up their own mind. They have to do circular reasoning when they get stuck."
Oh yeah, there's two separate. It's like contradictory logic in their thinking. You see that it's not. What's interesting too is like if you talk to a globalist. they will contradict themselves, not just in this topic, their whole life. Like you'll see them say that the federal government never lies. They're always above board. They're always about science, logic, and reason. Then you ask them about anti-miscegenation or eugenics or the war on drugs. About daytime running headlights. And
I mean,
like,
most people that you pin down on that subject, like if you start the conversation with, do governments lie, or, do leaders of any organization lie, all of them will say yes. But as soon as you bring up the study of the Earth or outer space, they'll say, well, no, they wouldn't lie about that.
Yeah, that contradiction, that duality in their thinking. They know government lies, but if they agree with government, then suddenly they won't question it anymore. Like, also the thing, they pretend to be, they're hyper skeptical. These are skeptics who call in the very foundation of Western civilization, Christianity. They'll say that they're atheist, and question even the foundation at which our culture is built, but then go on to say, oh, but government never lies to you. Government told you they lie. In the founding documents, they said at some point you might have to disband this government because it's no longer in line with what the Creator wants. God. They're talking about God there, God of the Bible.
Yeah, I would just say Creator, because, like, linguistically, God is actually the prosperity deity of Babylon, worship of money, so...
the Creator is a better term. My take is they use the word Creator so that it couldn't be misrepresented in the future. Yeah, because if you say the word God, that could be misrepresented.
A different deity.
Yeah. So they said your Creator. So you have religious freedom because whoever you think your Creator is, run with it. But that Creator is who you trust. You don't trust the government. You trust the Creator.
Yeah, and I also find it funny, atheists that will believe the story of the Big Bang and evolution when they were both postulated by Jesuit priesthood. So. And yes, I hate to tell you, there's a difference between religious and a believer and a creator, by the way. That was mentioned in the text in the 24/7 YouTube.
Well, some atheist in there triggered or what?
I'm sure. Yeah, they said, like, somebody mentioned something about religious, like, okay, so you're not religious, but you believe in a God. Got it. Yeah, there is a difference between religion and belief in a creator. One could be based solely on logic, based on the pattern of this world being so perfect that it had to be created, and not ever subscribe to any religion, which is man-made, organized control of any perspective of what the creator is or who the creator is.
What's interesting too is like if you follow NASA, they're one of the biggest religious organizations in the federal government. There is no separation of church and state there. When their so-called landing on the Mars, when they did that recent Mars rover, the woman, wearing white pants, spoke up and they said, "Hey, so how did you guys make this happen?" The first thing she said, "Well, we owe it to God." That's her first thing. She goes, "How did?"
And again, on our money, it says, "In God we trust" as well, and that God is the prosperity deity.
So it's like the atheists trying to take the piss out of you for not being religious. If they follow NASA, they're more religious than most Christians.
I mean, hello, what was the first lander, mission called? Apollo? I mean, hello, they have their own religion as well. I mean, most of their projects were named after the deity of the polytheism, right? So that, and the top deity of polytheism is the sun god, right? And that's why we have a heliocentric model. So their faith is in the worship of the sun god Helios. And if they just admit it, that's fine. They can have that worship system if they want. but don't proclaim it as science, because science is something that should be testable, repeatable, provable, not just a religious rhetoric by the scriptures of scientism.
That's a solid talking point too, because all their things that they invoke, Big Bang, Catholic Church, the Apollo program, Richard Nixon, God picked America to win the space race. Nixon said God picked America because God loves capitalism.
Yeah, it's hilarious when they constantly say they want to separate church and state, but yet they constantly refer to God bless America, and may God protect us, and it always comes down to that. And you gotta think that there's, in their perspective, there's more than one God, so it gets very complicated.
Yeah, in the middle of their satanic halftime shows.
Yes, exactly. Same thing. And by the way, they sometimes use God as a sub name for Satan as well. So whatever that is. And Satan in Hebrew literally just means that which is opposed. So it is the opposition of the creator.
Yeah, they wanted to have the big boy pants. They wanted to be the ones with the big boy pants on. We're going to tell everybody else what to do. I digress. Oh. Can you imagine the point of view of God? He's up here looking at his little creations, little Lilliputians, probably tiny little microscopic things. He has to probably have an eyeglass to see down into the footstool far enough to see where we are on the flat plane on the bottom, on its foundations. And looks down in there and goes, wow, look at all the trouble. All these little people, they think they're so large.
I've heard people make the analogy, I've heard people make the analogy that we're in the petri dish of the creator,
I think so. I think we totally are. I literally do. Literally, that's where I think we're so tiny. We're just like these little things with fungus growing around us. And those are the largest trees known to humankind. It's just a fungus. We're down living amongst the fungus on the surface. We're tiny. Could be microscopic for all we know.
But at least we're not in a giant vacuum of nothingness, so that's good.
At least we're not. At least we're not pretending that we do know, and in spite of all the evidence to the contrary, you can only do so willingly. That's the only way you can do it. You have to be willingly blind.
Just to add to the YouTube chat, there are many videos where they have errors in their harnesses where they're doing a flip and they fall halfway through it, like gravity all of a sudden takes effect. Not to mention they'll go cockeyed sideways, their arms will get caught up in them. There's plenty of videos out there that proves that they are using harnesses in the ISS stage. So I mean, there's green screen fails. There's, fading in of astronauts, like the astronaut fades in and out, like, layers on a program. So, yeah, it's not just one thing. It's not just we saw a video, ergo NASA's lying. No, if you can go to NASA's channel, watch the videos live and watch them screw up all the time. All the time. Yeah, so bubble section works on flat Earth because water always lays flat. Yeah.
You wouldn't have a reference for a level or a compass, or you wouldn't have any reference if there wasn't an objective up and down.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody about that at Activism, where he was talking about a compass, and I said, well, let's talk about a compass. You can't angle the compass towards the North Pole because then it would be rubbing up against the casing. You have to lay it flat. In other words, you have to leave it floating on the water because the water remains level.
So does that mean every single compass is Bob and Alice all on their own Sagittarius?
Yeah, so, I mean, I doubt the people in the YouTube chat who are trolling are willing to look over in the Discord live chat, but yeah, there's plenty of videos there that we're showing that are downloaded from NASA where they're having fails.
A compass would never work on a globe logically.
Yeah, the first thing you have to say is, okay. Also with sundials and all those kind of things, but we'll just stick with compasses. So yeah, first thing in order of reference, first fundamental, horizontal plane, leveled with sea level. Thank you. That's where we start. Where do we go from here? You're waiting for something way profound. That was just it. Just horizontal plane needed. Yeah, sundials as well. Horizontal plane needs to be fixed and stationary as close to level as possible. Also, we get an accurate thing for those luminaries moving above our heads.
Appreciate it, Kara. Right? Yeah, she is doing similar treatment. So appreciate the suggestion, but watch the caps lock. It scares people.
Oh, someone's trying to scare people with the caps lock again in the live chat on YouTube. What an exciting place. Oh boy.
Yeah, it seems that every time that we go into the city that is about a half an hour away from us, when we go into the city for a couple of days, we tend to get respiratory sickness for a couple of days right after that, almost every time. So, yep, there are a lot of 5G towers in that city too. I'm just saying, though.
Yeah, I know. I sense it when I'm up in my apartments up on the 8th floor, right? And so I can feel those frequencies way, like I'm standing on the ground right now. And there's just a light buzz in the air. That probably is my imperfections in my hearing. That could be the damage or white noise, but I hear something all the time. Even outside, I hear. But indoors, I hear them going. It's really bizarre. So I'm way up.
Have you all ever seen the one where the astronauts are all floating in space, and then all of a sudden they all like get thrown to the right side of the screen all at once?
Don't make
that one's really good. Like gravity all of a sudden grabs a hold of them and throws them to the right wall, all of them together.
So I was trying to tell somebody, if you're on a ship, on a boat, if you're moving and something else moving, you're trying to balance your angle of trajectory on bulkheads that are moving towards your head. You know, you don't want that, not one time. It means on a ship, that can be an instant death. That's all it takes. You're not thinking you off balance and the ship moves to the left and your head's moving to the right and the corner intersects with your cranium. This is a very dangerous thing on board ship. So can you imagine if you're bouncing along in a place where like no medium? So you're not telling me that the 17,500 miles per hour has no effect on the motion of you on the inside? If you're partly not attached to that vessel?
Yeah, you should be like stuck to the back wall all the time.
It's so stupid. It is so stupid. So, and also look at the way they have everything stowed away. Like, that's not ship worthy. That's not even worthy of some of the, you should see how things are stored away in a submarine. Nothing is left loose. They don't have wires hanging around on the walls on like coat racks.
Well, also, if you look through the footage of the ISS from year to year, you'll see that the interior changes as well. When are they making these modifications? Like, oh, we're going to do a little bit of redecorating here up here in the ISS, and we're going to move this wall here, and we're going to expand that wall there. I mean, just check it out. Listen to what I'm saying. Like every year or so, look at another video of them being in the ISS, and some things move, like they reorganize it.
Hey man, you are not denying interior decorating, are you, bro?
Yes, I am. Like, it's not like they have like a, they have like a construction crew go up there for a couple days and reorganize some stuff and rebuild.
But that's like what happens in that kind of realm, seemingly. Only the same things happen at dress rehearsals and performances. Yay, here we are. Big screenplay going on. Hilarious stuff. Get him caught. Wow.
Yeah.
Nature is so beautiful. I'm stoked every time, even though there's Nazis, fascists they hate nature. They go around destroying parts of nature, thinking they just cleared it out. It made it better. Thanks. I like that. Except they made it extremely dangerous, because if they just strew these thorn things around, anybody that steps on them with any kind of shoe, including a hiking boot, these 3-inch thorns can go through a 2-inch thick, like the thickest rubber or sole that you could have. These things can go right through it into your foot. Had it happen to me the other day. So they made it really dangerous. That's stupid. Like, where people walk, you just leave these huge thorns laying around in piles of leaves that you can't see what's under them. So I'm a survivalist. So like in the areas I go, I clean stuff up. They can't stop me from my human nature making things better in the areas that I like to visit. It's my park, public lands. That's why it was made this way, because it's forever public lands. Some people don't understand. They think because they have some kind of update from whatever. I don't know. They make shit up and then they go like and try to actually destroy parts of nature, just wantingly, just like chop whole freaking areas down. But now I see when they do that, it just makes it better. It grows bigger and stronger and greener. Like nature's so beautiful. Anyway, I don't know if you're with me. You're not, definitely not here on the ground.
I dropped a link, because we're discussing Saturn now. I copy and paste that link to the 4K Saturn video and tell me how thick those bands are, the rings that go around Saturn. Tell me how thick they are, because when they hit it just right, it's paper thin, where they claim it's like hundreds of miles of debris is paper thin from a 4K camera in outer space.
You gotta put it
what
like
a
it
load of
actually
crap.
is. Jack, you gotta say it like this. The CGI is on that one.
No, they claim it's what the Goscinny saw in 4K. That's what they said.
So what you're telling me, the 4K is quite super thin.
It's under Flat Earth activism, if you're wondering. The YouTube.com watch VNFSTV I3MM.
I'm not at home. I'm not at home, so my phone's on my bike. I'm like wandering around. I'm just.
No, I was talking to the Globe Believers. I was talking to the Globe Believers in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, the YouTube chat, definitely. Go on and visit that. Who told you the world was a globe? Would you even listen to that? Even though it defies your eyes? When you look at the horizon, there's no disguising the fact it's horizontal in perspective.
Yeah, like I said, check that link, copy and paste that for YouTube, and you'll see what Cassini saw in 4K. Incredible 4K video of the planet Saturn, and then if you watch it, every time it goes to the side view, the rings just disappear into paper thin lines.
Hey Jack, did the song "Stand in the Place Where You Live"? Now turn north. Wonder about direction. Wonder why you never did before.
Yeah,
that was a Flat Earth song, right? Yeah.
Right.
I didn't mean to be off topic, but
your feet are going to be on the ground. The head's just there just to move you around.
move you around. Seems like it's a horizontal place. Now look west. Think about how it's parallel to when you were looking north. Seashore to seashore. Parallel to every coast. The earth isn't trying to boast. It's trying to show you reality to help your mind be free.
No, in the Glober's perspective, the globe, the globe is a sphere, but it's there to make you think that it's flat when you look. So it's conspiring against us.
The globe is a sphere that where no curvature is found. If you're on the Discord, then you can hear the sound.
And the top of the ball is everywhere you look around.
That's right. Horizontal plane. That's compasses don't work any other way. Without a right triangle for your elevation angle, you're going to lose your way when you navigate. Sorry, I could go on. I'm just rambling on.
I mean, the way that they say it works is you cut the globe in half, and then you stand on the flat surface that you just cut open.
All of this stuff, all this dialogue, you and I going back and forth, make a great rock-like tune. Like, kind of just going back and forth like.
Is that Uber Josh? I see Uber in the chat. Is that Uber Josh? Guess not.
Uber, somebody. Who's Uber? Do we know you?
What's up, Uber?
What's up, Uber? How you doing?
I pop in from time to time. Yeah.
You're pretty far away from your mic there, Uber.
Yeah, a little low for me as well. But good to hear you.
Sometimes my mic
is people. I'm sorry, say it again. I'm rude. Go right ahead. I'm going to shut it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can barely hear you, but we can hear you now. It sounds like a soft whisper.
Let me reconnect.
Okay. Bye, Uber. Welcome back when you do.
We're waiting for the Uber cowbell. We'll be here when you get back. Talking about the luminaries being lights, they definitely are lights. So if they are indeed lights and they grow plants just like electric lights do, perfect example.
Coming back, Uber.
What about now?
There you go.
That's a little better.
Yeah.
Nice.
So where are you at in the conversation?
Nowhere. I just popped in.
And what is your perspective about the Earth? Is it a globe? Is it flat? Any ideas?
My role.
Yeah, I'm so new to Discord.
Yeah.
Okay, so I see.
He's a flat earther. He's got the tag. So.
Yeah, so there was a guy named Uber Josh, and I was curious if you were him, but hearing your voice, I don't think you are.
Two different people.
Yep, I realize that now.
I can almost hear from somebody's voice if they're a flat earther now. I think so, actually.
Like a non-mocking voice as a flat earth.
It sounds more grounded, not so lofty for some reason. I don't know if I sound that way. I might sound lofty as hell. I don't have any idea. I don't listen to myself. Unless by accident.
Well, I know my volume is always high. Even if I turn my mic all the way down, my volume is always high because that's just the way I talk.
Yeah, I'm pretty loud mouth too, but when I'm using a headphone, I'm not used to it. So I may be talking like I'm trying to be softer, and I don't know what the volume is that you hear. But it must be all right. You seem to understand me. I see my thing going on, so that must be cool.
You're clear.
Okay.
You're not bleeding my ears, so yeah, you're good.
Great, man. Because I'm outdoors with a very slight wind, under some trees, with the sun shining in. Why does everything I say rhyme? It's very odd, even to me. It seems like it's not something I'm doing, but it's just happening to me. People are going do 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 do. What kind of rock is this?
Well, were you guys arguing with a Glober or not?
No,
I did.
From time to time, we're responding to the chat in YouTube, but just because there's not actually a conversation going on in here, you're welcome to start any conversation you like.
We're talking about YouTube chat.
Yeah, in the YouTube 24/7 Discord live chat.
Nonchalantly, just mentioning it. Yeah, making a comment about it a little bit, but we're having like a cross conversation as well. So. And yeah, we are all in different situations. Ventures say it is all happening above the plane. Everyone's up. If you point us directly up right now, it's all the same up.
Depends on where you are in the sphere.
Oh, the slow-mo won't let me post them both at once.
If you were
trying to post something in here.
We're not.
Okay, there we go. I got them both posted. So anybody who's curious about the title of God being from Hebrew, meaning the Babylonian deity of prosperity, it's in the voice text chat. That's why I say Creator, Almighty, something like that, rather than the title God that was adopted from the love of money. And I use Yah, which is the short form of the proper name, or Creator, Almighty, something like that. So.
Okay.
Hey, Trucker Bear, I outlasted Miggy because I came in after he had gotten started. Yeah, when I'm on the phone, I can't see those tags, so it's pretty cool being on the computer. It says I'm an OG flat earther, which I find entertainingly funny.
Did you try clicking on the names on your phone?
I did. I mean, I haven't checked it since my chat was fixed. If you remember, I wasn't able to read or type and chat at all. So now that that's fixed on the phone, I might be able to use it. I don't know.
Yeah, for me, I just click on someone's profile picture in chat, and then you scroll down and it shows the text.
Verifying now. It appears that Rodrigo Ferrari Nunes is live on D Live, and he's talking about the Smiling Pumpkin Halloween Sun. They always do that, right, for the holidays?
Another conspiracy.
Is the conspiracy by the sun?
No,
like, I know it's Halloween, so I'm going to give you a scary face.
There's just people being festive.
Can someone share the current live link?
It's on YouTube. Just type in Flat Earth 24/7. It's right there.
If I double click on the faces, that's when I will get the tags. A single click does not work for me, but thank you, Critical Inception.
Welcome.
That Discord link is in the YouTube chat. Should I copy and paste it here so that you can paste this to somebody else, or is that good enough for whomever?
No, I got it. Thanks anyway.
I believe that anyone new joining has to go through a different channel, though.
Yeah, you have to skip past the who is this? Professor Dave Explains. And then it's right underneath that for the Flat Earth 24/7.
Yeah, I believe he found the chat link, but you have to get VC verified, right? So that's a different link within the list.
Yeah, I was just telling him not to click the Professor Dave Explains.
Ah, gotcha.
Check out the microphone.
Something ironic. It seems that with flat earthers, our arguments are well rounded. With Globers, they're flat out squares.
That doesn't make any sense, man. But that's a cool meme.
Hey, I heard you guys talking about how to find it on YouTube. Just type in Flat Earth Discord. You'll. It's easier to find it that way than
scrolling past Professor Dave.
Yeah.
Who are you to talk about what's easier?
I just. Well, man, I've tested what terms. Like I use the incognito browser to use and go to YouTube.
I'm just screwing around, Helios skeptic. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, you too, man. You guys have been killing it today. Good stuff.
Yeah, I realized, Trucker Bear, that it's not God as in G-O-D, but that is where it was adopted from. It went to the the anglicized side to turn it to G-O-D, but even like pre-Europe, it was God, G-A-D. So, and then some dialects got as in G-O-T, same thing.
just to clarify, you guys do know why it's a negative thing to be called a square, right?
Yeah, but that's an outdated term, man. Nobody, that's like in the 70s. Man, you're such a square, man. Such a square.
It's funny sometimes they'll come in here and say, "Well, what if the Earth is a triangle?" What the hell? Where are you coming up with this triangle stuff? We're not talking about that.
Well, I think most people don't know that, though, about the term being called a square. They know that it's a derogatory term, but what they don't know is that you're called a square because you're not hanging out, because you're not around.
Yeah, and also, I think at the root it means you're not cool. You're not like with it.
You're
with
boring.
everybody else. You're boring.
You're boring. Straight edge.
Might as well
You're not
be boring
around.
because all you want to do is talk about flat Earth all day. You're a square.
No, he was saying that the Globers' argument are just flat out square, and flat earthers have well-rounded arguments. Get it?
Okay, yeah, I get that. No, never mind. I guess I missed the first part of the thing.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for throwing that stuff in the chat, but somebody was asking me about it, and I look a lot into linguistics and how they've evolved to what we have today, and how most of the English language is a trick to make us say the opposite of what we actually mean. I often give the example of awesome and awful. Awful means full of awe, and awesome means some of awe. So, yeah, just stuff like that.
Dude, have you talked to Gospel Bearer yet?
I mean, from time to time, not about this specific subject, but
I mean, he loves that too. He loves different terms and the origins.
Yeah, I saw somebody else in the YouTube chat, and his title is Karaite, and I know what that means. That means someone who doesn't go with the religion but goes along with scripture study instead. So I can identify.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bearer could go on for hours. What's it called? Etymology? Is that?
Yep, etymology is correct.
Yeah. Gospel Bearer loves that shit, man.
Like when you look at the etymology of Job, the book of Job, the end of Job was written first, and the beginning of Job was written last, based on the changing of the Hebrew language over time, parts of speech and stuff. It's like we were talking about square, right? So like in the 1960s, you might have said like, it's groovy and far out, into the 70s. And then when we get to the 80s, it's radical and tubular. And then the 90s, it's, sick, but they all mean the same thing. Like it's pretty cool, right? so etymology changes.
Derogatory. I thought it was derogatory to call somebody a square, back in the late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah. But I changed the subject by saying groovy instead, because groovy's not square.
Groovy's not square. Squares were like the nerds, that's what I thought of it as.
Yeah, they're too straight edge. Yeah, they're not groovy enough, man. They're not groovy enough. I mean,
then straight edge, the term straight edge kind of changed. For some people, it was just like, oh, they're straight edge. It's just like, the terms kind of get hijacked sometimes.
Yep. That's the evolution of language. I mean, like now, straight means curved.
Yeah, we have people like Professor Dave and all these other people saying, well, a straight line can be curved. Who told you that?
Yep, and level is curved, straight is curved.
Level's
yeah, absolutely.
Curved, straight curves everywhere, even though we can't find it. It must be curved because not because they know, just because someone told them so.
Yeah, me and Flat Earth Dude said that we need to invent a level that has a 3959 radius to measure the surface of the Earth.
Oh God, that's a pretty big project.
Yeah, he was talking about he knows guys that can machine to the nanometer. So if you can machine metal objects to the nanometer, that's what we need to use to get that 3959 radius into a level.
I think I have a meme for that. I mean, it's not obviously not that big, but it's, you remember Jose JG? There's a meme out there with him holding a curved level. I'm trying to find it. I think I have it saved on my PC. He's something
Hey,
else.
so I just noticed something earlier today with one of those NASA fail videos. Do y'all remember that that video of Don Pettit drinking his coffee in space, and it's like kind of sticking to the cup, but then like it
And then
glitches
bumping
out,
out.
and then the coffee jumps over out of the cup, the same
Yeah.
shape.
No, it's in a
Yes.
bag. And it is
Well,
like
yeah,
glitches out.
in the plastic bag, yeah, and then the coffee.
It's in the chat, Hilo. He actually posted it in the chat. So yeah.
I posted it earlier, but something that I've seen people mention it all the time about it glitching out. It proves it's glitch, proves they're faking it. But something that I haven't seen people point out before is if you watch it for another 5 seconds, you can see they like, you know how NASA like shows their command center and they have the big screen. From time to
What
time,
about
they'll show that.
time lapses though? Like,
What?
can we like? Have you ever heard of a time lapse? Time that was streamed but not accounted for.
I guess.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Time lapse
Yeah.
video is. What do you mean?
I forgive your apology. I don't know what it's for, but you're welcome.
Yeah, I don't understand your point. Like, what are you talking about? Time lapse? We're talking about a live video where the coffee jumps out of the container.
There was a lapse in time. It was recorded, but then not received. Do you know what forward error correction is?
Yeah,
in this signal?
you know, like he said, if you keep watching for the next 5 seconds, they go straight to a green screen. Like, so.
Yeah, well, no. When it
video.
shows the command center, it shows the video on the big screen in the command center, and it shows what we just saw the supposed live stream. It's kind of lagged behind, and then they right before the glitch happens, they cut it out. They pause it, and they cut it out. It goes to green screen. So it's like it shows that they're covering it up.
Covering the ISS, right?
Just because after the glitch, if they just go to just green screen and they stop the video, it doesn't mean they're covering it up. I mean that's an implication, but it's but yeah, it is pretty it's.
Well, I mean, if it's just a video glitch, they're not going to care about it. But they actually covered it up. Like they stopped the video and then.
Any video with Don Pettit, there's question. You have the questions.
Yeah.
It's like why did you say that?
No. Not post the concept. Post the actual video where you saw a green screen.
It's a 15-second video I posted. Like,
yeah, I've only seen the GIF with the copy. Copy bag glitch.
It's like a general. Like, should I look for it somewhere else?
Here, I'll post it again.
Yeah, if you can find it, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I apologize. Just because we're on.
No, it's all good. I mean, we have people that we have really important trolls in the YouTube chat that are looking for evidence for flat Earth, and the Don Pettit video, the green screen switching to green screen is going to be absolute proof that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, please repost that. Repost that globe proof there.
I will.
I'm just playing. I mean, we can post NASA fakery all day, but it doesn't prove anything about.
What about like DLR or NP?
Yeah, just watch the video. When you see it, you'll know what we're talking about, man. It's an obvious mistake on the layering part.
Yeah, it was taken directly from like a NASA video on YouTube.
Yeah, you remember that live? Remember that live video where? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was Critical.
Who's posting? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, he's supposed to be posting
Critical
that.
Inception.
Oh, here it is. Yeah. Let's check it out.
Looks like he's doing drugs or something in the thumbnail.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I didn't know what I was getting into with that one.
Yeah, go in and watch that, and you'll see right at the end, right before they cut him, the coffee jumps out of the container, and then you'll see them playing the video again and cutting it right before the coffee jumps out of the container.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, I just played that on live stream, and it's repeating. So people that are, if you're watching, most people just listen here, but yeah, if you're watching the live stream, it's right in the live stream just there. What he's talking about.
Yeah, so there it glitches out, and then they show it on the big screen, and then they cut to green screen right before the coffee jumps out.
Or it seems like right after.
No, they pause it, and then they cut to green screen. You'll watch it again, and when they're in the big room, they'll show the thing flipping, and then they pause it, and then they go to green screen. Right there.
Here, I'll
in YouTube.
Post the whole video for context. Hang on. The original. Wait. I just took a screen grab.
That wasn't how I thought it would be, and I see where you're coming from. I do, because that was a little weird. The
I've never seen that video before.
Yeah, there wasn't a lag
outside, but that looks like what's called a forward error correction.
Yeah, so when you have the container turning absolutely clear and the coffee jumping outside of it, yeah, that doesn't happen, man.
It's a screen shred, essentially, but it's a little bit more than that when I'm talking about forward error correction. All right, because these are terrestrial lines, so it's kind of like Bluetooth, but very, very far away. So it doesn't make sense for it to be perfect. And the image splicing like that, the image splicing like that is one thing. The green screen was just literally the screen turned green versus you seeing a green screen in the background.
No, that's what we were saying. We were saying right before the coffee separated from the plastic tubing, they pause it there. And they cut to a green screen.
I thought we were about to see like some astronauts.
No, not that kind of green screen. Not that